The mess from before had been thoroughly cleaned up, and it was clear that the space had taken on a more lived-in feel. He then turned to look at the two. They appeared cleaner than before, neater, more presentable. Smelled better too. Not that it was anything odd. Michael's senses were simply sharp, and it was clear the two had just bathed. Evidently, they had followed his instructions. He only asked them a few brief questions before making his way upstairs to his room. Ace and Leah silently watched as Michael ascended the stairs, disappearing from view. Just as Michael suspected, something was indeed different with the two. For Ace, he had begun to genuinely enjoy his current life. For Leah, though he didn't want to admit it, the thought of returning to the streets left him conflicted. He felt ashamed of himself. This wasn't how it was supposed to be. He was supposed to hate nobles, not grow comfortable under one. And yet, here he was. These emotions stirred a storm of thoughts within him, confusing and tangled. He didn't know what to feel or what to think. Still, just like Ace, Leah had subconsciously accepted his role as a subordinate under Michael. Michael, on the other hand, was unaware of this change. He simply made his way to the master bedroom and lay on the bed. For now, he was done with matters concerning the land of origin. It was time to focus on the real world. Because he was finally leaving Woodstone. He had already instructed the two downstairs not to disturb him for the next few hours. If he needed them, he'd reach out. With that, Michael closed his eyes and connected his consciousness to the land of origin. However, Michael hadn't expected the sight that met him upon opening his eyes. First, there were a lot of eyes locked onto him. Second, he seemed to be in a forest. "Teacher Brian," he muttered in surprise. Brian's lips twitched at the greeting. Contrary to what Michael had assumed, Brian hadn't actually left the city. He had been occupied, cleaning up the aftermath left by the demonic supernaturals and sealing the cracks that had appeared above the city. It had kept him extremely busy. But just when he thought he could finally rest, a sudden wave of mana erupted from somewhere within the city. Not just any wave, it felt like a bomb on the verge of exploding. Naturally, Brian rushed to the scene, only to find a familiar face at the center of it all. "What did you do in that place, boy?" Brian asked, half scolding, half incredulous. "Have you finally advanced?" "Even so, isn't this a bit too exaggerated? And why the hell would you choose to advance in the middle of ordinary people?" "Advance?" Michael blinked in confusion, then instinctively glanced down at his body. This feeling. This strength. It felt familiar. Michael's eyes widened. He hadn't advanced, at least not officially, but he had grown stronger. His mind flashed back to the chaos that occurred the last time he evolved. Could it be? The same thing had just happened. Before he could fully piece it together, a voice rang out, calm, clear, and soothing. "Don't worry. Nobody got hurt." It sounded like it came from the heavens themselves. Michael forcefully calmed himself down. Michael turned his head slowly, scanning his surroundings. He was indeed in the forest, surrounded by thick foliage and swaying treetops. But what caught his attention next made his brows furrow in confusion. There were others around him. Not people, but his undead. "What?" Michael muttered, looking toward Brian for an explanation. Brian crossed his arms and let out a long breath. "You tell me. You're the one who started glowing like a divine artifact," he said calmly. Michael blinked. "Glowing?" Brian nodded. "Seems like it." Michael scratched his head, still processing everything. Though Brian had only said a little, Michael could already confirm that his evolution in the land of origin had caused a scene in Aurora as well. It didn't take him long to figure out why. The land of origin was indeed real, but to awakeners, it functioned as an alternate realm, one that resembled a game, where the strength of their character could be synchronized with their real-world body in real time. According to what he'd read on the forums, only negative traits couldn't be synchronized back to their original body. This often led to odd situations where the body in the land of origin could be either weaker or stronger than its real-world counterpart. Sinking strength. Michael recalled how drastically his mana had increased. Even a minor outburst of his full mana now could crush a building in Aurora, unless it was built from special materials. This wasn't the first time Michael had experienced a sudden leap in power from the land of origin, but his recent evolution was by far the most extreme. Unlike advancement, where strength was slowly integrated into his body, evolution dumped it all into him at once. The resulting commotion could only be imagined. Teacher Brian. How is my family? That was what Michael was most worried about. You talk like I know your family, Brian replied bluntly. The word struck Michael hard, and panic began to rise in his chest. He was just about to shoot up an alarm when Brian continued casually, "When I saw you ticking like a bomb, I simply snatched you away before you could cause any damage. That's why I said no one was hurt. Oh, and I had to grab all your undead too. They went wild the moment I took you. Only calmed down once they were near you again. Tisk, youths these days. What a crazy bunch." Never in his life had Michael wanted to punch an elder so badly. Michael's first impression of Brian had been simple. The old man was powerful. His second impression, what had stuck with him the most before they started interacting more, was that Brian was incredibly blunt. Kind. Maybe. But even that kindness came with a certain sharpness, a no-nonsense edge that didn't care for relationships or pleasantries. That was Brian. Michael almost blurted out, "You're mean," but held his tongue. In any case, it seemed like his family was fine, and that was what truly mattered. Of course, Michael still wanted to confirm it with his own eyes. But before he could even ask where they were, the world around him shifted. In a flash, he found himself floating midair beside Brian. On instinct, his undead snapped to a combat stance. Though Michael was just as surprised, his trust in Brian ran deep enough that his immediate reaction was to calm his undead before they moved. However, before Michael could speak, Brian beat him to it. "What happened to you, kid?" Michael met the old man's sharp gaze. From the very beginning, he'd noticed Brian's observant eyes, constantly analyzing him like an open book. "I got an opportunity in the land of origin," Michael answered calmly. "I didn't actually advance." It wasn't a lie, not really. But it wasn't the full truth either. Brian didn't say anything for a few seconds. His silence was more pressing than a dozen questions. Michael could feel his scrutiny deepen. "I see," Brian finally said, voice slow. For a moment, Michael thought the old man believed him, until Brian started listing things. "Your body," he began. "It's near flawless. Like it was sculpted from the best materials available." Michael blinked. "Your skin, smooth, tight, and vibrant. Even those holy children, you know, the ones raised from birth on body-cleansing treasures, would look dull standing next to you. I've seen them. You're shining brighter." Michael didn't even know what a holy child was, but he wasn't given a chance to ask. "And then your face." Brian paused, his tone suddenly weird. "Beautiful. Not handsome, beautiful." Michael's eye twitched. "Teacher Brian." "What?" "I'm just saying what I see," Brian shrugged with a completely serious face. Michael turned his face slightly, expression unreadable. If he wasn't used to Brian's bluntness, he might have actually thought the old man was mocking him. However, in his heart, he was starting to understand Brian's current actions. His evolved form was surely the cause of all this. In fact, if anyone familiar with him hadn't noticed anything different about him, that would say a lot. And finally, Brian's tone grew more thoughtful. "The mana. It clings to you. No, more like. It wants to serve you. That kind of passive mana attraction. He looked at Michael again, sharp and unblinking. It's similar to those naughty elves, Brian said, squinting at Michael. Except you don't have long ears. Michael blinked. Teacher Brian had met real elves. A mix of confusion, curiosity, and a little suspicion flickered through him. There's only one high race that shares traits with elves, Brian continued, voice low. Michael suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. High humans. A neutral race, Brian said slowly, each word weighted. Then he gave Michael a pointed look. How did you become a high human, kid? No, I shouldn't be asking about your opportunities, Brian muttered, shaking his head. But that didn't stop him from commenting anyway. Still. You're one lucky bastard, kid. Stumbling upon a treasure that could change your race. I suppose only in a place like the land of origin could a weakling like you luck into something so absurdly precious. Michael's eye twitched, but he held his tongue. It was clear Brian still believed the race change was some sort of opportunity, and Michael had no plans to correct him. If anything, that misunderstanding worked in his favor. Still, it seemed the change to his race was more obvious than he thought. He'd assumed cutting his hair would be enough to hide it. He was too naive. And was that envy he'd heard in Brian's voice? Michael couldn't help but be shocked by the thought. Brian, the man who looked down on awakeners, who dismissed anything related to the system or its strange phenomena, envying something he gained from the land of origin. Was the high human race really that special? Michael treasured his new race, of course, but was it that valuable? His curiosity flared. Unable to hold it in, he looked at Brian and asked, Is the high human race really that special, Teacher Brian? Brian snorted, eyes narrowing. You idiot. You think I'd praise you if it wasn't. Michael flinched slightly, more from the tone than the words. The high human race isn't just special, it's absurd, Brian said bluntly. Even among high races like the elves or the dragons, at their peak, high humans aren't inferior. Not even close. His gaze turned sharp, his voice calm but with an undertone of weight. You think I'm just saying this for fun? Michael opened his mouth, then closed it. Can't you feel it? Brian asked suddenly, voice dipping. That power inside you, it's not something a normal human would have. Imagine you were still human right now. Same rank, same experience, same effort. He raised a brow. Now imagine fighting yourself, your old human self, against your current body as a high human. Who wins? Michael paused, really thought about it. The answer was obvious. And honestly, a little terrifying. Brian continued, voice quieter now, like he was speaking more to himself. Advancing through ranks gives you more power. But changing your race, especially to something like this, changes your foundation. That's the difference between stacking bricks and forging steel. Michael remained silent, but inwardly, he began to understand why Brian had reacted so strongly. However, there was also something Michael was curious about. Teacher Brian, you've seen a lot of races. Quite a few. Are demons part of them? The question made Brian pause. You're talking about the incident, right? Brian immediately understood what Michael meant. The recent chaos caused by the demonic supernaturals. But what most people didn't know was that those beings had been acting in collaboration with actual demons. The only reason Michael was even aware of that truth was because of what he had seen with his own eyes. The first time he ever encountered a demonic cultivator, they had used a certain material to summon those cracks. Demon remains. It had haunted him ever since. Now, hearing Brian talk about races, elves, dragons, high humans, Michael couldn't help but wonder. Were demons included in that grand scale too? Or were they monsters like he had also suspected? Michael caught a flicker of conflict on Brian's face before it quickly returned to his usual indifferent expression. "Don't ask those kinds of questions now," Brian said, his voice low. "You'll understand once you enter an academy." He turned to stare directly at Michael and added, "Which, given your current condition, shouldn't be hard." Michael frowned, disappointed by the abrupt dismissal. But the moment he heard the word academy, his eyes lit up. This was why he loved talking to the old man. Brian was a walking library. A mean, grumpy library. But still a library. "Can you tell me something about the academy, Teacher Brian?" Michael asked, hopeful. Fortunately, this time, Brian didn't dodge the question. "As you probably know, there are two main types of academies," he said. "One caters to cultivators, the other to awakeners." Brian continued, his voice steady and firm. "Let's start with the cultivation academies. They're older. Much older. They've existed before the awakener system was even a thing." Michael listened intently. Their goal is simple: build a foundation for their students. There are no shortcuts in cultivation. No stats. No panels. Just you, your body, and the path you carve. Brian glanced at Michael. "Which is why I find it hilarious when system kids act superior. You think some floating numbers and flashy abilities make you strong. Cultivators crush that kind of arrogance before breakfast." Michael didn't respond, though his lips twitched slightly. Classic Brian. Each student walks their own path. Some focus on body refining. Others on magic, energy control, spiritual projection, weapon paths, or alchemy. Brian folded his arms. But it's not just about strength. Cultivation academies also teach you about the world. Other races, their habits, histories, weaknesses. You want to understand elves, dragons, beastkin. You'll learn. That's why I said to wait. Michael tilted his head. Brian's tone turned dry. Compared to the Awakeners Academy, it looks more like a pure school. The Awakeners Academy is more like an organization, Brian said with a shrug. I'm a cultivator, so I can't speak much on their system. Take my words as a grain of sand. He paused, then added, I know they teach and train and all that. But honestly, it just feels like a watered-down version, or maybe about the same level, as the Supers Association and its members. Michael blinked. The Cultivation Academy he understood. But the Awakeners Academy? Michael shook his head. Brian turned to Michael with a sideways glance. So, he said, have you gotten used to your new self yet? Michael paused. He knew exactly what the old man was asking. I think I have, Michael said slowly. There are still things I'm learning, though. Brian grunted. He didn't seem to care much, but he still decided to offer some advice for Michael. Brian's smirk faded into something more contemplative. You don't even know how lucky you are, do you? Michael frowned. You mean because of the race change? Brian nodded. Yeah. High humans have an absurd relationship with mana. You're not just more efficient, you breathe the stuff. It responds to you like it's eager to help. Where most people have to force mana into cooperation, you just think it, and it listens. Michael narrowed his eyes. That explains a few things. But that's not all. Brian leaned against a nearby boulder, arms crossed. You've also got the physical side. Strength that puts most warriors to shame, comparable to beastkin and titans, though not quite at their peak. Still, easily stronger than elves in raw power. Not as flexible, but in a straight fight. You'd break an elf in half before they blinked. Michael absorbed the words. You're an awakener now, too, Brian added, almost offhandedly. Which means you've got that advantage of stats. You can grow just by dumping points into a panel. Add that to your high human body, and you've got a shortcut most cultivators would kill for. I trained decades to push my body to its limits. You awakeners, you can catch up in months. Your body adapts quicker. Muscle, reflexes, endurance, it all scales with your stats and training. And don't get me started on learning. Michael's brows raised. Learning. Brian gave a sharp nod. Skill acquisition. Spells, techniques, martial arts, it all comes easier. Cultivators grind, bleed, suffer to master a single technique. But with your system, you get a skill, you train it a bit, and bam, you level it. Even the panel tracks it for you. It's like you have a tutor embedded in your soul. Michael looked down at his hand, flexing his fingers slowly. Then, I should start learning more spells. Exactly, Brian said, his tone almost approving. Don't waste that mana pool of yours. You've got high efficiency, fast recovery, and you're surrounded by ambient energy that wants to serve you. A high human with a system is like giving a god a blueprint to build faster. He paused, then jabbed a finger at Michael's chest. But don't slack on the physical side either. Just because you're a mage doesn't mean you can ignore weapons. Brian said flatly. Get your weapon skill up. Sword, spear, staff, hell, even fists if you want. Raise one to intermediate level at the very least. If someone closes the distance, you better not be the type who panics and dies. Michael gave a slow nod. It made sense. He wasn't just a high human. He was an awakener with a panel. And that meant he didn't have the excuse most mages did. He had to use both sides of his strength. Magic and might. And honestly, that sounded exactly like the kind of path he wanted. All right, kid. Enough lecturing for tonight. Brian didn't wait for Michael to say anything and wrapped his mana around Michael and his undead. A few moments later, Michael was already back in his community with Brian's last words echoing in his ears. Come and see me tomorrow by noon. Michael stood still for a moment, his undead gathering silently around him. The silence felt heavier now, like the night was holding its breath. He exhaled and turned, leading his undead back toward his building. When he reached it, the sight stopped him cold. A jagged gash had been torn into the side of his apartment building. One of the outer walls, his wall, was half collapsed, concrete and rebar jetting like broken bones into the open air. It looked like something massive had simply torn its way through. Wait here, he muttered to the undead, raising a hand. They froze on command, blank eyes tracking him as he jumped through the crumbled wall and into what used to be his living room. His boots crunched over debris and he froze. But the thing that made him freeze wasn't the wreckage. It was the four figures standing inside. His aunt stood near the intact kitchen counter, arms crossed, a fury in her eyes that melted into relief the second she saw him. Beside her was Lily. Her eyes were red, most likely from crying. And then, flanking them like silent sentinels, were the two undead Michael had left to protect them. As expected, the two immediately expressed their worried concerns, which Michael spent most of the night addressing before everyone finally rested. The next morning came and it was finally time for the family to move to another city. Well, not with Michael. Yet. He helped with packing, though. The morning was a whirlwind of movement. Suitcases stuffed, boxes sealed, complaints muttered, and farewells repeated. Michael helped without saying much. His thoughts were elsewhere. Soon, it came the time for departure. His aunt hugged him twice before leaving. You're sure about staying? I have things to do, Michael said simply. She didn't argue. Just nodded, as if she understood it in some instinctive way. Maybe she did. The hours passed. Then, when the sun hung high in the sky and noon struck, he stood up and left. The Supers Association's trade center. Brian turned as Michael approached, giving a curt nod. Right on time. The reason for their meeting was simple. For Michael to receive the last of his order. Thanks to Brian, who Michael suspected had pulled some strings, though he wasn't sure what exactly, the armor and weapons Michael had worried about receiving easily arrived without issue, even after the recent chaos. All thanks to Brian. After taking his orders into his storage space, Michael exchanged words with Brian for a period of time until 30 minutes later when Brian had to leave. According to him, he was done with Woodstone City. However, before the other party could disappear, Michael made sure to exchange contact information. Fortunately, Brian didn't seem to have an issue with this. However, he still disappeared without a word. With nothing more to do in the association, Michael made his way back home. Back in his community, he looked at his undead. Though late, I can still take you to the land of origin. This was Michael's plan. All these undead were the ones he couldn't summon at will. Like the previous times, he needed a place to hide and keep them for a while. At least until he got to his new home in the new city. Finding a suitable location for his undead, Michael returned to the land of origin. Ace and Liao weren't at home, which pleased Michael. Though he didn't need to explain his actions to those two, not even having the opportunity to was oddly pleasing. Easily, Michael made his way out of the capital, and on his undead griffin, he returned to the spot where he had fought Spartan. This was going to be his temporary base. Well, with the help of Lucky. With familiar movements, Michael started the journey of transporting all his undead to the land of origin. When the final undead was secured and concealed beneath the makeshift camouflage of vines, Michael stood overlooking his creation. Lucky perched on a jagged stone beside him, tail flicking lazily. I know, Michael said quietly. It's not ideal. But it'll do for now. The undead below were hidden deep underground, and chanted to remain still unless summoned. He couldn't afford them rampaging again, especially not near civilians or capital cities. As he stretched his arms and released a long breath, a familiar sound echoed from behind, wind parting, wings flapping. The griffin circled once before descending. Michael stepped onto its back and looked toward the horizon. He leaned forward on the griffin. Take me home. The beast leapt into the air, wings slicing through the breeze, and as they soared over the dead forest and toward the gleaming capital in the distance. The ride was smooth, the griffin's wings cutting through the air. When they reached the capital, they landed on the outskirts of the city. Michael dismounted and collected his griffin into his storage space. It wasn't hard to enter the capital, thanks to the guards recognizing him. Michael didn't make any detour and returned to his house in the silver district of the outer city. He knocked, but there was no response. Seems they're still not around. Michael wasn't worried, however. It wasn't nighttime yet. He opened the door with his key and entered. He didn't waste time and went up to his room. Laying on his bed, he reconnected his consciousness with his body and Aurora. Looking at the empty streets, Michael sighed. With his senses, he could still detect some life signatures scattered around, but even compared to the days immediately following the chaos, their number had dwindled drastically. Michael figured that, like his own family, other capable families had also chosen to relocate. According to Teacher Brian, Woodstone City and the other cities affected by the recent chaos have seen more than half their population relocate. He paused, eyes lifting to the empty night sky. But he said the other futures are trying harder to retain their people compared to Woodstone. Because. Michael trailed off, gaze fixed on the sky. If he hadn't been told, he wouldn't have been able to detect the faint cracks still lingering above the city, hidden rifts invisible even to his heightened high human senses. With my current mana, I should have no issue casting Undead summoning several times now. With the increased affinity. Who knows? There might be surprises. Though the reality of the city's situation gave him pause, Michael's mind quickly shifted to what mattered most, himself and his undead. They were, after all, the core of his strength. First off, evolving myself again is off the table. He wouldn't deny it. He loved the feeling of personal evolution, craved it, even, but unfortunately, he couldn't just use his talent to grow stronger again. At least not yet. His time with Brian had made one thing clear: as long as someone was strong enough and had the right experience, figuring out your race didn't matter all that much. Of course, that might also be because he lacked the right methods. The high human race was something even an expert like Brian, who didn't seem to care about much, held in high regard. Even if Michael was slow, he understood that his current identity was something special, especially in the eyes of the Federation, if the higher-ups ever found out. This much, at least, he had gathered from Brian. But what if he were to evolve into an even stronger race? That could bring a whole new set of problems. Michael didn't know how rare treasures capable of changing one's race were, but he figured they had to be incredibly scarce. If they weren't, someone as powerful as Brian wouldn't have spoken with such envy. He might be inexperienced with the ways of the world, but even Michael knew, a man without strength, holding a treasure, was asking for disaster. And if it came to light that his transformation was due to his talent, things could get even worse. What if he became some sort of breeding tool for a high-ranked race? He didn't know if that was even possible, but the thought alone chilled him. And if there were people within the Federation capable of such thoughts, they wouldn't care if his talent worked on others or not. Ever since he discovered the true nature of his ability, Michael had promised himself never to reveal it lightly. After testing it on himself and talking it over with Brian, he couldn't even imagine going public with it. Still, just because he didn't plan to evolve himself anytime soon didn't mean he couldn't evolve his undead. Especially Spartan. As a fellow human, albeit a dead one, Spartan could serve as a test subject. Michael could use him to explore what lay beyond the human race and get a better understanding of higher-ranked races. At the very least, it would give him valuable knowledge about what to expect. Besides putting all my summons in the netherworld, I should focus on using up all my contract slots, he muttered. This was another key issue, as the number of contracted undead determined how many evolution points he gained each day, something crucial for his growth. Even if he grew stronger personally, unless he reached a truly overwhelming level, Michael knew it still wouldn't surpass the advantage granted by his class. And unless something unexpected came up, he should be able to raise the race rank of all his undead to at least rare. I should meet up with my family now. Yes, despite the hour and the silent gloom draped over the city, Michael had no intention of staying put. He had plans. He still wanted to meet up with his family. But Michael had never intended to use conventional means anyway. He pulled out his phone, the screen glowing softly in the darkness. A map appeared, marking his current location. Still pretty far, he muttered. But as long as I've got direction, I don't need a road. With a thought, he brought out his undead griffin from his strong space. Michael climbed onto the griffin's back, the motions practiced and smooth. The creature adjusted to his weight instantly, crouching as it prepared to launch. He cast one last glance at the deserted street. The buildings loomed like silent watchers in the dark, their windows lifeless. "Let's go," he whispered. With a powerful leap, the griffin launched into the sky. The wind howled past him, cold and sharp, but he barely noticed. His eyes remained fixed ahead, locked on the glowing path marked on his phone screen. As he soared through the sky, Michael happened to pass by the school he had studied at, and a flurry of thoughts flashed through his mind. This was where everything had started to change for him. If his memory served him right, it had been around 6 weeks ago, just over a month. And now, he had already been an awakener for 2 full weeks. A trace of emotion flickered in his eyes. I should check out the high school in the new city. Still need their help with my college, no, academy application. The sight stirred memories of his classmates, and his lips twitched slightly. After a brief pause, he finally fought off the laziness and decided to message someone. He opened his messages and sent a text to Mia, conveniently ignoring her previous unanswered ones. Hey. I'm heading to another city. Hope you're safe. Just as he was about to hit send, he paused, then added, sorry for the late reply. Things came up. He pressed send. With that done, Michael turned his attention forward once more and continued his journey home. In another part of the quiet city, there was a relatively lively estate, the one where Mira and her new best friend, Lillian, lived together with Myra's mother. Outside, the ruined streets were dimly lit, yet a few young people could still be seen going about their lives with quiet determination. Thanks to the presence of several supernaturals in the area, Myra's estate was one of the few relatively intact parts of the otherwise devastated Woodstone City. And now, with a few days having passed since the chaos, people had begun to slowly come to terms with their new reality. Though it was hard to say the city had regained its vitality, at the very least, more residents were starting to adapt. Inside the estate, Myra's sitting room was filled with activity. Boxes were stacked in corners, bags lined the walls. The living room looked more like a temporary camp than a home, but it was organized chaos, efficient in its own way. Mira sat on the couch beside Lillian, discussing what they still needed when her phone suddenly buzzed in her pocket. She reached for it instinctively, expecting another useless notification, only to frown when she saw the name. But just for a moment, her heart had dropped, thinking it was Brian. That thought alone made her mood sour. Brian was one of their strongest classmates, undeniably powerful, but his attitude had always rubbed her the wrong way. She admired his strength, sure, but his arrogance and the way he looked down on others made it hard to tolerate him. What truly made both her and Lillian distance themselves from him was what he tried to do after their visit to Michael's home. He had tried to bring down Michael's image in subtle ways, never direct, but always lingering just under the surface. Brian often made comments about how necromancers were usually weak in the early stages, that their true potential only revealed itself much later, and even then, only under specific conditions. He claimed that age was often a key factor in unlocking the class's power. Mira and Lillian had always wondered where he got all his information from, or how he even knew such things in the first place. While he sounded like he was simply discussing the class in general, it was clear to both girls that he was targeting Michael, indirectly, but deliberately. It felt like he was trying to say he was the better option. That moment had been the final straw. Since then, even the mention of Brian's name left a bitter taste in their mouths. The fact that his presence became increasingly uncomfortable the more time one spent around him only made things worse. So when she saw it was actually a message from Michael, her expression softened slightly. She tapped on it, eyes scanning the brief text. Her lips twitched into a faint, conflicted smile. He finally messaged, she muttered under her breath. Lillian, catching her tone, leaned over. Michael. Mira nodded. Yeah. Says he's heading to another city. Hopes I'm safe. She paused, eyes narrowing slightly at the screen. He ignored all the messages I sent before this, though. Typical guy, Lillian scoffed, though her tone was more teasing than annoyed. Mira didn't say anything more, but she stared at the screen for a moment longer before pocketing the phone. Her heart felt a little lighter. As for why she hadn't responded to the message, it was simple. She had been almost certain she wouldn't get a reply, so she hadn't bothered trying. Now, reading the message, Myra's thoughts drifted to the city Michael mentioned he was moving to, and a small smile tugged at the corner of her lips. To think we'd end up in the same place. I wonder what he'll do when he sees me. Maybe that cold face of his will crack a little. Ha ha. She leaned back, chuckling to herself. Hopefully he doesn't think I'm stalking him or something ridiculous like that. That city's just a great place to settle down, especially if you have the money. Like Michael, Mira had also become a small-time millionaire, having sold the monster parts from her kills during the chaos to the Supers Association. But what lingered most in her mind was, I wonder how strong he is now. Surely. It can't be that absurd, right? That was Myra's train of thought. Back on Michael's end, after flying at full speed for some time, he finally arrived at the outskirts of the city his family had relocated to, Brightgate City. According to his aunt, Brightgate was a major trade hub, and from what she'd heard, it was quite well developed. A decent 3-bedroom house there went for around $800,000, and a similar one rented for about $40,000 per year. Even from a distance, Michael could tell, Brightgate looked far more prosperous than Woodstone. I wonder how long it'll take to find them. Or should I just call her? His family's arrival in Brightgate had also marked the beginning of a new chapter, a new home. Not a rental, but a house they actually bought. It had cost around $950,000, taken from the $1 million Michael had given his aunt, money she insisted on refunding right after the purchase. The house was fully furnished, and according to the agent, it didn't need repairs, just a bit of renovation. By now, Aunt Mia should have finalized everything, which meant the house was officially theirs. On Aurora, unlike Earth, internet scams were almost non-existent. There were systems in place to verify transactions and identities with precision. If anyone still scammed people nowadays, it was typically corporations. As several thoughts flashed through Michael's mind, he dismissed his undead griffin back into his storage space. In truth, he was still far from the actual outskirts of the city. With normal human vision, one would only be able to make out distant city lights. Michael had landed early on purpose. He didn't want to cause a scene. Who knew if there was another mage like Lien here? Although the Federation had begun loosening its grip on information about the supernatural world, Michael wasn't sure just how far that freedom stretched, or whether each city had its own set of rules. All he knew for certain was that he definitely didn't want to be detained by some powerhouse on his first visit and bombarded with questions. With a deep breath, Michael started running. He blurred through the night, his inhuman speed turning the world around him into a smear of wind and shadow. He wasn't trying to hide, but drawing attention wasn't in his best interest either. Brightgate's outskirts stretched for miles. But as Michael pushed forward, the surroundings began to shift. The lights grew brighter. Streets more organized. Signs of civilization returned. And finally, the city welcomed him. Brightgate felt alive. The scent of street food lingering in the air even this late and so many other things, all of it clashed against the memory of Woodstone's quiet, desolate streets. Tall buildings loomed in the distance, their glass windows shimmering with light. Stores remained open, even past midnight. Digital boards displayed ads and news bulletins. Michael also saw something that made his usually expressionless face light up, his eyes widening in surprise. It was a car. A low-hovering, flying car. Sleek, silent, and gliding effortlessly across the sky above the main road, it looked like something straight out of a sci-fi movie. Michael couldn't help but slow his pace to a walk, hoodie up, hands in his pockets, eyes scanning everything around him. The Federation's presence here was unmistakable. Michael spread out his senses slightly, just enough to get a feel for his surroundings. His gaze settled on a group of uniformed figures patrolling a nearby checkpoint. At first, he thought he had sensed them wrong, but a second sweep confirmed it. The weakest among them was at least a rank 1 cultivator. They weren't particularly powerful, most of them were barely above the threshold, but that wasn't the point. They were genuine supernaturals. Unlike in Woodstone, where Michael had only started encountering people like that after he himself became one, here in Brightgate, they seemed relatively common. Michael glanced back at the flying car again, watching it disappear behind a row of buildings, then kept walking. He could already tell, Brightgate was an entirely different world. Michael sighed. I'd better keep magic use to a minimum. Still, a small part of him was relieved. Brightgate wasn't chaotic. It felt stable, controlled. Which meant his family would be safe here. He pulled out his phone, checking the location his aunt had sent him earlier. When he asked around, he realized it wasn't far. 5 blocks away, maybe 6 if he avoided the main boulevard. Michael's steps quickened. 15 minutes later, he stood before a gated estate. A clean, modern neighborhood filled with small luxury homes, each one surrounded by trimmed hedges. A security guard eyed him warily from their post near the entrance, scanning him from head to toe. Michael didn't flinch. He entered. The path was stone-tiled and lined with glowshrooms that gave off a gentle blue light. His eyes settled on a single house near the center. That was it. Their new home. He walked up the porch steps, hand hesitating just above the door. Then he knocked. The sound echoed gently through the quiet estate. Inside, a light flickered on. And Michael smiled faintly. He was home. The door swung open with a soft creak, and for a heartbeat, there was silence. Then came a gasp. Michael. A blur of motion and warmth hit him as Aunt Mia pulled him into a tight hug. She was still in her house clothes, hair slightly messy and a pair of fuzzy slippers on her feet. But her arms were strong, comfortingly so, and she held on for a while longer than expected. "I didn't think you'd make it this fast," she whispered, stepping back just enough to look at his face. Her eyes were a little wet. "You didn't even call." Michael's faint expression softened slightly, and he gave her a small nod. "Didn't want to disturb you, Aunt Mia." She let out a breath, half a chuckle, half a sigh. "Still as considerate as ever, huh?" Aunt Mia gave him another look, one of those searching glances only family could pull off. Then she waved him in. "Come on. Get in. You've got to be starving." Michael stepped inside. The house was warm. Clean. Modern, but with personal touches that made it feel like a home, soft rugs, warm lighting, faint traces of lavender in the air. A small shelf by the door held framed photos. Most of them were of Lily, a few of Aunt Mia and her late husband, and one, just one, was of Michael when he was much younger. He stared at it for a second longer than necessary. "Lily's asleep," Aunt Mia said, noticing his pause. "She's been tired since the move. That girl's trying so hard not to show it, but the stress. It gets to kids differently." Michael nodded once. "Is she doing okay?" "She is now. Thanks to you." Aunt Mia smiled and reached out to ruffle his hair. "And don't even try dodging the credit. We wouldn't be here if not for you." He said nothing, but his lips twitched faintly. "Come on. I'll show you around." The house wasn't huge, but it was well designed. Aunt Mia led him through the kitchen first, bright, spotless, and stocked with more food than he remembered seeing in years. "You like fried dumplings. I bought a bunch from this stall nearby. I'll heat some up later. I also learned how to make that soup you liked when you were little. It's been a long time since I've had it." Too expensive, she had meant to say, until she recalled her bank account. Michael raised an eyebrow. "You still remember that?" "I'm your aunt. I remember everything." She smiled, then motioned to the side hallway. "The guest room's yours, though we can clear the study if you want something quieter." Lily took the back room. She wanted a window with a garden view. She paused at the doorway to the guest room and opened it. A clean bed, a desk, and a closet. Simple and peaceful. "You can leave your stuff here. Tomorrow we'll pick up anything you need of clothes, supplies. We've got a bit of breathing room now." Michael looked around the room, then gave a slight nod. "This is good." Aunt Mia watched him quietly for a few seconds more, then spoke softly. "You're home, Michael. For as long as you need it to be." The next few days passed by peacefully, and Michael was once again able to maintain a better sense of time management. Although nothing particularly significant happened during this period, Michael still managed to accomplish a few things. First, his room was finally furnished to his liking, and he no longer stayed in the guest room. With the enthusiastic encouragement of his aunt and cousin, Michael found himself dragged into multiple shopping trips to spoil them, at least just this once, before he became unavailable again. They even convinced him to get a haircut. Michael, who had grown fond of his long hair, something that still puzzled his family due to how quickly it had grown alongside his physical transformation, settled for a simple trim to make himself look more presentable. Besides that, Michael also registered himself with the Supers Association branch in Brightgate City. This not only gave him access to the dimensional cracks within the city but also provided a way to gather corpses to fill his contract slots. Of course, there was the issue of experience points as well. In just 4 days, Michael had filled 90 out of his 100 contract slots using monsters from both Brightgate's dimensional cracks and the Land of Origin. Although he'd been more active in the real world lately, Michael hadn't abandoned his alternate identity in the Land of Origin. At least he remained committed to increasing his hunter level. With Ace and Liao as his assistants, he completed 5 tasks from the Hunter Guild within these 4 days. According to the receptionist, he only needed 1 more task to be promoted to bronze rank. Not all of those tasks involved monsters, some were related to hunting criminals and bandits, which added even more human undead to Michael's growing army. Initially, Michael had been reluctant to revive just any random corpse without an impressive combat history. But after seeing Spartan's ability to learn skills, he lowered his standards. Though Spartan still hadn't learned a magic skill yet, its physical prowess as a high human made it a solid melee unit. Still, given its high mana levels, it felt like a bit of a waste. Unfortunately, beggars couldn't be choosers. Even so, Michael still held hope for a bright future. Regardless of everything else, Michael was satisfied with his progress over the past few days. What pleased him the most was the fact that over 50 of his undead were now of rank 1. All of them were also rare rank creatures. Just as he had suspected, his recent evolution had brought some pleasant surprises. Aside from the abundant mana that now allowed him to cast undead summoning multiple times on a single corpse, his affinity with the dark element had significantly improved. Issues that once gave him trouble, like undead revival and undead summoning, were now far easier to handle. Out of the 90 undead under his control, Michael could now summon and dismiss a total of 70 into the netherworld. The remaining 20. Just bad luck. Still, Michael was confident. Even without resorting to the special methods other necromancers used, and despite not having evolved those remaining undead yet, he believed the day he could summon them freely was fast approaching. As Michael recalled everything that had happened over the past few days, he easily dodged his cousin's attack. With a swift swing of the wooden spear in his hand, he swept her off her feet. Mercilessly, he spoke, "You're resuming school in 2 days with this level of skill. Aren't you scared of being bullied?" Lily groaned and shot back, "It's only because you're too strong, brother. I'm not scared of being bullied at school, you're the one bullying me." Michael's lips twitched as he glanced at his cousin, who was now sprawled on the floor in training clothes. They were currently inside a room that Michael had converted into a training space, thanks to how large it was. 2 days ago, he had finally decided to act on his intention to make his family stronger. Among his aunt and cousin, Lily was the only one he could start with for now. Of course, he couldn't turn her into a powerhouse overnight, but he could lay the foundation. Lily's natural talent was terrible, and paired with her low-grade cultivation technique, her progress had always been slow. But that was going to change. So what if his cousin wasn't born a prodigy? With enough resources, Michael would make her one, even if he had to force-feed them to her. There was another reason behind his push to train her. In just a few months, Lily would turn 16. In this world, that age marked a significant milestone, the first awakening ceremony for a child. According to what Michael knew, there was no guaranteed awakening. It was left entirely to chance. Still, Michael wanted to see if he could help Lily become a supernatural before her 16th birthday. Even if she failed the first awakening, she would still have 2 more chances in her lifetime. And if luck was on her side and she awakened later on, there was even a possibility she'd awaken with dual classes. That was the foundation Michael wanted to build for her. As for Lily going back to school in 2 days, what else was she supposed to do as a young girl, if not attend school? At least, until something significant came up. In fact, she wasn't the only one heading to school in 2 days. Michael was going too. Not to enroll, of course. It was time for his college entrance exams. Exams to qualify for an Awakener Academy. Time had passed so quickly that what was originally a 3-month deadline had now dwindled down to just 2 months. Michael exhaled softly and tapped the butt of his spear against the floor. "Get up," he said calmly, "and swing your sword again." Lily groaned but rolled over and pushed herself to her feet, brushing her messy hair out of her face. Her arms trembled slightly as she picked up her practice sword. Michael watched her with sharp eyes. Again. 100 swings. Don't stop unless you collapse. What? You just knocked me down, she protested. And you'll get knocked down again, he replied. Better here than out there. So swing. Grumblingly under her breath, Lily raised her sword and began. It wasn't until late at night, under the resentful gaze of his cousin, that Michael finally let Lily go. "Lily, you're massaging my back again tonight," she shouted as she stomped out of the training room. Her voice echoed through most of the building. Michael could only shake his head, half amused, half resigned. The moment he stepped out, the automated cleaning bot whirred to life and began wiping away the sweat and grime coating the training floor. Outside the training room, Michael closed the door behind him and extended his senses slightly, letting his awareness spread through the building. There were 3 genuine life signals inside: himself, his aunt, and Lily. But that didn't mean the house only had 3 residents. However, who else but his undead would he allow to stay indoors? Aside from Lily and Beginning, his 2 oldest undead companions and the ones most familiar to his family, there were a few others. Outside, stationed around the property like ornamental statues, stood several undead. Unless a supernatural paid close attention, they wouldn't notice anything strange. Most people just assumed they were oddly designed security sculptures. Inside, though, was a different story. Thanks to Lily's questionable sense of aesthetics, the household was now populated with female orc undead dressed in maid outfits. Michael didn't originally have this many female orcs. But after accepting a particular task from the Hunter Guild, and taking deliberate action during it, he'd acquired a decent number of female goblin corpses. Don't get the wrong idea. Michael had no strange fetishes. He simply wanted more mages in his army. Some might think it was a waste of valuable military personnel, but Michael didn't see it that way. For example, as Michael passed by his cousin's room, "Lily," Michael heard his cousin speak. "Tisk, looks like I have to give you a new name." "Didon." "EED," came the soft, broken reply from within. Okay, she still spoke weirdly, but that didn't change the fact that she was speaking. This was the result of giving high-intelligence undead not only the opportunity to observe and learn, but also encouraging them to apply what they'd absorbed. Progress wasn't fast, but it was steady. Michael had already started noticing small shifts in behavior across his more intelligent undead, little gestures, responses, even expressions. Of course, none of them had gained the emotional depth a living being would, but there was something. Something sparking beneath the surface. It was subtle, but it was real. Especially with Beginning and Lily, who had been around the longest. Like Lily, she had started humming. It wasn't always in tune, and it wasn't anything recognizable, but it was music. Michael had no idea where she'd picked it up. Maybe from the TV, maybe from his cousin. But the fact she was even capable of mimicking sound patterns was huge. And perhaps more importantly, she had favorites. Michael continued walking through the hallway, letting the familiar presence of his undead fill the space with a quiet, eerie comfort. It was strange. The more time passed, the less he saw them as just tools. They were still weapons, make no mistake, but some of them were beginning to take on identities of their own. As he stepped out into the moonlit garden, the night breeze greeted him with cool fingers brushing against his face. Michael walked toward the open space in the garden and cast a spell. Undead summoning. A second later, the air shimmered and darkened above the summoning circle. The portal to the netherworld tore open without noise. A heavy foot landed on the ground, then another. From the swirling blackness stepped Spartan, his summoned high human undead. "Master," Spartan greeted, kneeling with one fist to the ground. "Are we training again?" Michael gave a small nod. Being able to summon Spartan was also one of Michael's recent victories. Not only was this undead now summonable, it was also the same for his undead griffin. Though the two had caused Michael some difficulty before he succeeded. Michael stepped back, rolling his shoulders as he stared at Spartan. "Yes," he said simply. "Same rules as before. No weapons, no spells. Just bodies." "Yes, Master." The moment the words left Spartan's mouth, Michael shot forward. A sharp breath, a tightened core, a pivot of the hip, his fist came in low, followed by an arcing kick toward Spartan's ribs. The high human undead blocked with ease, absorbing the impact without moving an inch. But that wasn't the point. Michael wasn't trying to overpower Spartan. He was trying to grind. Thanks to the advantage in his hands, in 2 days Michael was able to raise the mastery of his basic martial arts skill to intermediate level. His spearmanship skill was also approaching advanced mastery. For hours, Michael and Spartan moved beneath the moonlight, striking, dodging, countering. Each session started the same, bare fists and feet. The world around them faded, no sounds but breath and the soft shuffle of feet on grass. Time ticked away. By the time the first rays of dawn kissed the horizon, Michael finally stepped back, raising a hand. "That's enough." Spartan stopped mid-motion. "Yes, Master." Michael didn't respond, but simply dismissed Spartan back to the netherworld. Back in his room, he stripped and stepped into the bathroom. Steam clung to the mirror as Michael stepped beneath the spray, letting the water sluice the grime from his body. After drying off and putting on fresh clothes, Michael walked over to his bed and lay down. His breathing slowed. His body went still. And in the next heartbeat, his consciousness shifted. Back in the land of origin, a pair of green eyes opened. Michael exhaled. It was already bright outside. As usual, by this time, Ace and Liao were no longer in the house. Michael didn't know where they went, nor did he care. Whenever he needed them, he informed them beforehand. And today, he had no plans for them. Even if he did, they would have been of no use. That was because he was heading once again into the core area of the capital. It was finally time to give Mage Lien an answer. Michael sat up slowly, the linen sheet slipping off his bare torso. The floor was cold beneath his feet as he stood, but he didn't flinch. Without rushing, he made his way to the bath. Although there was cold water in the large bathtub, Michael didn't care. Michael lowered himself into the water and leaned back, letting his body relax. The cool sensation seeped into his skin, but his mind remained clear. After scrubbing his skin clean and running a cloth over his hair, Michael rose, water dripping from his form. Michael stepped out and reached for the towel, wiping himself dry with slow, methodical movements. Once done, he walked over to the wardrobe. It was built into the wall, tall and wide, its doors opening to reveal rows of neatly hung garments, robes lined with fine thread, tunics dyed in rare colors like midnight blue and forest green. Some had delicate patterns stitched into them. There were also coats lined with fur, cloaks with silk interiors, and boots made of blackened leather. Michael stared at it all for a moment, as if assessing what version of himself he wanted to show today. Just a few days ago, the wardrobe had been nearly empty. But after his recent visit to the inner city, that changed. With the surplus silver coins he had, Michael had purchased these clothes from a tailor whose shop was nestled between a jeweler and a shoe store. The man had been quick to flatter, quick to bow, and even quicker to fetch his best work. Michael had accepted it all without expression. He didn't dress to impress. But power often needed to be displayed, especially in places like the core. He chose a dark green robe with subtle embroidery at the cuffs. Clean lines, minimal embellishments, but clearly expensive. Michael pulled it on, adjusted the belt, then moved to the smaller drawer beside the wardrobe. Inside, resting among glass bottles cushioned with velvet, were a few perfumes. He reached for a small, dark vial and uncorked it. The scent drifted out immediately, sharp at first, then warm and mellow, like aged wood soaked in faint citrus. Michael dabbed the perfume across his wrists, then lightly across his neck. The scent mingled with the fabric of his robe, subtle but distinct. Now prepared, he stood still for a moment. Today mattered. And Michael was sure it wasn't just him. Unless Mage Lian had found someone else, someone better suited for his situation, Michael was certain the old man had been waiting for him. It had been nearly a week since their last meeting, and Michael couldn't help but wonder how the old man was doing now, and how he felt about the delay. Delaying him hadn't been part of Michael's plan. He hadn't lied when he said he needed time to think. But that time to think had caused him to temporarily set the old man's matter aside. Especially after evolving, when he no longer had to worry about his body exploding from excess mana, and with new things taking over his focus. Even so, while forgetting might be excusable, what Michael considered truly unacceptable was neglecting the old man to the point of damaging their relationship. Michael stepped out of the house, closing the wooden door behind him with a soft thud. The morning sun had risen fully by now, casting long shadows across the dusty streets of the outer city. The air was brisk, carrying with it the scent of baked bread, iron, and smoke from early forges. Outside the silver district, people bustled about, merchants shouting prices, children darting between legs, but the crowd parted subtly when they saw him. There was no formal recognition, no salutes or greetings, yet many eyes lingered. A few nodded, and some whispered. Michael walked with steady steps, unhurried, his dark green robe fluttering faintly in the breeze. As he approached the gate leading to the inner city, the guards stationed there straightened slightly. One of them, a man with grizzled cheeks and sharp brown eyes, gave Michael a quick glance and then a nod. "Morning, sir," the man said. Michael returned the nod wordlessly. There was no request for identification. No questions. No delay. They simply stepped aside and let him pass, the iron gate creaking open without protest. Just like the guards at the outer city gates, these once had come to recognize his face, and more importantly, what it meant. The difference between the outer and inner city was immediate. The roads were better paved, lined with cleaner stones. Buildings stood taller and were made from smoother bricks. Fountains decorated intersections, and the air smelled faintly of herbs and incense rather than ash and sweat. Michael didn't stop to admire any of it. He didn't detour to the market square or the gardens, nor did he pause to greet any of the people who turned to watch him walk by. The Golden family residence stood at the end of a long, curved street flanked by silver lanterns and trimmed hedges. The estate was walled and tall, with polished brass gates and guards in livery bearing the family's crest. Michael slowed his steps as he approached. This wasn't his first time here. It was the Golden family who had once helped him contact Mage Lian. According to his knowledge, he could also go to other noble houses, and as long as he had the token the Grand Mage gave him, any of them should welcome him. However, Michael didn't do this. He preferred familiarity. And they were familiar with him. That was enough. The guards at the gate stepped forward, one of them already lifting the latch. "Sir Michael," one said with a small bow. Michael gave a small nod. "I need an audience with someone in charge." The guard exchanged a glance with his companion, then gestured him in with one choosing to lead the way. "We'll inform the steward." "Please, proceed." Michael stepped through the gates without hesitation, the cool scent of trimmed grass and polished stone greeting him as he entered the Golden family's estate. He didn't know how long the old man had waited. But today, that wait would end. Michael was once again led and served in the study room. Fortunately, or perhaps unfortunately, the young daughter of the Golden family, Syria, was not around to entertain him this time. The steward, after offering a respectful bow and ensuring Michael was comfortable, left promptly to fulfill his task. Before long, a familiar face stepped through the doorway. It was Master Yuan, Mage Lian's personal assistant. The older man's presence was as composed as always, his robes perfectly arranged and his expression calm. His sharp eyes met Michael's, a flicker of recognition passing through them. "Sir Mike," Master Yuan greeted with a slight nod, his voice even and smooth as glass. "Master Yuan," Michael replied, standing. "I assume we're not staying long." "You assume correctly." The older man gestured to the door. "Mage Lian is expecting you. I've arranged for transport. We'll talk on the way." Michael followed him without another word. The Golden family's estate was quiet at this hour, servants moving like shadows between the trimmed hedges and marble columns. A covered carriage waited just outside the gates, drawn by sleek horses and flanked by two silent knights. Michael stepped in first, settling into the cushioned bench. Master Yuan joined him, the door clicking shut behind them as the carriage rolled forward. For a time, the only sounds were the rhythmic clatter of hooves and the low creak of wood. Master Yuan, on the other hand, studied Michael from the corner of his eye. His hands were folded on his lap, posture straight, but inwardly, his thoughts were anything but calm. Why does Master treat this boy like an equal? Yuan had served Mage Lian for over 2 decades. He knew the man's moods, his judgments, and his standards. And the old mage was not that generous with his respect. Yet from the very beginning, the way he had spoken of Michael, the way he looked at him, was strange. Not like a student. Not like a subordinate. But something more. And then there was the journey. They had traveled days ago and were asked to retrieve the remains of monsters slain near their destination. But what they found there was not what they expected. There were scorch marks, of course, clear signs of fire magic, which matched Lian's reputation. But there was more. Far more. Claw marks on stone, sliced cleanly, not crushed, but cut, as if by something beyond elemental force. Then there were the twisted trees, bent in unnatural angles. They hadn't spoken of it openly, not in front of the common guards. But every knight there had noticed. Every one of them had felt it. And they'd all felt that pressure, the moment Michael stepped into view. Like a tidal wave, Yuan remembered. Not killing intent. Not aura. Just presence. The kind of presence that made your knees want to bend and your heart want to stutter. It wasn't the pressure of a child still finding his footing in magic. It was the pressure of a grand mage. Yuan swallowed the thought, but it rose again anyway, unbidden and unwelcome. Is he already at that level? It didn't make sense. It shouldn't be possible. But Lian had always told him that the world was never kind to rules. That sometimes, people weren't born, they were made. Still, it wasn't just speculation anymore. Not just a whisper in his own mind. Even the knights had begun to murmur. A few of them spoke of Michael in hushed tones now. Not as a companion. Not as a young noble. But with a different sort of reverence. A fear-laced respect. A suspicion none of them dared voice directly, but all of them shared. Michael leaned back slightly, eyes half closed as the carriage took a turn. His scent, the same mellow perfume Yuan had noticed earlier, still lingered faintly in the enclosed space. "Something on your mind?" Michael asked suddenly, eyes not even open. Yuan stiffened for half a second. "Merely wondering how my master will receive you today." Michael smiled faintly, still without looking. "I imagine he wouldn't be very pleased." "That would be kind," Yuan said dryly. "He's been waiting longer than he should have." "I know." They didn't speak for a while after that. The carriage continued through the heart of the inner city, passing high towers, bronze-roofed manors, and gardens trimmed to perfection. The roads here were free of mud and mess, but filled with silence, the kind that clung to places where power dwelled. Eventually, the carriage slowed. Yuan gave a nod to the driver through the small slit in the wall, and the vehicle stopped in front of a wide estate surrounded by high red walls. The gates were already open. Michael stepped out first, his robe barely disturbed by the movement. Yuan followed, eyes flicking to his side. No knight escorted them this time. They didn't need one. "Let's not keep him waiting," Master Yuan said, and strode forward. Michael said nothing and simply followed the Grand Mage's personal assistant. They walked through the open gates without delay. Yuan said nothing as they passed through two more halls before stopping at the familiar wooden door. He raised a hand to knock. "Come in," a voice came from the other side. The two entered and were met with a familiar face. Mage Lien was seated at his desk, fingers laced together, chin resting on them. He looked up and froze. The old man's eyes narrowed, the crease in his brow deepening. He studied Michael in silence for several seconds. Lien's eyes betrayed nothing at first. But behind the composed facade, the old mage's thoughts stirred. Before him stood a tall young man with a calm bearing, sharp jawline, and long black hair tied loosely behind his back, radiating quiet authority. Handsome, certainly, and unfamiliar. And yet familiar enough to stir memory. He did not speak of it, as was custom among those who knew. Surprise was buried under courtesy. "You look different," was all he said, voice dry. Michael immediately knew what the other party was talking about. His evolution. However, what he was unsure of was whether Mage Lien was seeing something more. Michael's transformation had been nothing short of shocking. When Ace and Liao first saw him upon his return, they didn't show a hint of surprise on their faces. But beneath their composed expressions, and despite the emotions already weighing on them, they had been completely stunned. Was his hair real? Was it a wig? What in the world had happened to him? Their curiosity wasn't born from concern, but from sheer disbelief. Even now, after getting used to his new appearance, something about it still sat oddly in their hearts. Was it jealousy? Envy? They weren't sure. Or maybe they were and just didn't want to admit it. What they did know was simple: this bastard looked fine as hell. It was the same for anyone else who had known Michael before. But the man himself remained oblivious. Everyone outside his family knew how to hide it well, how to keep their thoughts to themselves. Mage Lien's gaze sharpened the longer he stared. The robe Michael wore wasn't ostentatious, but there was an effortless elegance to it. More than that, there was something about the boy's very presence that gnawed at his old instincts, something heavy. Dangerous. Familiar and utterly foreign. His eyes drifted lower for a heartbeat, and that's when he noticed it. The mana. It swirled around Michael like a coiled serpent, quiet, tamed, and absolutely vast. The room's ambient pressure shifted ever so slightly, the air just a little thicker. It wasn't active magic. It was simply there. Lien had studied countless mages, warriors, and scholars in his lifetime. But even among the elite, no young man should have that much mana, not at Michael's age, and not without signs of strain. His brow furrowed. No trembling fingers. No pale lips. No flickers of instability. Not even the faint discoloration in the veins that appeared when one forcibly drew too much power through an unready vessel. Before, the boy had shown those cracks, barely concealed behind his brave face. But now, just stillness and that quiet, unnatural depth. Lien leaned back in his chair and waved a hand casually toward one of the chairs across the table. "Sir Mike, please sit." Michael obeyed with a courteous nod, lowering himself into the seat. "You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode." A beat passed. "Master Yuan," Lien said, eyes not leaving Michael. "Please give us the room." Yuan hesitated for only half a breath. Then he bowed silently and stepped out, the door closing with a soft thud behind him. The silence between the two lingered for a moment. "Why are you here? Surely Sir Mike is not here for an ordinary visit." "Of course, that's also fine," Lien's voice was low and direct. Michael met his gaze without flinching. "To deliver my answer. I've made my decision." The words were simple, spoken without theatrics. But Lien felt his pulse shift ever so slightly. A flicker of something ran through his spine, half anticipation, half worry. Michael leaned forward slightly, his fingers resting lightly on the arm of the chair. "I've decided to join the Duke of Evermoon's competition. For your sake, Mage Lien." Lien raised an eyebrow, but Michael continued before the old mage could speak. "However, just as the Grand Mage asked something of me before, I believe it's only fair I ask something in return from you." Mage Lien's eyes twitched ever so slightly. He wasn't surprised. He had half expected Michael to make a request. What amused him was the boy's tone, level, unhurried, and deliberate. Like a merchant bartering over silks instead of a young mage asking something of one of the kingdom's most powerful figures. And yet, it pleased him. Because it meant Michael was already on board. "You wound me," Lien said with a faint smile. "Have I not been generous?" Michael didn't rise to the bait. "Generosity and value aren't the same thing. I'm just not sure what you can offer me is worth the trouble." Lien's eye twitched again, this time more visibly. "Cheeky brat. And what, may I ask, does Sir Mike desire that could make my offerings more valuable?" Michael shrugged, gaze drifting lazily to the shelves lined with books behind Lien. "Nothing in particular," he said, far too casually. But Lien caught it. That subtle shift of the eyes. The faint pause in Michael's words. It was like watching a hawk glance at prey and pretend it wasn't interested. "You like books?" Lien asked with a smile. Michael blinked, then looked back. "I read," he replied simply. Lien didn't press. Instead, he lifted a hand and with a soft whisper, summoned two books from the shelf behind him. They floated forward, their spines worn but well-kept, and landed gently on the table between them. "The first," he said, tapping the thicker tome, "is the history of the Lionheart Kingdom and its ties to the Veyron Empire. It's not light reading, but you'll understand the world we live in. Names, factions, enemies. The sort of things a man in your position should know. However, since it's quite interesting to read and might even contain knowledge that you might already possess due to its very broad content, I'll give this to you, Sir Mike, as a friend." The mage seemed to have emphasized the last word. Michael said nothing. His gaze didn't even flicker to the book. "The second," Lien continued, tapping the smaller, deep blue, leather-bound volume, "is a meditation technique. Though it's not particularly helpful, as it's a neutral technique any mage can use that doesn't provide anything special, it's quite good as research material and is also interesting." Michael gave a polite nod. "Thank you." But still, he didn't glance at the books. Lien frowned slightly. He knew the boy's thoughts were different from his expression. Calm, unreadable, and frustratingly quiet. He didn't even reach for the volumes. Not a flicker of curiosity, not outwardly, at least. Which meant Michael was intentionally holding back. How interesting. Mage Lian's eyes held a glint. Are you satisfied with your gifts? He asked. Michael nodded. I'm thankful. This is the least I can provide, Sir Mike. I assure you. I'm willing to trust you, Mage Lian. So can you tell me about what this competition is about? Mage Lian leaned back, folding his arms. There's nothing to worry about. The competition will only feature youths around your age. He didn't elaborate further, but Michael understood what he meant. Unless another monster like himself showed up, this competition was already his to win. Michael hadn't explored much of the land of origin yet, but judging by Lian's age and status, young grand mages were likely rare, perhaps even non-existent. Mage Lian saw the flicker of understanding in Michael's eyes and gave a soft hum, pleased. Still, he continued, that's it. The format is a tournament. The kind where matchups aren't decided by luck or chaos. The strong won't fall to the weak due to unfortunate pairings. It's structured. Layered. Designed to test different aspects at each stage. Michael raised an eyebrow. Meaning, Sir Mike, Lian said, leaning forward, the competition won't be a simple brawl. It's a series of challenges. Duels, yes, but also trials. Puzzles. Team dynamics. Tactical simulations. Some may be public. Others judged in private. Every round strips away more of the unworthy. By the end, only the most adaptable remain. Michael leaned back slightly, processing. So not just brute strength. Exactly. It's not enough to have power. One must know how to use it. When to reveal it. And when to hold back. Lian's gaze sharpened. You'll face the pride of noble families. Heirs to knight houses. Young monsters trained in isolation. Some with strange blessings, some with bloodlines older than this kingdom. None of them will be as easy to read as common street thugs. Michael didn't flinch. Good. He then asked, when will the competition start? Mage Lian tapped his fingers thoughtfully on the table. Roughly a month from now, he said, though the opening ceremonies and preliminary gatherings will begin sooner. I'd recommend you arrive at the capital at least a week early. Michael nodded. Understood. Lian's tone turned a bit more casual as he stood up and paced to the window. Since the competition is in the capital, it won't be hard to find. Even if you try to avoid it, the whole city will buzz with talk about it. Michael nodded, then asked a question he was very interested in without stopping. Can I reject the Duke's daughter? At first, Mage Lian could not believe the audacity of the youth in front of him. But after thinking of his strength and realizing he himself had status, the matter shouldn't be impossible, right? Just don't do it in public and collect the prizes first, Mage Lian later stated. Whatever. The youth might change his mind after seeing the princess. Also, it's possible the Duke himself might not accept Michael since that's probably outside of his plan. Whatever. As long as I get that potion. After exchanging a few words with Mage Lian, Michael didn't stay for long. Master Yuan was called back to lead him out of the core area back to the inner city. Soon, Michael was back in the outer city. He didn't linger or wonder, and instead made his way to the Hunters Guild. Today he was going to take his last task at the Iron Hunter level. The guild hall bustled with energy when Michael arrived. Iron-ranked hunters milled about the open space, most in small groups, laughing, arguing, or resting with tired eyes and bruised bodies. Despite the chatter, Michael's entrance didn't go unnoticed. A few glanced his way. Some quickly looked away. Others whispered behind half-raised hands. "Sir Mike," the receptionist greeted. In the entire guild, she was the one Michael was most familiar with. Her nameplate read Illyra, and she was known for her sharp tongue with newbies. But now, she smiled lightly. "You're here to register a mission, I presume?" "Yes," Michael replied. Illyra nodded and reached beneath the counter, pulling out a stack of mission boards specifically tagged for iron-level clearance. "Any preferences?" "Something outside the city," he said. "Preferably alone." A moment of silence passed between them before she handed him a single sheet. Michael's gaze scanned the details: mission type, extermination, location, Gloomshade Ravine objective, eliminate the stone test board terrorizing border outposts threat level, high iron, approaching bronze, reward, 38 silver pieces. Oh, and yes, Michael could read now. He was not the best, but thanks to his learning over the past few days, he could now recognize several dozen characters. Unfortunately, his suspicion that he might be able to generate a skill didn't materialize. Michael nodded. "I'll take it." "You'll need to sign the waiver," Illyra said, sliding the mission ledger forward. He scribbled his name and took the stamped parchment without another word. With that, he turned and left. Michael stared at the map in his hand, memorizing the route out of the capital with a calm confidence he hadn't possessed a few days ago. The sprawling paths, the wilderness trails, none of it intimidated him anymore. He had adapted. With the help of Ace and Leah's guidance, navigating this world had become second nature. This time, he didn't need them. Getting out of the capital was easy. No one stopped him. Once clear of the city, Michael paused in a quiet grove, rolled up the map, and summoned his undead griffin. The undead griffin stepped forward. With practiced ease, Michael mounted it. As it launched into the air, wind whipping past his face, Michael stared ahead at the distant hills. The wind was a sharp contrast to the warmth of the capital, its cool bite invigorating him. The undead griffin's wings beat in a steady rhythm as they soared high above the land, cutting through the sky with effortless grace. Below, the world unfurled in vast, untamed beauty, forests, rivers, and mountains stretching to the horizon. After a few minutes of flight, Michael spotted the Gloomshade Ravine below. The landscape shifted dramatically, a jagged, rocky gorge carved deep into the earth, surrounded by twisted, skeletal trees that seemed to writhe in the wind. The air here was thick with tension, as if the ravine itself held a long-forgotten grudge against the world. The task was done. Michael stood at the edge of the shallow forest clearing, arms crossed as he looked over the small group of undead creatures before him. The once living beasts, low-level forest scavengers, twisted hounds, and a horned tuskhog, now stood in silence, swaying gently in the wind. He'd barely broken a sweat. The mission had been listed as high iron, but in truth, the beasts were weak. Dangerous only to beginners or those without real power. To Michael, it had been little more than a formality, a stepping stone. And now, looking at the obedient undead before him, he had his answer. "It's just as I thought," he said aloud, voice quiet in the breeze. "As long as I'm strong enough, the process is clean. Smooth." These monsters had just been summoned from the netherworld. Michael stepped forward and circled the undead horned hog. Its body still bore the signs of its short battle with him, for example, a broken leg, but it didn't matter anymore. The moment death claimed them, such wounds became irrelevant. They were no longer beasts. They were puppets. Tools. Of course, with his talent, they also had the chance to become something much more. "With this, I should be able to level up my hunter rank soon," he muttered. "And I'll hit level 21, too. Maybe a quick round trip through a few cracks back in my world will do the trick." His contract slots were full now. Even if he leveled up again, at most 5 days from now, his undead setup would be complete. Then he could shift his focus back to Lucky, Prince, and the others. The day was still early, but Michael already had a good idea of what the next few days would look like. Still, I should hold off on taking any new tasks for now. Tomorrow I'll be heading to Lily's school, and things might get busy. Fortunately, the task from Mage Lien should be completed early. It wouldn't conflict with his entry into an academy either. The land of origin was a fascinating place, but Aurora, his real world, still meant a great deal to him. At least for now. After ordering Spartan to burn the corpses of the monsters he didn't claim, Michael climbed onto his griffin and headed back toward the capital. Upon arrival, he submitted the completion report for his mission. The receptionist gave him an odd look, understandable, considering the ridiculous speed at which he'd finished it. Still, she said nothing, only asking him to return in 3 days. That was when the guild would confirm the task's completion officially. No one mentioned anything about advancing his hunter level, but Michael wasn't bothered. What was meant for him would come to him. Of that, he had no doubt. Michael returned home with little fanfare. The sun still bathed the world in warm gold, its rays seeping lazily through the windows of the quiet district. He stepped inside, eyes flicking around as he noted the absence of movement. Ace and Liao were still gone. Not that he cared. He kept them around more for convenience than sentiment. He could speak now. Read and write, too. Not fluently, but enough. Enough to make them optional. He made his way to his room, shut the door behind him, and dropped onto the bed. After a moment, he reached into his storage space and pulled out the items Mage Lien had given him. The gifts. 2 books sat in his hands now, one thick, one thin. He looked at them in silence. The thicker tome, the history of the Lionheart Kingdom and its ties to the empire it served, and so on. The second book was smaller. The meditation technique it offered wasn't unique, Lien had said as much, but for someone like Michael, who didn't even have a good meditation technique, this was almost the most valuable thing among the 2 gifts. Michael had used Detect on it, and it was rated a 2 stars rare rank treasure. Mage Lien's words still echoed faintly in his memory. This is the least of what I can provide, Sir Mike. I assure you. Michael smiled faintly to himself. He hadn't asked for much. Not yet. But soon, he would. Michael set the thicker book aside first, then flipped open the tome, scanning the pages. Michael focused on the meditation technique, following the breathing pattern outlined in the book. He inhaled slowly, feeling the air fill his lungs, and then exhaled steadily, allowing his mind to calm. As he repeated the process, he began to feel a strange sensation, like his consciousness was drifting into a deeper state. At first, there was nothing but darkness, but as he continued, a subtle pull emerged from deep within him. His sea of consciousness began to take shape, a vast, dark space stretching out before him like an endless ocean. Michael's awareness sank into it. As he cultivated, mana from the outside world began to flow toward him, seeping into his sea of consciousness like a gentle stream. The sensation was refreshing, like a cool breeze on a hot summer day. Michael's absorption rate was far faster than he expected, and he wondered if it was due to his strength as a high human or the rank of the meditation technique. As he continued to cultivate, Michael felt his sea of consciousness growing more stable, his mana pool expanding ever so slightly. He lost track of time, immersed in the peaceful rhythm of his breathing and the gentle influx of mana. It wasn't until the sun rose the next morning, casting its warm light into the room, that Michael finally emerged from his cultivation state. A notification panel floated before his eyes, indicating that his intelligence had increased by 0.5 points. Michael's eyes widened. Though it was just half a point, Michael understood the significance immediately. He exhaled slowly and leaned back against the bed frame. Small to others, but huge for me, he muttered, almost in disbelief. It was easy to forget how far he'd come in such a short time. Even with all the chaos, the danger, the adjustments, he'd never slowed down. And now that he was officially a high human, the quality of every bit of progress would yield immense gains for a human. Michael stretched his arms above his head, letting the slight soreness in his joints fade away with a pulse of his energy. "Let's not waste the morning," he said to himself, turning to the window. It was a new day, and the school visit was scheduled for today. Dawn had just broken in the land of origin, which meant it was already well into the morning back in his world. Lily should have left for school by now. "Not that it matters, I only planned to escort her initially," Michael muttered. He adjusted his thoughts quickly. After confirming he was alone in the house once more, he summoned Spartan to stand guard. Then, without hesitation, he reconnected his consciousness with his body in Aurora. Michael opened his eyes to the familiar ceiling of his room in Aurora. The soft morning light streamed through the windows, brushing against his face like a gentle wake-up call. For a moment, he simply lay there, staring up in silence, allowing the lingering effects of his cultivation to fade naturally. The real world always felt a little heavier, less saturated with power, but it was still home. Eventually, he sat up and stretched. His body was light, refreshed. He stepped into the small attached bathroom and turned on the tap, letting cool water fill the basin. As the steam from the hot shower began to fog the mirror, Michael took his time scrubbing himself down. The sensation of water and warmth was grounding, mundane. A small luxury he hadn't appreciated before his life split between two worlds. Once dried off, he pulled on a crisp, dark shirt and a pair of clean pants, nothing too formal, but presentable enough for a school visit. The scent of frying oil and garlic wafted through the apartment by the time he stepped into the kitchen. His aunt stood at the stove, sleeves rolled up, flipping something golden brown in a pan. "You're up early," she said without turning. Michael calmly replied. "Had a few things to do." "I figured." "Sit. I'm almost done." She gestured to the table with her spatula. Michael obeyed, sitting down while she plated up a dish, a mix of fried rice with chopped greens, egg, and what looked like diced sausages. She placed it in front of him with a satisfied nod. "Eat before you go," she said. "You always skip meals when you get busy." Michael picked up the spoon. "Thanks. I was going to swing by Lily's school today. Just to check in." As he rose to his feet, his aunt moved toward the door with him. "Be careful out there, all right?" "I'll be careful," Michael said with a reassuring nod. She smiled and ruffled his hair like she used to when he was younger. Though it was far longer now. "Still feels weird seeing you like this. Taller. Quieter. Stronger." Michael chuckled under his breath. "Yeah. It feels weird being like this too." Bright Academy for the Gifted and Noble stood like a monument of polished white stone and tinted blue glass amidst the hills of Brightgate. Tall walls, manicured hedges, and hovering security drones gave it a sense of both prestige and paranoia. This was the school Michael had enrolled his cousin in. Since he had money now, he went for one of the best that the new city could offer. Michael walked through the outer courtyard. Other students passed him, some in uniform, others in casual attire. Several glanced in his direction, and more than a few stared. Michael ignored them. Michael was soon escorted into a reception room with polished wooden floors and a wide circular skylight that bathed the space in sunlight. Sitting at the head of the room was a short, silver-haired woman with the kind of poise that screamed principal, flanked by two assistant teachers and a receptionist who looked barely old enough to be out of high school. Michael's gaze swept across the room. That's when he noticed. He wasn't alone. Aside from him, 3 students stood along the far wall, each dressed in the silver-lined uniform of the senior division. All 3 radiated pressure, real pressure. Not civilians. Not mundane humans. Awakeners. Michael narrowed his eyes. But they weren't just any students. One of them, a broad-shouldered boy with dark skin and sharp amber eyes, stood with the ease of someone confident in his power. His aura was sharp, wild, almost feral. A suspicion came to Michael. He used detect on the youth. Martial disciple level 29, just as Michael suspected. The youth was indeed a rank 2 awakener. However, Michael couldn't help but look down on the youth a little. Why was he so weak? No. Don't get Michael wrong. It's just that in his head he had always imagined that awakeners at rank 2 should be very strong. However, the youth just gave a strong feeling. Not a threatening one. Maybe I'm just stronger. Michael didn't give it much thought. What he wondered next was when the youth became an awakener. Was it 2 years ago? A year ago? Or this year, just like him? If it was 2 years or a year ago, Michael would be very disappointed. If it was this year, though, that would be very impressive. Michael turned to look at the others next. The others weren't as remarkable. One girl, lithe and pale with a gaunt expression, had the smell of blood about her. The first thought was that she had been hunting a bit much these past few days and hadn't rested well enough. Archer level 13, Michael thought to himself. He wasn't insulting the girl. It was just the first thought that came to mind. However, the girl's level also showed that she should surely be a new awakener like him. The last was a boy with blue hair and a faint blue glow behind his eyes. Water Mage level 16, rare class. Still, this youth was also weak. Of course, this was to Michael. In 2 months there was a possibility they might be able to advance to rank 2, just as he also planned to. He was just more sure of his own. Michael met the amber-eyed rank 2 stare for a moment. The boy smirked. Michael didn't react. He simply turned back to the principal, offering the barest nod. I'm Michael. First time we're meeting, but it was your vice principal that arranged for me and my cousin to transfer to your school. The principal raised an eyebrow but didn't question it. She'd already been informed. Welcome to Bright Academy, she said, her voice smooth. I'm Principal Ileana. It's not common for us to accept transfers this late in the academic cycle, but considering the recent events, we've made certain exceptions. Michael's eyes flicked toward the other students. Before Michael could dwell further, the principal spoke again. Her voice was calm, refined, but carried an undeniable edge of authority. I'm sure you already know why you're here, she said, her sharp eyes sweeping across the room, resting momentarily on Michael before moving on to the others. Bright Academy may be a prestigious school, but our institution is also one of the rare few qualified to host those with awakened potential. She folded her hands neatly in front of her. That includes you, of course. Michael said nothing. However, the principal continued, while your abilities set you apart, you are not exempt from the normal expectations placed on all students. The tall boy with the wild aura raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed. The other two remained silent, their expressions unreadable. You'll attend your standard classes alongside your peers. Ordinary humans, cultivators, awakened, no distinction. You'll sit the same mock college exams, take the same entrance tests, and be graded using the same metrics. Merit first. Supernatural or not. Michael's gaze sharpened at that. It is only after passing those exams that you will qualify for entry into the Awakeners Academy division, she said. There, your true training will begin, specialized classes, combat simulations, and controlled rift excursions. But until then, prove yourselves academically, like everyone else. The principal's voice lowered slightly. Some of you may have been prodigies in your districts or local communities. Here, you are simply students. Do not expect to be coddled. She paused, letting the silence stretch a few seconds before standing up. As the principal finished speaking, she passed a file to each of the students, including Michael. Before we proceed, I need you to fill out this form. It's standard procedure for all students with unique abilities. The file contained various sections, some asking for basic information like name, age, and contact details, while others inquired about their abilities as awakeners, such as their class, level, and any special skills they possessed. Michael took the file and began to fill it out, his pen moving swiftly across the pages. He answered the questions honestly, providing details about his class, level, and a few of his abilities. When he finished, he handed the file back to the principal, who reviewed it briefly before nodding. The other students followed suit, each filling out their respective files. A few days later, a certain location in the land of origin. Michael was currently undertaking another bronze-level task. Like his previous ones, it was also a dangerous one he had taken solo. This task, especially, was one that normally required at least 20 strong bronze-level hunters to handle. Michael stood atop a windswept ridge, his gaze fixed on the valley below. The ground was scorched black, dotted with the skeletal remains of trees and charred boulders that still sizzled with heat. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the battlefield. He rolled his shoulders once, tightening his grip on the dark iron spear in his hands. This was a bronze-level task. A solo request issued by one of the nearby base towns: subjugate the fire lions infesting Ashroot Valley. Most squads wouldn't take it. And even then, only if they could handle fire-type monsters. Michael came alone. Because to him, this wasn't a mission. It was a warm-up. Another experience giver. With a deep breath, he leapt down into the scorched valley. The ground cracked beneath his landing, a small crater forming beneath his feet. The moment he touched down, 3 fire lions erupted from the brush, roaring as flames danced along their manes. Each one was the size of a small car, muscles thick and coiled, eyes glowing molten orange. Michael's expression didn't change. One came at him fast, its body low and flames flaring as it pounced. Michael spun his spear in a lazy arc and slammed the butt of it into the side of the lion's face. There was a loud crunch. The beast was sent hurtling sideways, its massive body tumbling across the blackened dirt before it slammed into a jagged rock and slumped. Michael didn't even glance that way. The next came from the right, fire flaring wildly from its claws. It leapt for his throat. He stepped to the side and drove the spear upward through its underbelly, the black steel punching through flesh and bone as easily as paper. The lion screeched, thrashing wildly, flames igniting around them. Michael twisted the spear, then yanked it free. The lion collapsed in a heap of smoldering fur. The third hesitated. Michael met its gaze, eyes calm. The fire lion roared and charged, flames bursting from its paws, turning the ground beneath it to ash. Michael surged forward. He struck the lion's skull with the shaft of his spear and sent it flying into the air. Before it could hit the ground, he was already above it, descending like a bolt of judgment. He slammed his knee into its spine. The crack echoed through the valley like thunder. The fire lion let out a final gurgle before going still. Michael straightened, spinning his spear once before resting it on his shoulder. More rustling came from the distance. At least 24 more fire lions emerged from the burning forest. Each one snarling, frothing, their bodies leaking heat into the air. The ground trembled as they surrounded him. A pack. An entire pride. Michael simply breathed. He flicked his wrist, and the black spear glowed faintly. A fire lion charged from the side. Michael ducked, swept its legs, and crushed its throat with a downward stab. Another leapt from behind. Michael rolled forward, dodged the flames, and struck with such speed that the spear seemed to vanish and reappear in its skull. Again and again. He moved like a phantom. Fire burst all around him, but the flames couldn't touch him. His body moved on instinct, honed by countless battles. 20 dead lions. Michael exhaled. The rest hesitated. He stepped forward, eyes cold. You won't run. This time, they listened. They turned and fled, tails low and bodies twitching with fear. Michael watched them disappear into the smoking undergrowth, not moving an inch. Then, slowly, he began to walk with calm, measured steps in the same direction the lions had vanished. He could have killed them all. But he didn't. Because this wasn't just about clearing the task anymore. He wanted to find what was behind it, who was behind it. A higher-tier monster, probably an elite variant. So he let them run. The guild didn't ask for a partial clearing but a complete cleanup. He followed their trail with quiet patience, his spear resting against his shoulder, boots crunching over blackened soil. The deeper he went, the heavier the air became, thicker with smoke, but also with mana. Fire aspect energy clung to the trees like a smothering blanket. Every few steps, he passed another half-burned corpse of an animal, some small, others large. All of them dead from heat, not claws. Then he found tracks. Massive ones. At least twice the size of a regular fire lion's paws, pressed deep into the ash like molten brands. They led further east, deeper into the valley, where the heat shimmered like a curtain. Michael stepped through it without hesitation. And paused. There it was. A clearing. At its center stood an enormous obsidian boulder, cracked and smoking with veins of red heat glowing inside. And resting at its base, half-curled like a sleeping god, was the monster he'd expected. A greater flame lion. Its mane was alive, no longer hair, but pure flame. Every breath it took sent heat waves rolling across the clearing. Around it, at least a dozen fire lions paced in tight circles like royal guards. Michael narrowed his eyes. Normal bronze-level hunters weren't meant to handle something like this. Perhaps a higher-level hunter team. Michael raised his spear. His lips curled into something like a smile. Found you. With a flick of his wrist, he vanished from sight. The pride didn't even notice. Not until he was already inside their ring, spear glowing with dark energy, slicing through flesh like silk. He wasn't hunting anymore. He was purging. After this task, I should only need to do a few similar ones to level up my hunter level again. Unlike the first 2 weeks after his awakening, where everything moved from one chaotic event to the next, the days that followed were relatively peaceful for Michael. Whether it was related to his class, his family, or his identities in the land of origin, everything progressed steadily. Not only did he now have 105 contract slots, which would soon be filled with the Greater Flame Lion's corpse, but thanks to the support from the Hunter Guild, he didn't seem far from leveling up again. If nothing unexpected happens, Michael murmured, after filling up my contract slots today, I can start saving to evolve Lucky, Prince, and the others. Especially Prince and his undead griffin. With their current strength, Michael had high hopes for their growth post-evolution. He could feel it. This next stage would bring a significant boost. Prince was already at the peak of rank 1, and the Griffin had stepped into rank 2. Their levels were 25 and 27 respectively. Once they evolved into 1-star extraordinary creatures, their potential would shoot up to level 42. Michael was excited. Then there was Lucky. Lucky's next evolution would make him a 3-star extraordinary creature, pushing his peak level all the way to 63. But Michael hesitated. This evolution. It felt different. Stronger. Riskier. What if Lucky accidentally advanced to rank 3? It sounded unlikely, maybe even exaggerated, but Michael couldn't shake the feeling. And if it did happen, it wouldn't be a small problem. Until Michael himself advanced to rank 2, he couldn't safely allow Lucky to evolve. If his suspicion was correct and Lucky stepped into rank 3, not only would their contract break due to the 2-rank gap, but Michael would suffer a devastating backlash from the connection being severed. Best case. He'd be knocked unconscious for days. Worst case. He'd be forcefully teleported to another random location in the land of origin. Basically, that meant death. To Michael, This restriction between necromancers and their undead felt more like a shackle than a balance. Imagine if he could evolve an undead straight into a god-level creature. Who would he need to fear in this world? He would have an unstoppable, high-tier carrier, something capable of challenging monsters far above his own level. His leveling speed would skyrocket. Unfortunately, reality wasn't that generous. Michael cleared his traces from the area and stored the corpses of several fire lions, including their leader, into his storage space. Then, without wasting time, he mounted his undead griffin and flew off. He didn't return to the capital immediately. Instead, he headed to the secluded location where he kept his undead and usually conducted his experiments. This was where he planned to fill up his remaining contract slots and use undead summoning on those undead that couldn't be summoned. At present, Michael could summon 70 undead. It was a significant number, and even more terrifying when considering that all 70 were rank 1 creatures. Thanks to his trips into dimensional cracks back in the real world, some of these undead weren't just at the early stage of rank 1 either. Take Lily and Beginning, for example. Weeks ago, during the chaos involving the demonic supernaturals, he had assigned them to protect his family. At that time, they were among his strongest undead. But while he continued to grow stronger, they fell behind in level. Thankfully, thanks to his recent ventures, especially the dimensional cracks in Brightgate City and the high-risk tasks he took in the Land of Origin, both Lily and Beginning had managed to catch up. They were now level 18. Not far from the top-tier undead in his current arsenal. Michael, on the other hand, was still some distance away from reaching the halfway point in experience needed for his next level. Progress was slow, but there was progress. Even if nothing major happened, at this rate, he was confident he could at least reach level 25 before the Academy entrance exams. Michael stepped into a clearing. He knelt beside the Greater Flame Lion's corpse. Its body, though lifeless, still radiated a residual heat. The other 2 Fire Lion corpses lay nearby, their fur scorched and smoldering. Without hesitation, Michael began to use Undead Revival. Dark mana surged from his hands as he channeled his necromantic energy into the lions. Runes formed mid-air, circling each corpse with slow precision. Minutes passed. Then, movement. The Greater Flame Lion's charred eyes flickered open. Its large frame slowly lifted itself off the ground. The other 2 followed shortly after, standing to either side of their leader. 3 down. He opened his panel. The 3 new additions pushed his contracted undead count to 105, completely maxed out. But he wasn't done. As there was still time, Michael once again tried undead summoning on his previous undead and the 3 new ones. Fortunately, Lady Luck smiled at him today and he was able to add 9 more undead to the list of undead he could summon, including the 3 Fire Lions. A satisfied smile tugged at Michael's lips. 70 summoned. 105 contracted. It was an army in its own right. Unfortunately, Michael had already used his evolution points for the day, so the newly summonable undead would have to wait. It was important to note that Michael only used his evolution points on undead he could actively summon. Even if some had been evolved before, if they weren't currently summonable, he'd rather choose a random undead under his control and evolve that one instead. That said, the only undead he chose to evolve were his undead humans. Because of that, he now had several high humans under his command. Speaking of high humans, just like the rest of his undead army, they had grown quite powerful. After following him on tasks and even accompanying him into dimensional cracks, their levels had improved significantly. Even those who were slightly lower in level could hold their own against stronger enemies. The race itself was really a cheat. Unfortunately, most of them were still purely physical combatants. Michael hadn't yet figured out how to make them learn magic. He hadn't given up, of course, but it was proving to be more difficult than expected. Not even the red cauldron in his soul, his talent, had been helpful in that regard. Speaking of the Red Cauldron, Michael's connection with the Red Cauldron had deepened compared to when he first encountered it, to the point it felt a little foreign. However, despite this deeper link, he hadn't been able to learn anything new about it for days. It frustrated him, depressed him a little, even. But since there was nothing he could do about it for now, he could only continue giving his best and move forward. After making sure all his undead, aside from the griffin, were stationed where they needed to be, Michael mounted the griffin and began his flight back to the capital. He expected it to be another quiet evening, just him cultivating until morning. But when he arrived home, he found Ace and Leah there. Not that their presence surprised him. He'd gotten used to them by now, and it seemed they had gotten used to him too. Even Leah, who had once seemed constantly conflicted, was noticeably more relaxed around him these days. That said, it was rare to find them home in the evening. Usually, they were only around during the early mornings or late at night. Over the past few days, Michael had learned where they always disappeared to. In both the outer and inner city, there were places called dojos, training halls where ordinary people learned to become knights, and knights trained to become stronger. Apparently, that was where Ace and Leah had been spending most of their time. From what Michael could sense, their training hadn't brought about much actual growth, at least not in strength or mana. But they both looked genuinely happy, so he figured they liked what they were doing. That was enough for him. He had no intention of interfering. What Michael didn't know, however, was that he played a far greater role in their lives than he realized. It was part of what made the two respect him deeply. Even Leah, who used to hate all nobles with everything he had, now viewed Michael differently. The life they were living now, the freedom, the ability to train, the lack of servitude, was something they hadn't expected. And most of it was thanks to him. Even the dojo they trained at was made possible through the generous sums Michael often left behind for them. This wasn't the life of servants they'd once imagined. And for that, they were truly grateful. Michael raised a brow as he shut the front door behind him. "You're home early." "We were dismissed early today, my lord," Ace responded and added, "The dojo master said we'd be closing early from now on. Preparing for some kind of big event." Michael's eyes flickered. "Big event?" Leah replied this time. "Yes." The master didn't say much, but he mentioned a competition being held by a duke. That made Michael pause. A competition by a duke. Is it what I think it is? He wondered. In fact, he already knew the answer. The Duke of Evermoon was probably already making his move. He'd been noticing it lately, the stir in the air, the tension creeping along the edges of the outer city. The capital had grown restless. Vendors spoke with hushed excitement, and random announcements were cropping up more frequently in the streets. And now this. Michael folded his arms and leaned against the wall. "Did he say which duke?" "No, my lord," Leah said, shaking his head. "Just that it was important. Enough that every dojo in the capital is adjusting their schedule." Michael didn't respond this time. He just gave a small nod and turned away. "Thanks for the information." Without another word, he made his way to his room, shutting the door behind him. The moment he was alone, he sat cross-legged on the bed, falling into a lotus position. He waved a hand, and a soft pulse of mana opened a crack in the space above his palm. From within, he retrieved a glowing, faintly pulsating crystal, one of the spirit crystals he'd collected from monster hunts recently. They were becoming a common drop in his travels, but that didn't lessen their value. For one, spirit crystals could be exchanged for evolution points, but with Michael's current daily refresh rate, doing so was a waste. He also had money, so selling them wasn't worth it either. With those two options out of the way, Michael had been using spirit crystals for one purpose: cultivation. With a spirit crystal, his cultivation speed increased by 10-fold. Michael placed the spirit crystal on his palm. As soon as it made contact with his skin, the mana within him stirred. He took a deep breath, then slowly released it, sinking deeper into a meditative state. Threads of mana began to unravel from the spirit crystal, pulled by an invisible force, and were greedily absorbed into Michael's body. It wasn't painful. On the contrary, it felt warm, soothing. Like sitting in front of a fire during a cold winter night. His mana circuit surged, and for a moment, he felt his senses stretch outward. It was fleeting, but enough to make his heart race. He focused inward, guiding the excess energy through the pathways he had long since memorized. His control had improved over the past few days. He continued cultivating deep into the night, rotating through 3 more crystals. By the time the first rays of sunlight pierced the curtains, he had made notable progress. +1, 2 intelligence. Just as Michael opened his eyes, a soft knock echoed through the room. Michael's head turned. It was Ace's voice from behind the door. "My lord. There's someone here for you. Important looking. We thought you should see this." Important looking. Michael was a bit confused. Since integrating into the land of origin, he had made a few acquaintances, but only a handful knew his address. Was the person Ace spoke of even someone he knew? Despite the confusion, Michael didn't remain still. He calmly stood up and walked to the door of his room. Michael stepped out of his room. When he descended the stairs, he was met with a familiar face. Master Yuan. Michael found Master Yuan seated calmly, his back straight, his long robes immaculate. He was a familiar face, the only personal attendant of Mage Lien that Michael knew. What surprised Michael wasn't his presence but his timing. He had given Mage Lien his address during their last conversation, so it made sense that they could find him. But why now? Had something happened? The moment Master Yuan saw him, the older man rose from his seat with grace that betrayed years of disciplined training. "Sir Mike," Master Yuan greeted with a respectful bow. Michael blinked. "Master Yuan," he returned the nod. "Is there a reason for the visit?" The old man clasped his hands. "The Grand Mage requests your presence." Michael's brow furrowed. He kept his voice calm. "Did he say what it's about?" Master Yuan shook his head. "Only that it is urgent. And that it concerns the coming days." That could mean anything. "I'll need a few minutes," he said, glancing upstairs. "Please wait." Master Yuan inclined his head. "Of course." Michael returned to his room and shut the door behind him. He didn't waste a second. Michael moved with practiced speed, stripping out of his sleep-wrinkled clothes and heading straight to the wash basin. The water was cold, but he welcomed it. He scrubbed himself clean, from his face to his arms. The process didn't take long. In under 5 minutes, Michael was toweling off, already planning what to wear. Despite their relationship, Michael knew the importance of appearances. The Grand Mage might have requested his presence, but Michael would not show up looking anything less than composed. Michael's robes, when he emerged from his small wardrobe, were black and gold, new and neatly pressed. He tied the sash tightly around his waist, adjusted the cuffs, and straightened the collar with one sharp tug. He paused before the mirror and ran a comb through his still damp hair. His reflection stared back at him, young, calm, and composed. The final touch came in the form of a small bottle. A few dabs of the perfume on his neck and wrists, and a small spritz into the air that he walked through, left him smelling of subtle sandalwood and citrus. He gave himself one last look. Polished. Presentable. Capable. Then he exhaled. With his preparations complete, he returned downstairs. Master Yuan was still seated, patient as ever. The old man's eyes flicked over Michael's new appearance, and though he said nothing, the faint lift of his brow showed approval. Michael gave a polite nod. "Let's not keep him waiting." "Yes, Sir Mike," Master Yuan didn't say much on the way. When they arrived at the tall doors of the Grand Mage's study, Yuan knocked once, then stepped aside. The door opened with a soft creak, and Mage Lian's voice called out from within. "Come in." Michael stepped inside. As always, the study was warm, with shelves stretching high into the walls, each one brimming with old tomes, scrolls, and strange artifacts. Mage Lian was seated behind his dark wood desk, surrounded by a haze of faint magical glow. He looked up the moment Michael entered and smiled. "Sir Mike. How was the journey?" Michael bowed slightly. "Smooth, Grand Mage. The weather is nice." Mage Lian nodded and looked toward Master Yuan. "Thank you, Yuan. You may wait outside." The old man bowed once, then turned and left, pulling the door shut behind him. Michael approached the desk and waited. Mage Lian gestured toward the chair across from him. "Sit. We have 3 things to discuss." Michael sat, straight-backed, his mind already racing through possibilities. "The first," Mage Lian said, reaching into a drawer, "is your payment from the mountain apes hunt." He placed a brown pouch on the table. It landed with a surprising weight. Michael blinked as he untied it and peeked inside. It wasn't filled with coins. Instead, there were golden slips of paper, each one adorned with symbols and numbers. Michael counted a few, frowning at the unfamiliar item. 50 golden papers, Mage Lian said, folding his hands together. Each worth 1,000 gold coins. Michael's eyes widened. "That's 50,000 gold." "Yes," Lian confirmed. "You can exchange them for cash at any inner-city bank or use them as direct payment when purchasing from major merchants. Consider it your share." And a quiet acknowledgement. Michael's lips parted slightly. He had not yet recovered when Mage Lian raised a hand. "Now, on to the second matter." Mage Lian reached into another drawer and brought out yet another pouch, this one smaller but no less ornate. With a flick of his wrist, he slid it across the desk to Michael. Michael caught it and opened the pouch cautiously. Inside, another load of golden tickets. His hands paused for a second. His mind, already reeling from the first pouch, struggled to process this second wave of wealth. "Another 50, he muttered, glancing up. Mage Lian gave a small nod. "Correct. Another 50 golden papers. 50,000 gold." Michael felt the world tilt just a little. This was surreal. But before he could ask what this second pouch was for, Mage Lian spoke again. "That is your reward for assisting me and the Kingdom Knights during that incident." Michael's expression shifted the moment he heard the word. Even the way Mage Lian said it sent a chill down his spine. That monster. One that he hadn't even been able to see and had nearly killed him. And it wasn't the kind of false death from the land of origin, where his real body would remain unaffected. This was real death, true and permanent, the kind that would erase his consciousness entirely. Remembering the experience, Michael's body trembled slightly before he forced himself to calm down. "It's okay. It's okay. I'm stronger now," he told himself. That monster was definitely at least rank 2, maybe even a very powerful one at that. But compared to the Michael of before, even a rank 2 wouldn't be a threat for long. Mage Lian's voice broke through the silence. "The second gift is not just a reward. It's also a gesture of appreciation from the kingdom." Michael's brow twitched faintly. He remained silent, waiting for the rest. Lian leaned back in his chair. "Your efforts did not go unnoticed. Few outsiders would have reacted as quickly or decisively as you did, especially not when faced with something they couldn't even see." Michael gave a small nod. "I was just doing what I could." "And sometimes," Lian said, "what you can do is more than most." He paused, then tapped a finger on the desk. "Which brings us to the third issue." Michael's gaze sharpened. The third is connected to the second. That made Michael narrow his eyes. A flicker of suspicion rose in his chest. Something about the way he didn't interrupt, but his expression grew serious. Mage Lien continued, his tone grave. We've received word from the outpost town closest to Everlong Forest. Michael blinked. Everlong. A memory stirred. The middle-aged mayor with a rough beard, whose smile had been warm but wary. The one who had handed him his first proper set of clothes in this world. What happened? Michael asked quietly. The creature that was controlling the monsters is on the move again, Lien said. After being silent for days, it's begun sending waves of monsters toward the town. Michael's hands curled slightly. Are there casualties? He asked. No, Lien said. Not yet. The creatures sent were weak. The soldiers stationed there have been more than enough to handle them. But that's precisely the issue. Michael frowned. It wasn't until later that a suspicious thought came to him. It's probing. Lien nodded. Exactly. A chill slid down Michael's spine. That monster is certainly strong, given its bizarre ability, Lien went on, but surely it could have sent something stronger. But it didn't. Which means it's watching. Studying. Testing responses. Gathering information. Michael leaned back, exhaling slowly. That kind of behavior didn't match mindless aggression. It was calculated. Measured. It meant the enemy wasn't just powerful, it was intelligent. And intelligence made monsters infinitely more dangerous. Mage Lien exhaled, his fingers steepled in front of his lips as he leaned slightly forward. We attempted to trace the origin of the creature, he said slowly. Michael remained silent, watching him. The results were concerning. Lien's voice lowered. According to the elders, the energy surrounding the creature bore the mark of forbidden craft. Specifically, a type of magic that was outlawed by the kingdom nearly 4 centuries ago. Michael's eyes narrowed. That form of experimentation was deemed too dangerous after a certain incident. The kingdom declared it accursed discipline. All research was destroyed. Practitioners were hunted down and executed. Yet, Lien gestured vaguely, here we are. Michael didn't move. His pulse had slowed, but his thoughts were racing. Because what Mage Lien said matched far too closely with the truth. The creature wasn't just a stray beast. It had been locked away in a sealed ruin, deep beneath layers of decayed enchantments. A ruin that he had entered. A ruin that he had accidentally unsealed. It wasn't a coincidence. It wasn't fate. It was him. He had released it. And that was something no one else knew. Michael said nothing, keeping his face impassive as Mage Lien continued. There are signs the creature is recovering, the Grand Mage went on. Its attacks are becoming more refined. Its mana patterns more stable. It's evolving, or perhaps reverting, back to its original state. Whatever the case, it has not yet reached its peak. Michael's hand rested calmly on the armrest of his chair, but his knuckles were white beneath the sleeve. That monster hadn't been at full strength when it first appeared. And now, it was gathering energy again, growing. Which meant they were on a clock. And he was the reason it had started ticking. Michael took a deep breath. Thank you for telling me. Lien gave a short nod. You've proven reliable. I wanted you to know. Mage Lien shifted in his seat, and the light around his fingers dimmed. That brings me to the reason I asked you here, he said. The kingdom is preparing to act. In 5 days, a force will be dispatched to the Everlong Forest. Michael's brows rose. A force? Yes. A joint operation between the Royal Knights, myself, and a Grand Knight. Possibly even more. He paused, eyes flicking upward with meaning. There's a chance a great mage may join us. Michael's breath caught. His eyes lit with restrained excitement. A great mage. In the hierarchy, they stood above grand mages and grand knights. From what he understood, those who held such titles were likely at the peak of rank 2, possibly even rank 3. Which meant they were leagues above most threats, perhaps strong enough to destroy that monster outright. I see, Michael said slowly. That's significant. Mage Lien smiled faintly at the reaction. I thought you'd be interested. And that brings me to the question I've been considering all morning. Michael tilted his head. Would you like to join us? Michael blinked once, unsure if he'd heard correctly. Me? Lien nodded. Yes. You. Michael leaned back slightly, stunned. I'm not officially a soldier of the kingdom. Lien finished for him. Correct. But your strength is recognized. Michael didn't answer immediately. Part of him wanted to say yes instantly. But the memory of that moment, his inability to act, the fear that paralyzed him, still clung to his skin like a shadow. Mage Lien noticed his hesitation. This is not an order. It's an invitation. The decision is yours. Michael's gaze dropped to the floor. He remembered the old mayor. The soldiers. And how he might have doomed them all without realizing it. He inhaled sharply through his nose, then looked up. I'll come, he said. Lien gave a single nod, calm and composed, but Michael saw the slight exhale of approval. Good, the Grand Mage said. Prepare yourself. We leave at dawn 5 days from now. 5 days wasn't a short time. But it wasn't long either. Still, it was enough for Michael to prepare a few things. As a few thoughts flashed through his mind, he discussed the final details with Mage Lien before being escorted out again by Master Yuan. Back outside the inner city, in the outer city streets, Michael made his way home while mentally listing everything he needed to do in the coming days. He'd promised to join Mage Lien and the kingdom in the attack against that monster, so he would. If he didn't have the courage to face certain things now, then Michael felt that even with greater strength in the future, he still might hesitate. Yes, it was wise to be cautious of dangerous things. But there were times when bravery was needed, and cowardice was a sin. Michael figured that time was now. That said, he didn't plan to fight the monster personally. That was a job for his undead. Moments like this were when Michael truly appreciated being a necromancer. The super association in Brightgate City is far better than the one in Woodstone. All my stronger orcs have armor and weapons now. Even Spartan does. The weaker undead have armor too, though it's lower ranked. Compared to when he'd first awakened, the quality of his undead army had skyrocketed. Thanks to his strength and increasing wealth, and the many opportunities available through the dimensional cracks in Brightgate, he was better equipped than ever. His wealth wasn't growing, but it was holding steady. Which was a win, considering the heavy spending. Even his undead shamans had magic-enhancing items now. Thinking about all this brought Michael back to an important realization: he should start collecting gear for himself too. He had an armor set, but he rarely used it. It was cumbersome to wear, and most of the threats he faced couldn't even breach his regular physical defense. But he didn't have much else. Wands were powerful, but his mana was already strong, meaning only high-tier wands would benefit him. And those were rare. Lesser mana-enhancing items like enchanted necklaces weren't helpful to him anymore, so he hadn't bothered with them. But now, with an old enemy in his path, Michael began to think differently. He didn't need more mana. He needed protection. Specifically, protection for his mind. He still remembered that moment clearly. The monster had attacked him mentally, trying to kill him outright. According to the system, his intelligence stat could help him, but Michael didn't want to gamble with his life. So, he made a decision. He was going to look for items that could protect his mind. And now that the idea was in his head, it became his top priority. Michael returned to his house in the outer city, letting the familiar scent of home wash over him as he pushed the door open. It was quiet. He scanned the living room out of habit, but it was empty. A quick sense of the house confirmed his suspicion. Ace and Liao were gone. Probably off at their dojo training again. Michael didn't mind. He made his way to his room and dropped onto the bed. Summoning an undead shaman to stand guard, he closed his eyes. In the next second, his consciousness slipped into his other body. A pair of green eyes slowly opened. Michael sat up from the bed in his room at the estate, stretched, and walked to the door. He called out, "Aunt Mia." A pulse of mana flowed out of him, his senses spreading across the estate like a ripple in a pond. Only his undead responded. Aunt Mia wasn't here. As for Lily, she was in school at this hour. He didn't need to check. So, he was alone. Him and his undead. Michael didn't waste any time and quickly went to freshen up. After changing into a new set of clothes, he stepped out of his house and headed toward one of the Super Association branches in Brightgate City. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the center and begin speaking with the person in charge. The woman at the counter had short, curled hair and wore a sleek black uniform with the Super Association's silver crest emblazoned on her chest. Her eyes flicked up briefly as Michael approached, but the moment she recognized him, her professional expression softened slightly. "Welcome back, Mr. Michael," she said. "Is there something you're looking for today?" "Yes," Michael replied without hesitation. "I need gear, something that can protect me from mental attacks." The woman raised a brow, intrigued, but said nothing as she pulled out a smooth, tablet-like device from beneath the counter. She tapped it a few times, and a list of items flickered into view, projected into the air. "You're in luck," she said, scrolling. Brightgate's branch recently received a shipment. Several of their artifacts are designed specifically for psychic defense. Let me show you the ones available. Michael leaned in as she brought up the first option. This one here is called the Mind Root Pendant. It offers passive resistance to mental interference, around 15% of your natural resistance. Nothing major but still very helpful. It also stacks well with other protections. Price, $122,000. Michael nodded. Next, she swiped to another. This is the Veilband Circlet. Once per day, it can nullify a single mental attack completely. But that's it. After that, it's just ornamental until the cooldown resets. Price, $325,250. Anything stronger? Michael asked. The woman nodded and flicked again. This one might be of interest, Dreamsteel Ring. Grants immunity to low-tier illusions, reduces the chance of mental debuffs, and boosts psychic clarity during combat. It's rare. Price, $487,700. That caught Michael's attention. It wasn't exactly cheap, but considering what he was up against. Are there any that protect against high-tier psychic attacks directly? He asked. The woman thought for a moment, then brought up another item. This is the Warding Mantle, she said, highlighting a silver-threaded cloak with runes sewn along its hem. It's a full-body garment enchanted with a static barrier that absorbs the first burst of psychic damage taken in a day, up to a high-tier threshold. It's a favorite among field magi and telepaths. Price, $790,000. Michael narrowed his eyes slightly. That one sounded good, but he wanted more options. Any accessories? Smaller items? She nodded, lips curving faintly. Actually, yes. This next one is special. She brought up an image of a sleek black case. As it opened in the projection, it revealed a pair of earrings, thin, elegant bands of platinum set with twin violet stones that shimmered faintly, like starlight trapped in crystal. These are the Siren's Echo earrings, crafted from Echo Crystal and Mind Weave alloy. They're quite powerful. When worn, they continuously dampen mental interference and redirect psychic pressure away from the wearer's core. They also passively enhance mental clarity, which can sharpen casting speed for spellcasters. Most importantly, they contain a one-time mental shield that can block a direct high-tier psychic attack. Once triggered, the shield takes 7 days to recharge. Price, $1. 2 million. Michael's eyebrows rose slightly. That was a steep price, but the effect matched the cost. That's strong, he admitted. Anyone on the wait list? Not for this branch, the woman replied, smirking slightly. You'd be the first to request them. She scrolled again. We also have a set called the Echo Pins. A lesser version of the earrings, only dampening effects and minor clarity boosts. No shield. Price, $178,000. Michael waved that one off. The next item caught his eye, a small orb the size of a marble. This is a null core bead, she explained. You hold it or embed it in gear. When activated, it creates a temporary null field around your mind, making you invisible to mental scans and almost immune to mind reading or suggestion spells. Duration, 10 seconds. Cooldown, 12 hours. Price, $510,000. Michael stared at the bead for a moment before shaking his head. I'll pass on the orb. Everything else, though, I'll take it. The woman blinked, giving a professional nod. Understood. That includes the Mind Root pendant, Veilband circlet, Dreamsteel ring, Warding mantle, and the Siren's Echo earrings, correct? Michael nodded. Exactly. I'll begin the purchase process. It'll take a few minutes to verify your authorization and confirm item retrieval, she said, already tapping on her tablet. Michael stepped aside, arms crossed loosely, his thoughts drifting again. The thought of the monster still chilled him, but it also pushed him. There was fear. But also anticipation. Mr. Michael. He looked up as the woman called to him again. All items have been reserved under your account. We'll have them ready within 2 hours, packed and warded. Would you like them delivered? No, I'll come pick them up myself. She bowed slightly. Very well. Thank you for your purchase, Mr. Michael. Michael gave a faint smile and turned away. Michael stood in the dressing room of the Super Association, silent. The walls were white. The full-body mirror before him reflected a tall young man with long, ink-black hair that cascaded past his shoulders, green eyes as sharp as blades, and a calm expression that concealed the thoughts brewing underneath. He let his fingers brush over the collar of the warding mantle, feeling the smooth silver thread stitched into the black fabric. The cloak didn't feel heavy. He turned a little, watching the cloak shift with him. Not bad, he muttered. Then he looked at the Dreamsteel ring on his right hand, black with silver veins running along its band, pulsing faintly with blue light. He could feel it working already. It didn't make his mind sharper, not exactly. But there was a clarity to his thoughts now, a steadiness that hadn't been there before. Like his mind had gone from walking a dirt path to gliding across glass. His fingers moved next to his neck. The Mind Root pendant was simple. A smooth green stone hanging from a short chain of rune-inscribed metal. It was small. The kind of thing no one would look twice at. But when Michael closed his eyes and focused on it, he could feel a resistance forming, a wall, however faint, around the edges of his mind. 15% wasn't much. But it was something. He glanced at his reflection again. The Veilband circlet gleamed faintly as he lifted it. It looked delicate, like polished silver thread coiled into a graceful band. Michael slipped it over his hair, letting it rest on his forehead just above the brows. Nothing dramatic happened. But he could sense the faint trigger locked inside. A hidden barrier. Waiting. One hit. Then nothing, Michael murmured. His gaze dropped to the final edition. The Siren's Echo earrings. He picked them up slowly from the velvet-lined case. They were beautiful. Cool to the touch. The violet stones shimmered with internal light, catching on the edges of his vision like distant stars. He slipped them on, one by one. There was no pain, and the change was immediate. His breath slowed. His heartbeat evened. The background noise of his thoughts grew quiet, as if muffled by soft winds. His awareness expanded slightly, sharper, yet calmer. There was a quiet pressure around his temples, not painful, but present, like something gentle was guarding his mind from all directions. He stared at himself in the mirror, taking it all in. The mantle, the circlet, the ring, the pendant, the earrings. Better, Michael said simply. And he meant it. Michael's expression shifted slightly as he remembered something. I should get a few more pieces for Aunt Mia and Lily. Not everything, just 1 or 2 defensive items each. The mind root pendant and earrings for them were a given. It would cost more. But it was worth it. He could afford it. Michael left the dressing room shortly after placing his newly acquired items into his storage space. He removed the earrings, but not a single drop of blood appeared. Just a few days ago, he had discovered something interesting about his high human physique. Beyond the obvious strength, once he reached a certain level, he could control minor aspects of his body that he never thought possible. He could, for example, force a drop of blood out without needing a wound. Or make a specific part of his body harder or softer at will. Michael wasn't sure if this was a unique trait of all high humans, but it was a significant discovery nonetheless. Outside the dressing room, he spoke with the Super Association staff about his new purchases. I've noted your request to copy the pendant and earrings for 2 additional users. Thanks, Michael replied, taking the slate and tapping in his thumbprint. A soft chime confirmed the transaction. Would you like the items delivered to your residence or stored with your vault package? Residence, he said. Expedited. Of course, sir. He gave her a nod before turning away. He walked through the glass corridor that overlooked the city, the white tile soft under his boots. 2 worlds, yet neither offers a true sense of safety. Land of origin. In this world, the one with the biggest fist was always right. Demonic supernaturals ran rampant. 2 worlds. Different problems. But the same solution. As long as he had enough of it, everything else was simple. A day passed. Michael awoke from his meditation to the faint warmth of morning light filtering through the windows. +1 intelligence, the soft hum of system alerts echoed in his mind. Several thoughts flashed past Michael's mind before a subtle smile appeared on the edge of his lips. Today's the day. His lips curved faintly as he sat up. There was an excitement simmering just beneath the surface. Because today, he was finally going to evolve one of his oddest undead. Prince. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. Michael commanded over 100 undead, yet only a few were named: Lucky, Prince, Lily, Beginning, Ghost, Fade, Purple, Blue, and Spartan. Among them, Lucky and Prince were his first, the 2 that had truly carried him through his initial rise to power. But as time passed, and with the complications of his talent alongside the ever-growing number of undead, Prince had slipped from the top 2. Now, there were a few stronger than him, though the number didn't exceed 3. It was a little unfortunate, especially since even Michael himself had grown stronger than most of his undead. But today, by noon, when his talent refreshed and provided more evolution points, Michael would finally be able to evolve Prince again. It wouldn't restore his rank as top 2. Not with the current lineup. Still, it would be enough to push him back to his former status, one of the strongest in Michael's army, not just one of the strong. However, since it would still be a few hours before he gained enough points to evolve Prince, Michael cleared his thoughts, retrieved a spirit crystal from his storage space, and resumed meditation, following the breathing pattern of his cultivation technique. A few hours later, just after his daily points refreshed and rose to over 200, Michael began preparing to leave the capital. First, he freshened up and changed into a new set of clothes before heading out. Moments later, he stood once again in the familiar clearing within the forest. Without hesitation, Michael summoned Prince. The undead redthorn wolf still bore scars, mostly healed by the necromantic energy that sustained it, scars left behind by that monster. It was during that desperate fight to buy time for Michael that Prince had lost his tail. Aside from evolving this undead today, Michael also wanted to confirm a suspicion: did evolution restore an undead to a peak state? To be honest, though he hadn't tried reviving a badly mutilated corpse before, he already had a feeling about the answer. He believed it was possible. For one, newly evolved undead never bore any scars. Second, monsters retrieved from dimensional cracks that lacked reproductive organs somehow gained them after evolution. It was like evolution fixed them. And with Prince's evolution this time, Michael hoped to clear a few more of his doubts. Undead Redthorn Wolf LV, 25, rank, rare, evolved to extraordinary for 125 evolution points. Yes, Michael confirmed without hesitation. Immediately a bright light started emitting from Prince's body. A bright, pulsing light flared from Prince's body, illuminating the forest clearing in stark white. The familiar scent of undead essence mingled with a sense of pressure slowly began leaking out of the redthorn wolf's evolving form. Michael stepped back instinctively. The pressure was subtle at first, like the forest holding its breath. Then it thickened. A low hum filled the air, vibrating through the ground and into Michael's bones. Prince's body began to shift. Where his tail had once been severed, a new one slowly formed, coated in brilliant light. I knew it. The regeneration of the tail wasn't unexpected, but it was still a relief to see his theory confirmed. Evolution truly did restore the undead to their ideal state. But then the pressure surged. Michael's eyes twitched as a heavy wave rolled off Prince's body, forcing the surrounding trees to creak and groan. The wind itself seemed to bend around the clearing as if afraid to enter. The air grew thick, oppressive. Just how strong are you going to become this time? Michael murmured, his voice strained. He couldn't help but think that he might have underestimated just how strong Prince might become from this evolution. Moments passed. And then, suddenly, the pressure began to recede. It didn't vanish, but it settled, compressed inward, contained within Prince's new form. The light dimmed. The forest exhaled. Soon a series of notifications appeared in front of Michael's eyes. What a beast! Your rare undead redthorn wolf has evolved to extraordinary undead venomthorn ravager. Your undead venomthorn ravager, plant control, skill has advanced to advanced mastery. Your undead venomthorn ravager, poison, skill has advanced to advanced mastery. Your undead venomthorn ravager has gained the skill viral growth. Your undead venomthorn ravager has gained the skill toxic resurgence. Your rare undead redthorn wolf has evolved to extraordinary undead venomthorn ravager. Your undead venomthorn ravager, plant control, skill has advanced to advanced mastery. Your undead venomthorn ravager, poison, skill has advanced to advanced mastery. Your undead venomthorn ravager has gained the skill viral growth. Your undead venomthorn ravager has gained the skill toxic resurgence. The first thing Michael noticed was Prince's new form. It resembled Lucky's evolution, but this time, everything was amplified. Bigger didn't even begin to describe it. It was massive. Towering. Prince stood at nearly 7 meters. His new form was a blend of beast and fortress. The stone-like hide was darker than Lucky's, veined with not just green, but streaks of deep crimson, like blood carved into rock. The vines that clung to him were thicker. The thorns were longer, sharper, dripping with a black sap that hissed as it touched the forest floor. But it wasn't just the appearance. The pressure coming from Prince's body was suffocating. Michael's breath hitched as the aura rolled over him like a wave, thick and forceful. It was unlike anything his undead had released before. His eyes narrowed. Even then, his shoulders tensed. What the hell did he become? Michael took a step closer, slowly, steadying every inch. Prince turned his head slightly. Their eyes met. Michael paused. There was no aggression. No wild instinct. Only calm recognition. He opened his system panel and quickly scanned the updated entry. The first thing he noticed were the new skills and Prince's status, followed by the experience points needed to level up, causing Michael's eyes to widen in disbelief. His gaze instinctively shifted to Prince's current level, and when he saw it, his breath hitched. Venomthorn Ravager LV 42, name, Prince. Rank, Extraordinary. Michael's breathing quickened before he managed to calm himself a few seconds later. Level 42, he muttered again. This level of power. It was overwhelming. Was that monster from before even as strong as the current prince? Michael couldn't help but wonder, glancing at the creature with a gleam of admiration in his eyes. He realized just how wrong he'd been to assume Prince couldn't take the top spot in his army. Because, at least for now, Prince was the absolute strongest. Once again, Michael found himself unable to compete with the top power in his undead forces. But he didn't feel sad about it. This is how it's meant to be. And it truly was. A stronger undead meant a stronger him, as a necromancer. That familiar sense of security returned, knowing he now had a creature this powerful under his command. But that wasn't the only thing running through Michael's mind. After seeing the strength gained from evolving Prince into a one-star extraordinary creature with a new level cap of 49, he couldn't help but wonder, what kind of power would Lucky reach as a 3-star at the same rank? If he had doubts before about Lucky jumping straight into rank 3 with its evolution at level 25, Prince's transformation now made him certain. As for testing Prince's abilities, Michael already had some idea of what to expect, thanks to Lucky's evolution. And besides, he didn't have a death wish. Not when it came to being near a poison-type creature of this magnitude. He wasn't about to use his own body to find out how resistant he was to toxic sap. And speaking of his body, Michael turned to glance at his hands as the feeling of increased strength faded from his body. He had just gotten the feedback of a 1-star extraordinary creature advancing to the next rank. And the feeling he got, it was huge. Michael excitedly called out his status. Name, Michael Norman. Class, Adept Necromancer. Level, 21. EXP, 89,718. Fan 201,826. Strength, 34. 75. 7. 0 carat. Agility, 49. 51. 11. 0 carat. Constitution, 45. 12. 8. 0 carat. Intelligence, 178. 32. 11. 0 carat. Attribute points, 10. Skills, Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, Basic Shot, Share Senses, Spearmanship, Acid Shot, Bone Spear, Slow Curse, Blind Curse, Bone Armor, Corpse Explosion, Acid Ball, Mana Arrow, Death Ray, Basic Martial Art. Talent, Infinite Evolution, Class Skill, Contract Slot, 105. Fan 105, Gift, Mark of Origin, Heavens. Michael exclaimed in surprise. The increase in stats he received from Prince's feedback was massive. One had to understand, he was a high human now. And yet, even with that, his stats had increased by such a staggering amount at just one level. It made him wonder. Just how much had his stats increased, at least in terms of raw numbers? Michael didn't know for sure, but he was confident it had to be a lot. And this was just the first of many extraordinary creatures he planned to evolve. The stronger his body became, the more feedback he could endure before the effects eventually, inevitably, began to weaken. But even then, how much stronger was he going to become? With what he just witnessed from Prince's evolution, didn't that mean that, by the time all his undead reached extraordinary rank, he would command at least 100 level 40, or near level 40, powerhouses? The thought alone sent a wave of excitement through him, making his body tremble. After calming himself down, Michael's eyes drifted to his attribute points. Thanks to his recent level up, he had gained 10 points to immediately boost his stats. Wait a moment. Why 10 and not 6 like before? The answer was simple. Michael was no longer just human. He was a high human now. Combined with his class, which granted him 4 attribute points per level, his new race granted him 6, for more than the standard human race. When Michael had first learned this information, he had almost been tempted to abandon his decision to wait before evolving himself. Fortunately, he'd managed to see the bigger picture. Still, the high human race was undeniably incredible. Even the natural stat increases that came with the class were impressive, +1. 5 to strength, +2 to agility, +1 to constitution, and +2. 5 to intelligence. These were significant gains. Michael knew that, compared to other high human awakeners who had started as 1 from the beginning, he wasn't necessarily the weakest, but he also wasn't among the strongest. At best, he was likely above average among the general population of the high human race. Michael turned to look at his attribute points and was tempted to invest 2 into his intelligence stat. He wondered if it might trigger the awakening of a new skill, but remembering his usual luck, he shook his head and gave up on the idea. At most, with 2 days of evolution ahead, he could raise his intelligence through meditation. That way, he'd also save on attribute points. Michael gave Prince one last look, one more second to admire the towering beast that now stood as the pillar of his undead forces. The venomous aura Prince exuded still lingered in the air, thick and heavy, but it didn't make Michael uneasy. Instead, it brought a sense of comfort. A strong undead was a strong necromancer. He lifted his hand and activated the dismissal command. With a flicker of dark light, Prince dissolved into swirling shadows, vanishing back into the netherworld. Michael exhaled slowly, his mind already shifting toward the next step. The Undead Griffin. The second of his 3-star rare creatures. The next in line for evolution. With 125 evolution points, it could push into the 1-star extraordinary rank, just like Prince. The thought filled him with a quiet confidence. If Prince had transformed into something so monstrous, then what kind of power would the Griffin obtain? Michael turned to the side and climbed onto the waiting form of the Undead Griffin. Its wings twitched as he settled in place, and without a command, it took off, soaring into the air with a flap. Michael didn't look back as they left the secluded spot behind. The rest of the day passed in relative calm. After returning to the capital, Michael took the opportunity to rest, plan, and wait. He still needed another full day to generate the next wave of evolution points. Until then, there was nothing he could do. But that didn't stop the anticipation from clawing at him. He couldn't stop picturing it. The transformation. The shift. The birth of something powerful. So when noon came the next day, Michael was already standing in the same spot he'd evolved Prince, the Undead Griffin looming beside him. Without hesitation, Michael used his talent on the Griffin. Immediately, a bright light started to emit from the Griffin body and it let out a loud screech filled with pain. Michael, who stood some distance away, observed whatever change he could. Necromancer class advancement route unranked, Necromancer apprentice, level 1 to 10, rank 1, Adept Necromancer, level 11 to 25, evolution routes Forest Wolf, common rank, 1 to 3 stars, Verdant Wolf, rare rank, 1-star species, Redthorn Wolf, rare rank, 3-star species, Venomthorn Ravager, extraordinary rank, 1-star species, the evolution didn't take long. Soon, Michael found himself staring at the transformed creature, the result of its advancement from a 3-star rare rank to a 1-star extraordinary rank. It was no longer a black griffin. It had become a Galestrike griffin. Michael wasn't sure if its sheer size was due to its new power level or if that was simply how Galestrike griffins were, but the undead beast before him was massive, far larger than before. Its wings stretched wide. The obsidian hue of its feathers had lightened, gaining streaks of deep cobalt that shimmered subtly with each shift of its form. Its claws were sharper, curved like sickles, and its beak gleamed with a polished sheen. Even in death, the Galestrike griffin exuded majesty. Michael took a step closer, squinting as he tried to inspect the fine details of its body. The creature's mane, once short and wild, now whipped in the wind like strands of shadow and light combined. Then came the pressure. It was just as suffocating as Prince's. Michael opened his system panel, already bracing himself for the new status entries. And when he saw them, his lips parted slightly in awe. Galestrike Griffin, LV, 43, rank, extraordinary. His gaze lingered on the level for a second. Just like Prince. It had also crossed into the late 30s. And it was still growing. 2 monsters. Michael muttered under his breath, both thrilled and a little overwhelmed. I've created 2 monsters. And he wasn't done yet. Not even close. Michael then turned to look at the other notifications. Your rare undead black griffin has evolved to rare undead Galestrike griffin. Your undead Galestrike griffin has gained the skill, Wind Cannon. You have received feedback from your undead Galestrike griffin's rank advancement. The undead griffin had only gained 1 new skill, but that didn't mean its strength was lacking. At least several of its skills had also advanced in mastery. Michael wasn't sure which of the 2 was stronger, Prince or the griffin, but he knew this: each had abilities the other didn't, and limitations unique to their forms. What mattered was that both were undeniably powerful. With just 8 more levels at most, the 2 would reach the peak of rank 2. Michael didn't know how his current level compared to other awakeners his age, but even a newcomer like him could tell. If it came down to class abilities alone, few could match him. As those thoughts flickered through his mind, he turned his attention to the griffin's new skill, eager to see what it could do. Michael blinked. Wind Cannon, Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 1, 0 Fantram. Wind Cannon condenses ambient wind mana into a concentrated blast of kinetic force, fired in a straight line. Cooldown, 5 minutes. That was not a skill you wanted to be on the receiving end of. A high-pressure beam, he muttered, imagining the massive griffin unleashing it mid-flight. No wonder the damn thing grew wings like that. Michael then turned to check the griffin's other skills. They were all significantly stronger now. With your strength now, and the fact that I can summon you, I think it's time I started addressing you with a name. He looked into the undead griffin's pale eyes. The undead beast shook its massive body in acknowledgement. Michael stared at it a moment longer before turning his gaze away. Flight was his last level 25 undead to evolve. It was time to start evolving the others. With his current stock of evolution points, he had 2 options: evolve several newly summonable undead to rare rank, or evolve 3 existing 1-star rare rank creatures to 3-star rare rank creatures. After some thought, he chose the latter. Curiosity won in the end. And besides, there were 3 undead, Lily, Beginning, and Ghost, who were just the right level. Not so high that they'd advance to rank 2 with the evolution, but high enough that evolving them now to the next race rank would significantly boost their strength to the peak of rank 1. Michael had realized this a little late. In undead, advancing to rank 2 from extraordinary rank gave much better feedback than one ascending as a rare rank. That was one of the reasons why, despite all the hunting he'd done in the past few days, none of his undead had reached the peak of rank 1. He had intentionally spread their power levels more evenly. Also, if he were evolving based on seniority, then the next in line after Lucky and Prince should have been their third brother, the other wolf. But that wolf, compared to the other two, it just didn't stand out. Its strength aside, Michael found himself unmotivated to evolve it, especially when he wasn't curious about what it might become. Because Lucky and Prince had already blazed a trail far ahead. It was truly an unfortunate wolf. Having made his decision, Michael summoned Ghost. As for Lily and Beginning, he didn't have enough mana to summon them directly from Aurora to the land of origin. He had tried it a few days ago and was nearly drained of mana, so much so that he'd been forced to use a spirit crystal to prevent his condition from worsening. So, after summoning Ghost, the spectral centurion ant, he shifted his consciousness back to Aurora. There, he found Lily and Beginning in his house and placed them into his storage space before returning to the land of origin and bringing them out. Michael turned to observe the three undead standing before him. Ghost stood silently, its presence as dark and dense as always. Even without a word, the spectral centurion ant radiated menace. The ghostly trails leaking off its body drifted like smoke over water, ethereal and cold. Its scythe-like mandibles clicked once, as if acknowledging his gaze. Michael turned to observe his undead orcs next. The first was Beginning, standing tall with the distinct armor strapped to his frame and the massive hammer resting on his back. Then there was Lily, though far less intimidating in appearance. She wore normal clothing and, thanks to a certain younger cousin with questionable taste, even had a touch of makeup. Despite her strange getup, Lily had been gifted several magic items to aid her with spellcasting. Michael gave them both a cursory glance before activating his talent. He didn't expect anything out of the ordinary, but then, the system chimed. A different message appeared in front of him, one he hadn't seen before. Your undead beginning is with an extraordinary material. Do you want to consume it to evolve? Your undead Lily is with an extraordinary material. Do you want to consume it to evolve? Michael blinked. Wait, hold up. Your undead beginning is with an extraordinary material. Do you want to consume it to evolve? Your undead Lily is with an extraordinary material. Do you want to consume it to evolve? Michael blinked. Wait, hold up. This had never happened before, but after reading the notifications again, Michael quickly pieced together what was happening. Magic items. This was the first time he had ever tried to evolve an undead with a magic item on them. No. It wasn't the item itself, but the material. Michael's heartbeat quickened as realization dawned on him. He was about to learn something new about his talent. So, materials can influence the evolution of an undead. Does it change the race ahead or enhance it? And is there some kind of rule when it comes to using materials, he wondered. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, but he quickly decided on his course of action. Michael wasn't in a rush to evolve his undead again. Instead, he shifted into research mode. The first thing he did was summon another undead orc, this one also donned in armor. He tried using his talent on it once again. The message that appeared was the same as before, your undead orc is with an extraordinary material. Do you want to consume it to evolve? Michael's brow furrowed in thought. This was consistent with his earlier findings. Curious, he had the undead orc disarm and tried his talent once more. This time, the message that appeared was familiar to him. Evolve to rare for 25 evolution points. Without hesitation, Michael pressed yes. The undead orc's body began to glow as the evolution process kicked in. Your rare undead orc has evolved to rare undead Goliath. Your undead Goliath has gained the skill, greater strength. Michael murmured as he turned to stare at his newly evolved undead, a strange expression flickering across his face. The evolved undead stood tall, eerily so. Its skin was a dull shade of gray. If not for its unnatural pallor and sheer size, one might have mistaken it for a living being, a massive, oddly silent warrior clad in death's grace. Michael stepped closer, inspecting the transformation. It was humanoid. Bipedal. Muscular in all the right ways, as if sculpted from stone. Even the place below. "You look like something out of a myth," Michael muttered, circling it slowly. The Goliath's eyes locked in on Michael. Michael let out a low whistle. "Yeah. You're staying on the front lines." He checked the system message again. "Your undead Goliath has gained the skill, Greater Strength. Greater Strength, Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 0, 0 Fantram, temporary enhances physical strength. At Basic Mastery, strength increases 20 Fantram. This is what a normal evolution would get me without using an extraordinary material. So what would happen if I use it?" Michael glanced at the remaining undead. Beginning. Lily. Both still wore the items that had triggered the earlier message. Let's see just how far this rabbit hole goes. Without another word, he activated his talent, this time, on beginning. The message returned instantly. Your undead beginning is with an extraordinary material. Do you want to consume it to evolve? Michael grinned. Evolution points. Show me your limit. The moment he confirmed the evolution, Beginning's body shuddered. Light burst forth, not the brilliant white typical of normal evolutions, but a dark glow that pulsed with an eerie rhythm. Michael's eyes narrowed. This was different. Also, the pressure Beginning gave off was far stronger than the previous orc. Following the scream of pain that came with the transformation brought from evolving, Beginning's form twisted, bulked, restructured. Michael couldn't see well through the light, but he could see the armor and hammer on Beginning disappearing. Perhaps this was what the system meant by consuming. The ground trembled. Then, silence. When the light faded, Michael stared at the figure before him. Your rare undead orc has evolved to rare mutated undead Goliath. Your mutated undead Goliath has gained the skill, Greater Strength. Your mutated undead Goliath has gained the skill, Size Alteration. At first glance, there didn't seem to be a change in Beginning status aside from a new skill. There was indeed a visible change. For one, Beginning was significantly larger than the previous orc, despite retaining the same race classification. But what truly caught Michael's attention was a new term on the status panel. That was new. And Michael knew exactly why it had appeared. It was without a doubt due to the consumed materials. Michael tilted his head as he took a step back, trying to grasp the full scale of the change. That was the only word that came to mind. Beginning now stood a full head taller than the Goliath he'd evolved moments earlier. Its frame was broader, denser, not just armored, but naturally reinforced. The musculature beneath its gray skin had thickened unnaturally, like it was perpetually tensed, radiating an aura of brute force. Even the shape of its skull had changed slightly, its brow more pronounced, jaw thicker, teeth sharper. There was a primal savagery to its presence now, something the standard Goliath lacked. Michael glanced between the two undead. The difference between a normal Goliath and a mutated Goliath obvious. One had followed the intended path. The other had deviated. And deviation, in evolution, was where uniqueness was born. This must be what happens when an undead consumes a material for evolution. Michael couldn't say for certain. But one thing was clear, magic items, or more accurately the materials in them, could radically alter the path of evolution and if used right. They might even let him push his undead far beyond their base limits without needing a rank breakthrough. Michael turned to Lily next. You're up. Necromancer class advancement route unranked, Necromancer apprentice, level 1 to 10, rank 1, Adept Necromancer, level 11 to 25, evolution routes Forest Wolf, common rank, 1 to 3 stars, Verdant Wolf, rare rank, 1-star species, Redthorn Wolf, rare rank, 3-star species, Venomthorn Ravager, extraordinary rank, 1-star species, Goblin, common rank, 1-star species, Hobgoblin, common rank, 3-star species, Orc/Orc Shaman, rare rank, 1-star species, Goliath, rare rank, 3-star species, Michael. Was just about to use the last of his evolution points for the day to evolve Lily, his first female undead Orc Shaman, when he suddenly paused. It wasn't because he had changed his mind, but because an idea struck him. Did the quality of an undead mutation depend on the quality of the material used? Or the quantity? Or perhaps both? Beginning had only used his armor and hammer during evolution, yet he was far stronger than the previous undead orc that evolved through the standard method. Despite both being Goliaths, the difference was clear. The non-mutated one looked like a female orc standing next to a male, smaller, less imposing. Even though they were both level 25, the aura they gave off was worlds apart. Beginning's evolution felt powerful, so powerful, in fact, that if there were such a thing as a pseudo-extraordinary rank, he would have qualified. Michael could confidently say Beginning gave off a far stronger presence than Prince did at level 25, despite both being 3-star rare rank creatures at the time. However, it still wasn't as overwhelming as Lucky, who was a 1-star extraordinary creature. It felt like Beginning's strength was halfway there, not quite extraordinary, but strong enough to potentially rival some weaker or non-combat extraordinary beings. This realization piqued Michael's interest. The idea that materials could influence an undead's evolution opened a new door. And with it, more questions. Was it really this simple? Could it be this beneficial without a downside? Surely not. What if the materials conflicted with the nature of the undead? Like using water-type materials on a fire-type undead, that couldn't end well, right? There had to be effects, possibly negative ones. Even if standard evolution was always safe, this path might not be. Would Michael abandon it? No. He wouldn't. The benefits were simply too great. He hadn't even tested Beginning's strength yet, but the signs were all there. And that led to another realization. Until now, Michael's undead were more or less equal in power if they were the same race, rank, and level. But now, that balance was about to break. It was simple. Mutated undead were going to be either stronger or weaker than standard evolved undead. And even among the mutated, differences would emerge, especially if his suspicion about the quality and quantity of materials proved true. He hadn't tested it yet, but he was about to. Lily only had a few magical items on her, and most of them were pieces of jewelry. Lily wore a thin ruby circlet on her forehead. It was called a fire heart band. It enhanced her affinity with fire magic, allowing her to control flame more precisely and burn hotter without using more mana. Next were her earrings. They were called Ember Pierce rings. They gave her a slight mana regeneration bonus while casting fire spells. Around her neck hung a pendant, a black chain holding a cracked ruby core. The item would occasionally surge with heat, empowering a spell at random with a burst of searing energy. Lily's wrists were adorned with identical bangles. These were simple items, but dependable. They increased casting speed for fire elemental spells by a small, but noticeable amount. These items were all at least 1-star rare rank equipment, with none exceeding the 3-star rare rank threshold. Even in the larger city he'd moved to, one far more prosperous than his previous, extraordinary rank items were practically non-existent. Their scarcity was a direct reflection of their value. To Michael, their rarity meant one thing: they were precious, powerful, and incredibly useful. The reason Michael paused Lily's evolution wasn't hesitation, it was curiosity. Lily was a mage. So was he. And just recently, he had purchased a small arsenal of magical equipment. Though none of them were attuned to fire, they weren't element restricted. In fact, most of them could be used by anyone, mage or not. That was what made him pause. Could he use them in Lily's evolution? His real concern was what kind of change it might bring to Lily. Was he prepared to take another risk with this method? The previous one had paid off, but there were no guarantees. He didn't even care about how expensive his method was right now. Michael weighed his options. For a moment, he hesitated. Then he exhaled, firmed his resolve, and nodded to himself. He would take the risk. Without wasting another second, Michael reached into his storage space and began pulling out his items. Michael laid each piece of equipment on the ground in a neat arc around Lily's body, his hands moving with quiet precision. The siren's echo earrings came first. He handled them gently, the violet stones shimmering faintly even under the dim dungeon light. They weren't attuned to fire, but they enhanced focus and mental stability. Michael slipped them onto Lily's ears carefully. Next was the Dreamsteel ring. When worn, it sharpened clarity and stabilized thoughts, less magic, more enhancement of the caster. Michael slipped it onto Lily's finger. Then came the Veilband circlet, a silver thread-like band that rested lightly against the skin. Michael placed it gently above her brow, fitting it just beneath the ruby fire heart band Lily already wore. The Mind Root pendant followed. Michael draped it beside the cracked ruby pendant she already had. Lastly, the warding mantle. Then Michael stepped back. Lily now wore 9 magical items. Michael exhaled slowly. His heart beat faster, anticipation thrumming through his veins. This was it. The theory wasn't perfect. There were still a dozen variables he couldn't control. The fire-specific items should help align the evolution with her core nature, but the neutral ones might tip the scale unpredictably. She could become stronger. She could mutate in unforeseen ways. She could even fail. Michael's gaze sharpened. No growth without risk, he whispered, voice low. With no more hesitation, he activated the evolution. Evolution points. Show Daddy your limit. The reaction was immediate. Like with beginning, Lily's body convulsed under a sudden pulse of energy. Light exploded, not just plain white, but a burning, molten crimson. Flames licked around Lily's form. The temperature in the environment spiked. Even Michael had to take a step back. The light faded. And the scream stopped. Michael stared. Lily stood, her back straight. Her skin had shifted in tone. It was a dull gray, like the first Goliath, but with a hint of red. This didn't really surprise Michael, since beginning skin tone was also a bit darker than the first evolved Goliath. Then there was the hair. It looked burning red. But the most striking thing about Lily. Michael blinked. What the hell? Lily was tall. Not quite as tall as beginning, but close, unnervingly close. If male Goliaths were supposed to be significantly taller than their female counterparts, then either Lily had just shattered that expectation, or she was the exception to a rule. Was this normal? Were female Goliaths supposed to look like this? Also her aura. Michael's eyes twitched. It seemed a bit more powerful then. Lucky. This was absurd because Lucky wasn't a rare rank but an extraordinary rank creature. Was this supposed to make sense? The worst part, or rather, the most amazing part, was that Lily still wasn't an extraordinary rank creature. Is it that the race rank isn't supreme? Or my knowledge is still lacking? With several thoughts running past his mind, Michael turned to look at the notifications that followed Lily's evolution. Your rare Undead Orc Shaman has evolved to rare mutated Undead Goliath Shaman. New skills gained: Flame Mantle, Ignite, Greater Strength, Fire Wall, Fire Spear, Size Alteration, Mental Spike. Michael let out a low, stunned laugh. Lily's physical changes were confusing, but her newly gained skills were a pleasant surprise. Not only did she gain new skills, she gained even more than Beginning, who was also mutated. What shocked Michael the most was a skill that didn't seem to belong in her skill set. A mental skill. Mental Spike launches a sharp psychic pulse at a target's mind, briefly stunning or disrupting concentration. Effect: minor mental damage, 1 second stun range, 15 meters cooldown, 30 seconds. This was the description of the skill at the very beginning of basic mastery. The influence of the magical items was undeniable. There was no way a skill like this would have appeared otherwise. Michael looked at Lily next to beginning. One male, one female. Both Goliaths. Both mutated. Both evolved through his experiment. And the results? Terrifying. 2 Goliaths, equal rank, equal level, but now vastly unequal in capability. Michael couldn't stop grinning. This changed everything. Looks like mutation isn't just about strength, he murmured. It's about direction. The thought made his blood race. If he could control the direction of evolution, then this wasn't just about making stronger undead. It was about designing them. Piece by piece. Roll by roll. Fire, shadow, metal, mind, frost, it didn't matter. So long as he had the right materials, he could push evolution in any direction. Just when I thought I could finally start generating stable wealth, reality found another way to drain my money. Though Michael said this bitterly, there was a hint of joy hidden in his voice. So what if evolution had become expensive now? If it brought him more strength, it was still a worthy trade. However, Michael couldn't deny, it was expensive. I might have to either use the material method only for key undead and rely on the standard method for the rest. Or aside from a few key undead, limit the material use to just a little, he muttered. But for this to work, I need to understand more about the rules behind using materials to influence evolution. Another thought crossed Michael's mind. In fact, 2 did. The first, was it guaranteed that using materials during evolution would always create a mutation? Or was it possible that sometimes, instead of mutating, it would simply enhance an undead's existing attributes? If so, it would still be valuable. But he would have to find out for himself, and already, he could see just how expensive the future was shaping up to be. As several thoughts flashed through his mind, Michael turned to look at the 4 giants standing around him, Gale, Beginning, Lily, and the random lucky undead orc who had evolved into a Goliath. The first thing he did was instruct the 3 Goliaths to reduce their size. Testing how small they could go, Michael found that the ordinary Goliath could shrink to the size of an early teen's body, while Lily and Beginning could only reduce themselves to roughly the size of mid-teens. The sight was intriguing. Michael was even tempted to let them stay that way. After all, not everything needed to be so big. When Lily and Beginning stood at over 6 meters tall, everything about them felt massive and intimidating to him. Still, he had experiments to run. The size alteration skill was familiar to Michael, both Purple and Blue had it. However, the effect of the skill on his Goliaths was bound to be different. How it was different, that was what Michael intended to find out now. He first decided to test their strength. Michael called the 3 Goliaths forward and had them take a stance opposite him. In their small forms, they no longer seemed as overwhelming. Their bodies were compact, lean, and gave off a different kind of pressure compared to their original towering appearances. He started with the ordinary Goliath. A simple clash of strength was enough to let him suppress it. The Goliath still had great force behind its blows, but it was manageable. Michael nodded slightly, pleased. Then he moved on to Lily. The moment their hands locked, Michael's eyes widened. The force that slammed into him was several times greater than what the normal Goliath could muster. For a moment, his footing even slipped. He dug his feet into the ground and pushed back harder, but the gap was clear, he could barely hold steady. So even in their compact form. You 2 are stronger, Michael muttered, already anticipating Beginning's turn. When he finally sparred with Beginning, he understood it even more. Beginning was faster, sharper, and heavier with every blow compared to Lily, and even Lily wasn't easy to suppress. Michael pulled back. His gaze swept over the 2 mutated Goliaths, a complicated expression on his face. Your small forms don't weaken your strength much. This was different from what he had expected. The size alteration skill, to him, for these humanoid creatures, was supposed to make a creature smaller, sacrificing some strength for mobility. But here, aside from losing some raw weight behind their attacks, Lily and beginning seemed stronger in some ways. It was as if their mutations had turned the size alteration into a pure advantage without drawbacks. Michael chuckled dryly, shaking his head. They're already this strong at mid-teen size. What monsters would they be if they fought at full size? Still, strength wasn't the only thing that mattered. Speed was just as important. Without wasting time, Michael led them into a bigger nearby forest clearing. The tall trees and uneven terrain made it a perfect place to test agility and burst speed. He stood a good distance away from them, lifting his hand high. When I lower my hand, we dash to that broken stump over there. First one wins. The Goliaths in their smaller forms nodded obediently. It was almost cute. Michael grinned slightly and dropped his hand. He dashed forward, mana flooding his body for a burst of acceleration. His footwork was sharp, and he leapt over a fallen log nimbly. For a moment, he thought he had left them behind. But then a shadow flickered past the edge of his vision. Lily zipped ahead of him like a wild beast. And just behind her, Beginning wasn't far behind either. Michael gritted his teeth and pushed harder. He managed to barely inch ahead of Beginning before reaching the stump. He turned to look back. Lily had already stopped, standing tall with her arms crossed like a victor. Beginning arrived a moment later. Michael let out a laugh. I barely beat you, Beginning, and Lily completely crushed me. It was a stunning realization. They weren't meant to be speed-type creatures. Their builds, skills, and base nature were all about power and endurance. Yet with their mutations and the size alteration skill, they could keep up with, and even surpass, a fast fighter like him. One should know Michael was competing with them as an average high human. Goliaths. This race seems to be just like the spectral ant race. Special. Perhaps even a normal Goliath can compete with some extraordinary rank creature in strength, Michael said with clear admiration in his voice. It was like an investment that was already starting to show its returns. But if this is the kind of result I get, then maybe it's worth every single coin. Michael pondered for a moment, then decided it was time to test the Goliaths properly at their normal size. All right, enough playing small, he said, waving his hand. Return to your normal forms. The three Goliaths immediately began to shift. Their bodies expanded, muscles thickening and bones stretching. The ordinary Goliath grew to a towering 4 meters. Lily surged to 5.5 meters. And Beginning rose to an incredible 6 meters tall, casting a massive shadow under the sun. The ground beneath them quivered faintly as they moved. Michael narrowed his eyes slightly. In their normal forms, they felt different, like actual calamities made flesh. Now that they were back to normal, it was time to test their true strength. He started once again with the ordinary Goliath. Michael planted his feet firmly into the ground, bracing himself, and raised a hand, beckoning. Without hesitation, the Goliath charged forward, muscles rippling as it swung a mighty fist toward Michael. Michael didn't dodge. Instead, he caught the blow directly on his forearm, using his mana to harden the impact point. The impact shook through his body. The sheer weight behind it pushed Michael back several meters, his boots gouging deep tracks into the earth. His arm throbbed faintly. Michael clicked his tongue. This guy can match me in strength, he muttered, astonishment flashing across his face. It wasn't even a mutated one, just a normal Goliath, and yet its brute strength was comparable to his, a high human whose physical strength could compete with an extraordinary rank creature. He looked at the Goliath with new respect. Good. Very good. Now, it was Lily's turn. Michael steadied himself again. Lily was a caster by nature. She specialized in magic rather than raw physical combat. Yet, he had a sinking feeling about this. Lily walked forward, her giant frame moving with a surprising grace. Without hesitation, she threw a punch toward him. Michael lifted both arms to guard, expecting it to be similar to the last clash. He was wrong. The moment Lily's fist made contact, Michael's vision spun. He felt his body lift from the ground, sent flying through the air like a rag doll. Crashing through a bush, Michael rolled across the ground several times before coming to a stop. He coughed, dust billowing from his clothes. Lying flat on his back, staring up at the blue sky, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. "I didn't even have a chance," he muttered, wiping the dirt from his face. He sat up and looked at Lily, who stood calmly, tilting her head as if wondering if she had overdone it. Michael waved his hand. "I'm fine." He got to his feet and dusted himself off. Michael didn't even bother trying to test beginning after that. If Lily, who leaned toward magic, could overpower him so easily, then beginning, who was built purely for might, would only humiliate him further. "I have some self-respect," Michael mumbled, smirking as he shook his head. He dusted off his coat and glanced at beginning. "You're lucky," Michael said, chuckling. "You get to skip the test." The realization hit him harder now. Mutated undead were truly on another level. They weren't simply stronger, they were superior in every measurable way. Still, strength wasn't everything. Michael needed to know if their speed and full size could still keep up with him. "Speed test next," he called out. He led them back into the clearing. Now, with their towering sizes, the forest looked a little cramped for them, but it would still work. This time, Michael positioned himself beside the stump and pointed toward a distant boulder. "On my signal, we sprint." The Goliaths nodded, crouching slightly in preparation. Michael dropped his hand, and they burst forward. Michael unleashed his full speed, mana surging into his legs for extra boost. The air whipped past his ears. The ground trembled under the Goliath's heavy strides. At normal size, their bulk made them slower, much slower compared to when they were compacted. Michael easily took the lead, weaving through the trees effortlessly. Behind him, he could hear the thunderous crashing of their movements. It was no contest. Michael reached the boulder first, turning around with a grin. The Goliaths arrived shortly after, their large forms forcing them to bulldoze through a few unlucky trees. "As expected, your speed drops drastically at full size," he said thoughtfully. "Makes sense. You're built for strength, not agility." He wasn't disappointed. Rather, he was pleased. This way, he had clearer strategic options depending on their form. Compact size for mobility, full size for devastation. It was perfect. Then, a dangerous curiosity sparked in his mind. If your small forms are that strong, what about your maximum size? He turned toward the ordinary Goliath first. "Use your size alteration skill," Michael commanded. "Grow as big as you can." The Goliath obeyed. Michael quickly backed away, putting a safe distance between them. The Goliath's body began to swell, muscles ballooning, bones creaking audibly as they stretched. Its skin thickened. 4 meters became 5. 5 became 6. Michael's eyes widened. It didn't stop. The Goliath kept growing, 7 meters, 8 meters, until finally, with a massive rumble, it peaked at just over 9 meters tall, towering like a building over the forest. The ground trembled slightly under its sheer weight. Michael stared up at the towering figure, genuine awe flashing through his eyes. What the hell? The Goliath looked almost like a mythological giant now, its body dense with terrifying power. Even breathing seemed to make the air around it ripple. Michael swallowed dryly. In his mind, a conclusion solidified. Goliaths weren't normal. They should be a race as special as the spectral ants, perhaps even more so when it came to physical might. A wry smile tugged at his lips as he turned to look at Lily and beginning in the distance. With anticipation, he told them to increase in size too. Lily. Maximum size. Lily nodded gently, stepping forward. Mana rippled around her slender but muscular frame, and slowly, she began to expand. 6 meters. 7 meters. 8 meters. 9 meters. 10 meters. Lily's body expanded smoothly, her frame growing taller and broader. 11 meters. At last, she stopped at around 11.5 meters, towering gracefully above the normal Goliath like a queen among soldiers. Despite her colossal size, there was a strange elegance to her. Michael whistled low under his breath. He quickly turned his gaze toward Beginning, excitement flickering in his chest. "All right, Beginning. Your turn." Beginning nodded and stepped forward from where he stood. His body bulged with muscle as he grew, 10 meters, then 11, bones creaking and reshaping. 12 meters. 12.5. Finally, Beginning's growth slowed at a staggering 13 meters tall, nearly half again the height of the original Goliath. Where Lily stood elegant and poised, Beginning was pure force made manifest. Thick cords of muscle coiled under his skin, his massive arms and legs carrying a brutal weight with ease. Michael clicked his tongue in awe, eyes flickering between the three. The normal Goliath stood tall at around 9 meters. Lily easily eclipsed it at 11.5. And Beginning towered above them both at 13. The difference was no longer subtle. It was obvious, a clear hierarchy written into their very existence. "This," Michael murmured, "this is what mutated evolution can do." To be honest, Michael felt the reason Beginning was even this tall had something to do with its male attribute, coupled with its mutation. If he had used the same amount of material and quality for Lily as he had for Beginning, she might have only matched the normal Goliath at most. If the roles were reversed, and Beginning had been the one invested in more from the start, his body might have been even more monstrous than this. Michael's hands itched with the urge to test them again, to see how devastating their strikes would be now, at full size. But he restrained himself. Testing strength again at this scale would probably level half the forest. Depending on what he did, including himself. "I'll save it for the real fight," Michael stated. "When I unleash you too." He chuckled low in his throat. "That monster won't know what hit it." To be honest, thanks to Prince and Gale's current strength, a part of Michael figured he could probably fight that monster in the Everlong Forest alone. However, it didn't take long for him to suppress the thought. "Even though I'm stronger now, it doesn't mean the other party is weaker," he reminded himself. After all, only the heavens know how much strength it has recovered, and what its previous peak was. It's still much safer to follow the kingdom's plan. Michael recalled Mage Lien's words, that a great being might also appear. Someone Michael suspected to be at least level 50, a rank 3 supernatural. Perhaps he wouldn't even have to lift a finger against the corrupted monster before it was dealt with. As several thoughts flashed through his mind, Michael turned to look at the three Goliaths again. Michael gazed up at the towering trio, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. "All right," he said at last, clapping his hands together. "Return to your normal size." At his command, the three Goliaths obeyed immediately. Their enormous bodies began to shrink, muscles compacting, bones contracting with faint creaks. In just moments, they returned to their previous massive but manageable sizes, 4 meters for the normal Goliath, 5.5 meters for Lily, and 6 meters for Beginning. Satisfied, Michael nodded and waved his hand in a fluid motion. "Return to the netherworld for now." Dark mist rose around them like smoke. Without resistance, the three Goliaths faded into the mist, their towering presences vanishing as they were dismissed. The clearing suddenly felt much emptier and quieter, without their overwhelming pressure. Michael exhaled lightly. Then, with another skill cast, he summoned another presence. It was Lucky. Unlike before, where Prince had been the smaller one, the roles had now reversed. Lucky was the smallest. Tempted to rub the side of the wolf, but stopping at the last moment due to its poisonous-looking body, Michael addressed it. Soon. Soon you'll have your time too, and it's going to be big. Knowing that materials could influence the evolution of his undead, and even though Lucky wasn't close to evolving yet, Michael was determined to make sure it would be worth it. He was prepared to pour in the effort, even if it cost him a lot. Michael had Lucky help him clean up the environment using his magic. A while later, after finishing up, he dismissed Lucky and began his usual trials with undead summoning, experimenting on the unsummonable undead he had hidden nearby. Once he was done, Michael returned to the capital with Gale. With less than 3 days left until the confrontation with the monster, there were still a few things Michael could take care of. One example was buying back the equipment he had sacrificed for Lily's evolution. Speaking of Lily, Michael had also taken the time to check out the new skills she had gained from evolving. New skills: Flame Mantle, Ignite, Greater Strength, Fire Wall, Fire Spear, Size Alteration, Mental Spike. Aside from Mental Spike, which Michael had checked at the very beginning, together with Greater Strength, Fire Spear, and Size Alteration, which he already knew the description of, Michael reviewed the information on the other skills after his time with the Goliaths. Flame Mantle, Basic Mastery: Wreathe yourself in flames that moderately boost both offense and defense. Incoming physical attacks are weakened, while melee attackers suffer fire damage upon contact. Duration: 30 seconds. Cooldown: 3 minutes. Ignite, Basic Mastery: Target an enemy within 10 meters and set them ablaze after placing a mark. Cooldown: 2 minutes. Fire Wall, Basic Mastery: Summon a wall of flames up to 8 meters wide and 3 meters tall. Before, all of Lily's attacks had been made through her Fire Control skill. None of them were actual spells, and to a certain extent, they weren't even true attacks. They were unrefined bursts of brute force. However, brute force was still very powerful. Fortunately, thanks to her evolution this time, that was no longer an issue. Not only did she gain proper attack skills, but she also acquired even more than that. Michael was especially fond of the new mental skill she obtained. Lily's evolution had truly exceeded his expectations. All of this was thanks to the use of materials. It made Michael once again wonder about the true limits of his talent, and how much power it could ultimately grant both him and his undead. Could he also consume materials to enhance his own evolution? If he had known about this method earlier, before evolving himself or any of his undead, how different would things be now? Those were questions for the future. For now, Michael was satisfied with his progress. Including himself, Michael now had a total of 6 rank 2 level powers in his group. The other 5 were Lucky, Prince, Gale, Spartan, Lily, and Beginning. Aside from Gale and Prince, who were genuine rank 2 creatures and his current strongest, the others, at the peak of rank 1, could compete with weaker rank 2 creatures without issue. In the next few days, aside from increasing the number of his summonable undead, Michael focused on enhancing his rank 2 level prowess rather than accumulating more evolution points. Perhaps he was making too much preparation for a battle he might not end up doing much in, but knowing this was the best opportunity to kill that monster, Michael would rather be overprepared than underprepared. More power meant more security, and that was the most valuable thing to Michael. With only a few days left to prepare, Michael made sure to make the most of his time. It was a bright day in the capital. On this day, Michael made his way to the core area of the capital, under the guidance of Master Yuan, the Grand Mage. It didn't take long before he saw Mage Lien again. As soon as Michael arrived at the core area, Mage Lien immediately caught sight of him. His gaze was fixed on Michael's attire, a strange expression forming on his face. Mage Lien muttered, his thoughts clouded with curiosity. He'd always been one to observe the smallest details, and this outfit clearly didn't seem like something ordinary. But as usual, Michael remained silent about his attire. His expression was neutral, giving nothing away. Mage Lien could only wonder whether it was intentional or if Michael simply didn't care to speak about it. Well, no matter, Mage Lien eventually sighed, pushing his musings aside. We have more pressing matters at hand. As the two conversed, Michael was once again led to a familiar place. It was the port for the flying ships. Mage Lien walked beside Michael as they approached the towering ships. As we discussed earlier, Mage Lien began, his voice low but steady, the creature we're hunting has the terrifying ability to control. Because of this, the kingdom decided to dispatch only knights on this journey. No ordinary humans are coming along. Michael nodded thoughtfully, remembering the chaos such a creature could cause if it managed to turn weaker soldiers into an army. Mage Lien continued, there are 10 squads of kingdom knights accompanying us. Each squad has 50 knights, and none are weaker than a primary stage knight. Some squads even have several intermediate and advanced stage knights. Michael's brows rose slightly. That's 500 knights, he murmured. Indeed, Mage Lien affirmed. 500 strong warriors. Michael couldn't help but be impressed. This was no mere hunting party. And together with these squads, Mage Lien added with a smile, there are also 2 grand mages, myself and you. Michael blinked. He hadn't expected to be counted so casually among such high-standing figures. But then again, he didn't seem to be wrong. A moment of silence passed before Michael, suppressing his curiosity no longer, asked in a low voice, what about that person you mentioned before? At this, Mage Lien chuckled softly, his beard fluttering with the movement. Ah, I see you didn't forget. His eyes gleamed with quiet excitement. A great knight will be accompanying us. Michael's heart leapt. A great knight. Those words carried weight. Though he had only been here for a period of time, he knew such individuals were legendary beings. Unfortunately, Mage Lien didn't elaborate further, and Michael, sensing his companion's intention to keep the identity hidden, chose not to pry. It was enough to know that such a powerhouse would be there. Their chances of victory had just shot up tremendously. By the time their conversation ended, they had arrived at the docking platform, and there, waiting, was a familiar figure. Michael's eyes narrowed before recognition struck. Knight Rachel, he called out. The man standing before them smiled broadly, his polished armor gleaming under the sun. He looked just as sharp as Michael remembered him, the one who had been in charge of piloting the flying ship on their last venture together with Mage Lien. Rachel strode forward. After greeting Mage Lien, he offered a short bow to Michael. It's good to see you again, Sir Mike. Knight Rachel had his own thoughts about this youth. And seeing him again, especially in a serious mission like this, talking casually with the Grand Mage made him rethink some of his previous suspicions. In fact, they might actually be true. You too, Michael replied with a nod. This time, Rachel continued, patting the side of the massive ship looming beside them, I'm once again in charge of your transportation. Michael followed his gesture and whistled under his breath. The ship was massive. Far larger than the one they had used before. 9 meters wide at the hull, Rachel said with a proud grin, seeing Michael's admiration. 10 meters at the middle deck. Michael's gaze traveled upward. 11 meters by the top, Rachel finished. A real beauty, isn't she? She is, Michael agreed honestly. This ship was built like a flying fortress, large enough to carry dozens of knights, mages, and supplies. While admiring the ship, Michael's thoughts drifted back to his undead. He smiled lightly. When the time came, they would be unleashed onto the battlefield, and this time, it wouldn't be anything like before. This time, they would crush anything in their way. After Mage Lien and Michael settled onto their assigned flying ship, the rest of the fleet stirred to life. 7 mighty vessels, each a floating fortress, slowly began final checks before departure. Flying out of the capital to the Everlong Forest was no minor undertaking, especially with the objective they had in mind. Logistics had become a mountain of responsibility. Weapon racks were lined in neat, glinting rows, each piece carefully checked and rechecked by the quartermasters. Potions were stacked in reinforced crates, health restoratives, stamina tonics, mana rejuvenators. Every ship had a designated squad of alchemists and healers responsible for monitoring potion supplies. Several mages had also been assigned to tedious tasks. No effort was spared. Knight Rachel, satisfied with the final checks on the ship, turned and spotted a familiar figure leaning over a crate of weapons, Master Yuan, the Grand Mage's personal assistant, a seasoned mage and one of the mission supervisors. Approaching with easy strides, Rachel called out, "Master Yuan, any more word on what exactly we're up against?" "We know what we need to know," Yuan replied curtly, brushing dust from his sleeves. Rachel frowned slightly but didn't press. He respected Master Yuan enough to understand that the man wouldn't hide details out of malice. Still, sensing the younger knight's lingering curiosity, Master Yuan said more. "In truth," Yuan began, voice lowering, "the creature was first discovered by an adventuring party, an elite one. The kind with several intermediate-level warriors." Rachel's eyebrows lifted. That was not a group easily wiped out. But Yuan's tone turned heavy. Only one survived their encounter. Rachel frowned. "And that brought the kingdom's attention?" "Yes," Yuan nodded. "The crown sent a squad of kingdom knights next, 50 strong. Confident. Ready. They barely made it back alive. If not for Grand Mage Lian's intervention." Yuan's lips tightened. "We'd have lost them all." Rachel let out a slow breath. The creature wasn't just powerful. It was dangerous on a fundamental level. Despite the grim story, Rachel's face remained steady. He was no greenhorn. Fear had long been replaced by a practical awareness of danger. "I see," Rachel said. "But if it controls minds, what defense do we have?" A faint smile touched Yuan's lips. "Do you think the Grand Mage Lian would walk into a trap unprepared?" he asked rhetorically. "He has a method, at least enough to give us time to respond." Rachel nodded firmly. That was enough for him. He trusted the Grand Mage. As their conversation drifted toward final preparations, Yuan's gaze briefly flickered to where Michael stood, speaking quietly with Mage Lian. An unreadable emotion flashed through Yuan's eyes. He had learned much recently. Investigating the aftermath of the last minor incident involving the Grand Mage and the youth. Yuan now knew. This was no ordinary youth. And yet, Yuan remained silent. If the Grand Mage trusted the boy enough to bring him here, that was enough. Besides, if Michael proved true to the signs Yuan had seen, then he might very well be the kingdom's unexpected ace in this battle. As the flying ships began their slow ascent, casting long shadows over the docks, Rachel made his way back to Michael and Mage Lian. His steps were firm, his heart steady. The skies awaited them. Inside the command cabin, the atmosphere was heavy. Several important figures were already seated around a large round table, the polished wood reflecting the faint, cold light from the enchanted crystals lining the ceiling. When Mage Lian entered the room with Michael in tow, heads turned as everyone was about to stand and greet before they were stopped by the Grand Mage. An audible murmur passed among the seated figures, some glancing at Michael with open skepticism, others hiding their thoughts behind neutral expressions. Mage Lian didn't react. He simply walked to the head of the table, motioning for Michael to sit on the open seat by his side, and opened the meeting. "This," he began, voice calm and resonant, "is Sir Mike. He will be a valuable ally during this operation." He left it at that. No grand introduction. No explanation of credentials or abilities. Just a simple statement. And then silence. The kind of silence that grew heavier with every passing second. Several figures exchanged looks. The silence wasn't innocent, it was thick with doubt. Michael could feel their gazes, the unspoken words floating through the room. He's too young. An unfamiliar face. What help could he possibly provide? No one voiced these thoughts aloud, but the distrust was clear. However, out of respect for Mage Lian's position, and perhaps also because of the looming threat they were soon to face, none of them dared to speak against it. Still, the air remained tense. Mage Lian didn't seem surprised. In fact, he almost looked amused as he continued, "As for the absent member of our meeting, my fellow colleague, he will be joining us separately." No one asked who. They all knew. It could only be the Grand Knight. A figure of legendary status, one who rarely attended meetings unless the king himself demanded it. That he wasn't here wasn't a slight, it was expected. Mage Lian then unfurled a large map onto the table, pressing the edges down with small stones that stuck to the surface. In a few hours, he continued, tracing a spot on the map with his finger, "We'll arrive at the Everlong Forest." He tapped the center of the massive green expanse. "A space has already been cleared for us to establish a forward camp." The kingdom's mages and scouts worked over the past week to prepare it. Someone, a grizzled commander of one of the night squads, leaned forward and asked, "Why not launch a direct assault once we land?" Before Mage Lian could answer, another figure, a younger strategist in dark robes, interjected, "That would be reckless. We know little about the monster. We need caution." Mage Lian gave a thin smile. The young man is correct. He straightened, his voice gaining a sharper edge. "We don't even know the creature's exact location yet. If we launch an immediate assault and it detects us, it could flee, or worse, set up a trap." Several heads nodded reluctantly. Caution would be their ally more than raw power in these unknown circumstances. And most importantly, Mage Lian added, his gaze sweeping the room, "This monster can control minds. We have safeguards in place, but if we move rashly and expose ourselves, we may hand it more weapons to use against us." The room fell into a heavier silence. Discussions followed, tactical points thrown back and forth. Scouting parties would be sent first, small groups led by knights enhanced with mental defense magic. Once the location was verified, the full assault would begin. No one argued with this plan. After nearly an hour of discussing assignments, contingencies, and fallback plans, the meeting finally wound down. Soon, only Mage Lian and Michael remained in the command cabin, the map still spread out between them. For a while, neither spoke. The quiet hum of the ship's engines and the soft rattle of distant footsteps filled the space. Finally, Mage Lian broke the silence, glancing at Michael with a smile. "What did you think of the meeting?" he asked, voice casual. Michael thought for a moment, then shrugged. "It was fine." It was an honest answer. He hadn't sensed anything particularly wrong, tense, maybe, but no different from what he expected when dozens of powerful figures gathered to discuss a mission. To his surprise, Mage Lian laughed. A short, hearty sound that echoed lightly off the wooden walls. "Fine," he says, Lian chuckled, stroking his beard. "You're not wrong. But you should know, Sir Mike, meetings like this are mostly formalities." Michael tilted his head slightly, curious. Lian's smile turned a bit more serious. "The real operation. It doesn't rest on the army." "Not truly." "You might have guessed already." Michael slowly nodded. Lian leaned in a little, lowering his voice. "The 500 knights, the mobilization. They're important, yes. But at the heart of it, this operation depends on powers like ours." He tapped the map lightly. 2 Grand Mages. 1 Grand Knight. And him. "You've done well already, Sir Mike," Mage Lian said, his tone warm. "The kingdom recognizes your efforts." Your rewards, if we succeed, will not be light. Michael and Mage Lien then spoke for a little longer. Interestingly, Mage Lien made no mention of the Duke of Evermoon competition. Michael noticed the omission, but didn't press. If Mage Lien didn't bring it up, then it wasn't something he needed to concern himself with, at least for now. As they stood, preparing to leave the cabin, Mage Lien fell into step beside Michael, hands clasped behind his back. Outside, the sky was bright. The massive flying ships hovered in loose formation, their banners fluttering with the rush of magical wind. Michael took a long breath, the cool air filling his lungs. All he wanted now was to meet a familiar foe. He was ready. Michael returned to his assigned room with the assistance of a knight, the halls buzzing quietly with the tension of what was to come. Inside, he waited, sharpening his mind. All of a sudden a thought came to him. I wonder if I can turn it to an undead. After the initial wave of fear faded, Michael's thoughts began to move beyond panic and caution. He could think more clearly now. Like this moment, for example. Putting aside whatever other abilities that monster might have, there are two I'm certain of, he muttered, his tone low and oddly calm. And both are terrifyingly powerful. The first was its ability to control the dead. At first glance, it resembled necromancy, but it was fundamentally different. The creature didn't reanimate corpses. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. It manipulated the lingering consciousness of the dead. The second ability was even more terrifying. It could kill by targeting and destroying the consciousness directly. In fact, maybe they're not two abilities at all, Michael murmured, brows furrowed. It might just be one, just applied in different ways. The idea felt increasingly plausible the more he considered it. Days of quiet pondering had also given him another suspicion, one that explained how the monster could actually kill him. Michael was an awakener. And the thing that brought awakeners into the land of origin, or at least the part of them that crossed into it, was their consciousness. It wasn't split. There was no backup. So if the monster destroyed that consciousness, didn't that mean true, irreversible death? But even this theory wasn't perfect. There were still gaps. Loopholes. Parts that didn't quite make sense. For one, it felt like far too terrible a weakness. So maybe it wasn't the consciousness being killed after all. Could it be the soul? That was another theory Michael had considered. The soul was a miraculous existence, mysterious, intangible, and vital. In Michael's opinion, it was also the reason why strength could sink between both worlds. After all, there was only one soul. The soul was an inseparable part of a person's identity. But if that were true, did it mean the monster had the ability to touch the soul itself? That thought always gave Michael a headache. And now, as he tried to revisit it again, the dull throb returned. With a sigh, he let the thought go, for now. However, turning that monster into an undead was an undeniably attractive idea. After all, no matter how special the creature was, if it became his undead, then everything it had would belong to him. But of course, that was easier said than done. Even if, by some miracle, the corpse ended up in his possession, the monster was surely far too powerful for him to use undead revival on immediately. And if he failed to even turn it into an undead, then he wouldn't need to worry about the complications of summoning it afterward. Michael shook his head and pushed the thought to the back of his mind. There were too many unknowns, too many variables. For now, speculation was wasted energy. He crossed his legs on the cold floor, closed his eyes, and slipped into meditation. Michael centered his thoughts, focusing on the energy flow within his body, listening to the quiet thrum of mana echoing within him. Time passed. He didn't know how long he remained that way, only that the world outside his mind had faded into a soft blur. It was peaceful. A knock at the door pulled him out of it. Michael opened his eyes. The knock came again, more insistently this time. He rose, brushing off imaginary dust from his sleeves, and moved to open it. A knight stood outside, young, clean-shaven, and alert in gleaming silver armor. He saluted sharply. "Sir," the knight said respectfully, "we've arrived at our destination." Grand Mage Lien asked if you would accompany him to the observation deck. He'd like a word. Michael blinked. He was surprised, but not suspicious. "I see," he said, then nodded. "Lead the way." He had been given the option to refuse, of course. But there was no reason to. Mage Lien was still a powerful figure, an asset, and more importantly, an ally. Strength aside, having the favor of someone like him was simply too useful to pass up. The hallway was dimly lit with flickering crystals embedded in the walls. Michael followed the knight through several turns until they reached a wide staircase that led up to the top of the flying ship. The deck was spacious, open to the sky. A brisk wind greeted them, the chill biting through Michael's clothes. Michael was soon led to stand beside Mage Lien, who greeted him with a kind smile. They were no longer in motion. The massive ship had landed atop a wide platform carved into the everlong forest, a lush sea of green that stretched far beyond the horizon. Trees rose like towers, their trunks thick as walls, their canopies forming a dense maze. 6 other ships were in a loose perimeter, forming a protective ring. From their decks, knights and soldiers began disembarking, their armor catching the light as they moved in disciplined lines. It was a well-organized effort. Michael stood in silence for a few minutes, watching the orchestrated chaos below. Mage Lien stood beside him, hands clasped behind his back, his long white robes fluttering gently in the breeze. For a while, he didn't speak, just watched the soldiers move around. Then, finally, he broke the silence. "I didn't call you up here for anything urgent," he said, his voice casual. "Just thought it'd be nice to have a chat." Michael raised an eyebrow. This was giving him the same feeling as when the Grand Mage had once invited him to share a meal for no particular reason. So he didn't respond immediately. He just stared at Lien, eyes narrowed slightly. The Grand Mage chuckled, a faint sound that didn't quite match the lines of age and wisdom etched into his face. "You don't trust me, I see." "I don't distrust you," Michael said slowly. "But I've noticed that when you say you just want to talk, it usually ends with something important." Lien laughed this time, an amused, warm sound that echoed in the open air. "Blunt as always." "All right, I suppose there's no point dancing around it." Michael waited. "I figured it was time someone told you about the particular figure traveling with us," Lien said, tilting his head slightly toward one of the ships in the distance. "You've likely noticed her by now." Michael thought back. He had caught glimpses of someone when they were boarding the ship, always surrounded by quiet reverence. He hadn't paid much attention, but now he narrowed his eyes. "She's a mage," Michael guessed. "A great one," Lien agreed. That, alone, piqued Michael's interest. A great mage. But Lien wasn't done. "She also happens to be the younger sister of the king." Michael blinked. "Come again." Lien's expression didn't change. Michael let that sink in. Royal blood. He felt it was important information. However, this important information, he didn't know what to do with it. "I didn't know the royal family got involved in deployments like this," he said slowly. "They don't. Usually. But she's not like most nobles. Nor most royals." The Grand Mage paused, glancing out at the trees below. "In most noble homes, second-born sons and daughters are surplus," he continued, his voice taking on a thoughtful tone. "The firstborns inherit the name, the estate, the responsibilities. The rest are groomed for politics or for marriage. There are exceptions, of course," Lien said. "Some noble lines allow daughters to lead." Some even favor the second-born if they prove themselves more capable. But those are rare. And the royal family? Michael asked. Lien's lips quirked. The king is unusual. He doesn't treat his siblings as pawns. His sister, in particular, earned his respect early on. She showed talent from a very young age. So he gave her freedom. Michael asked. He gave her backing, Lien corrected. A difference few recognize. He didn't just let her do as she pleased, he built space for her to grow. Michael crossed his arms, thoughtful. And she became a mage. One of the best. Primary stage mage at 12. Intermediate at 16. Advanced at 22. Grand mage at 37. Great mage at 60. Michael's eyes widened. This was pure cultivation that was being spoken about, right? Damn. Surely she must be a rare figure. Even in Aurora, I don't think anyone can beat her. If only he knew about a certain king-level deceased daughter. He glanced at Michael, the wind tugging at his long hair. I thought it was time you knew. Not just because you might end up working with her, but because she's the reason you're here. Michael's gaze sharpened. What do you mean? Lien smiled. She's the one who asked for you. Michael's heart gave a slight jolt, though he didn't show it. Why? He asked. Before Lien could answer, a faint shimmer disturbed the air behind them. Michael turned sharply, eyes narrowing, and froze. A woman now stood beside them. No sound. No footsteps. Just presence. It's great to finally see you in person, Sir Mike, she said, her voice rich and calm, carrying the subtle authority of someone long used to being obeyed. Michael's eyes widened in shock. Mage Lien, on the other hand, respectfully bowed his head. The woman returned the gesture with a faint nod before turning her attention fully on Michael. He hadn't even sensed her approach. But that method of appearance, he recognized it. Just like Teacher Brian. His thoughts whirled. Wasn't this how his teacher Brian used to show up without warning? Wasn't this the exact form of spatial magic Brian had shown? If this woman could do that, then she wasn't just powerful. She was terrifyingly powerful. As Michael struggled to compose himself enough to offer a proper greeting, Mage Lien stepped aside slightly and smiled. I'll give you two a moment, he said. Sir, I believe she'd like to speak with you. Michael nodded, surprised but willing, only for the world to shift beneath his feet. A blur. A sudden lurch of space. He blinked, and the platform was gone. He was standing alone in a quiet section of the forest, birdsong echoing faintly in the distance, the trees towering above. What is it with king-rank experts and just teleporting people without asking? Michael grumbled, more to himself than anything else. He turned around just as the woman appeared again, not walking, but hovering in midair. Her robes were deep emerald trimmed with gold, her eyes glowing faintly with power. Her hair was dark as midnight, cascading down her back in thick waves that shimmered with an almost unnatural luster, like silk caught under moonlight. It floated slightly in the air, as if the magic around her distorted even gravity itself. Her face was sharp, noble in every sense, high cheekbones, a straight nose, and eyes like polished jade that seemed to look through him rather than at him. Her skin was pale, but not weak, flawless in a way that made her seem sculpted rather than born. Magic clung to her like a second skin. It wasn't showy or loud, but dense, refined. Every motion she made, from the tilt of her head to the flick of her fingers, felt deliberate. Michael stared, momentarily forgetting the forest. She, on the other hand, regarded him carefully, as if peeling back the layers of his very soul. "You're not from here, are you?" she asked softly. Michael froze. The tone wasn't accusatory, but knowing. He hesitated. Then opened his mouth to reply, "Are you from Outside this world, she asked, this time more directly. Michael's heart skipped a beat. That question, so blunt and pointed, sent a flicker of fear through him. However, he quickly calmed down. He'd seen something like this mentioned on the forums before, but he never expected it to actually happen to him, his identity being exposed to a native of this world. Still, he knew what to do. According to the experts online, as long as he could keep his status hidden, he should do everything in his power to maintain that secrecy. The identity of an awakener was special. For safety, his and others, it was best if it remained completely concealed. But even as he reassured himself, one question lingered in his mind: how was I found out? However, this was something he couldn't ponder about at the moment. He had a predicament on his hands now. The land of origin had existed for countless years. One of its newest groups of visitors, the Awakeners from Aurora, had only been exploring its vast territories for a little over 200 years. Yet compared to the realm's ancient existence, that time was pitifully short. Across the universe, there were races that had accessed the land of origin for 10,000, 20,000, even 30,000 years. And even after all that time, they were still exploring. Because of a select few within their realms, beings known as Awakeners. Though Awakeners were few in number within each realm, when counted across all the realms that touched the land of origin, the total became significant. But when those numbers were spread across the immeasurable expanse of the realm, even 1,000,000 felt like a drop in the ocean. Still, their presence left marks. Massive ones. Revolution. Moments that changed history. They brought miracles, shattered limits, and rewrote rules. Yet, despite their impact, most Awakeners blended in. They were hard to recognize. To the common native, they were just outliers, unusual wanderers in a world already filled with strange things. Only a few scholars, those who dug deep into history and patterns, began to see something different. All long-lived Awakeners were strong. But the truly public ones, the ones who made headlines, were unreasonably strong. Not just geniuses. The best of them. They showed terrifying potential from a young age. It was a consistent pattern, one that the wise could identify. Those with access to ancient records. Or certain secrets. The great mage standing in front of Michael was one such person. Princess Priscilla. After the king stepped down to prepare for his ascension into the great stage, it was she who took the reins. The move caused ripples within the inner circles of the kingdom, but surprisingly, not negative ones. For the princes, it was actually seen as good news. Priscilla couldn't claim the throne permanently, for several reasons. That meant the crown was still up for grabs. However, it also revealed something troubling: the king had no clear favorite. If he did, one of the princes would have been appointed as acting ruler. Instead, the burden and power fell to the princess. To the royal sons, this was both a blessing and a curse. No favorites meant they each had a chance. But it also meant uncertainty. And chaos. The first time Princess Priscilla heard of Michael was during a private meeting requested by Grand Mage Lian. As was customary, she received such reports with the solemnity and poise expected of a ruler, even an acting one. However, when Mage Lian's mission reached her desk, she expected nothing out of the ordinary. That expectation shattered about halfway through the meeting. Mage Lian, ever dutiful, recounted his experiences in crisp detail. He spoke of the strangeness of the forest, and then, with a subtle shift in tone, he began to describe a youth. His origin is unclear, Lian had said, brows furrowed. Alone, unregistered, with no crest or seal of any known family. Yet his strength. Priscilla leaned forward slightly, not interrupting. That caught her interest. A mage under 20, Lian continued, with grand capabilities. She had tilted her head at that. Rare, yes. Unheard of. No. The empire, which the kingdom served under, boasted of countless talents hidden in secret enclaves, away from the eyes of smaller kingdoms like theirs. Powerful bloodlines. Elixirs brewed from beasts older than mountains. Some youths born from these legacies could wield terrifying power from the cradle. So she had assumed the youth was a scion from one such lineage. But then the oddities began to pile. Mage Lien mentioned the boy's physical strength. His base strength was monstrous. I watched him match my flying speed easily with no magic. That wasn't normal. Not even for battle mages. One could train their bodies, yes. Some kingdoms even raised magical knights, hybrids of warriors and spellcasters, but to excel in both to that level. She didn't interrupt. She simply took mental note. And then came the part that caused a true pause in the meeting. He summons undead, Lien said. However, one of them simply appeared, mid-air, no magic. That caused Priscilla's eyes to narrow. She leaned back in her seat, expression unreadable. Are you certain? I saw it myself, the mage replied firmly. I searched for a summoning circle. Nothing. That's not all, Lien added. 3. He had 3 summons. All grand level. Silence settled between them. Lien waited, unsure what more he could say. Priscilla, however, was deep in thought. 3 grand level summons. A body strong enough to rival an advanced knight at least. Magical aptitude that could be compared to monsters. Alone, each of these traits was exceptional. Together. Unnatural. Still, she had not yet decided. It could still be some hidden genius, she told herself. The Empire had many secrets. She had met a few such monsters in her youth while studying in the imperial capital. But suspicions had begun to stir. What solidified those suspicions came days later, at the skyport. And that was when she saw him. From afar, the youth stood. Putting aside his somewhat flashy getup that was armed to the teeth, to her senses, trained, honed, and enhanced with years of magical refinement, he was like a beacon among candles. He wasn't simply strong. He was abnormal. She activated her mystic eye, a skill that allowed her to perceive beyond the veil of illusions and restrained auras. The moment she looked, she realized something. He wasn't human. Or at least, not fully. What was he? No race came to mind that fit what she sensed. A hybrid, perhaps. Or maybe an outsider. Her lips pressed into a thin line. A tall theory even to her. The thought had crossed her mind. After all, according to the ancient texts she discovered years ago, the land of origin was not sealed. It was a fact too. Once she was able to confirm with her ability to enter the void. The concept of outsider wasn't exactly theoretical. But to actually meet one. If he was one. Then it changed everything. No wonder Mage Lien had been confused. He wasn't part of the known structure. He was something else entirely. Michael's eyes darted over to her, searching for any hint of threat. But what he found was something else entirely. Genuine, sharp, and bright, like a scholar peering into a rare specimen rather than a hunter tracking prey. He swallowed once and let out a breath. I don't know what you mean, he said carefully. I'm from far away. Really far. A small place. Probably not worth mentioning. I doubt it's on any maps. Priscilla didn't interrupt him, didn't press. She simply stared, letting him fill the silence. Michael continued, mind working at full speed. I guess. You could say I'm a traveler. My origin isn't something I speak about openly, not because I'm hiding anything dangerous, but because it's complicated. I hope you won't take offense. The princess inclined her head, voice calm. I see. You're careful. That's wise. He didn't answer. You seem really talented in magic, though. Surely no small place can cultivate a genius like you. As for my talents, Michael forced a faint smile. Maybe I was just born with a bit more mana than average. Some people win lotteries. She murmured. And your physique? Michael paused. I trained a lot. That earned the ghost of a smirk from her. There are mages who train their bodies, but those who balance both evenly are rare. And you go far beyond that. At this point, Michael knew his activities since meeting Mage Lien seemed to have reached the princess's ears. He'd been reported. I had good teachers, Michael added quickly. And maybe good parents. I don't really know. She tilted her head at that, sensing a veiled truth. But still, no aggression. Just quiet intrigue. And your summons, she said, voice lowering. Michael felt a trickle of cold sweat at his nape. Of all the things, you've summoned Undead, she said. Grand tier strength. Possibly more than one. Michael gave a slow nod. Yes. That in itself is remarkable, if not alarming. But what concerns me more? She paused, eyes glinting. Is the fact I've been informed that you summoned one without invoking any spell. No magic. No scroll. No chant. It just appeared. Michael went silent. She floated forward, not threatening, but close enough that he could feel the weight of her mana pressing lightly against his skin. It wasn't oppressive, just present. Unavoidable. Do you have a spatial treasure that stores summons? She asked. Michael had already prepared for this. Yes, he said smoothly. It's rare, and not something I'm comfortable showing. But it allows me to summon specific beings I've bonded with. That's probably what you saw. Her eyes didn't blink. That would explain it. But how many such beings are you bonded with? He hesitated. 3. All grand tier. She took another step forward, close enough now that her scent reached him, cool and herbal, like night-blooming flowers in moonlight. You lie well, she said softly. Michael tensed. But not with ill intent, she continued, raising one hand as though waving away the tension. It's natural to guard your secrets. I don't hold it against you. He blinked. She gave a small smile, for the first time letting emotion bleed through her regal composure. No. I've met enough monsters, deceivers, and saints to tell the difference. He didn't quite know how to respond to that. Instead, he looked up at her again, more carefully this time. You said you asked for me, Michael finally said, his voice quieter. Yes, she answered, turning slightly to gaze into the trees. Lien's report intrigued me. A youth under 20 with strength that rivals or surpasses most court mages. Command over death. And, more importantly, an aura that doesn't quite fit. Michael stiffened again. What do you mean? She looked back at him. You don't move like a person of this world. Your instincts, your wariness, your restraint. You feel like someone who's seen too much. But not from the battlefield. From outside. Michael forced a chuckle. Maybe I'm just socially awkward. To his surprise, she actually laughed, a soft, silvery sound that seemed to disturb the very leaves around them. Maybe, she said, the corner of her lip quirking. But I suspect there's more. He exhaled slowly, then finally met her gaze without flinching. Is this going to be a problem? He asked. She was quiet for a beat too long. Then, no. Michael's brows rose. You have too many unknowns, she said, but you also have too many qualities the kingdom needs. Michael didn't know what to say. Princess Priscilla, meanwhile, floated away, her cloak fluttering lightly behind her. I won't press you again. For now. He relaxed a fraction. But then she added, however, I'll be watching closely. Fair, he said quietly. She gave one last look back over her shoulder, her expression unreadable. Welcome to the Lionheart Kingdom, Sir Mike. Then she vanished, no flash, no light. Just gone, as if the air reclaimed her. Michael stood there in the forest for a while, unsure what had just happened. But certain of one thing. He'd just lied to royalty and survived. Then another realization struck him. Hey! You left me alone. Unfortunately. No response. Michael's lips twitched. Though different, the princess reminded him of Teacher Brian. They shared certain traits, it seemed. Are all king rank experts weird? He muttered. Despite being stranded, Michael wasn't too afraid. Surely, the princess wouldn't take him somewhere dangerous. Right. Still, a flicker of unease lingered in his chest. He hurriedly climbed one of the taller trees nearby. After a few moments, he relaxed visibly. She hadn't taken him that far. They were still close to the main group. At a normal walking pace, it wouldn't take more than 5 minutes to return. Seems like I should be more careful from now on. As his words echoed faintly in the air, Michael's form vanished with a small gust of wind. Michael's feet hit the ground with a soft thud. He took a steadying breath, scanning his surroundings. Michael could already see the signs of early construction. The tree lane that once stood tall now showed gaps, fresh stumps where great trees had been felled with clean cuts. A few knights, clad in silver-trimmed armor bearing the crest of the Lionheart Kingdom, were at work. Their movements were fluid. Each swing of a blade cleaved through thick trunks with barely any resistance. Michael paused for a moment, watching them. Their strength was evident, not just in their physicality, but in their aura. Calm. Efficient. Powerful. They moved with a rhythm that spoke of sufficient training. Still, despite their obvious strength, they seemed relaxed, almost enjoying the task. With leisure steps, Michael made his way toward the base of the flying ship that brought him here. The knights glanced his way, but instead of challenging him, they gave a respectful salute. Michael blinked. A beat passed. Then, nodding slightly, he returned the gesture with a simple incline of his head. The knights immediately went back to their work. Michael didn't linger. Without assistance or escort, he made his way to the vessel's boarding ramp. Michael walked with familiar steps. No one stopped him. At least on this ship, nearly everyone knew he was a close aide to a grand mage. Back in his room, Michael didn't lay down to rest. Outwardly, he looked calm. But inside, his thoughts were storming. She noticed. But what unsettled Michael more was how she noticed. I need to be more careful. It seems he had let too much slip. Michael had no intention of proving the princess right. What would he even gain from that? Acceptance. Those were luxuries. He'd already learned, violently, that this world wasn't safe. The monster he met at the ruin he first appeared in proved that. An entity that nearly truly killed him. That encounter taught him something vital. Immortality, if it even existed here, came with flaws. Only the heavens knew the methods of a king-rank expert. If they could teleport wherever they wished, who was to say they couldn't seize someone's consciousness? Or even replace it entirely? Michael didn't know. But he did believe one thing: there was nothing new under the sun. The seniors on the forum hadn't issued their dire warnings about revealing one's identity lightly. Nor had they insisted that the land of origin wasn't a game without good reason. If this world were truly harmless, such caution wouldn't be necessary. Whatever rules governed this place was probably not too kind. Michael's thoughts darkened. What if I had given in? What if, just for a moment, he'd dropped the act? Revealed even a hint of what he truly was? Would she have turned on him? Would she try to bind him? Or would she have welcomed him? Michael didn't know and didn't want to know. Still, he couldn't forget her expression. That curiosity. It hadn't been cold. It hadn't been condescending. It had been bright. Like she saw a new path in front of her. Or a mystery she couldn't wait to solve. Michael didn't like being a mystery. His thoughts circled back to the undead summons. That had also been the tipping point. A flaw in his cover. He wouldn't make it again. From now on, every action had to be deliberate. At least in the face of people with power. As long as I'm careful, there should be no problem. Michael concluded and stopped thinking about it. With nothing to do now, he decided to meditate. Michael sat cross-legged on his bed. He shut his eyes slowly, exhaling long and steady until his body settled into stillness. He slowed his breathing further, pushing past the residual tension in his shoulders and limbs, letting the static in his mind drain into silence. His senses expanded just a little. The world melted away until it was just breath and the slow turning of his thoughts. Michael let his consciousness hover at the edge of awareness, clearing every doubt, worry, and lingering curiosity about the princess and what she might suspect. Outside the ship, the camp buzzed with activity. By dusk, the landing zone had transformed. The initial clearing had widened significantly, logs were stacked into makeshift barricades, and trenches had been dug along the perimeter. Canvas tents flanked the central path, where long tables had been erected for supplies. The flying ships, now grounded and dormant, served as bastions for the important figures of the expedition. The knights, clad in their silver-trimmed plate, stood sentry outside. A few mages moved among the soldiers, preparing formations of protection. By nightfall, the sounds of construction faded into low murmurs and the occasional barked command. Fires burned in controlled circles, guarded by armored figures sipping rationed broth. The scent of roasted game and burned wood clung to the air. The kingdom's officials had already begun to prepare for battle. If one didn't know better, they might think the kingdom was preparing for war against another nation. Of course, that wasn't the case. If it were, the full force of the kingdom would have been mobilized, and the number of knights present would be in the thousands, not just a few hundred. And these weren't just any soldiers, these were elites. The reason the current situation seemed so serious was due to the nature of the threat. Just a day ago, all information about the monster had abruptly ceased. It was as if the creature had vanished, abandoning its assault on the town it had previously targeted. But the sudden silence brought no relief. A wild Grand Tier monster was a matter of great concern. Not because such monsters didn't exist, on the contrary, there were several deep within the vast Everlong forest. However, they rarely left their territories. This one had. Worse still, it hadn't just attacked the kingdom, it had demonstrated dangerous traits. This was without even considering its corrupted nature. The threat it posed needed to be dealt with swiftly and thoroughly. Unfortunately, this was not a simple monster. Aside from showing signs of mental domination from a distance, something that allowed it to kill or control with ease, it was suspected to be at least mid to high Grand Tier. If that weren't enough, investigations before it vanished revealed that it commanded dozens of powerful monsters. No one knew its limits, but its existence could not be tolerated. The kingdom had no intention of dragging out a prolonged battle. They wanted to end it in one decisive strike. But that didn't mean they could afford to be careless. Preparations had to be made. Proper ones. As dusk gave way to night, a quiet order passed through the ranks. Scouts were selected. Clad in darker versions of their silver armor, they were sent into the forest in staggered intervals. Their mission was simple: go deep, look for abnormalities, and return immediately with any sign of danger. The knights responded with firm salutes before disappearing into the shadows of the forest. Then, nothing. The first night passed without incident. Campfires were lit but kept low. The knights not on watch duty slept in rotation. Michael didn't sleep much. He came out at one point. Outside, he could see rows of knights seated near the edge of the clearing, quietly sharpening their weapons or tending to their armor. He didn't know what he was waiting for. Maybe a sound in the woods. Maybe a scream. But none came. By the second morning, the camp was already beginning to resemble a small fortress. Tents had been erected in rows, flags of the Lionheart Kingdom fluttering beside each. Knights moved with discipline, forming morning lines, sparring in silence, and attending briefings in groups of 10. Supply crates had been unloaded from one of the auxiliary ships and sorted under the careful supervision of logistics officers. Each crate was inspected for magical reagents, rations, and potion stocks. Still, no word from the scouts. Or rather, they returned, one group after another, with the same report. Nothing unusual. No monster. It was frustrating. And worse, it was unnerving. A creature that powerful with so many mind servants shouldn't have simply disappeared. It should have left traces, a trail, signs of movement. But the deeper the scouts went, the more empty the forest seemed. Some began to whisper about the possibility of it being gone. Others suspected a trap. The second day passed slowly. Michael stood outside one of the ships that afternoon, watching as a trio of high-ranking knights discussed. Their words were hushed, but the tension in their posture was plain. It was obviously about the monster. It wasn't just about readiness. It was about not knowing. The lack of any contact from the monster was more disturbing than its attack had been. It was like waiting beneath a calm sky after spotting a distant storm. You know it's coming. But not when. That night, the camp stayed lit longer than the first. Torches burned with blue flame, enchantments to keep monsters at bay. A subtle scent of crushed herbs lingered in the air, repelling common beasts. Michael sat again in meditation. By the third morning, the patience of the officials was fraying. The mood in the camp shifted. The fourth day came and went like the ones before it, quiet, uneventful, and crawling with tension. Scouts continued their rotations. Every group that returned bore the same message. No signs of the monster. Yet the anxiety never faded. By the fifth day, the higher-ups stopped pretending. The camp no longer expanded. Daily routines became mechanical. Sentries stood a little stiffer. Conversations dropped to murmurs. The only sounds were the shifting of armor, the clink of weapons being cleaned, and the restless pacing of those waiting for something, anything, to break the deadlock. The monster was hiding. That much was clear. Worse, it was hiding well. Too well. Someone pointed it out bluntly in the evening council meeting. It disappeared the moment we arrived. No one argued. They all knew it was true. That was what made it dangerous. It knew exactly how to avoid their scouts. That fact alone elevated its threat level higher than any Grand Tier beast recorded in the past decade. Unfortunately, the kingdom's forces couldn't remain encamped indefinitely. Despite their numbers and organization, they were still human. Food would run low. Morale would waver. And most of all, the everlong forest was not a place to linger. It was ancient, yes, but also volatile. Its depths were uncharted, and within them lived monsters the kingdom didn't dare provoke. The princess, powerful as she was, didn't dare push further into the inner regions either. As one official whispered, if she draws the gaze of a slumbering great tier beast while chasing a ghost, the damage will be beyond repair. So on the morning of the sixth day, a decision was made. The kingdom would withdraw. But they would not leave empty-handed. 200 knights would remain behind. At their head stood Grand Knight Verin. They would serve as the kingdom's eyes. If the creature emerged again, they would signal. If it attacked, they would hold the line. If it decides to vanish forever, then they would know. But no one truly believed that. The monster was still here. It should be watching. Perhaps it had seen their scouts. Perhaps it had even touched the minds of a few from afar, just enough to test its limits, just enough to learn the kingdom's pattern. After all, it had already shown signs of mental domination from a distance, something that let it kill, or worse, control, without ever being seen. And it wasn't alone. Before it vanished, the investigations had confirmed it led an entourage of other monsters, all powerful, all unnaturally coordinated. The conclusion was obvious. This wasn't a wild beast. It had some level of wisdom at least. That night, as the majority of the kingdom's forces began their slow withdrawal from the forest, a heavy silence hung over the remaining encampment. Grand Knight Vurin. Michael wasn't sure what to make of the man. Powerful. Absolutely. But welcoming. Not in the slightest. Michael honestly couldn't tell who had the colder expression, Vurin or a block of ice. The man was too cold. The first time Michael saw the old knight was when he volunteered to stay behind with the 200 knights. The reason was simple. All this preparation, they had to lead somewhere. The land of origin was meant to be a place where one grew stronger, and Michael, who believed he should be strong enough to personally handle the monster, saw it as a golden opportunity. An experience pack, in his own words. He had to be the one to kill that monster. So, with the princess's permission, though he hadn't really needed it, he stayed behind. That was also when he first laid eyes on Vurin. If he wasn't swinging his sword, he was practicing his breathing technique. There was no in-between. Ironically, for someone of his status, he despised crowds and preferred solitude. A lone wolf, really. Which was why Michael found it odd, downright strange, that this lone wolf had bothered to seek him out today. You practiced the way of the spear. The tone was strange. So were the words. But Michael understood soon enough as he glanced down at the spear in his hand. It had been 3 days since the kingdom's forces departed. After watching Vurin train daily with unwavering intensity, Michael, who hadn't had the chance to spar or grind with his undead humans, felt the itch returning. Restlessness clawed at him. What he hadn't expected was for the old man to seek him out. Cautiously, Michael answered, "Yes. I use the spear. Fight me." The challenge came out of nowhere. But before Michael could respond properly, Vurin had already drawn his sword and struck. The swing wasn't fast, just average human speed. Michael was confused, but his body reacted on instinct, matching the speed and power exactly. Their weapons clashed with a dull thud. Michael took a step back, adjusting his grip. The strike hadn't been dangerous, but it hadn't been careless either. Another swing came, and again, Michael parried. Then another. It was strange. Vurin wasn't using his true speed. He wasn't using his aura. No mana. Just pure technique, deliberate, measured, almost slow. But within 10 exchanges, Michael found himself being pushed back. By 20, he was struggling to keep up. And by 30, Vurin had disarmed him. Michael's spear was on the ground, his fingers numb from the final strike. He stared in disbelief. That shouldn't have happened. Not at that speed. Not when the old man was holding back so much. Vurin didn't speak at first. He simply stood there, sword lowered at his side, eyes fixed on Michael with that ever-frosted gaze. Then he frowned. A spear user who doesn't know how to control his distance. His voice was flat, almost annoyed. Sloppy. Wasteful. Michael stiffened. He didn't speak. But those words dug in. Thanks to Spartan and the others who had served as grindstones for him, Michael's spearmanship was less than 30 fantram away from advanced mastery. This made his close-quarters combat with a weapon especially strong. However, it also made him painfully aware of his shortcomings. He knew how to wield a spear, but not how to truly use it. It was like having strength, but not knowing how to apply it effectively. For those who could, even against a stronger opponent, victory was possible through pure skill and precision. That was the difference, and Michael knew it. Still, a part of him didn't appreciate Varen's words, especially not after such a blunt and dismissive approach. With a sharp motion, Michael grabbed his spear from the ground and struck at Varen, channeling the full weight of his skill into the attack. Varen parried with ease. Not just ease, with grace. His sword met Michael's spear with a lazy flick, redirecting the thrust like a branch brushing off falling leaves. Michael's momentum collapsed, his balance staggered, and Varen stepped in, the flat of his blade tapping Michael's chest. Michael gritted his teeth and attacked once more, this time more cautious, more calculated. A feint, a twist, a low sweep, parried. Deflected. Countered. Each clash rang with the sound of metal, but none favored Michael. The power was equal. They both suppressed their strength to a standard level, but technique was another matter. Varen's every movement was efficient, his every motion minimal but purposeful. In contrast, Michael realized how much excess movement he used, how many unnecessary steps filled his footwork, how often he left himself open in the milliseconds between attacks. They were using the same level of force, the same restrictions. But he couldn't overpower him. Couldn't even touch him. Is his swordsmanship that much better? He knew Varen was strong, but this was something else. This wasn't just a difference in technique. This was understanding. A mastery of the blade so refined that even when holding back, it felt like he was fighting uphill. The thought suddenly hit him. Is he at advanced mastery? Michael's eyes widened slightly as the possibility formed. It would explain the distance control, the flawless transitions, the oppressive rhythm. More than that, it would explain the feeling. There were moments during the exchange where Varen didn't even need to move, where Michael felt his intent from meters away. A faint pressure that made him hesitate before a strike. Varen suddenly came to a pause, and Michael followed. You're obviously a great achievement in your spearmanship, but why is it so unrefined? Great achievement. Is that what they call intermediate mastery here? A brief look of confusion flickered across Michael's face, but Varen caught it. Don't tell me you don't even know the level of your skill. Michael didn't reply. Fortunately, or unfortunately, Varen seemed to have entered a teaching mood. Entry, small success, great achievement, perfect, and transformation, he listed plainly. Among these 5 stages, you're in the 3rd one. He spoke as if stating the most obvious fact in the world. Unfortunately, what was obvious to him wasn't so obvious to Michael. For spells, advancing in stage usually just means gaining more control. But for weapon users, each stage is a transformation. Eventually, the realm itself becomes irrelevant. Entry is when you're just finding your way around the weapon, learning, fumbling, discovering what works, Varen continued, stepping back with his sword now resting against his shoulder. Small success is when your movements start to take shape. When what you've learned becomes usable in real combat. You stop swinging blindly and start fighting with intent. Michael's eyes narrowed in thought. That sounds like what I always considered basic mastery. Basic, intermediate, advanced, perfect. So great achievement. Is intermediate here? Great achievement, Varen continued, is when your weapon no longer controls you. Your strikes are deliberate. You move with awareness, precision. You start to understand your weapon, not just wield it. That was where Michael was now. Or, at least, should be. Perfect, Varen said, is when instinct and intention merge. Every move is efficient, no hesitation. The spear becomes an extension of thought. Your body follows without conscious effort. And transformation. Michael asked, voice quiet. That, Varen's gaze sharpened, is when the weapon ceases to be just a weapon. It becomes a truth. A concept. At that stage, even those in higher realms will hesitate to face you. Because skill surpasses power. Of course, it's better to have the realm. Ultimate power is still a thing. You're strong. But strength without refinement is just wasted potential. Next time, fight me properly. With your spear, not your ego. Michael swallowed. Yet a part of him still harbored doubt. Are weapons really that powerful? It seemed Varen caught onto the thought. His expression darkened further, disappointment flickering in his eyes. I suppose this is what you get from a mage, he said flatly. I thought you'd be more interesting. But he wasn't done. He took a step forward, sword still at his side, eyes sharp. Watch closely. He raised the blade, and suddenly, the air around him shifted. The world seemed to still, as if holding its breath. Is the perfect stage. When thought, intent, and weapon become one. A faint shimmer of energy gathered around the blade. It wasn't mana. It was something else entirely. Sword chi, he said, though he held a sword. The air split with a whisper as the pressure rose, sharp and focused. Invisible, but undeniable. Michael's eyes widened. He felt it. Not just saw, but felt, the presence of the blade, the intent behind it, as if it could cut him without ever touching skin. Then it happened. The ground split. A thin, perfectly straight line carved itself into the earth beneath them, extending outwards from Varen's blade, trailing a few meters before stopping. It wasn't deep. But that wasn't the point. It was clean. It was sharp. Michael stared at the cut, a chill creeping up his spine. That had been sword chi. He gulped once more. Varen left without saying a word. Michael didn't stop him. Instead, he stood in silence, deep in thought. Advanced mastery. It wasn't like he hadn't seen skills at that level before. Several of his undead possessed skills that had reached that realm. But perhaps Varen was right. Weapon mastery was different. It reminded him of a post he'd once read, one that discussed the differences between awakeners and traditional cultivators. Getting stronger as an awakener was easier. But sometimes, that easy was subjective. Michael remembered an example from the post, that it could take years to bring a weapon skill to the advanced level. At the time, he had assumed it was simply because the difficulty curve was steep. And perhaps it was. Even awakeners, who lived life on easy mode, still had to struggle to achieve it. Now, he understood why. Weapon mastery, true mastery, was a transformation. All mastery levels were transformations. It was just that, for spells and abilities, the transition felt more direct, less mysterious. Sword chi, Michael muttered, repeating the term Varen had used when he displayed that strange, terrifying power. It wasn't mana. It wasn't any kind of energy Michael was familiar with. But it was undoubtedly destructive. Depending on the strength of the person striking me. Even a mana-infused magic sword might not cause too much damage. But that sword chi. He wasn't confident he could handle it. Michael glanced at the spear in his hand. Will I be able to replicate that in the future? Excitement, anticipation, and a flicker of doubt welled up inside him. It took him a while to calm down. It's fine, he finally muttered to himself. I'm an awakener. I have cheat-like perks. Even if it takes time. I will reach advanced mastery in spearmanship. Though he didn't like how easily he had been outclassed in terms of weapon technique, he wasn't bitter. If anything, he felt hopeful. He had something to look forward to now. Ordinary people truly can't be underestimated. Being an awakener was special, but it didn't make him omnipotent, nor inherently superior to those who weren't. In fact, Both the princess and teacher Brian, despite being normal humans, could easily crush him if they wished. After a deep breath, Michael turned to look in the direction Verin had walked off. Why did he even come to me in the first place? They hadn't spoken more than a few words before today. Verin was always there, always training alone, his sword never leaving his side. They hadn't shared meals, barely nodded in passing. And yet, out of nowhere, he'd appeared, demanded a spar, and thrown him into a whirlwind of confusion and defeat. Michael tightened his grip around the spear. It still stung, the way Verin's expression had shifted after just a few exchanges. Not just disappointment. No. It hadn't been malicious. But it was there, plain as day. Verin had expected more. He wanted more. Michael remembered the moment Verin stepped back and lowered his sword, not because he was finished, but because he was done. Not because Verin was exhausted, but because he was disinterested. That brief, flickering frown that crossed his face before he turned and walked away. It wasn't about winning or losing. Verin hadn't seemed happy even as the victor. If anything, he looked more frustrated leaving than when he arrived. What kind of person seeks out someone he barely knows, fights him with such seriousness, and then walks away without a word? A battle maniac. He seems to fit that mold a little too well. Verin probably thought Michael would be a worthy challenge. And when he wasn't. Disappointment. Michael wasn't angry. Not really. It was just strange. And a little sobering. Someone like that doesn't need friends, Michael said quietly. He needs opponents. I'll catch up to you one day, Verin. Michael didn't say it with resentment. He said it like a promise, to himself more than anyone else. That special energy was cool. It felt so cool. For a moment it made Michael recall some fantasy stories he had read in the past. It made him once again feel the novelty of the fantasy world that has become reality for him. Michael exhaled slowly and stepped back into his stance. The familiar weight of the spear grounded him as he began to move, flowing through a basic thrust, then a sweep, then a parry. Over and over. Simple drills. Nothing fancy. Advanced mastery. Perfect stage, he whispered. Sword chi had come out of nowhere. Was spear chi a thing? Would he ever get to that level? After all, even though there were some similarities, Michael could still find some differences in the power system of this world, or rather the place he was in the land of origin and his original world. He moved into a stab twist motion, pivoted, and struck an imaginary enemy's neck. Michael knew how to use the weapon. No, that wasn't the problem. The problem was, he didn't know how to fight with it. His form was clean. His grip precise. His footwork followed the manuals. Everything about his motion screamed training. However, he was textbook accurate and that was it. He had no instinct, no flow, no improvisation. Against monsters, it was fine. After all, he had been using his spear to kill all this time. But against someone like Verin, he'd been dissected in seconds. Still, Michael didn't feel discouraged. One day, maybe he'd be able to shoot out cool energies, too. Michael couldn't help but chuckle at the thought, spinning the spear once before driving it forward into the air with a sharp whoosh. It wasn't until the sun dipped below the horizon Michael stopped practicing. The night had grown quiet. With a final glance at the now starless sky, Michael turned and began walking back toward camp. By the time he arrived, the guards were already alert. The knights on night watch greeted him with the usual formality. They bowed deeply, armored hands over their hearts. "Sir Mike," Michael nodded in return, not slowing down as he passed. Michael crossed the encampment quietly, ignoring the flickering torches and crackling tents. The flying ship loomed at the far end, massive and unmoving. Michael stepped aboard and climbed to the room he'd claimed as his own. The hallway was dim, the floorboards creaking under his boots. When he entered, he didn't bother lighting the lantern. Still no sign of the monster. Michael thought as he clenched his fist. It had been over a week now. Michael didn't want to admit it, but his patience was wearing thin. He wanted that monster dead. It was the one encounter in this world that had truly shaken him. Not just because of its strength, but because of the feeling it gave him. However, he couldn't wait forever. The competition for the Duke of Evermoon was starting soon. He had a deal to fulfill. Time to prepare for that. Before leaving, Michael figured he should make one last detour. His first location in this world. The place where he first met that monster. It wasn't deep within the forest, but quite far away from his current location. Well, if he didn't run. If I'm lucky, I'll find a trace. If not, I'll move on. For now, that is. Michael stood, stretched his back, and turned toward the small trunk in the corner of the room. Inside it, his gear was neatly packed. Let's give it a try tomorrow. At least, that was what Michael thought before heading to his bed to rest, until a few hours later. Loud noises began echoing through the surroundings. Michael, who had been meditating, immediately got up and ran out of his room to the top deck of the flying ship. There he saw it. Far away, a wave of monsters was making its way toward the ship. How many were there? Michael didn't know, but he could swear they numbered in the hundreds. The sounds he had just heard were from the knights already engaging the monsters. But 200 knights surrounded by hundreds of beasts was a daunting scene. The worst part was that Michael couldn't spot Vurin anywhere. Did he go to look for that monster? It was the only reasonable thought Michael could come up with. Even as he considered this, his actions weren't slow. With a wave of his hand, he used Undead summoning several times atop the flying ship. A few Undead figures rose from dark portals. However, if anyone familiar with Michael's army had seen his selection, they would have been confused. He had only summoned his human Undead, including Spartan. Spartan was understandable. It was powerful. But Michael had long since acquired many more human Undead thanks to the Hunter Guild's tasks and his solo hunts in dimensional cracks back in his original world. They were far from weak. Still, shouldn't he be summoning his strongest Undead? With them, handling the monster wave would have been far easier. Yet despite the urgency, Michael was thinking ahead. For one, it was now clear the monster hadn't disappeared. That much was evident from the black tentacles visible on the bodies of the monsters. However, the fact that it had chosen to attack now, when the kingdom's army here was at its weakest, showed that it had been taking its time, waiting for the right moment. Of course, Michael could be wrong. But he figured that if he showed all his power now, who was to say the monster wouldn't simply run away? It had taken so long just to find traces of it, Michael didn't want to lose it again. Turning to look at his high-ranking human Undead, clad in armor and wielding spears, bows, and various other weapons, Michael gave his command. Go. Stabilize the situation. Yes, stabilize. They weren't to aggressively hunt down the monsters, nor let the knights be overwhelmed. Their mission was to protect the knights, nothing more. The reason was simple. It was also to lower the monster's guard. Watching as his Undead leapt off the top of the flying ship one after another, Michael turned and headed back to his room. Once there, he quickly dressed in the equipment he had brought from the Supers Association branch. Though he believed himself to be intelligent, Michael wasn't willing to take any chances with this monster. After all, this was a life-and-death situation. Fully equipped, he returned to the top of the ship. Standing by the edge, he looked down to observe the battlefield below. The battlefield was chaos. Screams echoed through the dark, mingled with the guttural roars of monsters and the clash of steel. The knights were holding, but barely. His Undead had formed a second wall behind them, intercepting any stray creatures that slipped past. Spartan was at the forefront, cleaving through enemies with brutal efficiency, his spear sweeping in deadly arcs. Michael stood motionless, eyes narrowing as he scanned the darkness beyond the horde. He watched for a while, minutes, maybe longer. Still, he saw nothing that seemed like it was that monster. No slithering shadows. Nothing. Just monsters. Then he turned, surveying the skies. That thing had to be watching. Michael clenched his jaw. Enough, he muttered under his breath. Then, with a sudden push of strength, Michael launched himself into the air, the wood of the deck cracking beneath his boots. As he ascended, he used his skill. Undead summoning. From a swirling black mist above, a massive form emerged. His undead griffin let out a soft screech, its wings already outstretched. Michael landed smoothly on its back, not even needing to give a command before the beast soared forward, gliding silently above the battlefield. Below, torches flickered like dying stars, and the tents crackled as stray flames spread from the skirmishes. Michael ignored it all, his eyes locked forward as Gale carried him across the encampment. The flying ship stood on the far edge, towering and unmoving like a fortress in the sky. Where is it? Michael's gaze hardened as he looked around with intense focus. A sudden sound broke through the rush of the wind. Michael turned his head sharply. Far to the east, just beyond a jagged outcrop of trees, flickers of light danced erratically against the dark canopy. Shadows shifted wildly in uneven bursts. There were no torches that deep in the woods. No fires. Something was happening there. Gale slowed at his command, circling once as Michael narrowed his eyes. Another loud crash echoed through the night. Michael didn't hesitate. Go there. Gale tucked its wings and dove, a blur in the sky as they rushed toward the source of the chaos. The wind howled past him. As they approached, Michael saw it clearly now, a man, standing alone in a clearing, surrounded by 4 monsters. It was Vurin. The knight's blade danced in the dark, tracing arcs of silver as it clashed against claw, scale, and shadow. He moved with skill and grace. However, there was a slight issue. Vurin was outnumbered, and some of the monsters seemed to cause him a bit of difficulty. 2 were thick-skinned, lumbering brutes. Their hides were etched with deep gashes from Vurin's sword, but they remained standing, snorting steam from their flared nostrils. The other 2, on the other hand, were faster, thinner, weaving in and out of Vurin's range with disturbing coordination. But they were weakening. One had lost an arm, the other limped as it circled, dripping black blood. And though Vurin's chest heaved with effort, there was a sharpness in his gaze. He hadn't lost control. He's not even close to his limit. Michael murmured. Still, he couldn't help but wonder if Vurin had been baited here. For rank 2 monsters didn't just appear out of nowhere. The black tentacles littering the ground, ones that should have been severed by Vurin, made their origin all too clear. This was the monster's doing. It had to be. Where is it? Michael muttered. He didn't descend to assist Vurin. Instead, he turned Gale midair and flew off, soaring low over the battlefield, eyes scanning the forested shadows and cracked earth beyond. Below, the battle raged on, steel clashing against claw and fang, torchlight flickering madly against dark silhouettes. Michael paid it no mind. He had a singular goal now, to find it. Vurin twisted, parrying a claw strike and driving his blade into the gut of the limping monster. It screeched as it fell backward, body convulsing before collapsing into the grass. 3 left. Vurin didn't pause. As the first monster fell, he pivoted sharply, ducking under the swipe of one of the brutes. Its claws tore through the air where his head had been just a breath ago. The old man retaliated with a precise upward slash, the edge of his blade dragging an arc across the creature's chest. The faster one lunged from behind, but Vurin was already spinning. His heel dug into the ground, kicking up dirt as he brought his sword low, then whipped it upward in a diagonal slash that cleaved through the beast's remaining leg. It toppled to the ground with a heavy thud. Varen's breathing grew sharper, but his form never wavered. His stance remained steady. The brute charged again. Varen's gaze sharpened. His sword began to hum. The faint sound grew louder with each heartbeat, resonating with the air around him. Wisps of white light flickered along the edge of the blade, like threads of mist gathering toward a center. Then he moved. 1 step. 2. He ducked under the charging monster's arm, planted his foot, and struck upward with a clean, fluid motion. Sword chi, crescent line. The blade erupted with light. A shining arc tore through the brute's torso, slicing cleanly through bone and flesh. The impact hurled the creature backward like a broken doll. It hit a tree, snapped it in half, and didn't get back up. This was the realm of intent that came in the perfect stage. Chi was the outlook of the wielder's intent. The remaining monster froze. But Varen didn't stop. His left foot slid back as he raised the sword high, light gathering more intensely than before. His entire body seemed to glow, like a star compressed into flesh and steel. The monster charged. Varen exhaled. Sword chi, final cut. The moment the words left his mouth, the ground beneath him cracked. He dashed forward, faster than before, his entire form becoming a blur of motion. The sword descended in a single, devastating stroke, bisecting the monster from shoulder to hip. Black blood sprayed into the night, and the beast collapsed. Silence returned to the clearing. Varen stood still, sword pointed downward, steam rising from its glowing edge. Then he exhaled, body trembling just slightly from the exertion. However, just as Varen was about to move, he paused and turned toward a particular direction. A genuine smile spread across his face. Ha ha. This is good. Bring more if you want. It's been years since I've had a proper warm-up. Far off in the distance, yet still within his keen sight, Varen spotted a monster approaching. Its aura was vastly stronger than the 4 he had just slain. But to the old knight, who believed a life lived by the blade should end by the blade, a stronger foe was nothing short of a blessing. After all, only the kind of challenge that made him break a sweat was worth facing. Of course, even if he didn't fear death, he refused to die a disgraceful one. Flawed as he might be, this Grand Knight still embodied what a knight should be. High above, Michael still saw no trace of the monster, and frustration gnawed at him. Then, a thought struck him, one that made him abruptly pull Gale to a halt midair. Though subdued, Gale's aura was still faintly present. Any creature with keen enough senses would notice. Michael narrowed his eyes. Is it scared of coming out? Michael's thoughts drifted back to Varen. He was facing 4 rank 2 monsters now. Though their auras were weaker than Gale's, the fact that they carried traces of that monster's influence spoke volumes. Something with the power to control monsters of that caliber couldn't be weak. If it was also very strong, and its traces showed domination with numbers, it should have come out and gone all out to clear its opposition. However, this one didn't. So, unless it was inherently cautious, its intelligence probably told it that its opponents this time weren't easy. Michael felt this should be the case. Grand Knight Varen seemed to have been lured out of the camp at first, before several monsters then showed up. Perhaps the plan was to first lure the strongest, then kill the weakest ones before concentrating all its power on eliminating the bigger threat. I'm the reason it's still hiding. Michael turned to look at Gale. Though he believed he had concealed his aura well, against beings of similar or greater strength, it wasn't much of a disguise. Except for my mana, I'm most likely weaker than it. Perhaps, even with my mana. A thought came to Michael. His path to power differed from the traditional cultivators and knights of this world. Unlike them, who fortified their bodies with mana, which left traces in and around them, he enhanced his physical strength through attribute points. Just like most other awakeners, even those in physically oriented classes, his appearance was deceiving. He recalled a female knight he'd seen a few days ago at camp. She was massive, her build muscular and dense, which looked oddly fitting despite her short stature. Then, he thought of his classmates back at Aurora, Mira and Lillian. Both were physically strong, Lillian especially so. Either of them could probably go toe-to-toe with that female knight, yet they looked no different from before their awakening. Stat improvements didn't affect appearance much. The changes were there, but subtle. Unless someone relied on sharpened instincts that grew along with them, it was easy to underestimate an awakener's physical prowess. Still, I should be weaker than it. This might work. Michael had Gale descend into a clearing and leapt off with a serious expression. He addressed the beast aloud, "Search the area for any strong monster like you or close to you and engage them." But mentally, he gave a different order. Just fly in wide circles for a while, then head back to camp. He had to maintain the act. There was always a chance the monster was watching him now. Michael had made a decision: he would act as bait. It was risky, extremely risky. But it just might force the monster to reveal itself, even if only slightly. All he needed was a trace. A clue. With his high intelligence and the equipment protecting his mind, Michael felt somewhat confident in his edge. He didn't believe the monster could kill him instantly from a distance. And if things went south, he'd release Prince immediately and let them have a rematch. As for facing the monster himself, if he could just land the final blow, he'd be more than satisfied. He was confident, yes, but not foolish. The monster was possibly 24 levels above him and was even in a higher rank. Even with mental defenses, Michael wasn't about to leave his mind completely exposed. I should be weak enough for it to seek me out. Right. Michael had several thoughts running through his mind. He couldn't afford to appear too weak. If he did, the monster might simply send another one of its controlled beasts rather than come out itself. He had to strike the right balance, strong enough to be taken seriously, but not so strong as to pose a real threat. Just dangerous enough to be worth the monster's attention. That should do it. That should make the monster take him seriously. With deliberate steps, Michael began walking slowly through the forest, carefully scanning his surroundings. And as expected, not long after, a monster stepped out into his path. Forest ape, LV-33, with its huge body, the black tentacles on its body revealed its origin. With a spear in hand, Michael took the first step forward and charged. Let's make this fight look just a little easy. Michael didn't rush. He met the monster head-on, his spear held low. The forest ape roared and swung its arm, aiming to crush him in one blow. Michael sidestepped cleanly, his body moving with calm precision. The spear jabbed forward, just enough to graze the ape's side. It howled, more in anger than pain. Michael backed off again. He could have pierced deeper, maybe even crippled it. But that wasn't the point. He needed this to last a little. So he held back. The monster charged again. Michael spun to the side and swept his spear in a wide arc. The shaft struck the ape's knee, making it stumble, but only for a moment. It recovered and came at him with both hands raised. Michael ducked low, rolled under the swing, and stabbed upward. The tip of his spear scraped the ape's ribs, drawing a thin line of blood. Still not fatal. Still holding back. He moved in again. His spear danced around the monster, always just a bit too fast, always just barely slipping through its guard. He let the forest ape swing again and again. Their clashes echoed through the trees. But Michael's face stayed calm, eyes sharp. He wasn't trying to win, just perform. Strong enough to challenge, but not win. A threat, but a beatable one. Minutes passed. The forest ape's movements grew sluggish. Michael, in contrast, barely looked tired. His strikes had become more daring, pushing deeper, brushing vital spots. The forest ape lunged again. Michael responded with sharper movement this time, 2 quick steps forward, ducking low as his spear thrust upward in a clean arc. It pierced the ape's shoulder this time, making it stagger backward. Michael stepped in again, this time, no more holding back. The spear flashed. A clean thrust pierced straight through the forest ape's throat. It didn't even have time to react. Blood spurted as its body staggered backward, then crashed to the ground. Michael yanked his spear free and let the blood drip. Quick. Clean. Efficient. He stood still, eyes sweeping the tree-line. Now then, he muttered. If that wasn't enough to draw you out, I'll just keep going. At the edge of his lips, Michael had a smile on his face. He hadn't seen the monster, but he noticed something. The forest ape he had just killed seemed a bit too alive. Michael had observed how the other monsters under their controller moved. They felt wrong, alive, but hollow. Like puppets with no soul, acting only on the will of another. They weren't undead, not in the traditional sense. Their bodies were fully alive. Yet something essential was missing. They were like living machines. Their stiff, emotionless movements reminded him of robots, flawless in function, but devoid of life. It wasn't a bad analogy. And if that was the case, they shouldn't have been able to show things like pain, frustration, or anger. Yet this forest ape, it had. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. Michael remembered several moments during the fight. Times where it seemed the monster could have gone for the kill, but didn't. Its attacks had aimed for his limbs, not his vitals. Almost like it was trying to cripple him. Is it trying to capture me? To control me? The thought crept in. If that were true, why hadn't it tried to attack him from a distance instead? The controller didn't need proximity to exert influence, it could act from afar. Or does it think I'm not an easy target? That thought felt closer to the truth. Michael had layered protections over his mind. Mental armor designed specifically for monsters like this one. But how would a monster know that? Varen was attacked physically, not mentally. And my intelligence is definitely higher than his. Did that make the monster hesitate? It was possible. But regardless, Michael had no intention of being taken alive. If not for the growing demon inside him, he wouldn't be out here risking his life like this. That first encounter had left a scar, and he needed to end it. For good. Now, he understood what the association meant when they warned, "Don't treat this world like a game." It sounded dramatic, but facing this monster, it made perfect sense. Killing someone wasn't the scariest part. Replacing their consciousness was. It was death without death. And that terrified him. If such a thing could control an awakened's body and mind, could it also find a way into the original world? The thought made him clench his fists. That's why his caution far outweighed that of other new awakeners. Still playing his role, Michael continued deeper into the forest, his steps slow and deliberate. He was bait now. And he hoped the monster was watching. Varen ducked beneath a flash of silver and rolled, narrowly avoiding the wolf's crushing jaws. The beast landed where he'd stood moments ago, its claws gouging deep into the earth. This one was different from the previous 4. Faster. Smarter. Stronger. Varen's arm trembled slightly as he brought his blade back up. He'd already taken a grazing hit to the shoulder, and while it wasn't deep, the pain lingered longer than it should have. His breath came in short bursts. What truly annoyed him wasn't the injury, it was his inability to utilize his chi. It wasn't that he couldn't use it. He was already using it. He was using it to guard his mind. A constant, subtle pressure was pressing against his thoughts. It wasn't overwhelming, not enough to cripple him outright, but enough to be a problem. A whisper just on the edge of his awareness, trying to worm its way deeper. He grit his teeth. Mental interference. According to the kingdom's classified combat reports, this was the work of the monster they were after. Right now, Vurin was fighting like most Grand Knights would. He was still strong, just not as before. The beast's hind legs coiled for another pounce, and Vurin snapped into a defensive stance, just in time. The wolf sprang. Vurin met it head-on, his blade flashing upward in a sharp arc. The edge struck, but only carved shallowly through muscle. The monster twisted midair, slamming into him with its full weight. They crashed to the ground. Vurin rolled with the impact, instinct kicking in, and brought his knee up to kick the beast off before it could sink its teeth in. He scrambled upright, chest heaving. Still not enough. He needed more power. But calling on his chi meant exposing his mind, and that meant risking whatever was trying to get in. He could feel it, like a pressure behind his eyes. Waiting. Searching for weakness. This is ridiculous, he spat. Fighting with one hand tied behind my back. The wolf prowled closer, unaffected by pain. Vurin had stabbed it twice, slashed it another 3 times, and the damn thing still moved like it was fresh. Its wounds didn't even bleed properly. Vurin adjusted his grip, his fingers tightening around the hilt of his blade. His stance was solid. He couldn't let his guard down. Not even for a second. The wolf charged again. Vurin's sword met the claws mid-swing, the impact jarring up his arm. Sparks flew as steel mid-bone. The monster snarled, pressing forward with relentless force. Vurin slid back, boots dragging along the dirt. Enough, he growled. His breath stilled. A single inhale. He gathered his chi and condensed it into his blade. It was risky. Letting go of the mental defense for even a moment meant inviting disaster. But if he didn't end this now, his eyes sharpened. The world dulled. Only the wolf remained in his vision. The sword hummed with power as he stepped in, ignoring the scream in his skull as the mental pressure surged the moment his defenses fell. A single step. A single slash. The blade swept upward, cleaving through the monster in a perfect, upward arc from hip to shoulder. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the wolf froze, its limbs twitching in confusion, as if surprised by its own death. It collapsed a second later, bisected nearly cleanly through. Vurin exhaled sharply and staggered, dropping to one knee. The backlash hit instantly. He gripped his head as the whisper returned, louder now, pushing at his thoughts like a tide trying to drown him. Chi surged into his mind again. The pressure receded just enough for him to breathe again. His Vurin blade trembled in his hand. This wasn't just a fight, it was psychological warfare. Even now, he could feel the aftereffects, like something greasy had been smeared across his mind. Not deep enough to control him, but definitely enough to rattle him. He didn't even look at the wolf's body. Didn't want to. Instead, he turned and sprinted, pushing through the pain, the exhaustion, and the mental haze. The camp wasn't far. He needed to get back. Regroup. Fighting while constantly shielding his mind wasn't sustainable. This wasn't what he trained for. Battles like these weren't enjoyable. Vurin clenched his jaw, trying to push the lingering headache away. It was better to go check on the younger ones. Michael's spear whistled through the air as he twisted his body low, sweeping one monster's legs from under it before driving the butt of the weapon into the second's gut. The third, a grotesque boar-like beast with bony plates over its eyes, charged at him with a shriek. He didn't flinch. Instead, he pivoted and brought the spear up in a perfect arc. The blade carved into the beast's shoulder, not deep enough to kill, but more than enough to slow it. 3 at once, he muttered, ducking beneath the first monster's return swing. You're getting bolder. They came in again, more coordinated this time. Michael moved like a phantom, every step deliberate, every attack measured. Michael grunted as one caught him in the side with a glancing blow, a slight ache blooming across his ribs. He used the momentum to spin, driving his spear clean through its throat. A gurgle, then collapse. One lunged, too obvious. Michael sidestepped and swept its legs, then drove the blade of his spear downward, pinning it to the forest floor. The third hesitated, for a brief second. A flicker of awareness that should not have been there. Michael's eyes narrowed. His mental equipment activated again. A sharp buzz echoed in the back of his mind, an alert signal, one of several enchantments designed to protect him from invasive influence. It flared. Twice. Then a dull, consistent pulse. It's watching me. That wasn't a guess. He knew. He met the last monster's gaze. Its head tilted. Just slightly. Then it charged. Michael moved, fluid and unrelenting. He met the creature head-on, jamming the butt of his spear into its footwork and driving his knee up into its jaw. Michael ended the last monster with a precise thrust to the heart, then pulled his spear free, letting the body crumple. However, just before Michael could react, the two earrings on his ears suddenly emitted a blinding light. He instantly recalled their description. Siren's Echo earrings. They were powerful, rare-grade equipment. When worn, they continuously dampened mental interference and redirected psychic pressure away from the wearer's core. They also passively enhanced mental clarity, boosting casting speed for spellcasters. But most importantly, they held a one-time mental shield capable of blocking a direct high-tier psychic attack. Once activated, the shield would take 7 days to recharge. They had cost him over $1 million to acquire. That wasn't the problem now. The real issue was simple. The shield had just been triggered. Which meant, whatever was watching him had just attacked. Full force. It thought he'd lowered his guard. Michael's blood ran cold at the realization, but before he could even process the fear, another sound slammed into his senses. Then another. And another. From the direction of the camp. From deep in the forest. From everywhere. Michael's head whipped toward one particular location, the source of the loudest roar. A direction where the air itself trembled, saturated with killing intent. Is that where you're hiding? It wasn't just one creature. It was a pack. Dozens of monsters roaring in unison. His mental gears spun rapidly. Do the Siren's Echo earrings have a backlash effect? He didn't know. Still, Michael didn't freeze. His thoughts raced, but his hands moved faster. He stretched out both arms. With a pulse of energy, he summoned Prince from the netherworld and Gale from the camp. 2 magic circles flared to life and his undead appeared from each. As soon as they appeared, he issued a command. Prince. That direction. Attack every monster you see. If it's too dangerous, run. He pointed straight toward the suspicious location, the epicenter of the roars. Prince didn't hesitate. The undead wolf vanished in a burst of wind. Meanwhile, Michael reached up, ripped the glowing earrings from his ears, and shoved them into his storage space. Then, he replaced them. Another pair of Siren's Echo earrings. Getting them into place was easy. His ability to harden or soften his body at will included the skin around his ears. By the time he finished, Gale had already lowered its body. Michael leapt onto the undead griffin's back. The undead immediately launched into the sky. Their destination. The same place Prince was headed. And even before they were airborne, several system notifications had already flashed across Michael's vision. Your undead prince has killed. In a blur, it didn't take long for Michael to reach his destination. And there, he saw it. A massive clearing stretched out beneath him, bathed in moonlight. Under the night sky, the scene looked almost surreal, like something out of a nightmare. A large number of monsters filled the clearing, all of them rank 2. Not a single rank 1 creature in sight. Yet even so, currently, they were utterly helpless. Because amidst them stood Prince, the extraordinary rank creature. The undead wolf moved like a phantom. One moment, he was tearing through them, and the next, vanishing into shadows and reappearing deep within the horde, like he was teleporting. Wherever Prince appeared, heads flew. Black, thick vines burst from the earth with incredible speed, twisting and snapping like whips. They coiled around bodies, crushing and slicing as they surged upward, leaving chaos in their wake. Though these were rank 2 monsters, they looked like sheep before a predator. None could resist. But Michael wasn't watching Prince. His gaze was fixed elsewhere. In the center of the horde stood something else. His eyes narrowed as he hovered high above on Gale's back, the cold wind rustling his cloak. There, surrounded by death and carnage, was a creature. A body made entirely of writhing red flesh. Black tentacles slithered and twitched across its form, pulsing with some alien rhythm. Michael took a deep breath, staring down at it. His heart beat just a little faster. In that moment, he couldn't help but recall what Mage Lien had once called the creature after knowing its origin. He whispered the word under his breath. It was surely a taboo. Something that shouldn't exist. The next moment, Michael felt it again. Immediately, both earrings on his ears flared with a bright light once more. He didn't need to think twice. Shit. This fucking bastard. Once again, several loud roars echoed through the forest, shaking the treetops. There was no mistaking it, the monster had tried to attack him mentally again. Some might say it was foolish after the first failed attempt. Others might argue it wasn't. After all, how was it supposed to know Michael had 2 pairs of high-grade mental defenses? The creature's fear spiked. It immediately withdrew its thoughts, recoiling from Michael's mind like a burned animal retreating from fire. Something Michael didn't know was that the monster recognized him. How could it not? He had nearly been its first meal upon waking from a long, ancient slumber. Unfortunately for the beast, not only had it failed to consume him, but it had also been swarmed and wounded by strange, relentless ants that appeared immune to its influence. So yes, Michael had been right. The monster did have its eyes on him. But it wasn't just because of his strength, skill, or threat. It was personal. Just as Michael was about to react to the sudden psychic assault and retreat, several massive black tentacles erupted from a giant mass of red flesh, hurling toward him like spears. A wolf's howl echoed in the distance, followed by several thunderous roars of equal might. The ground shook from the noise, but Michael had no time to focus on what was happening below. Gale, his undead griffin, reacted instantly, wings flaring wide as it dodged the incoming tendrils and soared higher into the sky. Michael held on tight, barely maintaining balance as another tentacle missed him by inches. He didn't even understand how they were able to reach this high. But in a magical world, common sense wasn't always common, or worse, what was considered common sense depended entirely on who you asked. Luckily, there was a limit to their reach. After a few evasive maneuvers, Gale climbed high enough to be safely out of range. But Michael had no intention of simply retreating. His undead mount responded instantly, spinning mid-air and unleashing a volley of wind blades toward the writhing tentacles below. Several were sliced clean through, black ichor spilling from the wounds like tar. Only then did Michael issue a silent command and veer away from the battlefield. Gale flapped its massive wings and carried him to a distant clearing far from the chaos. Landing softly, Michael jumped down and turned back, his gaze fixed on the direction they'd just escaped from. His expression was tight, concerned. But beneath that worry, his heart beat with something else. Excitement. Though the monstrous abomination radiated in strong aura, and its abilities had nearly caught him off guard, the pressure it exuded didn't seem stronger than what Prince or Gale emitted. That meant one of 2 things. Either it was a lower-level creature than his undead, or it was higher-leveled, but its racial rank wasn't extraordinary. Unlike Prince and Gale, who were both one-star extraordinary ranked beings. Either way, it wasn't as overwhelming as he remembered. What once haunted his thoughts and caused fear now didn't seem so terrifying. This difference, this shift, meant everything to Michael. He had suspected this for a while, but seeing it for himself now gave him real confidence. Of course, that didn't mean he was going to rush back and confront the thing alone. Far from it. He still wasn't foolish. He had other mental defense equipment beyond the siren's echo earrings, but if the best among them could be forced to trigger, then relying on them wasn't something he was willing to bet his life on. He wasn't going to cower away, though. More notifications flickered across his interface, flooding his vision. Your undead prince has slain. You have gained. Your undead prince has slain. You have gained. Michael's eyes lit up. Even if I can't take that monster head on, no one said I can't hunt the others. He grinned. His voice low and thrilled. These were all experience packs walking around. And with most of them being far above his level, he could practically feel the multipliers stacking up. A suspicion had already formed in his heart, and now, with every kill notification, it grew stronger. Maybe I might actually be able to, he whispered, pulse racing. With a wave of his hand, he summoned more of his undead forces. Lucky. Beginning. Lily. And a random Goliath. A solid team. With a broad, excited smile, he turned to Gale. Go stir up our experience pack, I mean the boss, a bit. Make sure it doesn't get too comfortable. The griffin screeched and took off toward the battlefield once more. Michael turned to the rest of his undead. Let's go and take them out, guys. Michael let the 3 Goliaths rush ahead and stood alone at the edge of the clearing. He didn't move. Not yet. Moments passed. The sensation of being watched slowly bled away from his body, like a shadow receding with the dawn. He narrowed his eyes. The monster had withdrawn. Or more accurately, it could no longer afford to focus on him. The moment the gaze was lifted, Michael dashed toward the battlefield. In a blur, Michael arrived at the location. The forest was anything but quiet. Chaos rang through the woods, roars, screeches, cracking limbs, and the sharp hum of magic slicing through the air. He didn't need to see it to know the battle had escalated. The pressure in the air was thick, heavy with death and mana. But he didn't jump in right away. Instead, he remained cloaked in the shadows, crouched on a thick branch. Lily and Beginning had joined the fray in their giant forms, towering titans that moved like demigods among mortals. They swept through the battlefield like adults swatting away unruly pets. Every swing of their limbs shattered trees and crushed monsters beneath them. The 3rd Goliath was no different, its massive arms tearing through enemies with ruthless efficiency. In the midst of the chaos, Lucky, just like Prince, was a blur of violence. It flashed left and right, a whirlwind of claws, fangs, and writhing vines. Overhead, Gale unleashed storm after storm, destructive hails of wind raining down like divine punishment. Against an attack like this, it was no wonder why the corrupted monster could not focus on Michael. It had to defend itself. Staring at the monster struggling to defend itself against Gale, a trace of doubt appeared on Michael's face. Against the undead griffin, the monster looked weak. It had even resorted to sacrificing its flying minions, creatures that barely accomplished anything, just to absorb Gale's onslaught. It seems Gale alone is enough to defeat it. Given enough time, Michael muttered, his eyes narrowing. But then a new thought struck him, making his heart race. What would happen to the controlled monsters if their master died? They had no consciousness of their own, only puppets bound to that thing's will. But if that will disappeared, if there was nothing left to control them, wouldn't they become mindless, motionless husks? Wouldn't they become easy targets for me to harvest? The logic was sound. At least, it seemed that way. Still, doubt lingered. But Michael didn't let that doubt stop him. He wasn't the type to hesitate once he saw an opportunity. "I won't stop casting my net just because the waters are murky," he muttered. "But I need to speed this up." He took a deep breath. "I'll send Prince to help Gale. The sooner that thing dies, the better, whether or not I lose a few experience points." Without wasting another second, he gave the command. A few heartbeats later, deep in the forest, a mind-controlling tentacle monster felt a sudden spike of panic. The wolf that had always ignored it, the one that had kept its distance despite being terrifying, was now rushing in with killing intent. It didn't understand. All it knew was that its situation had just gone from bad to much, much worse. A blur of red and writhing green vines burst from the tree-line. The corrupted monster had just barely begun to adjust to Gale's relentless wind assaults when the wolf-turned nightmare tore into its flank. Prince didn't waste time. His vines shot out in all directions like coiled serpents. With a growl that rumbled like thunder, Prince directed them with eerie precision, each tendril winding and weaving between debris, monsters, and broken roots to strike true. The first to suffer were the minions surrounding the beast. They didn't even get a chance to react. One by one, the vines found them. Some were crushed in place, their bodies folding like paper under pressure. Others were flung through the air, lifeless before they hit the ground. One unlucky creature was hoisted high and slammed repeatedly into the earth until it burst like rotten fruit. And still, Prince advanced. The monster reeled, its massive red form writhing and pulsing like a wounded heart. It lashed out with several thick, slimy tentacles, aiming to crush the wolf where he stood. But Prince was faster. Far faster. The moment the tentacles descended, vines coiled around him like armor, lifting him high above the ground and pulling him to safety. At the same time, several other vines speared forward, skewering two of the attacking limbs straight through their pulsating veins. Black ichor sprayed into the air, hissing as it splashed against the ground. Then came Gale. The undead griffin circled above like a god of storms, his wings glowing with a pale green hue. With a screech that split the skies, he beat them once, and summoned a tempest. Wind blades surged down like razors. They ripped through the battlefield like nature's fury unleashed. More tentacles fell, severed by the barrage. It tried to retreat, to shield itself using its remaining minions, but Prince's vines wove a massive net of green, sealing every escape route. Each time the beast shifted its bulk, a vine would snap forward to anchor it down. Prince didn't stop. He charged in, fangs bared, a swirling cyclone of vines. Gale swooped low, wind circling his claws like drills. He struck just as Prince disengaged, slashing across the exposed wounds with enough force to rupture flesh and muscle. More ichor gushed out, steaming as it hit the air. A scream came from the monster. It had no mouth, yet it could still emit loud sounds. It was unraveling. Truly a taboo. Gale soared upward, avoiding a desperate lash of tentacles, while Prince circled low. The mind-controlling abomination thrashed violently, its tentacles trying to burrow into the earth and create distance, or at least hide. But the vines wouldn't let it. Wherever it turned, there was a wall of green. One tentacle wrapped around a large chunk of broken bark and hurled it at Prince with impressive force. Prince didn't dodge. He caught it. His vines wrapped around the chunk of wood midair, slowed its momentum, then used it as a stepping stone, vaulting off it to launch himself high into the air. Straight toward the monster's center mass. Gale descended at the same time. Wind spiraled around his claws, denser now, sharp enough to cut through steel. His wings beat once, twice, sending blades of compressed air straight into the writhing red flesh of the monster. Deep gashes appeared, black ichor spilling like oil from a punctured tank. Then Prince landed. He didn't aim for the body. He aimed for the brain. Or whatever passed for one in this thing. Prince landed there, claws first, then dug in with a roar that echoed unnaturally through the clearing. Vines burst from his shoulders, from his back, from his chest. They weren't striking now, they were burrowing straight through the flesh, weaving into the creature's insides with unnatural precision. The monster screamed again, its massive bulk rising from the ground as if trying to dislodge the wolf clinging to it. Gale struck next, diving with all the force of a meteor. He slammed into the back of the creature's head, claws forward. The sound echoed like a bell being struck underwater. At this point, Michael had stopped fishing in troubled waters. His level had increased to 22 and was already a quarter filled, but that wasn't his focus anymore. His eyes were locked on something far more important. The monster's flesh was shrinking. Not on its own, but because something was forcing it out from the inside. Vines drenched in a dark liquid burst forth intermittently, and with each eruption, the creature's strange screams of pain only grew louder. Then, Michael caught sight of a flying monster speeding toward Prince's location. A strange feeling surged in his chest. Without hesitation, he dashed in the same direction. It wasn't something he'd normally do. But deep inside, a voice warned him, if he didn't act now, he'd regret it. So he trusted his instincts and moved. As he neared, Michael watched the airborne creature descend like a hawk. It slashed its claws into the monster's collapsing body, cutting free a piece of raw flesh. Clutched in one claw was a squirming ball of meat, something Michael didn't recognize. The monster turned, preparing to flee. But just as it flapped its wings to take off, a storm of wind blades rained from above, shredding it midair. The ball of flesh tumbled from the sky. Before it could hit the ground, a spear pierced it cleanly in midair. You assisted in killing an extraordinary LV-43 corrupted. You've gained 45,000 experience points. You killed a monster 3 levels higher than your own, earning a 21x experience multiplier. You've gained 945,000 experience points. You have leveled up to level 23. You have leveled up to level 24. The first thing that caught Michael's eyes was the monster's rank. A part of him used to wonder if he had seen wrong then, due to the haste to escape, but it seemed he hadn't. Extraordinary, 3 stars. Fear gripped his chest, just for a moment, before confusion followed. The rank is high. But why is it so weak? The old him, fresh after awakening, would never have dared to say that. But the Michael of now could. He had grown. He had earned the strength to judge. With a race rank like that, the monster's potential placed it solidly in Tier 3, the realm of kings. He could accept the relatively low level. It wasn't that low, but its combat ability didn't add up. Not to him. Prince and Gale had ganged up on it, sure, but watching them fight, it had been clear either one of them could have ground the monster down alone. It would have taken longer, but the outcome wouldn't have changed. Michael paused and thought. I'm looking at this from the wrong angle. No one ever said a high race rank equals overwhelming strength in one-on-one combat. In fact, he'd seen it before. Monsters within the same rank often had varying strength levels. It wasn't weak. No, far from it. Its abilities were unique. In a pure duel at peak potential performance. He exhaled slowly, gaze settling on the monster's corpse. The only real weakness was that it operated alone. But in a group. He didn't need to finish the thought. Extraordinary ranked creatures were never to be underestimated. This one may have been outmatched, but its rank wasn't a lie. Not at all. Michael then turned his gaze to the ball of flesh skewered on his spearhead. For a monster so terrifying, its true body was surprisingly small. Unfortunately, aside from being marked as corrupted, nothing else shows. Are you really a taboo existence? Of course, Michael didn't expect a response from a dead creature. Still, the size of the body bothered him. Compared to the overwhelming presence it had projected before, the tiny mass looked almost pitiful. But he wasn't going to complain. Smaller meant easier to store. Had it been larger, Michael would have had to deal with another round of storage headaches. Carefully and cautiously, he removed the ball of flesh from his spear and placed it inside his storage space. Then, he turned his attention to the string of system notifications that had been piling up. I leveled up twice. That meant he was now just one level away from hitting level 25, the peak of rank 1. When he first awakened, he thought reaching that level would take forever. Yet here he was, in just over a month, and with less than 2 months remaining before the Awakener Academy entrance exam, he was on the brink of achieving his milestone. And now, that final step was within reach. Michael glanced around. Putting aside the blood-soaked ground drenched in black ichor, what surrounded him was a field full of rank 2 monsters. They stood eerily still, vacant eyes staring into nothing. Just as he'd suspected, their master's death had left them without a will of their own. They were now nothing more than experience cracks waiting to be harvested. Fortunately, Michael had told his undead to keep their hands to themselves right after the corrupted creature fell. If they'd wiped these monsters out on their own, he really would have had no place to cry. Though he technically still had more than a month left to reach rank 2, getting there early was only an advantage. And Michael knew it was time. Without a moment's hesitation, he took a deep breath, raised his spear, and locked onto the first motionless beast. Let's level up. Vurin stood in silence, brows furrowed as he stared at the unmoving corpse at his feet. Around him, knights formed a circle, swords drawn, breathing calm, yet wary. Their eyes occasionally flickered to the strange armored beings nearby. Vurin glanced at them. These were not ordinary summons. Each seemed to be no weaker than an advanced knight. Then Vurin's thoughts shifted to a youth. Though they'd only exchanged a few words, it wasn't like Vurin was without knowledge about the youth. He remembered the princess's warning clearly, be careful around him. He's not what he seems. And Vurin wasn't one to ignore the words of the great mage lightly. Then there were the summons. Not just the armored ones. Earlier, as he fought those grand tier monsters, he'd felt it, a weighty gaze upon him. That boy had a strong summon that could kill him. And according to what he knows, it probably wasn't only one. He's strong, Vurin muttered under his breath, eyes narrowing. Yet despite the difference in strength, he couldn't help the curl of excitement in his chest. Though it won't be as enjoyable to fight with pure skills, fighting in our respective zones shouldn't be bad. The thought lingered like the whisper of a future challenge. Yes, he wanted to face the boy now. What did a youth like that look like when he went all out? Still, fantasies of duels could wait. There was work to be done. With a sharp nod, Vurin raised a hand, signaling his knights. Clean up the rest. Leave none alive. With military precision, the knights swept through the battlefield. Steel clashed with bone and hide, and monsters that once stood frozen now crumbled one by one. Around Michael were several dead monsters. However, his eyes weren't on his surroundings again. With an excited smile on his face, Michael stared at the panel in front of him. Name, Michael Norman. Class, Adept Necromancer. Level, 25. Max, Strength, 41. 75. 6. 0 carat. Agility, 57. 51. 8. 0 carat. Constitution, 50. 12. 4. 0 carat. Intelligence, 190. 32. 11. 0 carat. Attribute points, 50. Skills, Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, Basic Shot, Share Senses, Spearmanship, Acid Shot, Bone Spear, Slow Curse, Blind Curse, Bone Armor, Corpse Explosion, Acid Ball, Mana Arrow, Death Ray, Basic Martial Art. Talent, Infinite Evolution, Class Skill, Contract Slot, 105 Fan 125, Gift, Mark of Origin. This wasn't the only source of Michael's happiness. It's just as I thought, he muttered, a faint smile tugging at his lips. The first rank advancement mission sets the tone for the ones that follow. He clenched his fists in satisfaction. This couldn't have gone any better for me. You have reached the max level of rank 1. Rank up to accumulate experience points again and level up. You have reached max level for Necromancer Apprentice. To rank up to Master Necromancer and continue leveling, complete your rank advancement quest. Generating rank advancement quest. Quest generated. Advancement quest, have 10 rank 2 undead, 2 fan 10. Funnily enough, it reminded him of when he was still unranked. Back then, only 2 of his undead had reached rank 1, Lucky and Prince. Now, it was Prince and Gale. But this time, things were slightly different. After reaching rank 2, I can finally evolve Lucky, Michael muttered with a grin. I don't know what level he'll reach, but he'll definitely become my strongest again. He glanced at his panel, where his accumulated evolution points had long surpassed 1,000. That was a lot, and it could do a lot. Unfortunately, the quiet hope he'd harbored, that storing enough evolution points might trigger a change in the red cauldron within his soul, hadn't come true. At least, not yet. For now, all he could do was speculate. Maybe he hadn't reached the threshold. Maybe there was no change to be triggered at all. Or maybe something else entirely was required. Michael wasn't crazy for thinking his talent could evolve. The forums were filled with rare cases, stories of people who had managed to strengthen their innate talents under the right conditions. The problem was, he still didn't fully understand his own. There was a lot he didn't know. But he was learning. And soon, he'd start testing his theories. Michael turned to look at his status again. Name, Michael Norman. Class, Adept Necromancer. Level, 25. Max, Strength, 41. 75. Agility, 57. 51. Constitution, 50. 12. Intelligence, 190. 32. Attribute points, 50. Skills, Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, Basic Shot, Share Senses, Spearmanship, Acid Shot, Bone Spear, Slow Curse, Blind Curse, Bone Armor, Corpse Explosion, Acid Ball, Mana Arrow, Death Ray, Basic Martial Art. Talent, Infinite Evolution, Class Skill, Contract Slot, 105 Fan 125, Gift, Mark of Origin. His stats were beginning to resemble what they looked like when he was still human. Of course, this was only on the surface. Michael, as a high human, was far stronger than any ordinary human could ever be. A part of him felt that if his current stats were translated into how they would appear had he remained fully human, the results would be terrifying. The fact that he was starting to feel overfilled with mana again was proof enough. It wasn't yet at the level he reached after consuming the soul magic fruits, but the signs were there. With his newly earned attribute points, Michael could easily improve his current condition. But doing so would be somewhat wasteful. After this, he planned to focus on evolving his undead and advancing them to rank 2. The feedback he'd receive from their evolution would still boost his intelligence, but it would also boost his other stats as well. At that time, dedicating most of his attribute points to Constitution afterward didn't seem like a bad idea. His eyes drifted down to the contract slots on his panel. 20 extra slots. That alone was enough to bring a smile to his face. Still, there was a small sense of conflict. More undead meant more evolution points, the very foundation of his strength. But at the same time, it made his army feel messy. It wasn't a bad thing, but Michael couldn't deny it. In some ways, it felt like he was rushing things. He hadn't found a solid solution to this yet. But for now, more contract slots were always good news. Michael dismissed his status panel and turned to scan the area. Off in the distance, he spotted Lucky and Prince together, and it immediately caught his attention. The two looked nearly identical, with one being a miniature version and the other a towering presence. Right now, Lucky was tilting his head, confused, as he stared at Prince. Through their bond, Michael could feel what Lucky was thinking. I recognize this brother. But why brother not brother-shaped? Michael's lips twitched. He shook his head with a faint chuckle. Looking around again, he saw his Goliaths. It seemed like Lily and Beginning had started a strength testing contest, while the third Goliath had taken up the role of cheerleader. Up above, Gale soared calmly through the sky. "It's finally over," Michael muttered, the words soft but full of meaning. The corrupted monster had acted like a heart demon ever since that incident. But now, not only had it been resolved, it had given him a massive boost in strength. And that made the sense of relief washing over him all the more powerful. Michael exhaled slowly, savoring the moment of peace as he raised his hand into the air. "Everyone, return." One by one, his undead turned their heads at his command. Prince stopped flexing his claws. Gale let out a soft screech from the sky, then began descending. The Goliaths froze mid-wrestle, Lily still gripping Beginning's wrist in a mock grapple. Even Lucky stopped circling Prince and tilted his head again. Back to the netherworld. Without resistance, each undead faded from reality, vanishing into the netherworld in ordered succession. Prince went last, giving Michael a brief nod before disappearing in a swirl of black mist. Only Gale remained. Michael moved with practiced ease, hopping onto Gale's broad back. The griffin ruffled its feathers, gave a brief cry, then leapt into the air. The force of the wind beneath its wings kicked up a cloud of dust as they took flight. From this vantage point, Michael could see the forest stretch out endlessly below, scarred in places from the earlier battle, but quiet now. Too quiet. Still, he had no plans to linger. He directed Gale toward the camp. "I've got to regroup," he muttered. "Check on the Kingdom Knights. And the others." By the time Michael returned to the camp, the worst had already passed. From above, the place looked oddly peaceful, if one ignored the scorched ground, shattered trees, and faint traces of blood staining the earth. The fires had long died out, leaving behind blackened trails. A strange calm had settled over the area, like the air itself was trying to forget the chaos that had erupted earlier. Yet just outside the perimeter of the camp, the truth lay in plain sight, mangled monster corpses strewn in disarray, some burned, others sliced apart, a few with shattered skulls or pierced hearts. It was a massacre. Michael's eyes then shifted to his armored humanoid undead who stood motionless as if waiting for orders. Without hesitation, Michael leaned forward on Gale's back and pointed downward. The undead griffin let out a low screech and began descending in a spiral. The knights noticed him before he even landed. One of them raised a hand and called out, "Sir Mike has returned." More voices followed. "Welcome back, Sir Mike. Good to see you alive, sir." Michael stepped off Gale's back as soon as they touched down, nodding at the greeting knights. Their faces were tired, armor dented and cloaked in grime, but there was no fear in their eyes when they looked at him now. Only respect. It was subtle, but real. He wondered what had happened. Previously, the knight's respect had seemed superficial, a polite facade. But now, it felt like genuine acknowledgement. Was it due to his undead? Perhaps the outcome of the battle had earned him a new level of regard. The casualty count seemed relatively low, which might have contributed to the change. He gave a short wave and swept his hand forward. "Dismiss." All his undead vanished in a swirl of dark mist. Whispers broke out immediately. "Did you see that? They just vanished. How many does he have?" Michael ignored the murmurs. "Where's Sir Verrin?" he asked, scanning the camp. A younger knight straightened and answered quickly. "Resting inside the ship, sir." Michael nodded. "Good. Let him rest." Recalling the old man's deeds a while ago, if he still had strength after all this, he wasn't human anymore. Probably a freak. Michael's gaze turned toward the forest for a moment before returning to the aftermath around him. Charred bark. Cratered dirt. Collapsed tents. Near the central tent, several long mats had been laid out on the ground. Injured knights were lined up in neat rows, their armor stripped away to reveal bleeding wounds, cracked bones, or deep bruises. He watched as several people in robes moved briskly through the rows, applying salves and bandages with practiced speed. A few of them carried leather satchels filled with small, crystal vials, health potions. Only the most injured were given those. One knight, unconscious with a gaping wound across his abdomen, was carefully lifted so a potion could be poured directly into his mouth. Another healer cracked a second vial and gently dabbed it onto the wound, causing faint tendrils of green light to sizzle through the skin as it began closing. For the others, the treatment was far more measured. Diluted potions, recognizable by their pale coloration, were poured onto bandages and pressed against wounds before the fabric was tightly bound around the limb or torso. Occasionally, a sip was allowed if the knight had trouble breathing or moving. Michael raised an eyebrow. Everything he saw was quite efficient. One knight winced as a healer dabbed a wet cloth over a gash on his thigh. "That stings like hell," he muttered. "Good," the healer replied, without sympathy. "Means it's working." Michael's lips twitched. Knowing he wasn't needed at the camp, Michael returned to his room aboard the flying ship, surprisingly still mostly intact, and quickly fell asleep. He hadn't fought any truly difficult battles, but the chain of events had left him mentally drained. A few hours later, he opened his eyes. After a quick cleanup and changing his clothes, he made his way to the top deck of the ship. It was bright outside, suggesting it was nearing noon, or perhaps already past it. The monsters had attacked deep into the night. Though a lot had happened, the battle ended quickly due to the large gap in power levels. There had been no long, drawn-out conflict. On the deck, Michael spotted Vurin. He was slightly surprised to see him there, but still made his way over. The older man noticed him immediately and greeted him with a nod. Michael walked across the wooden deck with steady steps, the breeze brushing against his face. His eyes were fixed on the old man leaning casually against the railing. "Sir Vurin." The man looked quite energetic. But despite the subtle liveliness in his frame, his expression remained as flat as ever, serious, composed, like stone. His face gave away nothing, but something told Michael the knight had a lot on his mind. Michael was about to speak, wondering how he'd talk about what happened with the monster, but Sir Vurin beat him to it. "I sent one of the knights out to scout the surrounding forest," Vurin said plainly, still staring into the sky. "He returned just an hour ago." Michael raised an eyebrow. "And?" The old man turned his head, eyes calm but unreadable. "Sir Mike, your prowess leaves me speechless." Michael blinked. A strange expression suddenly appeared on his face. He seemed to have an idea of what happened. Vurin continued, his tone still neutral, but there was an unmistakable undercurrent of disbelief, or perhaps awe. Hundreds of monster corpses. The aura on most of them. At least Grand Tier. An hour ago. Vurin sat alone in the ship's command room. He needed to think. Hundreds of monsters. In multiple directions. The scout who had made it back couldn't even find what to express exclusively. Confusion. Fear. Awe. Respect. Caution. The scout somehow showed all. There was no fear in Vurin. At least, not so much if one was to ignore his slightly trembling hands. The monster. It's dead. Sir Vurin turned his gaze from the sky and looked at him squarely. Good. Vurin regarded him for a moment longer before adding, "Don't worry. The kingdom will reward you for your effort and support." Michael's lips curled faintly into a wry smile. Yes. He didn't know how to say he had earned a lot of benefits already. Michael found it strange. He'd imagined needing to explain everything in detail, maybe argue his reasons, and face suspicion. But none of that happened. The conversation had flowed far easier than expected. It was probably because he was talking to Vurin. If it had been the princess. After my deal with Mage Lien, I should start considering a relocation. There's also the issue of my rank advancement. There's that tower too. The capital of Lionheart. Even though a few days had passed, no one seemed to be aware of the massacre that had occurred in the Everlong Forest. These days, the only thing people were talking about was the competition hosted by the Duke of Evermoon. It was finally about to begin. The capital of Lionheart was bursting at the seams with energy. These days, the normally lively streets had turned into a festival ground. The Evermoon competition. Rumor had it that the grand prize wasn't just riches, it was the hand of the Duke's daughter. The declaration had sparked chaos. Whether it was a political move or a test of strength, the result was the same. A tidal wave of participants flooded the capital. Young men from every corner of the kingdom and beyond arrived in droves, swords at their hips, pride in their chests, and ambition burning in their eyes. Some wore polished noble attire, bearing crests of minor lords or rising houses. Others wore humble travel leathers, seasoned by dust and blood. Foreigners, too, joined the fray, easily spotted by their distinct armor styles or the strange animals that followed them. The guards at the capital's gates had tripled, and inns ran out of rooms within hours. The Duke of Evermoon was no ordinary man. And his daughter. She was known as the Evermoon Rose. Graceful, intelligent, and said to be as terrifying with a blade as she was charming with words. Many saw the competition not just as a tournament, but a rare path to power through marriage. Meanwhile, betting houses had already opened odds on who would win. The common folk gossiped endlessly. Some swore the winner would be the noble families. Others insisted it would be a dark horse, someone unknown, someone unexpected. In a certain Grand Mage's study room, Michael was currently having a discussion with Mage Lien. And no, it wasn't about the competition, but rather about the incident that happened a few days ago. Michael was here once again to reap another wave of benefits from the kingdom. Michael sat across from Mage Lien, sipping his tea, when the mage finally spoke. Thanks to your support during the mission in Everlong Forest, the kingdom has decided to reward you with 500 golden papers. Michael paused mid-sip. A golden paper was worth 1,000 gold coins, and he hadn't even spent the last one the kingdom had given him. Now, he was receiving another large sum. But that wasn't all. Mage Lien wasn't done. When you came to me last time about selling your monster corpses to the kingdom, there's now a response. However, it's not exactly what you might have expected, Mage Lien continued, his tone slightly off. Michael raised an eyebrow. The kingdom is finding it hard to purchase hundreds of grand-tier monster corpses. Even with all their resources, it's a difficult proposition. Mage Lien turned to Michael, his expression oddly scrutinizing. Michael pretended not to notice. I see, he said smoothly. Mage Lien set his cup down gently. However, it's not like they plan to take it from you for free. Michael narrowed his eyes. They're offering you something else, something that can't be bought with money. Lien's voice lowered slightly, as if revealing a secret. The opportunity to enter the ancestral dragon pool. Michael stilled. And a separate reward of 200 golden papers, should you accept, Lien added. Now Michael looked up, meeting Lien's gaze. That pool. What exactly is it? Lien leaned back in his chair, folding his arms. Do you remember the statues in the inner city plaza? The towering ones of the third king and queen. Michael gave a slow nod. They weren't placed there just for decoration, Lien said. Green City wasn't always our capital. A few centuries ago, it was just forest and wild land. But then the third king of the Lionheart line slayed a dragon here. And that's why the capital moved here, yes. Exactly, Lien said. With the dragon's blessing, this land's mana density surged. However, what most people don't know is that the Queen then, a Grand Formation mage, also built an immense array to contain and refine part of that energy into what we now call the Ancestral Dragon Pool. He paused, letting the word settle. It's a pool of pure, dragon-infused mana. A holy land for advancement. Even the royal heirs only enter it once in their lives, and only during their greatest bottlenecks. Michael's heartbeat quickened. Bathing in that pool can strengthen your foundation, elevate your body's affinity with mana, and even help awaken dormant bloodlines, Lien said softly. It is, without exaggeration, a miracle for anyone. Michael didn't respond immediately. His thoughts ran like wildfire. Lien raised a brow. You look conflicted. You shouldn't be. Entering the pool is a privilege offered only to a handful in each generation. You earned it. And there's no guarantee the offer will remain if you delay. Michael looked down at his teacup. He finally looked up, his expression unreadable. Please give me time to consider it. Mage Lien smiled faintly. Just don't take too long. The royal family doesn't wait forever. Outside, the city buzzed with excitement over the Evermoon competition. Inside, Michael sat quietly, weighing the worth of a nation's fortune. Michael's path to power was different from the traditional routes taken by other supernaturals. However, that didn't mean their methods couldn't benefit or strengthen him in some way. One thing that worked for both sides was consumable treasures. Take the Ancestral Dragon Pool, for instance. It wasn't that Michael underestimated its value, but much like his last deal with Mage Lien, very few things could genuinely attract his interest. It wasn't because he was picky. His talent simply spoiled him. It was an opportunity in and of itself. Unless a treasure aligned directly with his talent or could help him evolve further, it was hard for Michael to be instantly drawn in. Still, in the end, money is great. But just like Mage Lien said, there are some things that can't be bought with gold. And it's not like I'm not still receiving some. The Ancestral Dragon Pool is likely a foundational treasure of the kingdom. If it belonged to another kingdom, it might not be a problem. But this one. He frowned. If I do take it, leaving afterward might not be so easy. Maybe he was overthinking it. But the idea of interacting further with a power that likely already suspected his true identity didn't sit well with him. When he considered it like that, he much preferred money, clean, simple, and with no strings attached. But there was another problem. To be honest, Michael didn't even know what to do with the amount of money he had on hand. Just the first reward alone this time had given him 500,000 gold coins. Where was he supposed to spend it all? He hadn't even touched the previous stash and was still wondering what to do with it. But hey, more money wasn't a bad thing. Who knew when he might stumble upon something that truly caught his eye in this world? It was always better to have more money and nothing to spend it on, than to have nothing and 1,000 things you could spend on. Michael exhaled slowly. Is it possible to exchange the chance to enter the Ancestral Dragon Pool for extraordinary materials? Michael immediately thought of a better way to squeeze more out of the kingdom. The Ancestral Dragon Pool seemed to come with complications, but exchanging it for materials, that was just business. As for why he chose materials instead, the reason was obvious. It was for his undead. To be honest, he was genuinely interested in the pool. If he hadn't interacted with the princess, Michael believed his answer might have been different. I didn't expect you to refuse something like that, Lien said, but I won't pry, everyone has their reasons. As for the materials, I think it should be possible, but I'll need to confirm with the kingdom first. I see, Michael replied calmly. Mage Lien reached into his robe and pulled out a small pouch. Another 200 golden papers. Michael took it with helpless acceptance. Is this what it felt like to be rich? Worrying about having too much money. It feels good. Thank you, Michael said as he collected the pouch. Mage Lien simply waved it off. It's what you deserve, the mage said plainly. And besides, you've given the kingdom more than you know. Michael didn't press for more. He wasn't sure what hundreds of Grand Tier corpses would do for the kingdom's future, but that wasn't his concern. Now, let's talk about something else. The Grand Mage's tone shifted slightly. Are you confident about winning this? He stopped mid-sentence, blinking in surprise. Heavens, when did he become so dense? Was he seriously asking a youth capable of slaughtering hundreds of rank 2 monsters if he could handle a mere competition? Had his constant stress dulled his mind? Or was it just old age catching up to him? Instead of worrying about whether Michael could win, he should be thinking about what reward would even be worthy of him. Mage Lien cleared his throat and quickly corrected himself. For the Duke's competition, just do your best and have fun. Michael, unaware of the Grand Mage's inner spiral, simply nodded. They exchanged a few more words before he took his leave. 2 days later. Today was the day of the Duke's competition. Michael walked alone, clad in flowing black robes that gave off the faint shimmer of enchanted silk. His pace was unhurried, his expression calm, and his gaze steady as he made his way through the outer city's paved streets. Ahead, towering over the neighboring buildings, stood a grand arena, an enormous structure said to be capable of seating over 100,000. It was primarily used by nobles for events, tournaments, and their strange pastime games, but today, it would host something far more significant. Michael glanced around and noticed that everyone walking in the same direction as him was young. Very young. Some wore armor, and others simple martial garments. And then there was him. He didn't carry a weapon visibly. He wasn't escorted by guards or followed by a proud retinue. He walked silently, cutting a lonely figure in black. His steps were light, as though he weren't even pressing against the earth. Yet, many who glanced his way quickly turned away, feeling a strange tension emanating from him. That was fine by Michael. He wasn't here to make friends. But just as he neared the arena's outer gate, a cheerful voice rang out from his side. Bro, are you participating in the competition too? Michael, who had been addressed, turned to his side in confusion. A boy in simple, but clearly high-quality clothing stood beside him. Though not extravagant, the outfit hinted at wealth, perhaps the son of a noble or a wealthy merchant. Michael wasn't sure why this stranger was speaking to him, but he still responded, with a single nod. However, the gesture didn't seem to get the message across. The boy remained, undeterred. The boy smiled and extended a hand. Name's Ren. You. Michael glanced at the hand but didn't take it. Mike, he said simply. Ren tilted his head slightly. You don't talk much, huh? Michael didn't answer. Unfortunately, Ren didn't seem like he planned on leaving. Instead, he leaned in a little, his voice lowering to a conspiratorial tone. Hey. I know what's going to happen in the arena today. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly at that. He didn't pause his walk, but now, he was listening. His eyes then subtly examined the boy. Ren had short, messy brown hair, sharp amber eyes, and a youthful face that seemed a bit too carefree for someone heading into a competition. On his waist, he wore a wooden sword, completely out of place given the context. Michael's lips twitched at the sight. A wooden sword. What is going to happen? Michael inquired. Ren grinned like a child about to reveal a treasured secret. The first stage of the competition is taking place in the arena. That much is confirmed. Not sure about the later stages, but this one. Definitely here. Michael resisted the urge to sigh. Of course it's in the arena. Where else would it be? He secretly rolled his eyes but chose not to interrupt. It was clear Ren enjoyed talking, and Michael had nothing better to do while they walked. Ren continued, lowering his voice again. The first stage. It's actually a qualification trial. That caught Michael's attention. He glanced sideways at the boy. Qualification. Ren nodded quickly. Yup. You don't even make it to the main event unless you pass this first trial. Only the ones who meet the Duke's standard can proceed. Michael hummed in thought. If memory served him right, there were two key requirements. The participant had to be under 25 years of age and at least at the intermediate rank. That already weeded out a good chunk of the population. However, this reminded Michael of a lingering headache. He was still unfamiliar with the power system of this world. Now the question was, what level of power should he reveal? Or rather, what level could he safely reveal? Their conversation died down as the two arrived at the arena's massive iron gate. Fortnite stood at attention, flanking a middle-aged man in a crimson robe who looked half bored, half harassed. He handed wooden number tags to each youth in line, occasionally scribbling notes on a thick scroll at his side. When it was their turn, Michael and Ren each received a smooth, palm-sized token etched with just numbers. Michael eyed the piece of wood. His thoughts returned to the upcoming trial. He didn't care for the structure or the people, but he wasn't arrogant enough to ignore the possibility of a surprise. Hidden elites, political traps, divine artifacts, anything was possible in a noble-led competition. And though he was confident in himself, he also had a rule: never be careless in unfamiliar territory. Ren, unaware of Michael's musings, inspected his number like it was a prize. 48. Nice, right? Michael didn't respond. He glanced at his own. 31. His eyes flicked toward the large archway leading into the inner stands. Time to see what sort of trial the Duke had prepared. The two stepped through the iron gate into the arena's inner ring, greeted immediately by a wave of murmurs and the faint clatter of footsteps on stone. The arena, vast and circular, stretched high above them with tiered seating packed with young competitors. A youth in red robes waited near the entrance. Sirs, the red-robed youth gestured. Please find your seat and wait. You'll be called when it's your turn. Michael gave a short nod and walked past him without a word. Ren, however, paused to ask, do you know what the trial will be? Michael internally sighed. He didn't even need to look at the red-robed boy's face to know the answer. Predictably, the youth replied, you'll find out when it starts. Michael rolled his eyes, quietly, of course. He didn't bother waiting for Ren and simply moved on toward the seating area, weaving past others as he picked an isolated corner with a good view of the arena floor. Ren, as if magnetized by the decision, conveniently followed and sat beside him. Fortunately, once seated, Ren fell quiet. Instead of rambling, his amber eyes roamed the surroundings with childlike curiosity. Michael did the same, though with a more calculated gaze. There wasn't much of interest. The arena floor was bare, no weapons, no obstacles, no markers, just smooth stone. However, the large cage doors embedded into the walls drew his attention. Michael's eyes lingered on them. Unfortunately, he couldn't gather much more information just by looking at them. After looking around a bit more, he closed his eyes to rest and wait. Time dragged on. The sky shifted from pale morning light to the brighter blaze of midday, but still, no trial began. They waited. And waited. The entire arena, nearly filled to capacity with youths, had long since turned restless. While no one dared complain openly, the subtle signs were everywhere: the tapping of boots against stone, the low hum of impatient murmurs, and the occasional frustrated sigh. It created a constant backdrop of noise, like a hive of uneasy bees. Even Michael was beginning to grow tired of it. He shifted slightly in his seat, stretching his legs out before pulling them back in. Still, he said nothing. He knew better. Complaining wouldn't bring good news. So instead, he stayed quiet and let his thoughts drift. Specifically, to his rank advancement quest. This one was very similar to his last. However, unlike before, where the mission duration was shorter, This one came with a much longer deadline, an entire year. On the surface, that made it seem easier. But Michael wasn't naive. 10 rank 2 undead wasn't an easy feat, no matter how long the time frame. Sure, he had the means to do it. With the evolution points he had saved up, he could easily evolve several of his undead to rank 2 if he wanted. Some might even become stronger than that, depending on how he invested the points. But that wasn't the goal. 10 rank 2 undead wasn't his goal. Not this time. Michael wanted another perfect performance rating. It wasn't arrogance. It was logic. He had the tools, the timing, and the knowledge. Anything less than a perfect rating would be a waste of his advantage, and worse, a personal disappointment. Also, there was another reason. Perfect is said to be the highest rating. But Michael couldn't help but get curious if that was truly the case. The last time he could only increase the quest difficulty to having 20 rank 1 undead, and the moment he was done the quest was automatically completed. Was this because that was the limit, or because he only had 20 undead max then? Could he go beyond this time? Michael wanted to try. That was why he was accumulating his evolution points. At the very least, though, he needed a perfect rating. The extra levels that came with it would do a lot for him. There was also a matter of timing. The Awakeners Academy entrance examination wasn't far off. Michael wasn't worried about missing it, but he still wanted to enter the academy with his advancement complete. That way, he wouldn't just be catching up to the elite peers who had awakened 2 years ago, he'd be stepping onto the same stage. From there, he could finally slow down. Not because he planned to relax, but because the mad sprint would no longer be necessary. With the right foundation laid, his rise could be consistent and terrifying. His thoughts were interrupted by the faint creak of the massive iron gate entrance. 2 figures stepped through, instantly drawing attention. They wore deep blue robes marked with silver trim. A man and a woman. They both looked middle-aged. Their appearance didn't quiet the arena, but it did shift the tone. Murmurs grew more curious. Movement slowed. Even those who had been chatting mindlessly now sat straighter in their seats. Michael leaned forward slightly, watching them. Still, nothing started. Just more waiting. Eventually, Ren stirred beside him. "Think they're stalling because they're not ready," he muttered. Michael didn't answer. However, he had his own suspicions. One of them related to the number of youths around him. The middle-aged woman in blue robes finally stepped forward, raising her hand for silence. Her presence alone commanded attention, and while the noise didn't vanish entirely, it dulled enough for her voice to carry through the open-air arena. "Welcome, all of you," she began, her voice clear and authoritative, carrying across the massive space without needing to shout. "On behalf of the Duke of Evermoon, I welcome each and every one of you to the first round of the selection." Michael's eyes sharpened. Finally. She didn't bother with pleasantries beyond that, her gaze sweeping across the crowd of seated youths like a blade. "Since you are here, I assume most of you already have some idea of what this event is. I will not waste our time explaining every detail. You want something. And to get it, you must prove yourself." She paused briefly, letting the words sink in. "However," she continued, her tone hardening, "some among you seem either ignorant of the most basic requirements, or worse, have chosen to ignore them outright." Murmurs flared again. Michael saw heads turning, people exchanging glances, some faces twisting in confusion or dawning realization. "I'll repeat them for clarity," the woman said. "Firstly, all participants must be between the ages of 18 and 25. A beat of silence. She continued, "There is an exception, however. The Duke has graciously allowed those younger than 18 to participate, though it must be made absolutely clear that those younger than the official minimum should not expect any form of reward. If you are here to test yourself or spectate from within, you may stay. Ren frowned beside Michael, his brows knitting. So basically, kids are allowed to play pretend. Michael didn't reply, but the woman's next words echoed his thoughts. As for those older than 25 who dared step into this arena. Her voice dropped, icy and sharp. Leave. Immediately. Or face the consequences. Michael noticed several people stiffen. A handful even rose hesitantly from their seats, faces pale. The woman gestured casually, and a group of armored guards began to fan out across the arena, their expressions stone-cold. No exceptions, she said. The tension in the arena thickened. A pair of older-looking youths near the western edge tried to argue, only to be forcibly removed by guards without a word. The message was clear. Once the brief purge was done, the woman clasped her hands behind her back. Now that that's settled. Perhaps, she said with a mysterious smile only those with excellent eyesight could spot, let us begin. She stepped aside, and the man in blue robes, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. The man in blue stepped forward with deliberate poise, his eyes scanning the arena with a critical gaze that made more than a few participants squirm. His voice, when he finally spoke, was smooth and firm, laced with a subtle edge that demanded attention. As Lady Cyril has made clear, the age requirement is only the first of several filters. The next is perhaps even more important, strength. He paused. To be eligible for true consideration, you must be, at minimum, either an intermediate-ranked mage or knight. A quiet wave of murmurs swept the stands. Some looked to their neighbors, others shifted in place uncomfortably. The unspoken truth was settling in fast. There is no leniency on this point, he continued, tone unyielding. In a competition like this, without sufficient strength, you are just useless. If you do not meet this threshold, I suggest you take your leave now. Ren let out a low tsk beside Michael, crossing his arms. Good luck to all those poor kids who thought they stood a chance, he muttered. Michael remained quiet. In the first official trial, the man went on, 100 youths will enter the arena as a team. Your task is simple, work together to defeat 10 intermediate-class monsters. The effect was instant. Outrage erupted like wildfire across the arena. 10. All at once. That's insane. The man's response was immediate. He raised a single hand and unleashed a subtle pulse of mana. The uproar died abruptly as the pressure in the air spiked. Conversations were cut off mid-sentence. It wasn't an aggressive aura, but it pressed down enough to still the crowd. Michael didn't even flinch. To him, it was like a breeze. The man's eyes narrowed, his voice now sharper. Did you think this was a game? A fairground contest. You're here seeking rewards from the Duke of Evermoon. Do not expect them to come cheap. He let the silence linger before continuing. If you're afraid of death, you still have 3 minutes to leave. No shame. But once the trial begins, that door closes. Many heads turned toward the exit. Some hesitated. A few stood. When it became clear the man wasn't bluffing, dozens more joined them. The clamor of departing footsteps echoed through the stands. But Michael didn't move. Nor did Ren. And neither were alone. Still, the arena looked notably more empty afterward. Once the last group exited, the man gave a faint nod of satisfaction. Now then. With that out of the way, let me make something clear. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. His voice grew calm again, but with an undertone of cunning. Though this step is dangerous, you are not alone. Lady Cyril and I will be overseeing the event. If something unacceptable is about to occur, we will intervene. He paused, then added with a faint smile, however, if we do intervene to save you, consider it an automatic disqualification. Strength means surviving without a guardian. At this, Michael's lips twitched faintly. Cunning bastard, Ren whispered beside him. Michael let out the faintest breath of agreement. The man's expression remained calm, almost bored. If any of you also believe the Duke will hand out equipment or rewards like charity, then perhaps it's best you leave now. You weren't forced to come here. There were movements in the audience, shuffling feet, sideways glances, subtle murmurs, but it didn't escalate into another uproar. Everyone understood the implication. The man gave it a few moments after more people left, then raised his hand again. Now then. In just a few minutes, the first trial will begin. With reduced numbers, we need to confirm who's participating. What followed was slow and methodical. One by one, number tags were verified. Once again, they saw the same middle-aged man and youth in red robes from earlier. Both nodded without expression and moved on. It took almost half an hour for the entire process to complete. After the final participant was recorded, the announcer finally spoke again. We now have a total of 1,033 participants. However, as stated before, only 100 will proceed to the next stage. That means 33 of you will pass this round. If you're lucky. A heavy silence followed his words. The middle-aged man stepped forward once again, his hands clasped behind his back. The first trial begins now, he declared, his voice steady and cold. If your number is called, step forward onto the stage. Numbers were then being called. 023, 114. 298, 306. The numbers continued, each one drawing murmurs or gasps from the crowd. One by one, youths began to stand and make their way down toward the central stage, some with nerves in their eyes, others brimming with confidence. Michael watched closely as the list continued. 512. 649, 700. 701, as more numbers were called, Ren began to lean forward, anticipation on his face. But by the time the final number was spoken, neither Michael nor Ren had been chosen. Ren leaned back, breathing out. Ha! Lucky us. Michael didn't respond right away. His eyes remained on the group gathering below. After a moment, he said quietly, maybe. Ren blinked. What do you mean maybe? Michael's gaze was steady. It's not bad to sit out the first round. We get to observe. 100 youths now stood on the main platform, spread out in rows of 10. Michael's eyes swept over them. Some looked older, well-trained, even arrogant. Others stood nervously, gripping weapons they clearly weren't comfortable with. Ren followed his gaze. You think any of them stand a chance? Michael's eyes narrowed. Hard to say. Some look strong. But looks don't decide strength. True, Ren murmured, nodding in agreement. Still. He hesitated, then turned to Michael again. There's something I've been wondering. What if someone's strong, but they get ganged up with weak teammates? This trial feels unfair. His words hadn't even fully left his mouth before the middle-aged man spoke again. The man's voice echoed across the arena once more, cutting through the thick silence. If you're worried that weak teammates will drag you down, don't be. His tone was sharp. This isn't a test of teamwork. We are not asking you to win as a group. He let that sink in before continuing. 10 minutes. That's all you need. Hold out for 10 minutes, and you'll have proven yourself. If you can't endure for that long without crumbling, then you don't belong in the next round. Murmurs returned, though far more subdued now. And yes, he added, almost as an afterthought, if you kill the monsters, all the better. In that case, your entire group qualifies. But that's not the goal. The goal is to showcase your capabilities. His eyes scanned the 100 youths on the platform below. Stand out. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. He understood now. This wasn't just about fighting. This was about performance. They just needed to prove, no. They just needed to show. That was the word. They just needed to show they had intermediate rank abilities at least. If this was the case, then it should truly pick out who actually had the required strength. In the case someone was able to kill the monster quickly, then it was good luck to the others for having a good teammate or two. However, the way the trial was conducted still raised some suspicion in Michael. Based on the tricks the middle-aged man had used earlier, like secretly sending people out of the arena and subtly manipulating others to withdraw, it felt like they were deliberately trying to reduce the number of participants. Now, this would make sense if it were simply due to the overwhelming number of applicants. But Michael didn't believe that could be the sole reason. He didn't doubt it was a reason, just not the reason. The real issue lay in the nature of the competition itself. One of the grand prizes was the hand of the Duke's daughter. Even ignoring the Viscount title also being offered, Michael found it hard to believe the princess wouldn't attract many suitors. But would the Duke truly allow that? The possibility of any random person having his daughter? Michael doubted it. Even if the Duke hated his daughter, she was still tied to his face, his pride, and his political standing. From his many discussions with Mage Lien, although the Grand Mage never stated it outright, Michael had pieced together the truth: this competition was some sort of political maneuver. It was entirely possible that the winner had already been chosen behind the scenes. I should be careful, lest I get disqualified for no reason. Michael had no interest in the Duke's daughter, and he figured that as long as he made that clear, he'd be safe. And if things still went wrong, well, he had a Grand Mage behind him. In any case, while he might be entangling himself in deeper political currents, Michael wasn't too worried. In a few more days, he wouldn't need to fear this kingdom or its people the way he did now. By then, even if he couldn't walk around arrogantly doing whatever he pleased, he'd at least have the freedom to act on his own terms. For now, he simply wanted to maintain a relationship with the Grand Mage until the day it no longer proved useful. The 100 chosen participants stood upon the massive stone platform, each group of 10 gathering instinctively into tight clusters. At first, it was spontaneous and natural. People gravitated toward those who looked strong or familiar. They whispered hurriedly, eyes darting between faces, trying to assess allies and threats alike. Some even laughed nervously. It was clear many believed that sheer numbers would be their strength. 10 against one monster. It sounded doable. But reality came crashing down the moment the caged walls on all 4 corners of the arena cracked open with a screech of grinding metal. Out came wolves. Not just any wolves, these beasts were massive, twice the size of normal ones, with dark steel-gray fur and jagged teeth. Their bodies were lean and whipcord thin, built for nothing but speed and slaughter. Their eyes glowed with a cold, blue light that sent shivers down the spines of even the boldest participants. The moment the gates opened, they didn't hesitate. With explosive bursts of speed, the wolves leapt forward, crashing into the disorganized clusters of youths like living missiles. Screams rang out. Weapons were drawn late. The groups had barely even taken stances when the wolves were already among them. One youth was immediately tackled, his arm torn open before he could even scream. Another rolled backward just in time to avoid fangs snapping shut on his throat. A girl shrieked as a beast barreled into her shield, sending her flying into another group. The assumption that numbers equaled strength shattered in an instant. But not all was lost. Some of the groups responded well. A pair of twin spear wielders launched into a coordinated defense, fending off one of the wolves. Another group had a sword user with remarkable footwork, weaving between bites while slashing at joints. Even so, blood began to stain the white stone beneath them. From the judging seat, the blue-robed observers watched intently. Their expressions remained passive, hands twitching only slightly, but they didn't intervene. Michael leaned forward, his eyes glued to the chaos below. "They're fast," Ren muttered under his breath. Michael gave a small nod. "And smart." Indeed, the wolves didn't behave like mindless beasts. They darted and weaved through their targets, never overcommitting. They seemed to assess each group quickly, targeting the weakest with frightening precision. But the worst part wasn't the speed. It wasn't even the ferocity. It was the coordination. The wolves had no rule against working together. When one group faltered, another wolf would swoop in to support its kin. The effect was immediate, group cohesion shattered wherever two wolves joined forces. Still, miraculously, no one had been disqualified yet. Injuries mounted. Limbs were bloodied. Faces were pale with terror. But no one had been rendered helpless enough for the blue-robed observers to move. At least, not yet. Below, the battlefield had shifted. Groups that failed to adapt were clearly on the brink of collapse. One boy had already dropped his weapon and begun running in circles, screaming as a wolf chased him in lazy arcs. Another participant had frozen entirely, eyes wide, hands trembling as he stood amid the chaos. A faint shimmer crossed the platform, and the blue-robed observer nearest the judge's seat vanished. A second later, the screaming boy disappeared in a flash of blue light. Disqualified. It was like a switch had been thrown. The instant the first participant was removed, pressure intensified across the entire arena. Some fought harder. Others cracked. But one thing became clear. No one wanted to be next. More groups faltered. Another youth vanished. Then another. Still, the remaining participants fought with growing determination. The tide slowly began to shift. One group, led by a girl with flame-tipped hair, coordinated their attacks flawlessly. Her fire spells illuminated the arena, carving molten streaks across the floor while her teammates struck from behind. Their wolf lay charred and unmoving by the 8-minute mark. Michael, however, couldn't understand why girls were also competing in a marriage competition. Other groups weren't as clean, though. One group lost 4 members before the wolf was finally skewered on a glaive, leaving the remaining 6 panting and bloodied, but alive. By the time 10 minutes had passed, only 20 of the original 100 youths stood upright and uninjured. The air felt heavy. The silence afterward was louder than the battle itself. Then came the slow clap. The middle-aged man from before stood once more, smiling faintly. "Well done. I see some of you still believe in grit." He let that hang in the air before continuing. "Those of you still standing, congratulations, you've passed. As for those with missing limbs or more serious injuries, don't blame me, this is not child's play. So I'll say this one more time. This is your last chance. If you want to leave, do so now." A tense silence followed the middle-aged man's announcement. No one moved at first. But then, one boy stumbled forward. He was missing most of his sleeve. The middle-aged man had cast healing magic on all the participants, revealing his profession as a healer. But whether he was unable to reattach limbs or simply couldn't be bothered, those who had lost them remained that way. The boy's lips trembled, and though he tried to hold back, the words slipped out. I can't do this." No one stopped him as he limped toward the exit. That opened the floodgates. 3 more followed. One by one, more participants left the arena, their faces a mixture of fear, shame, and bitter acceptance. Some had even passed the trial, technically. But passing meant little if your spirit was broken. Even those who had successfully slain their wolves weren't immune to the atmosphere. Blood had been spilled. Bones had snapped. They'd all signed up for a competition, but now it felt more like a war. Half of them had come here to test their luck. A chance at glory, riches, or even the Duke's daughter. But witnessing firsthand that failure didn't just mean losing, it meant potentially dying, changed everything. Michael watched with quiet detachment as more figures disappeared. Each one thinned the crowd further. Soon, the arena felt too large for those who remained. Eventually, the exodus slowed. Then stopped. Ren sat beside Michael. He muttered, barely loud enough for Michael to hear, "I wonder. How many of us are even left now?" Michael didn't answer. His eyes remained fixed on the arena. Ren didn't press further. Silence hung between them. As before, the middle-aged man and the youth in red robes stepped into the arena once again, their expressions calm, professional, detached. The youth held a scroll and a quill, while the older man began moving from participant to participant, asking for their number tags and recording them. Each time a number was read aloud, the youth scribbled it down. Soon, another total came out. The middle-aged man in blue robes spoke again, his voice carrying over the arena. "Assuming no one else runs away, you all will be divided into 4 groups in the next 4 rounds." He paused. 100 from each group will participate. The last people standing, along with the remaining 32, will advance to the next round. Also, don't think that only this trial will be difficult, the other ones will be no easier. Passing this is a rough way to determine your strength, and the method is very loose, as some of you might not even have the required strength. If you know you're not up for it, you're free to leave. Yet another attempt to reduce numbers. Michael turned to observe his surroundings, but unlike the previous times, though some people's faces were pale, it didn't look like anybody would be leaving based on the man's words. This should indeed be the final round. Next batch. Number 117. Another 100. Michael didn't feel anything. Ren looked at his own tag and grinned. "Not us again," Ren muttered, leaning back with a smug sigh. "Luck's still on our side." Michael nodded slightly, his gaze drifting back to the fresh group assembling below. Among the newly called, one figure immediately stood out. He was massive, easily 2 heads taller than the others. His shoulders were broad enough to make a doorframe nervous, and every inch of him bulged with tightly packed muscle. But the oddest thing was his face, round, soft, and almost childlike, with wide brown eyes and a nose that looked like it hadn't caught up with the rest of his body. It was a jarring contrast. "Look at that guy," Ren whispered, letting out a low whistle. "He looks like a bear. With a baby's face. But I bet he hits like a cart full of bricks." Michael didn't reply, though he agreed. The youth radiated power, but Michael didn't believe in judging strength by appearance. Still, that one might be worth watching. The arena grew quiet again as the middle-aged man signaled the start. The gates in the arena creaked open once more. This time, it was another batch of wolves. Did they capture a whole pack or something? Ren muttered beside Michael. Michael didn't respond, though he had the same thought. Perhaps because of the earlier experience with the first 100 participants, 10 teams had already formed among the strongest-looking individuals even before the wolves appeared. However, numbers meant little in the face of true strength. Those lacking power were quickly exposed, but surprisingly, no blood was spilled this time. Whenever someone was on the verge of injury, they immediately screamed their intent to be disqualified, forcing the middle-aged man in blue to rush in and remove them. But none of that truly held Michael's attention. And it seemed the same for most of the arena. Their focus was drawn elsewhere, to a bear-like youth standing alone. He was currently facing 5 intermediate-rank wolves on his own. It appeared the wolves had identified him as the biggest threat, and a significant number had zeroed in on him. Normally, monsters at the same rank were stronger than humans. Yet now, the 5 wolves couldn't even touch him. They lunged and snapped, but the youth moved with uncanny strength and ease, almost playfully swatting them aside. He didn't even seem to be trying to hurt them, just enduring. And from the looks of it, he intended to last the full 10 minutes required to advance to the next trial. The youth stood still and made no attempt to dodge. He let the wolves come, their fangs bared and claws flashing, and simply absorbed the impact. One lunged for his neck. He caught it midair by the scruff and slammed it into the ground. Another clamped its jaws around his forearm, and though blood welled up, he didn't flinch. He lifted his arm, wolf still hanging, and swung it into another oncoming attacker like a living flail. A gasp rippled through the watching crowd. Even the officials paused. "What the hell is he doing?" Rin whispered, leaning forward. Michael's eyes narrowed. The situation on the stage was, to say the least, odd. The 5 wolves were starting to hesitate. Despite their numbers and speed, they couldn't bring him down. Worse, their instincts, finely honed from hunting weaker prey, were failing them. The boy didn't move like prey. He didn't even flinch. Then came the strangest part. He sat down. Right there, in the middle of the arena, he sat cross-legged, his arms folded. The arena was deathly quiet. The beasts growled, pacing around him, their ears flattened and fangs bared, but none lunged. One stepped forward, snarled, and snapped its teeth, but the boy didn't move. Everyone waited as more contestants were disqualified and more wolves were killed. Gradually, all attention shifted to the bear-like youth and the 5 wolves surrounding him. Without a sound, a middle-aged man appeared on the stage. At the same time, the 5 wolves dropped dead. The crowd gasped at the display of power. The bear-like youth, however, frowned but said nothing. The middle-aged man didn't seem finished. "Why didn't you kill the wolves when you clearly could?" The boy paused, a contemplative look on his face, before replying, "Village chief. Don't kill, if not eating." The sentence was fragmented. "Excuse me. Yuga not hungry. Won't eat." The response gave the middle-aged man a headache, but he decided not to push it. "Whatever," he said, waving a hand dismissively before turning to the rest of the youths. "If you're still standing here, it means you passed. Now get ready for the next round." The next set of numbers were called. Number 204. 206, 207. Michael barely registered the voices until he heard the last number. Rin froze. His hand slowly drifted to the tag pinned to his chest. The color drained from his face. That's me," he whispered, barely audible over the quiet murmurs spreading through the crowd. Then he turned to Michael, eyes wide and pitiful, like a man walking to the gallows. "If I don't make it back, tell my mother I died bravely. And that I regret not kissing that baker's daughter when I had the chance." Michael raised an eyebrow. Rin clutched his shoulder. "Also, if I die, and you survive, take care of my sword. But don't give it to just anyone, all right? Make sure they have a cool name or at least nice hair." Michael's expression didn't shift. Not even a smirk. Nothing. "Gods, you're cold," Rin sighed dramatically and made his way toward the arena with slumped shoulders like a man attending his own funeral. Michael watched him go with cold eyes. He didn't believe a word of the act. It wasn't just intuition, it was what he'd seen earlier when he'd activated Detect on Rin out of idle curiosity. Sword Cultivator, level 25, the moment he saw it, Michael's wariness had been locked in. The question wasn't whether Rin would survive. It was what he was doing here. And why he'd chosen to befriend Michael specifically. Was it a coincidence? Or on purpose? Still, he said nothing. Down below, the arena gates creaked open. The familiar low growls of wolves echoed across the open space. The middle-aged man and the youth in red stepped back. Another trial was beginning. Rin stood at the edge of the group, his shoulders still hunched, his wooden sword awkwardly dangling from his side like it didn't belong to him. A few others stepped forward to form teams, but Rin merely shuffled to the side, looking around nervously as though trying to find someone to hide behind. The wolves pounced. The first blood spilled within seconds as a youth was tackled and dragged. He screamed for disqualification. The blue-robed man appeared and whisked him away, but not before the wolf's claws left 4 deep gashes across his leg. The others scrambled to respond. Ren, on the other hand, stood completely still. A wolf noticed him. It lunged, fast and low, teeth bared. Ren flinched, then moved. His sword was a blur. The wolf's body hit the ground a moment later, cleaved cleanly through. The entire arena froze. Ren looked down at the corpse, blinked, and then rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. "Oh no," he muttered, loud enough for those nearby to hear. "Beginner's luck." Michael snorted. That wasn't luck. The moment Ren felled the wolf, everything changed. Several youths, panicked and desperate, turned their gazes toward him. Protection. That was what they needed, and Ren looked like the best bet. At first, Ren looked like he might run too, his body tensed, his feet half-turning toward an escape route. A girl stumbled into place beside him, her arms bleeding. 2 others followed, dragging their injured friend. The wolves weren't far behind. In fact, they led the beast straight to him. With a determined expression, Ren raised his wooden sword again. The wolves snarled and charged, and Ren met them head-on. 1 clean stroke. 2. 3. Each wolf fell in a single, fluid motion. The arena was dead silent. Ren Noah had never been the shining star of the Noah family. Born as the 3rd son to a minor baron in the remote outskirts of the Lionheart Kingdom, Ren's life had always been quiet, uneventful. Ordinary. The Noahs were nobles, granted their title generations ago when an ancestor did something brave in a long-forgotten war. Since then, they'd lived on the borderlands, managing wheat fields and obscurity. To the world, the Noahs were nobles. To real nobles, they were commoners dressed up in second-hand pride. That quiet humiliation sat heavy on every Noah. None of them said it aloud, but all of them felt it. They weren't climbing the ladder. They were clinging to the bottom rung. He understood that more than anyone. His eldest brother had a brilliant mind for numbers and trade, already running most of the estate. His second brother was a knight in training with natural talent, even invited to train at a Count Lord's hall. His younger sister, younger than him, was already outpacing him in schooling. He had a wooden sword. A crude thing, carved by his father when he was 5. He didn't think he was useless. He wasn't weak either. Definitely not strong though, at least, to him. But somewhere in between was a worse place, forgettable. Just average. For a long time, Ren thought that would be the story of his life. He tried not to resent it. Most days, he succeeded. Then the Duke's competition was announced. A chance to marry into the Duke's family. A title. A leap from Baron to Viscount. To his brothers, it was a joke. To his father, it was impossible. To Ren, it was something else entirely. It wasn't about marrying the princess. He couldn't care about her. It wasn't even about the title. It was about proof. If he could win, even once, just once, maybe that would be enough. Enough for his family to finally be seen. Enough for him to believe he wasn't just a shadow trailing behind brighter lights. So he packed a small bag, left a short letter, and walked away from home before he could change his mind. No grand speeches. No send-off. Just quiet footsteps and a pulse loud in his ears. He arrived at the capital with nothing but nerves and that same wooden sword at his hip. He expected to be overwhelmed. He was. But not in the way he thought. Because when the wolves came, and the other contestants hesitated, his body didn't freeze. His hands didn't tremble. He just moved. And when the fight was over, when the silence fell like a curtain, he stood, blinking at the fallen beasts. No cheers. No praise. Just stunned silence. He scratched the back of his neck awkwardly. Again, beginner's luck. It was a joke. Kind of. Not really. He didn't expect the wolves to be so weak. The middle-aged man in blue robes said these were intermediate rank creatures. Off the stage they looked ferocious, but in person. Rin tightened his grip on his wooden sword. Perhaps his father was right. Perhaps he was indeed very strong. He still didn't trust it fully, though. Perhaps he might truly not be as strong as his second brother. But maybe, just maybe, he wasn't weak either. And for now, that was enough to keep going. Not for glory. Not for the princess. Not even for pride. But for the Noah name. For himself. Rin turned back to the crowd, scanning the sea of faces, and then he found him. A broad grin spread across Rin's face, and without hesitation, he waved enthusiastically like a child spotting an old friend. A few people glanced at him in confusion. Others followed his gaze to Michael, who remained seated, still as ever. Rin didn't approach with a calculated move. The first reason was because the moment he first spotted Michael, his sword had vibrated faintly at his side. That wasn't normal. Rin didn't think he was anyone special. But he also wasn't blind to the strange things that sometimes happened when he held a sword. He wasn't trained in magic, nor did he understand aura the way real knights did. So when he noticed Michael, just a rich-looking youth dressed simply, without guards or attendants like the other nobles, his curiosity had sparked. Even when the kingdom guards passed by earlier, the sword had been silent. But with Michael, something about the boy didn't fit. Rin wasn't foolish enough to ignore that. And so, he decided to get close, not out of strategy, but out of instinct. Or maybe curiosity. Michael met Rin's wave with a simple nod. Sword cultivator. That was what he'd seen floating above Rin's head. Michael's gaze lingered on the wooden sword at Rin's hip. It looked harmless, almost laughable, but Michael wasn't laughing now. He had watched every step the boy made on that stage. The way he shifted his weight, the fluid transition between strikes, the precision of his footwork, it all screamed of someone far beyond beginner training. At the very least, intermediate mastery of the sword. In this world's terms, that likely translated to the great achievement stage. But there was something that bothered Michael. Was that the limit? He frowned slightly, eyes narrowing. No, there was more. The way the sword responded to Rin's intent, the way the air itself seemed to still just before each movement. Michael wouldn't have noticed this before meeting the Grand Knight Vurin, whose skills were at an advanced mastery level. But who knew how old that monster was? Rin was different. If he truly followed the competition requirements, he was definitely below age 25. It wasn't as if the other party was also an awakener. But could he have reached advanced mastery in swordsmanship? Michael had a hard time believing it. That would be absurd. Michael leaned back in his seat, eyes briefly closing. He wasn't worried about threats. But he also couldn't ignore everything. This kind of person, Rin. Rin was worth watching. He cracked one eye open and gazed down at the arena again. Rin was still smiling, his grin too wide, too sincere for someone who just won a deadly duel. It was almost charming. Michael's lips twitched faintly. Interesting. Perhaps this competition might not be as boring as he thought. And as for the possibility of Rin having ulterior motives, Michael believed as long as he didn't interact too deeply with the youth, he should be fine. Rin returned to the audience stands, his heart still pounding, not from the fight, but from everything after. He could feel the gazes of his fellow contestants following him as he climbed the steps. Whispers traveled like wind, and though none were loud, he could feel their weight. He wasn't used to attention. The Noahs never got attention. But maybe that was starting to change. As he reached Michael's row, he hesitated for a second, just before sitting down. Then, without realizing it, he turned to glance at the youth beside him. Quiet. still. Eyes half-lidded, almost as if dozing off in the middle of this chaotic event. Ren couldn't help but wonder, just how strong is this guy? He took a seat beside him and nudged lightly with his elbow. So, how was my performance? Michael cracked an eye open and stared at him for a moment. Food. That was my thought during your fight. I was hungry. Ren blinked. Right. That makes sense. He let out a helpless laugh, then sighed. Talking to Michael was like tossing pebbles into a well and expecting music back. And yet, he couldn't help but smile. There was no shift in Michael's tone. Ren had been half expecting to be treated the way his father once looked at him after he accidentally destroyed the crop field at age 7. But here, there was nothing. Just that same calm indifference. It was oddly reassuring. Together, they sat in silence as the announcer's voice boomed again, calling the next 100 contestants to the stage. The crowd shifted with excitement. Ren leaned forward slightly, curious. Then he heard it. Ren's brows rose in surprise. Wasn't this Michael's number? And sure enough, Michael stood up. He gave a small nod before making his way to the stairs. Ren watched Michael descend the stairs, step by step, his figure composed and measured. He didn't carry a sword, nor armor, nor anything that suggested strength. And yet, there was something about his presence, a quiet pressure that bent the air just slightly. Ren reached for the hilt of his wooden sword, not out of fear, but instinct. That boy. He's not simple. The stage below was once again filled with numbers. Ren leaned back, arms crossed, eyes narrowed slightly as he watched the youth who sat beside him without pretense, who said food after his best performance, step into the ring. Michael observed the arena stage. There weren't any limbs scattered around, but blood stained the floor. As soon as everyone had arrived, groups of 10 formed almost instantly, with people gravitating toward those they believed were strong. Surprisingly, no one approached Michael. He stood out like a sore thumb. It wasn't that Michael wanted people to gather around him, but he couldn't help but wonder. Do I really look that weak? His gaze dropped to himself. Fair skin, so pale he could be mistaken for a noble's daughter. A slender frame. No sight of a weapon on his body. Yeah, he did look fragile. Michael's lips twitched at the thought, but in the end, he didn't really care. He shifted his focus back to his surroundings. Unlike previous times when there were 10 groups, this time there were 11, with him being one all by himself. It made him stand out, sure, but Michael couldn't be bothered with the stares. Just as he continued observing and wondering how he should handle the trial, the gates embedded in the arena's wall creaked open, followed by the chilling howl of wolves. The wolves emerged from the gates one by one, their paws silent on the blood-stained stone. Unlike before, they didn't rush in immediately. They simply stood there, eyes glowing faintly, their low growls rumbling like distant thunder. Michael narrowed his eyes. They were behaving differently. Before, the wolves had attacked with unrelenting madness. But now, they were cautious. Almost hesitant. At first, he wondered if it was a tactic, a trick. But then he realized something subtle yet unmistakable. They were staring at the bloodstains on the arena floor. The last group had been slaughtered here. And these wolves could smell it. Sense it. Whatever bloodlust had driven them before now warred with the memory of death. The scent of their fallen kin lingered in the air like a warning. That wasn't all he noticed. With a soft whisper, he activated his detect skill, letting his perception sweep over the wolves. What he discovered made his brows lift slightly. There was no alpha. That explained their strange, scattered formation. They worked together, but not as a cohesive unit. He also noticed something else. They'd been starved. That explained their earlier ferocity, their relentless aggression even when wounded. desperation. However, it didn't take long for the wolves to be once again consumed by hunger. What Michael didn't expect was to be ignored. As the wolves emerged fully from the gates, snarling, lean with starvation and twitching with anticipation, they didn't charge at him. Not just him. They ignored several others too. The wolves seemed to have locked onto something else entirely. A single group. One group out of the 11. And without hesitation, the wolves surged, 10 of them, all in coordinated motion, as if drawn by an unseen hand toward that cluster of contestants. The crowd stirred. Gasps rippled through the audience stands, murmurs rising in waves. In previous rounds, wolves had fought in chaotic spurts, sometimes attacking lone individuals or focusing in packs of 2 or 3. But never had they moved like this, as a unit, targeting one group with collective aggression. On the stage, panic erupted. The targeted group, a mix of 10 young men, scrambled into a makeshift formation. But the outcome wasn't difficult to predict. 2 of the contestants had been bluffing. They weren't intermediate rank as they'd claimed. Primary rank at best. They'd thought, perhaps, to sneak past with clever tactics or luck. A calculated risk that turned suicidal in the face of 10 starving wolves. Even those who were intermediate didn't fare much better. Monsters at the same stage were generally stronger, faster, deadlier. And these wolves had been starved, driven to a frenzy. The group held for a moment. Then the wolves struck. The first clash was brutal. One boy's shield shattered instantly, his body flung across the arena like a broken doll. A girl screamed as a wolf lunged past her guard. However, before anything truly brutal could unfold, the middle-aged male officer suddenly appeared in the middle of the group. With swift movements, he dragged the injured participants out and, at the same time, grabbed the wolves that had inflicted the injuries, flinging them across the stage to separate them. This happened 5 more times as 5 additional participants vanished from the stage. Only then did the middle-aged man return to his seat in the audience. Now, the stage was relatively even. Michael, who had intended to continue observing, found that he no longer had the luxury. One of the wolves had locked eyes with him. However, unlike the other participants who would have panicked in his position, Michael's eyes remained calm. Almost instantly, the world around him seemed to slow. Even the seemingly powerful officials in blue robes were no exception. Michael stood in the middle of the stage, his eyes lingering on the still wolves at the far end. He hadn't moved yet. Not because he was unsure of what to do, but because, for the first time since the competition began, he was truly considering his approach. How should I go about this trial? He had been determined to win the competition from the very start. That much hadn't changed. But now, standing in the arena, feeling the rough stone beneath his feet and the sharp gazes from the stands above, he couldn't help but wonder, should I show everything? Originally, he had planned to hold back. Reveal just enough strength to pass each round, and then gradually ramp up his power as the stages went on. It wasn't about hiding his strength, he didn't care about secrecy. He simply didn't see the point of gathering too much attention. Now, as he stood with blood drying on the floor and tension heavy in the air, a different thought crept in. Why bother holding back at all? These people were all his competition. Every one of them. Eventually, they would be eliminated, if not by monsters, then by the challenges ahead. Mercy was wasted effort. And at the end of the day, if he was to be recognized, he would have to stand above them anyway. Michael's eyes turned cold. He glanced at his surroundings. All 10 wolves were still alive. He looked down at his hands, unarmed, unmarked. And then, he vanished. A blur shot across the stage, too fast for the untrained eye to follow. When he reappeared, he was at the very edge of the platform. A wolf's severed head dangled from one hand. His clothes remained spotless. The rest of the stage, however, was a canvas of carnage. 10 wolves. 10 clean kills. Not a single growl, not a single yelp. Their bodies lay where they had fallen, heads severed so cleanly it looked surgical. Silence reigned. The silence didn't last. A heartbeat later, the entire arena exploded into chaos. The audience roared to life, a tidal wave of noise crashing through the stadium. Voices rose and overlapped, some screaming in excitement, others shouting in disbelief. Even the blue-robed officials exchanged glances. Shock. Amazement. Confusion. One youth. No weapons. No armor. A single movement, and 10 wolves were dead before most even realized he'd acted. Impossible. Was that movement type magic? No, it was too fast. There was no mana surge. Who the hell is he? The murmurs grew louder, the speculation wilder. Amidst it all, in one of the upper rows, a young man sat frozen in place, eyes wide, heart hammering. His breath caught in his throat as the scene replayed in his mind. Again and again, he saw the moment Michael moved. The blur. The precision. The silence. The absence of effort. It was too clean. Too inhuman. So this is what caused that reaction in me. And my sword. He had known from the moment he saw Michael that something was different about him. He couldn't explain it, but his instincts had screamed at him, and even his wooden training sword had responded. This was beyond what he'd imagined. Ren's hands trembled slightly. Not in fear. Not entirely, at least. Because even as all wrapped around his spine. I won't lose, he whispered the words under his breath, barely audible even to himself, as his fingers brushed against the hilt of the wooden sword strapped to his waist. The polished grain felt familiar beneath his fingertips. Comforting. Solid. The sight of Michael on the stage had shaken something loose inside him. But not the kind that overwhelmed, it was the kind that awakened. A challenge. What puzzled Ren the most was something else, though. He knew Michael's speed was insane. But did it seem like? He didn't even know why he was having such a thought, but why did it seem it shouldn't be hard for him to receive such an attack? The angle of the first step. The twist of the wrist. The rotation of his frame to maximize torque without sacrificing balance. The way he moved his foot, not in brute force, but in perfect flow. Ren saw it all. I could see every move. His eyes dropped slightly, resting on the wooden blade resting at his hip. A simple training sword, one he'd had since childhood. But even now, it hummed faintly, resonating with something in the air. It wasn't audible, not to others, but Ren could feel it. Like the blade had seen something it had long waited for. Something familiar. Someone worthy. His hand tightened on the hilt. I don't care how strong you are, he muttered. I don't care if everyone else gives up before they even fight. You'll probably beat me. A soft laugh escaped his lips, dry and self-aware. But I'll make sure you earn it. For a moment, Ren's presence sharpened. People beside him paused and turned to glance at the seemingly ordinary youth who had suddenly become more there than he'd ever been. His aura, previously quiet, now pulsed with something subtle but undeniable. And deep beneath that, I'm not scared. He repeated it like a vow. And strangely, he wasn't lying. Not anymore. Michael, meanwhile, stood motionless on the stage, gaze sweeping over the wolves one last time. There was no satisfaction in his expression. No arrogance. Just clarity. He had made his decision. No holding back. Let everyone know what it meant to stand before him. In the high pavilion reserved for officials and nobles, two middle-aged figures in blue robes stood in stunned silence. The man's hand, resting on the edge of the rail, tightened slightly. Did you? He began. I didn't see it, the woman replied before he could finish. Her voice was calm, but her eyes betrayed her shock. The man turned his head slowly toward her. Neither did I. They both looked down at the stage. The youth, Michael, stood calmly at the edge, a picture of composure amidst the bloodied floor. 10 wolves lay dead in an instant. Not wounded. Not injured. Dead. Their heads cleanly severed. And the youth hadn't even drawn a weapon. The man exhaled slowly. Not even a ripple, the woman muttered, her brow creased. How strong is he? That thought hung in the air like a thundercloud. The man leaned back slightly. His gaze never left the youth on the stage. He's different. More than different, the woman replied, eyes narrowed. He didn't just move faster than we could see. He eliminated all 10 wolves in the time it takes most people to blink. And he didn't exert himself. His breathing hasn't changed. The man's lips pressed into a thin line. I've fought beasts stronger than those wolves. I know how they move. Even a peak advanced knight wouldn't be able to do what he just did unless they were on the cusp of advancing. No, the woman said flatly, her voice suddenly low. He's beyond us. The man looked at her sharply. You feel it too, don't you? She asked, still watching Michael with a guarded expression. A beat of silence passed between them. Then the man asked the question they were both thinking. Who is he? The woman shook her head, a trace of frustration flashing in her eyes. He's dressed ordinarily. The man frowned. A commoner, then. If he is, she replied slowly, then we've all been living blind. For a moment, neither spoke. Then the man leaned forward again. Could he be a hidden scion from the royal line? One of the outpost heirs raised in seclusion? Or an imperial foster child trained in one of the Empire War academies? Maybe, the woman said. Or maybe he's something else entirely. The man rubbed his temples. Should we report this to the Duke? But the woman shook her head again. Later. For now, her eyes flicked down to the stage. We need to finish judging this round. She straightened her back. Make the announcement, she said coolly. Only he makes it to the next trial. The man gave a low grunt of agreement and raised his voice. 99 participants. Eliminated. The crowd erupted again at the official declaration, but neither of the blue-robed officials looked away from the youth standing below. He had turned slightly, just enough to glance up at them. Not arrogantly. Not even curiously. Just aware. Their eyes met for a brief instant, and in that moment, both the man and woman felt something ancient in that gaze. As though the boy below wasn't truly a boy at all. As though he'd already seen through all their disguise. This one, the woman murmured softly, is not someone we can afford to ignore. Gasps rippled across the arena like thunder, silencing even the most talkative in the stands. Only he makes it to the next trial. The words echoed ominously, reaching every corner of the stadium. The audience, once buzzing with excitement, fell into stunned silence before erupting into chaotic noise once more. On the stage, the 99 other participants froze where they stood. The weight of the announcement crashed down like a boulder on their shoulders. Not one of them had qualified. Except him. Whispers turned to stares, stares into glares, some filled with awe, others with a venomous edge. This is ridiculous. Isn't this too harsh? None of us qualify. That kid killed 10 wolves in a blink and left the rest of us in the dust. What did you expect? Some lowered their heads in shame. Others clenched their fists, unable to accept the outcome. Among them, a boy with short-cropped red hair stood trembling. He was one of the true intermediate rank youths in the trial. His name was Kason, 25 years of age and a hunter. He was talented, his potential respected, and power made him proud. This is a joke, he muttered, voice thick with fury. The others around him took a step back as Kaysen's mana surged, visible veins of glowing energy running along his arms. Michael, meanwhile, had already turned. His steps slow and deliberate, he walked toward the edge of the arena where the participants' seats awaited. Still holding the wolf head, he seemed entirely unconcerned with the noise behind him. That was when Kaysen snapped. "You selfish bastard!" His shout tore through the growing roar of the crowd, drawing all attention back to the stage. "You think you're better than us just because you had some flashy moment. You didn't even try to help, didn't spare a single glance while others fought for their lives." Kaysen's mana flared fully now, and he dashed forward, feet cracking the stone beneath him with every step. "You think you're above everyone." Gasps filled the stands. But Michael didn't stop walking. He didn't even turn. Until the very last step. Kaysen was mid-charge, drawing his arm back for a mana-infused strike, and Michael turned his head slightly. Just slightly. He raised one hand. And slapped him. The sound echoed like thunder. Kaysen's body went limp mid-air, flung sideways with such force that he bounced twice across the stage before rolling to a stop several meters away. Unconscious. Mouth bloodied. Cheek swelling instantly. The stone floor beneath where he'd been struck shattered from the sheer force of the impact. Silence fell. Complete. Utter. Silence. The audience was stunned into breathlessness. The participants on stage. Pale. Shaking. A few even stumbled back, as though the blow had landed on them instead. Michael didn't even look at Kaysen again. He continued walking without missing a beat. Step by step, he reached the edge of the stage. Then, without ceremony, he let the wolf head drop from his hand. It hit the floor with a thud, bloodless yet final. Without hesitation, he climbed the stairs. Michael slid into his seat calmly, as though nothing of note had happened at all. Nobody moved for a while. It wasn't that Michael had struck a fellow participant, something that usually warranted disqualification. It was how he'd done it. Effortless. As if he hadn't even needed to try. And that was what terrified them. The crowd eventually stirred again, but it was different now. In the upper section, the middle-aged man turned toward his companion once more. "Still think we should wait to report him?" The woman remained quiet, her gaze fixed on Michael's face. She couldn't read him. No arrogance. No smugness. Not even calm pride. Just stillness. Like a blade left standing in the rain. "No," she murmured finally. "We report him to the Duke. Today." The man gave a slow nod. Michael remained seated, eyes forward, expression unreadable. "You were incredible," Ren said after a moment. Michael didn't reply right away. Finally, he turned slightly. "It's nothing," he said, his tone even. Ren blinked. "Nothing." Michael glanced at him, then smiled faintly. "If anyone was impressive, it was you." The words were subtle, tossed out in a quiet tone that carried a particular weight. Ren froze. He stared at Michael, confused at first. Then unsure. Michael didn't say anything more. Ren looked down at his own hands. He remembered the fight. Remembered watching Michael's every move. How each detail had imprinted itself in his mind. "I admit it," Ren said, his voice firmer this time. "You're strong. Seriously strong." There was a pause before he continued, just a flicker of hesitation passing through his tone. But he exhaled slowly, and his hand dropped to the wooden sword at his waist. "I don't think I'll lose." Michael's expression didn't change. He simply looked at Ren. No mockery. No amusement. Just silence. Then, he smiled again, just a slight twitch of his lips. And said nothing. He didn't need to. Because deep down, he too didn't think he'd lose. If anything, he couldn't see himself ever losing. The stadium began to shift again. While the crowd still buzzed from Michael's performance, the officials had already begun resetting the stage for the next group. It was time for the next round. Compared to the chaos and awe that had followed Michael's round, this one opened with little fanfare. The officials didn't even announce the start with the same energy. 100 numbers were soon called. Soon, 100 youths made their way down from the audience to the arena stage. Most of them looked average. Some looked impressive. From his seat, Michael didn't watch with particular interest. He leaned back slightly, arms crossed, eyes half-lidded. Ren, however, did glance toward the arena. He was curious. The next trial began shortly after. The group of 100 spread out across the now familiar stone platform, their expressions a mix of nerves and excitement. Compared to earlier stages, the atmosphere was quieter. No one dared act arrogant. The gate embedded in the arena wall creaked open. 10 wolves emerged. They weren't particularly different, roughly the same size and ferocity as those from earlier trials. The participants, to their credit, responded well. Formations were formed almost immediately. Those who had grouped up huddled together tightly. Within seconds, battle broke out. Swords clashed against claws. A shield shattered from a brutal charge, but the defender held firm. It was clean. Almost dull. Even Ren, who had been watching closely at first, slowly leaned back in his seat. His brow twitched slightly. "No surprises this time," he muttered. Michael didn't respond. The third round ended quietly. 22 participants stood victorious, bloodied but upright, and for a brief moment, the crowd offered them polite applause. There was no break. No grand speech. Only the efficient rhythm of a well-oiled examination moving toward its end. The final 100. A stir ran through the audience as the last group descended. Like the rounds before it, this stage showed no sign of grandeur. The 100 contestants lined up quickly, some glancing nervously around, others determined to end strong. The gate opened. 10 wolves emerged again. And just like the previous round, everything unfolded as expected. Swords met teeth. Shields locked tight. But there was one difference. Unlike the earlier groups, this batch worked together surprisingly well. Camaraderie. That was the key here. They weren't the strongest. They weren't the flashiest. But they were organized. And that alone made a world of difference. They managed to endure for 10 minutes straight before the middle-aged man in blue descended to kill the wolves. Though there was no excitement, there was something almost refreshing in the way this group worked. It was less a display of talent and more a demonstration of cooperation. Ren, slouched in his seat, gave a slight nod. The trial was over. Not a single participant had died or been severely wounded. In total, 36 participants had qualified. It was the largest successful group of the entire day. The blue-robed middle-aged woman rose from her seat as murmurs swept the stadium. She raised her hand, and the audience stilled. Her voice echoed clear and sharp across the stone. "With that," she said, "the fourth and final wave of this trial has come to an end." She paused for a moment, then continued. "From the final wave, 36 participants have qualified for the next round, bringing our total count of successful candidates to 88. The crowd murmured louder now. Some were surprised by the number. Others pleased. But the woman wasn't finished. She raised a second hand, tapping the badge on her chest. The spell formation glowed. In addition, she announced, 33 participants, who were luckily exempt from today's stage, will also be joining the next phase. Another ripple of gasps spread through the crowd. The middle-aged woman's gaze swept the arena as she concluded, In total, 121 participants will advance to the next trial. She paused, then added with finality. Tomorrow morning, at sunrise, the next stage will begin. Those who pass that will have truly earned a place in the Duke's attention. With that, the trial stage officially closed. Participants began leaving the arena. But in the upper seats, Michael hadn't moved. Neither had Ren. They sat in silence. 88, Ren said slowly. Plus 33. He let the number hang in the air. 121 competitors. Michael gave no reply. Ren looked at him sideways. That's a lot of people to beat. Michael finally stirred, his voice quiet. Not really. And just like that, Ren grinned. As the crowd thinned and the stage dimmed beneath the setting sun, Michael found himself lost in thought. 121 participants. That was the number that would proceed. It sounded large, but he wasn't concerned, not about numbers. No, what tugged at his mind was something else entirely. The Duke's attention. That was the goal of this competition. That, and something more. The Duke's daughter. One of the announced prizes was her hand in marriage. This was the goal for some, and perhaps, for most. It wasn't subtle. It had been made public long before the trials began. But now that he thought about it, why hadn't any true noble heirs shown up? Not a single one among the trialists today had worn a house crest worth remembering. No one had arrived with fanfare. No bodyguards. No banners. No distant cousins of a marquis announcing their bloodline. Michael's brows furrowed. It didn't make sense. Even with the risk involved, surely some noble sons would have tried to compete. The chance to marry into the Duke's lineage, to gain power, wealth, legitimacy, it was the kind of opportunity that should have drawn them like moths to a flame. So, why were they absent? His eyes drifted across the rows of participants still filtering out of the stadium. What's happening, he thought. Or perhaps, were they part of the exempt 33? Such a move would be dirty, but the Duke's competition, the Duke's rules. That seemed possible. Even likely. Still, it gnawed at him. He didn't know that one such noble heir sat right across from him. He couldn't be blamed. Nothing about Ren screamed privilege. Not his clothes, not his posture, certainly not that wooden sword at his waist. But even if the nobles had been quiet today, Michael had a feeling. Tomorrow, he thought. If not then, soon. As long as the competition continued, truths would surface. This trial was just a formality. From one angle, that was all today had been. The real trial hadn't even started yet. As the last of the crowds began to filter out of the arena, the two boys finally stood from their seats. Neither said much at first, walking side by side. Then Ren broke the silence. So, he asked casually, do you live in the capital too? Michael glanced sideways at him. The question wasn't particularly odd, but he was still quite suspicious about Ren. Still, there was no harm in being honest. Yeah, Michael said. I do. He wasn't prepared for the reaction. Ren stopped walking. Slowly, he turned toward him with a look that could only be described as reverence. You're serious? Michael blinked. Yeah. You live in the capital. Like your own space. Ren repeated it like a sacred chant, eyes wide, posture stiff. His hand even touched the wooden sword at his waist, as if grounding himself. Why do you look like that? Michael asked, genuinely confused. Ren didn't answer at first. He just stared at him like he was a walking miracle. You're practically a god of wealth. Michael frowned. I think you're exaggerating. No, Ren said, stepping closer now, voice low and almost mournful. You don't get it. Do you know how much it costs just to have space in the capital? And not to grant help given to commoners. The poorest merchant in the capital is wealthier than my whole household. Your household. Ren scratched the back of his head sheepishly. I'm from a minor baron family, far off from the outskirts of the Lionheart Kingdom. Most of our wealth is tied up in land and tradition. Old names, empty coffers. We live like nobles because it's expected of us, but we barely scrape by. Michael stared at him for a beat, and slowly, the pieces started to click. That explained a lot. Ren didn't look poor, not really. But he didn't carry the ease or polish of a pampered heir either. His clothes were well kept but plain. His sword, wooden and worn from use, was clearly not a showpiece but a tool. And that reverent tone now made sense. To a struggling noble, a youth who could afford to live in the capital, even if it was just a small room in the outer ring, would seem unimaginably rich. Michael exhaled. "That it's not that impressive." "To you maybe," Ren muttered. "To me, that's halfway to being a duke." Michael didn't know whether to laugh or correct him, so he said nothing. And they walked on. They walked in companionable silence for a while, the hum of the dispersing crowd fading behind them. After a few moments, Ren spoke again. "So, do you use a weapon?" Michael glanced at him. "Yeah. Spear." Ren nodded thoughtfully. "But you didn't bring it with you today." "I didn't think I'd need it," Michael replied without missing a beat. It was the truth. Just not the whole truth. What Ren didn't know was that Michael always had his spear. Just not strapped to his back or hanging from a holster. It existed in a separate space. He could summon it in an instant. But for the trial, he hadn't needed to. Ren gave a small laugh. "A spear though, huh? Not many our age use them. Most go for swords or daggers. Flashier. Easier to control with less training. A spear takes patience. Range. Rhythm." Michael didn't respond immediately and turned to look at Ren with interest. Ren's movement on the arena stage showed that his swordsmanship was at least at intermediate mastery. But after hearing him speak more, was it possible it wasn't only the sword he was skilled in? Michael's gaze lingered on Ren a moment longer, then he asked curiously, "Do you know how to use any other weapon besides the sword?" Ren blinked. "Me?" Michael gave a slow nod. "You sounded like someone who's trained with a spear before." Ren scratched the side of his neck, looking a little sheepish. "Nah. I've only ever trained with a sword." He patted the hilt of the worn blade strapped to his waist. "This thing's been with me since I was 5. Michael arched a brow. "Then how do you know quite a bit about spears?" Ren hesitated for a beat, then smiled faintly. "I have a brother. He's older by a few years. A spear user." Michael's expression didn't change, but he understood immediately. "So you picked things up from watching him?" Michael asked. Ren nodded. "Pretty much." Michael didn't say anything for a moment and kept quiet. Meanwhile, Ren was observing Michael with an odd expression on his face. For one, this was the longest conversation they'd had since meeting each other. And two, Ren was starting to seriously wonder, who exactly was this guy? Michael hadn't reacted much when he revealed he was from a noble family. Just a small flicker of surprise, no change in tone, no awkward silence, no nervous flattery. That was rare. In a world where status often determined whether someone bowed or stood tall, that kind of reaction, or lack thereof, was telling. Ren recalled something his father once told him. It had been during a heated argument about trade rights with a local merchant guild, back when Ren was still too young to understand why they were practically bowing to commoners. His father had sat him down later and said, "Even though we're nobles, there are some merchants we have to treat with more respect than marquises. Some of them could buy 3 of our estates before breakfast. You'll understand when you're older. Now, walking beside Michael, Ren did understand. Or, he thought he did. Is he a merchant's son? That was Ren's first guess. Michael didn't have any attendants, no guards, no family crest sewn into his clothes. He wasn't flaunting status, and yet he carried himself like someone with nothing to prove. That kind of quiet presence didn't come from coin alone. But then again, could a merchant cultivate a beast like this? That was what Michael had seemed like during the trial, a beast in human skin. Ren frowned slightly. He hadn't even considered it before. But maybe Michael was a noble. Just not the flashy kind. Maybe he came from one of those old houses who didn't bother with crests or titles. The ones who stayed out of the courts and focused on building legacy through strength. Maybe he was something else entirely. Still, as all these thoughts bounced around Ren's head, one thing never occurred to him. The same thought others in the arena might have had after watching him move. Because while he thought Michael was a beast, he never once realized. Michael and Ren walked shoulder to shoulder down the main road of the outer market. They passed through clusters of buildings that wore age like a badge. Stone facades chipped with time, roofs patched with cloth. This is where we split, yeah. Ren finally said, slowing to a stop at the corner where the market forked into several alleyways. Michael paused and looked at him. My end's down that way, Ren said, pointing left. It's not much, but they've got warm bread and don't steal your boots while you sleep. Usually. Michael gave a small nod. Not bad. What about you? Ren asked, tilting his head slightly. Which direction's yours? Michael glanced toward the rightmost path, one that led toward a quieter, better paved road where faint glimmers of mana lamps shone a little brighter. Other side of the district. Ren whistled softly. Figures. Michael said nothing. Well, Ren said at last, reaching out his hand. Guess I'll see you tomorrow, huh? Michael eyed the offered hand for half a second before taking it. Yeah, he said. Tomorrow. Ren gave a firm shake, then flashed a lopsided grin and turned, disappearing down the alleyway with a relaxed gait and his wooden sword bouncing at his hip. Michael watched him go for a moment. Then he turned and walked the other way. His pace was calm, but steady. Eventually, Michael reached his home. However, just as Michael was about to reach out to the doorknob, he paused. A moment later, the door opened. On the other side was Leah and Ace. Michael had sensed them earlier. This was why he had paused his actions. Leah and Ace had a lot of surprise when they saw Michael at the door. However, though they were taken aback, they immediately gave a short bow. Their movement so natural it was evidently different from how it was weeks ago. Even from Leah. There was no conflict on her face and her movements looked just as natural as any noble attendant. If anything, it had more sincerity than them. Why was this the case? What had happened in these past few weeks to cause so much change? The reason for all this was naturally due to Michael. From feeding, to respect, to later having access to resources to get stronger. Michael gave it all. Their first encounter with Michael had been far from respectful. They had tried to rob him. A foolish plan, born not just of desperation, but spite. They weren't thieves by trade. Just 2 commoners from the rougher side of the outer city, embittered by years of being looked down on by nobles who flaunted power and coin like divine right. People who took something precious from them. When they first spotted Michael, young, clean, and alone, they'd mistaken him for an easy mark. A rich noble brat out of place, maybe even playing adventurer. They thought they'd teach him a lesson. Scare him. Maybe rough him up and take something of value in the process. But instead, they were the ones taught a lesson. Not just in strength, though Michael had easily subdued them both, but in something far more rare in their world, restraint. Michael hadn't harmed them more than necessary. No broken bones. No mocking words. No punishment beyond the humiliation of being thoroughly outclassed. He could have reported them, had them branded or enslaved under noble law. But instead, he let them stay. He didn't treat them like friends, no. But he didn't treat them like trash either. He treated them as people. And for two commoners who had lived their lives walking hunched beneath the weight of noble arrogance, that was more jarring than any beating. Over time, things shifted. He gave them food, a roof, work. He didn't bark orders, but he expected effort. He didn't flatter them, but he noticed improvement. That alone was enough to earn their grudging respect. But what truly shattered their old perception, what broke the invisible wall that made them look at him as another noble to resent, was the day Michael handed them both a set of refined cultivation supplements. He handed them over with no fanfare, no speech, just instructions. That was it. He had no reason to help them. They weren't talented. They'd both found out soon enough their talents were barely average. But Michael didn't care. He still gave them a chance. And somehow, that hit harder than any generosity born of pity. He treated them like servants, yes, but never like slaves. He gave orders, but not insults. He maintained distance, but not disdain. He treated them like people with a place in his world. And now, weeks later, when they stood at his doorstep and bowed instinctively, not because they had to, but because they wanted to, they didn't do it out of fear. They did it out of respect. And a quiet, growing loyalty they never expected to feel. Michael turned and activated Detect on the two after giving a small nod in response to their greeting. Liao was now level 4, while Ace had reached level 5. Just over a week ago, they'd both been stuck at level 1 with no sign of progress. But with the help of the spirit liquid and other resources Michael had brought from Aurora, items specifically useful for unranked cultivators, their growth had accelerated rapidly. Of course, there was a limit to everything. This burst of improvement wouldn't last forever. Still, at the current pace, they should reach the peak of the unranked stage within 4 months. And if all went well, they could break into the ranked stage in half a year. Michael deactivated Detect, his gaze lingering on the two for a moment longer. They stood upright, hands at their sides, waiting silently for permission to speak. He broke the silence first. "Where are you two headed?" Liao answered promptly. "To the market, my lord. We were planning to restock the food supply. Most of the storage is empty." Michael raised an eyebrow. "Is it?" He honestly had no idea. It wasn't that he was negligent, though, in this case, maybe he was. He simply didn't eat at home very often. Still, he nodded. "All right. Do you have enough coins?" Ace gave a short nod. "Yes, my lord. The last amount you gave us was still enough. We've managed the spending well." Michael didn't press further. "Good. Go ahead then." "Yes, my lord," they replied in unison, giving another short bow. Without further delay, they turned and made their way down the path, steps brisk but orderly. Michael watched them leave for a brief moment before turning. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. Michael returned to his room and sat down to meditate. Lately, there hadn't been much for him to do. At the moment, he had the competition to focus on, a goal he believed was progressing smoothly. Then there were his undead, waiting patiently to be evolved. He currently had enough evolution points to raise 10 of them to the extraordinary rank. That alone would be enough to complete his rank advancement quest. But Michael wasn't satisfied. 10 wasn't enough. 10 wouldn't even earn him a perfect rating on his advancement evaluation, and that was the bare minimum he was aiming for. And then, of course, there were the college exams approaching fast. Thankfully, there was no conflict. If everything went according to plan, he could handle all of them without issue. For now, there was nothing to do but ride the current. And so, Michael meditated for a long time. The next day, Michael awoke early. After washing up, he reached into the wardrobe and picked out another black robe, sleek, simple, but cut just well enough to suit his taste. He ran a hand down the fabric and gave a faint nod. It looked good. That was enough. Dressed and ready, he stepped out of the house and onto the familiar road leading toward the arena. But something was different this morning. Yesterday, the roads had been lined mostly with commoners. Today, though, the crowd had changed. There were nobles. Not many, but enough to stand out. Their carriages rolled by with polished coats of arms glinting in the early light. Their attendants moved with practiced precision, clearing paths with subtle gestures. Cloaks embroidered with silver trim. Boots with metal caps that barely touched dust. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. This wasn't like yesterday. One carriage in particular caught his attention. The Golden family. Michael's steps slowed briefly. He knew that crest. It belonged to the family that had helped him connect with Mage Lian. The name drifted across his mind. The lady of the Golden family he'd spoken to, sharp-witted. Was she in that carriage? Michael stared for a moment longer before he shook the thought away. But before he could get far, a familiar voice called out behind him. The ever-relaxed Baron's son jogged up beside him, hair still slightly damp, likely from a rushed morning wash. "You're up early," Michael said. Ren grinned. "Same could be said for you. I was wondering if you'd get too rich to walk." Michael blinked. "What does that even mean?" "I don't know," Ren shrugged. "It just sounds like something a noble would do. Ride a beast to the arena while the rest of us walk." Michael shook his head. "I don't even own a beast." "Well, did an undead count though?" Ren clicked his tongue. "Now that's the real surprise." And just like that, they fell into step again, two figures moving side by side through a street slowly being claimed by banners, murmurs, and the quiet buzz of everything else. The two made their way into the arena with little trouble. This time, however, entry was being tightly managed. A duo in red robes stood at the arched gate, checking each entrant for the numbered badge given yesterday. Anyone without one was turned away, regardless of how loud or rich they sounded. It wasn't long before Michael and Ren passed through, their badges shown and acknowledged with a polite nod. Inside, the difference from the previous day was immediately noticeable. The seating, once filled to the brim with spectators and hopefuls, was now nearly empty. The side arena had been split clearly in two. On one side, commoners and lesser-ranked participants. On the other side sat the nobles, those with trimmed coats, silk sleeves, and gold-threaded crests displayed openly. The gap between the two sides was wide, both literally and symbolically. Michael paused to glance at it but didn't slow. He made his way to the same spot he'd used yesterday and sat down without hesitation. Ren followed, flopping into the seat beside him. A minute passed in silence before Ren's eyes drifted back toward the noble seating. He squinted, then leaned toward Michael. "Hey, shouldn't you be sitting over there?" he asked, nodding toward the clearly noble half. Michael tilted his head slightly, then gave Ren a sidelong glance. "Shouldn't you be?" Ren stiffened, blinking. He let out a weak laugh and rubbed the back of his neck. But he didn't answer the question. Because what was he supposed to say? That in the eyes of commoners, his barren blood made him a noble. That his last name could command a bow in the outer city. But in noble circles, he was just a bigger commoner. A glorified peasant with land too small to matter and a title too cheap to hold weight. Michael said nothing more. Ren stayed quiet. Michael, on the other hand, was doing something else. It was then Ren spoke. "Hey, doesn't it seem the number in the arena now is too much?" Michael didn't reply immediately. He glanced toward the noble section again and did a quick count. 57. 57 noble males, most dressed in silks, some wearing light armor emblazoned with family crests. Most of them hadn't been present yesterday. At least, not in the trials. And yet here they were, seated like kings, backs straight, gazes detached. It didn't make sense. But Michael wasn't surprised. People in power always played by different rules. What did surprise him, however, was that the commoners who had qualified yesterday were all still here. None missing. None replaced. Yet, the math didn't lie. There were more participants now. The number had grown. People noticed. Murmurs started to rise. Some of the commoner-born participants began to shift uncomfortably in their seats, eyes flicking toward the other side. But no one said a word. Because who would? These were nobles. And everyone here knew exactly what that meant. You could only grit your teeth and whisper under your breath, as expected. The nobles wouldn't let them have the prize so easily. Not without tilting the odds. Moments later, two familiar figures stepped into the arena. The blue-robed officials from the day before, the middle-aged man and woman. The woman remained seated on the elevated platform, expression calm and unreadable. The man descended the steps and walked to the center of the stage, his robes fluttering faintly in the wind. "Welcome," he said, his voice deep and smooth, echoing throughout the mostly empty arena. "To the second trial." A murmur of attention rippled across the crowd. Conversations halted. "I congratulate you all," the man continued. "Making it here means one thing: you've proven yourselves." A few heads turned instinctively to glance at the noble side. Even more turned bitterly. But the official either didn't notice or chose not to. "This second trial will be simple," he said, folding his hands behind his back. "There are currently 178 participants." He let the number settle in the air. "Your goal," he continued, "is to cut that number in half." Several eyes widened. The noble side remained eerily calm. But on the other half, where most commoners sat, tension thickened like a fog. "One-on-one combat," the man announced. "Victory by knockout, ring out, or submission. No killing is permitted. Any participant who kills intentionally will be disqualified immediately." Michael leaned back in his seat. "So that's how it is. A direct culling. No monsters this time. No formations. Just raw competition. Just strength." The official continued without pause, his voice steady and firm as the wind stirred his robes. "Now," he said, sweeping his gaze across the arena, "an official will be coming around shortly. Each participant will be required to register their name and number tag." The man gestured toward the side of the arena where a group of red-robed assistants had already begun to move, clipboards and tablets in hand. "Once registration is complete, pairings will be generated at random. Matches will begin immediately afterward." The man paused. "This is not a test of luck. It is a trial of individual ability." His voice dropped slightly, carrying a weight that settled over the arena like a thick blanket. "If you wish to stand before the Duke, prove that you deserve it." With that, the man turned and walked back toward the platform beside the blue-robed woman, who still hadn't moved or spoken. Her sharp eyes watched the crowd in silence, as though taking in everything, reactions, shifts, tensions, with cold precision. Around the arena, the red-robed assistants spread out. Michael remained seated as one approached their row. The assistant, a young man, likely no older than 20, stopped before him, head bowed slightly. Name and number tag, please. Michael handed over the tag clipped at his waist. Mike nor the assistant gave a brief glance at the number inscribed on it, then nodded. Confirmed. He turned to Ren. Ren Noah, Ren said, offering his tag. The assistant took it, repeated the same process, and then left without another word. Michael sat back, arms folding loosely as he watched the assistants continue their rounds. Pairings would be announced soon. There were 178 of them. And soon, that number would be 89. Michael didn't care who he was paired with. But from the sideways glances, subtle whispers, and tensing shoulders across the arena, he had a feeling more than a few were hoping it wouldn't be him. Michael leaned back slightly, his gaze sweeping across the divided arena. He noticed it again, those subtle shifts of attention. He could understand the look in the eyes of the commoners. They had seen him fight yesterday. They'd seen the wolves fall like leaves in a storm, seen him walk through the trial with not so much as a scratch, seen him slap another participant unconscious with a single hand. They had felt his strength. But what confused him was the look from some of the nobles. They hadn't even been present yesterday. He was sure of it. And yet, there was wariness in their eyes too. Like they knew something. Michael frowned faintly. Had word spread? It was possible. He hadn't exactly gone unnoticed during the trial. All it would take was one noble with the means and interest to purchase a report. Besides, in a place like the capital, information flowed like blood. If you had the coin or connections, you could find out who tied their boots wrong that morning. Michael let out a breath through his nose. No point worrying about it. Let them look. Let them wonder. If anything, he was wondering how they recognized him. Was it through a portrait? And also, were they worried due to his performance yesterday? Or because of something else? Perhaps. Because of what had happened a few days ago. Meanwhile, beside Michael, Ren shifted in his seat. Michael didn't look at him directly, but he caught the subtle tension in his frame, the quick glance, the way his fingers tapped lightly on the wooden sword at his side. He was nervous. Not the kind of fear that made people tremble. Just alert. Ren turned slightly, eyeing Michael out of the corner of his gaze. Please don't be me. That was what his expression said. Michael almost smirked. Ren was many things. But he wasn't dumb. And while he joked, teased, and walked beside Michael as a companion, he hadn't forgotten what Michael was. That was the truth Ren wasn't saying aloud. He didn't think he'd lose, not exactly. If anything, Ren was someone who believed in his sword. There was always a but. If it could be helped. Ren would prefer not to cross blades with him at all. A low chime echoed through the arena, and the blue-robed woman finally stood. For the first time since the trial began, she stepped forward. Her expression was cold. Composed. Her voice, when it came, was sharp and clear. First pairing, Derek Harn versus Ludo Vane. Make your way to the stage. The two young men stood from opposite sides of the arena, one from the commoners section, the other from the edge of the same side. Neither came from noble circles. It showed. Their steps were uneven. Their expressions tight with nervous energy. As they reached the stage, the difference between them and the other participants became obvious. Both wielded weapons, but that was where the similarity ended. One had a chipped sword with no guard. The other carried a crude spear that looked like it had been reassembled one too many times. The tip was dull, and the shaft had visible splinters near the grip. Michael's eyes flicked toward them, then away. Unlike yesterday, nearly every participant had come armed. Swords, spears, axes, even strange contraptions that looked part tech, part artifact. Armor too, light leather for the poor, refined mano-woven fabric for the rich. Everyone had come prepared. Everyone. Except him. Michael, in his sleek black robe, looked more like a wandering scholar than a competitor. No armor. No visible weapon. He sat calm, composed. Almost detached. A few eyes glanced his way again. Even more after that. Because in a place where everyone looked like they were going to war, he looked like he'd taken a casual walk and wandered into the wrong event. But only a fool would mistake him for unarmed. Rin noticed the contrast too. He wasn't dressed much either, but compared to Michael, he at least looked prepared. He shifted beside Michael, arms crossed tightly. Those two on stage, they weren't ready. Their bodies were tense. Footwork uneven. Fear was all over them. He felt bad. Not for them, necessarily. But for what this trial was shaping up to be. Then, almost involuntarily, his gaze turned again, to Michael. He watched the calm posture, the way his eyes didn't dart or shift, the way he didn't so much as fidget. Ren exhaled. The signal to begin was given with a wave of the blue-robed woman's hand. Derek and Ludo hesitated for a split second, then lunged at each other with the clumsiness of desperation. It was fast, and the way two frightened animals might clash. Their weapons collided with a dull clang, metal on metal, but not the refined hum of well-forged blades. It was awkward. Brute strength, poorly directed. Both missed their mark several times before either made a true connection. Michael leaned back slightly, observing them with a detached expression. They were older than most others here, likely already brushing the upper limit of the competition's age requirement. In fact, they might already be past it. He narrowed his eyes as he watched their movements. They weren't untrained. Just unpolished. Their footwork was too grounded. Their flow too stiff. They lacked the clean transitions of a real fighter, of someone who had lived with the blade, not merely learned it. Early primary rank, Michael estimated. Suddenly, a realization bloomed in his mind. This trial. It isn't just to reduce the number. It was to expose the unqualified. To weed out those who had slipped past the first trial by luck or cleverness. Those two on stage. They wouldn't last in the next phase. Even if one of them won, they had already reached their limit. They had no business standing before the Duke. Michael's brows lowered slightly. But then, he paused. There was still a flaw. Someone might not be at the intermediate rank. But if they had strength, they could still advance. Michael's eyes drifted back to the stage. Derek stumbled as Ludo landed a shallow cut across his shoulder. Ludo followed up, swinging wildly with his chipped blade. Derek ducked. Lashed out. Ludo fell to a knee. The match was almost over. But Michael had already stopped watching. He'd seen enough. The outcome was inevitable. Ludo swung again, too wide, too high. Derek stepped in, drove his shoulder into the older man's chest, and knocked him flat. The crude spear clattered from Ludo's hands and skidded across the arena floor. A breath later, the blue-robed woman raised her hand. Winner, Derek Harn. A few polite claps rang out, mostly from the commoner side. There was no joy in it. No celebration. Just the sound of people acknowledging the result and moving on. Michael didn't clap. Neither did Ren. Derek helped Ludo up with a shaky hand, and the two limped off the platform together. There was no pride in their movements. No fire. Michael also noticed that, a little distance away from the stage, both participants' number tags were collected. The winner, Derek, wasn't excluded, though he seemed to want to argue but for some reason didn't. The stage was cleared. Another pairing would be called soon. Michael's eyes swept across the arena again. The commoners were already tense, many of them clenching their weapons too tightly. Some were visibly sweating. But what was more interesting were the nobles. They looked confident. Too confident. He figured this was natural. If the nobles couldn't perform better, he'd only be disappointed. Michael leaned forward slightly, resting his forearms on his knees. The wind picked up faintly, brushing his robe. Another match was about to begin. And eventually, his name would be called. Next pairing, Theogram versus Funarlo. The two stepped onto the platform, each from opposite sides. One with the quiet steps of a boy trying not to trip. The other with swagger. Theogram wore white and gold light armor, his family crest shining on the shoulder. A sleek saber hung at his waist, and he drew it with a fluid motion, letting the polished metal catch the sun. His opponent, Fun, had no armor. Just a loose brown tunic and baggy trousers tucked into worn boots. His weapon was a curved dagger, old, slightly chipped, and poorly balanced. He held it in a reverse grip, crouched low like he was used to back-alley fights rather than arena duels. The difference was obvious. Even the audience, those who had been quiet, seemed to hum with silent expectation. The blue-robed woman gave no warning. Just a flick of her wrist. Theo moved before Fun could even react. One arc of his blade. The flat side. A clean strike across Fun's chest that sent him sprawling before he could raise his weapon. The blow hadn't been deep, controlled, but decisive. Fun hit the ground, clutching his chest, groaning but alive. The arena was silent. And then Theo turned, not to leave, but to face the crowd. His sword still in hand, he raised it slightly and spoke, voice loud, clear, and condescending. "Is this what we're fighting?" His tone was smooth, almost theatrical. Peasants with scrap metal and second-hand boots. The crowd stiffened. "Tell me," Theo continued, pacing along the front of the stage like he was addressing a classroom. "Did you all come here chasing a dream? Hoping for the wealth promised to the winner? For the title of Viscount? For a taste of the Duke's favor?" He smiled. It didn't reach his eyes. Or maybe, he paused, gesturing broadly toward the commoner's side, "you want something else," and thought, why not me? A few of the commoners looked away. Some glared. Theo scoffed. "You're dreaming. You don't belong here." He looked down at Fun, who was still groaning and trying to rise. "This is mercy," he said. "Better to crush your hopes now than let you step into a battlefield you'll never survive." Then he turned to the officials. "I'm done." He stepped off the stage. Fun's tag was taken without ceremony. Michael watched the entire thing without blinking. It wasn't the words. It wasn't the arrogance. It was the way Theo looked not at individuals, but at types. People like Fun weren't competitors in his eyes. They were obstacles. Filler. Trash to be cleared before the real duels began. Rin whispered, "Damn." Michael's gaze remained steady. That noble had just painted a target on his back. And there were plenty of people in the arena who didn't take kindly to being called trash. The matches continued. One by one, names were called, and one by one, participants took to the stage. Sometimes, it was a commoner versus a commoner, awkward, scrappy fights that lacked flair but were fueled by desperation. Other times, it was a noble versus a commoner, uneven battles that often ended in under 10 seconds. But never. Not once. Did two nobles step onto the stage to face each other. At first, it was hard to notice. The matches came quickly, and the crowd was too focused on the brutality or drama of each fight to keep track of the broader pattern. But Michael wasn't most people. He watched everything. And after 10, then 20 matches, the realization crept in and rooted itself in his mind. No noble had fought another noble. None had even been called against each other. Across from him, Rin gritted his teeth and muttered beneath his breath. "Bullshit." Michael turned slightly. Dirty play, Wren added, voice just loud enough for Michael to hear. They're rigging it. Michael didn't answer, though he agreed. The matchups might have looked random, but they weren't. No algorithm, no chance-based system would avoid putting two nobles against each other for this long unless it was designed that way. And no one said a thing. Not the participants. Not the audience. Not the officials. Because this was the capital. The Lionheart Kingdom. And in this world, fairness was often just a pretty word used to sell the illusion of opportunity. Sometimes, you had to swallow injustice like a bitter pill and move on. That's what everyone else did. Michael, however, watched with clear eyes. He didn't get angry. Didn't frown. He simply observed. If this trial was designed to trim the numbers, then why did it favor only one side? Why go through the charade of including everyone, commoners, outlanders, wandering swords, if the outcome was meant to revolve around the nobles? The Duke, or whoever sat behind the curtain, didn't create this competition to reward potential. The ones with name. With legacy. With controlled power. This was their target. If that was the case, then Michael understood. It was ugly. But it made sense. Still, one question lingered in his mind like a shadow. If they already had their favorites, why allow everyone to compete? Was it to keep up appearances? To let the nobles shine by comparison? Or maybe they were looking for someone rare. Someone who didn't just meet the bar, but shattered it. Michael leaned back slightly, eyes distant. He didn't mind the politics. He didn't mind the bias. Not really. All he needed was to advance. But a different concern lingered at the edge of his thoughts. He knew he was strong. Strong enough to win. Strong enough to stand above many of these so-called chosen heirs. But strength wasn't always protection. Sometimes, strength made you a threat. And threats were eliminated. Michael's fingers curled slightly in his lap. He wasn't afraid of facing someone strong. He was just wary. What would they do then? Make up a rule. Accuse him of cheating. He wouldn't be surprised. So, as the trial continued and the next names were called, Michael didn't relax. He only prepared himself mentally. From another point of view, what was happening was expected. And justice always hit hardest when it looked like it was trying to be fair. But from where Michael sat, surrounded by sweat-drenched commoners and posturing nobles, the imbalance didn't feel like some grand conspiracy anymore, it just felt inevitable. He watched the matches with a clarity most lacked. And through that lens, the truth became difficult to ignore. Most of the commoners wouldn't have made it far anyway. Their footwork was too rigid. Their grips too uncertain. Their movements screamed hesitation, fear, and in some cases, raw inexperience. Whether they were forced out by biased pairings or beaten by their own limits, the outcome would have been the same. Michael could see what others might not admit: most of these people were outmatched. If they weren't eliminated now, they would have been crushed later, and on a much grander stage. He recalled the whispers he'd heard in the city before the trial began. The final stage of the Duke's competition would be public. Not just in a closed arena. Watched by thousands, maybe even tens of thousands. A stage like that wasn't meant for people who didn't even have the basics down. It wasn't for commoners still swinging chipped iron or scraping by on borrowed footwork. Only those who qualified, who truly qualified, would get to stand under the eyes of the public, under the weight of noble judgment, and still have the strength to raise their heads. And unfortunately, at least 80% of the commoners here wouldn't even make it to that stage. They weren't ready. They didn't have the skill, the composure, the foundation. Some might have heart, sure. But heart alone wouldn't keep you from being humiliated. Michael watched a match where a thin, wiry commoner lasted nearly 2 minutes before being knocked clean out of the ring by a noble boy who didn't even draw his weapon. The crowd was silent after the fall. No cheers. No pity. Just silence. And then the red-robed assistant walked forward and took the boy's number tag without a word. Michael exhaled slowly. From the outside, this competition looked like a path for the common man. But from where he sat, it looked more like a filter. A wall dressed up as a door. Ren leaned forward, elbows on his knees, gaze fixed on the stage. "You know," he began slowly, voice low, "I didn't notice it yesterday. But now that everyone's fighting one-on-one, it's clearer." Michael glanced at him but didn't interrupt. "People were hiding things," Ren continued. "Their skills. Their movements. Their real strength. Yesterday, most just held back, kept to the group, didn't stand out too much." Michael gave a slight nod. That was true. But now. Ren exhaled softly. "Now it's obvious." He gestured faintly toward the arena. A new match had just ended, another commoner falling to a noble in less than 30 seconds. It's not the kind of strength that makes you hold your breath. Not awe. Just the absence of it, Ren said, brows furrowed. You can't fake combat skill. Not for long. And these people, they never had it to begin with. Michael followed his line of thought. Even the best commoners so far were in their early 20s. And yet, most weren't even at the intermediate rank. That was telling. Those who had reached that level either had backing, be it as adventurers, hunters, or the sons of wealthy folk, or they were 1 in 1,000, clawing their way up from sheer talent and survival instinct. But the rest. They were brave. But bravery without bite was just noise. Still, that wasn't to say there were no interesting figures among them. Michael's eyes drifted to the next participant stepping onto the stage, a massive youth with a bear-like body and an oddly soft, young-looking face. He moved with a kind of lazy strength, each step slow but steady, as if nothing could shake him. The size of his arms alone made several heads turn. Michael recognized him immediately. He'd just learned the name from the official. Yesterday, this youth had faced 5 intermediate-ranked wolves and not only survived, but handled them with something that almost bordered on amusement. Even though he hadn't gotten serious, none of the beasts could gain an advantage. Michael had watched the whole thing with interest. The boy hadn't shown off. Hadn't bluffed. He only moved when he had to. Michael narrowed his eyes slightly. He couldn't detect, from this distance, but his instincts told him one thing. Yuga probably wasn't just at the intermediate rank. He was likely in the advanced stage. The youth himself didn't even look like he belonged here, with his baby face, unruly curls, and thick, oversized hands. Yet it all looked harmonious. As if nature itself had decided, yes. This is what strength wrapped in a smile looks like. Is that? Ren leaned in, staring. That's the guy from yesterday, right? Michael nodded once. He's not normal, Ren muttered. Not at all. Michael agreed. Finally, a genuine threat. Not a noble. Just a quiet beast, hidden in plain sight. The moment Yuga stepped onto the platform, the atmosphere in the arena shifted slightly. Not out of fear, but confusion. The youth's massive figure, mismatched with his almost cherubic face, was hard to take seriously at first glance. He wore no armor. No visible weapon. His thick limbs hung lazily at his sides. The noble he faced, a tall, lean boy clad in blue lacquered armor with a silver crescent crest on his chest, eyed him with immediate disdain. The noble's name was Callan Durith. A rising scion of House Durith, a minor noble family known more for their ambition than their influence. And he was clearly not amused. The moment the signal to begin sounded, Callan didn't attack. Instead, he raised his voice, confident, mocking, and just loud enough for the entire arena to hear. Today, everything could be heard. Some sort of amplification magic was in play. It hadn't been there yesterday. Likely something embedded into the arena's structure or cast from one of the officials. Either way, anything said on stage was now being projected clearly for all in attendance. Callan grinned, clearly aware of this. "Are you serious?" he scoffed, gesturing openly at Yuga. "Is this a joke?" No response. "Did you forget your gear? Or is that a strategy?" Callan chuckled and leaned on his sword. "Hoping to confuse me with that bare face of yours." Laughter from the noble side followed. A few scattered chuckles from others. Yuga didn't seem to mind. "I mean, look at you," Callan continued. "You're not even holding a weapon. Do you think this is a livestock pulling contest? Or did you mistake this place for the stables?" More laughter. Yuga tilted his head slightly. Then he opened his mouth. "Yuga has hands," he said in a low, slow voice. "Yuga not need weapon for stick boy." The arena paused. Did he just say? Ren blinked. Yuga nodded sagely to himself, then added, "Stick boy mouth very big. Brain very small." A few gasps and stifled snorts broke out. Michael's eyelid twitched. That was an unexpected retort. Callan's grin faltered, then sharpened. "You think you're funny." "Yuga not think," Yuga said, tapping his head. "Yuga know." Callan's lips thinned. He drew his sword in one fluid motion and lunged forward. Well trained. The strike was aimed at Yuga's shoulder, not to kill, but to humiliate. It didn't land. Yuga tilted to the side. Not stepped. Not retreated. Just tilted, as though the wind had nudged him slightly. The sword passed an inch from his arm. Callan's brows rose. He followed up. Another slash, low this time. Yuga shifted the other way. Effortless. As if Callan's blade was a lazy breeze and he was merely swaying through a dream. The crowd began to murmur. Callan's face tightened. He picked up speed. 3 strikes. All clean. All sharp. None connected. Yuga didn't look serious. In fact, he looked distracted. Like he was thinking about breakfast. Then Yuga stopped moving. Callan froze mid-swing, panting slightly, sweat starting to bead at his temple. Yuga raised a hand. "Stick boy. Should go sit." Callan scowled. "What?" Yuga scared, the giant youth said with utter sincerity, "Yuga hit too hard. Stick boy body look fragile." Gasps echoed across the arena. Even the commoners went silent. Then came a snort from somewhere. Then another. A ripple of suppressed laughter spread, though no one dared laugh too loud. Except Ren. Michael's eyes twitched again, and this time he smiled. The noble sneered, "You think this is funny, you overgrown ox?" Yuga blinked slowly. Yes. Then, without a shift in posture, Yuga moved. It was gentle. A tap, really flat and open against Callan's chest. But the result was anything but gentle. Callan flew. Not stumbled. His armored body was lifted clean off the ground, soaring backward like a sack of flour tossed from a wagon. He landed with a violent thud on the arena floor, skidding for several feet before finally stopping near the stage's edge, his limbs spread like a discarded puppet. Then a collective gasp broke over the crowd like a wave. Yuga scratched the back of his head. "Yuga warned," he muttered. "Yuga has strong hand." A beat of stunned silence. Then, almost lazily, Yuga turned to the blue-robed officials. "Yuga win now." The woman didn't blink. She raised her hand. "Winner, Yuga." The match was over, but its aftershocks rippled across the arena. For a long moment, no one moved. The noble section, previously so smug, so full of snickering confidence, had gone silent. Even the ones who had laughed the loudest earlier now sat stiffly, eyes trained on Yuga as if trying to make sense of what they'd just seen. Yuga, for his part, didn't bask in the attention. He gave a slight wave to the crowd, muttered something about lunch, and ambled off the platform like nothing happened. Michael leaned back in his seat, his expression unreadable. Calenduritha's number tag was removed without ceremony. There was no argument. He didn't even get up. Assistants carried him off the field, groaning and red-faced, not from pain, but humiliation. A noble had fallen. And not just fallen, he'd been embarrassed. By a commoner. Michael's eyes slowly scanned the arena. 57 nobles had entered. 10 had passed. All of them had only fought weak commoners. If Yuga hadn't been there, it would have been 11. On the other hand, only 5 commoners made it through. 5. Excluding Yuga. All were older. Men who had real combat experience, most likely adventurers or hunters. And more importantly, they were all already at the intermediate rank. Michael lowered his gaze and did the math. 178 participants in total. With 35 matches held so far, 70 people had already fought, 16 advanced, 54 eliminated. 10 nobles. 5 commoners. That left 108 participants, which meant 54 matches remained. He tapped his leg once. That was a lot. The officials would want to wrap things up before evening. The audience was quieter now. Yuga's performance had shaken assumptions. Suddenly, the line between noble and commoner looked thinner than before. But the structure remained. There had been 57 nobles in total. 1 was eliminated, Calendurith. 10 had already advanced. So, 46 nobles remained. And odds were, most of them would face commoners next. The trend was predictable now. Michael glanced at Ren, who still looked annoyed but a bit better. He closed his eyes for a second. 54 matches. 108 people. His turn was coming. He just hoped it was soon. For some reason, he started craving potatoes. The matches rolled on. Noble versus commoner. Commoner versus commoner. A rare noble defeat here and there, but not many. Still, they were happening. After Yuga's match, the tension in the arena seemed to deepen. The officials didn't pause, the next names were called without delay. But the spectators leaned forward now, eyes sharper, no longer lulled into the certainty that bloodlines alone guaranteed victory. Michael noticed it immediately. Some of the commoners weren't the clueless fodder from earlier. They fought like people used to bleeding. In 3 matches, just 3, Michael watched nobles lose. None of the defeats were as brutal as Callan's, but each still sent ripples through the crowd. 1 noble was forced to yield after dislocating a shoulder. Another was knocked out cold by a backhand strike from a brawler wielding iron knuckles. The third had to be carried off unconscious, a well-placed elbow ending the fight in seconds. Still, 3 out of dozens wasn't much. But it was enough to shake the illusion. And while the ratio remained heavily skewed, nobles winning by sheer advantage in equipment and technique, the cracks had started to show. Steel was steel. Flesh was flesh. Talent didn't always wear a crest. More fights passed. Another noble fell. This time to a spear-wielding man whose eyes looked too tired to care about pride. He fought like it was his last shot at something, and maybe it was. He advanced. His number tag wasn't removed. Michael tracked the numbers again in his mind. At this point, 45 matches had been completed. 90 participants had fought. 20 had advanced, now including 3 commoners who'd taken down nobles. That made 8 more wins since Yuga's match. He did the quick math. 44 matches to go. It was getting close. The crowd was more restless now. The sun had shifted slightly, casting longer shadows along the edge of the arena. Michael caught the officials whisper to one another, likely calculating how quickly they needed to push things along. Next pairing, the blue-robed woman called, voice calm and sharp, as always. Ren Noah. Michael's eyes snapped open. Beside him, Ren blinked. For a moment, he didn't move. Then he let out a soft exhale and stood. Well, he muttered, cracking his knuckles. Guess it's my turn to be a disappointment. He rolled his shoulders once, glanced briefly at Michael, and smiled. And then he walked off toward the stage. From their high platform overlooking the arena, the 2 blue-robed officials watched the proceedings with practiced calm. The middle-aged man's arms were folded behind his back. The woman sat beside him, one leg crossed over the other, her posture relaxed but gaze razor-sharp. Yesterday, 3 names had stood out to them since the first trial. Each for different reasons. Yuga's strength had been unconventional. The officials had already labeled him as a problem or a valuable asset, depending on how things unfolded. He was unpredictable. Then there was Ren. His presence had been quiet, modest, but his swordsmanship, remarkably polished. Unlike the others, his techniques were fluid. Compared to Yuga and Michael, however, he was the weakest of the 3. Not in talent, but in overall presence. He wasn't terrifying. He didn't exude that oppressive weight. But his power had still earned him a place on their watch list. Then came Mike. He was the one they still hadn't figured out. The moment he'd walked through the first trial like a phantom, they'd both taken note. The ease with which he dismantled the wolves, the calm with which he incapacitated another participant without a flicker of strain, it had been too clean. The man had quietly pulled out a thin notebook from his inner robe. It was filled with annotations, level uncertain. At least advanced stage. Possible grand tier. Appearance, late teens. Suspicious. Between the 3, they believed Ren would be the easiest to read. Yuga would be the hardest to predict. But Michael was the one who made them uncomfortable. As Ren stepped onto the platform, both officials watched, not with expectation, but with interest. Of the 3, he might be the least frightening. But sometimes, it was the ones without an aura who cut the deepest. Ren stepped onto the arena platform, his boots quiet against the stone floor. The sun glared slightly over the rooftop frames, but he barely noticed. His eyes were on his opponent. The youth waiting across from him was dressed in fine navy robes laced with golden thread. His posture was perfect, his chin slightly raised. Every part of him screamed refinement, heritage, and rank. Ren didn't know him, but thanks to the middle-aged man in blue robes, he now knew his name. Darvin Ellerance. It was a name whispered in noble circles. 24 years old, one of the oldest nobles present, and an advanced rank mage. Ren, by contrast, looked quite ordinary. The wooden sword at his waist lacked any ornamentation. And though he, too, was a noble by birth, there wasn't a single soul in the audience who would have guessed. To the commoners, he looked like one of them. Ren hated how much that got to him. It wasn't that he disdained commoners, but as a Noah, it was his life goal to make his noble lineage inspire awe, not merely fear. "You should forfeit," Darvin said, his voice smooth, confident, and loud enough to carry. A few murmurs rippled through the crowd. Even the blue-robed officials exchanged glances. Ren blinked, then frowned. He hadn't even drawn his sword yet. "What?" he asked, flatly. Darvin didn't smirk, but his tone was lined with pity. I'm not trying to humiliate you, but this won't be a contest. There were a few gasps. Rin's jaw tensed slightly, his fingers twitching near the hilt of his wooden blade. He forced a breath. So, you're underestimating me. Darvin shook his head calmly. No. His gaze dropped briefly to the wooden sword. But even if I wanted to take you seriously, that thing on your waist makes it difficult. This time, the nobles laughed. But the commoners did not. They had seen what that wooden sword was capable of. Still, Rin's face remained caught somewhere between a scowl and a smile. He wasn't angry. Not exactly. He just couldn't decide how to feel about Darvin. There was no arrogance in his voice. No venom. No disdain. It made it difficult to hate him. He was proud, sure, but not unbearable. I think, Rin muttered, tilting his head slightly, we should fight first. Before deciding who's got no chance. Darvin sighed. I said it out of kindness, not insult. I'm an advanced rank mage. He paused, his expression calm and composed. You should give up. Silence stretched for a moment. Rin didn't speak right away. He took one step forward and gripped his wooden sword, not drawing it yet, just holding it. You might be strong. You might even be right. But I've come this far with nothing but this blade. He looked up, his brown eyes meeting Darvin's. I'm not giving up. If it was before the competition, Rin wouldn't have believed himself doing this. For one, the noble in front of him was the real deal. He didn't consider himself a genuinely strong person. However, after leaving his house, his vision started to change. Surely, this youth can't be another Mike, right? If he didn't think he'd lose to Mike, then he certainly shouldn't lose to this person. From the official's platform, the woman raised her hand. Begin. Darvin's eyes flickered, and a pulse of mana radiated from his frame. The stone under his feet cracked slightly from the surge of energy. Wind gathered at his back. Magic swirled around him like an unseen cloak. The nobles roared in approval. This was what they expected, a true display of status and power. But Rin didn't flinch. He closed his eyes for just a moment, exhaling. Then drew the wooden sword in a single fluid motion. It made no sound. No shimmer of mana. No aura. Just the soft whisper of wood scraping against cloth. And yet, the atmosphere shifted. Not dramatically. Not loudly. But enough. A few commoners leaned forward. The officials narrowed their eyes. This was Rin's first time fighting a mage. Darvin raised a hand, a magic circle quickly formed, and blue-white light gathered instantly. The magic formed in the shape of a spiraling hive, each strand of fire weaving together with terrifying precision. Rin had no idea what it was, only that it burned to look at. He was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the spell that seemed to have been drawn in 3 strokes in the air. The spell shot forward. For a moment, Rin's instinct screamed at him to dodge. His feet twitched, his grip tightened, and then he stopped. Something told him not to move. It wasn't logic. Or training. It wasn't even courage. Just a whisper in his mind. His brows furrowed. Cut magic. But still, the thought remained. And before he could think again, he moved. Rin swung his wooden sword in a sharp, clean arc, nothing fancy, nothing elaborate. Just a cut. The spiral of fire slammed into it, and split apart. A ripple echoed through the air as the magic dispersed, cleaved as if it were mere fabric. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Even Darvin's eyes widened. Rin stared at his blade in disbelief. His arm trembled slightly. It had felt like something had opened. A door. No. A threshold. For a brief second, when the sword met the magic, he had felt in tune, not just with himself, but with something larger. Darvin didn't wait. Another spell flared to life. This time a volley of sharpened shards of fire, 5 in number, arced forward. Ren didn't move. He didn't need to. One step back. One sweep left. A twist of his wrist. His sword moved with him like an extension of thought. Each spell was cut mid-flight, shattered into harmless glimmers. The nobles stopped cheering. The commoners started rising from their seats. As the last of Darvin's spells vanished in glittering fragments, Ren stood still, his blade lowered at his side. The whispers from the crowd barely reached him. For a moment, the arena faded from his senses. Something tugged at the back of his mind, faint, like a memory rising through fog. He blinked. And he was 5 years old again. The sun was softer back then. It was his birthday. His father, stoic but warm in his way, had handed him a gift, a wooden sword. Not store-bought. Handmade. The wood was dark, smooth, and oddly heavy. His father said nothing of where he got it, only that it was a gift meant to stay close. Ren, wide-eyed and giggling, had carried it everywhere since. He even slept with it by his side. He remembered swinging it clumsily through the air, chasing chickens, and pretending to be a knight. He remembered the warm pride in his chest every time it made a solid thwack. But something else had followed. Each time he swung the blade, something stirred, like a sleeping beast taking shallow breaths. He didn't understand it, but it felt good. Until the incident. He had been 7. It was evening, and he was alone near the family's western farmland. He remembered swiping the sword at empty air, grinning at the invisible foes in his mind. And then, without sound or warning, something tore through the world. Half the field vanished. No fire. No tremor, at least not until a beat later. Just absence. The crops, the soil, the fence, gone. He stood there, shaking, unable to speak. His father had arrived moments later, breathless and pale. For the first time, Ren had seen fear in the man's eyes, not at the destruction, but at him. There were no words that night. Only silence. Then the training began. Hard, repetitive, and focused. But the sword never came up again. Not that night. Not in the years after. And the sensation. It never returned fully. At times, he could coat the blade faintly in a strange glow. Back in the present, Ren looked down at the wooden sword. His grip tightened. It wasn't just a tool. It never had been. That night had left a scar, not just in the earth, but in his mind. His father had never trusted the blade again. Perhaps not even him. But now, as the blade hummed faintly, Ren didn't feel afraid. He felt whole. The thing inside him, whatever it was, had awakened again. With clarity. As if it had waited for this exact moment. Darvin tried to cast again. His hand lifted, mana swirling at his fingertips, forming the outline of a glowing circle, but then he froze. His entire body stilled. Slowly. His pupils dilated. A thin, cold sensation touched his neck. No pressure, no heat. Just a trace of something that didn't belong. A bead slid down from beneath his ear to his collarbone. Darvin's hand trembled. He hadn't seen Ren move. No one had. But something had touched him, and if it had been any deeper, it wouldn't have been a cut. It would have been an end. The spell in his hand collapsed into sparks. And without waiting for judgment, Darvin lifted both hands and said in a steady but low voice. The arena went still. A few people blinked, unsure they'd heard right. But the blue-robed woman didn't hesitate. Winner, Ren Noah. The effect was immediate. Shock rippled through the audience. Not because a noble had lost. That had happened before. But because this noble had admitted defeat. One must know that the other nobles who lost would have continued fighting for their pride had the officials in blue robes not stepped in. Ren straightened his stance and gave a knight's salute, fist to chest, followed by a bow. Darvin, composed even in defeat, returned the gesture with a mage's salute, fingers pressed together over his heart and dipped once in quiet acknowledgement. Then he turned and walked off the stage. Not defeated in dignity, but undeniably outmatched. He was silent the entire way. But inside, Darvin's mind churned. He wasn't angry, not in the usual noble way. He had pride, but he wasn't blinded by it. His instincts as a mage, no, as a scholar, were buzzing. What had that been? Even now, his skin hitched near the shallow wound. There had been no heat. No surge of energy. Just motion. A blade that passed through the air like a whisper, and somehow, through his defenses. Darvin sighed as he reached the edge of the arena. He wasn't okay with losing. But he wasn't someone who couldn't accept defeat. Perhaps, this attitude has attributed to his current height. And somewhere in the back of his mind, a spark had lit, a curiosity not of resentment, but research. Up on the official's platform, the blue-robed woman still hadn't moved. But the man beside her slowly let out a breath and chuckled under it. So the Duke's competition really did drag some monsters out, he said wryly. Perfect realm swordsmanship. And a boy who can't even grow a proper beard yet. The woman didn't respond. Her eyes narrowed slightly, flicking between Ren and Michael. You think the wooden sword's enchanted? She asked at last. Maybe, the man muttered. But I doubt. That was him. A long silence followed. Then he added, quietly, with that level of refinement in his technique. As long as Ren isn't too weak as a knight, there's almost nothing they can do to stop someone like him. He tapped his notes twice, then turned the page. Including us. The woman finally nodded. And below, as Ren returned to his seat beside Michael, breathing softly, his hands still tingling from the sensation of that final strike, the crowd had yet to settle. Another noble had fallen. And the competition was only halfway through. A moment later, 2 more names were called to take the stage. And just like that, the matches continued. Occasionally, both participants were eliminated. Round after round passed. Until finally, when only 9 matches remained, Michael's turn came. Among the 57 nobles who had entered the competition, 12 had now been eliminated. That left 45 nobles. Aside from 3, the rest had already fought and won. On the other side, things had been far more brutal. The commoners had suffered greatly, not just from their matchups. In more than one instance, both participants were eliminated when it was clear neither possessed the qualified strength. Victory wasn't enough if the officials deemed you unqualified. And so, while a few rose, like Yuga, the hulking youth who flattened his opponent with a single palm, and Ren Noah, whose swordsmanship left even mages speechless, many fell. Now, after hours of trials, bruises, and blood, only 18 participants remained. Among them stood Michael. And 3 nobles who had yet to fight. The arena hushed. Next pairing, Mike Nor versus Leonard Vale. Michael stood. There was no reaction from the crowd at first. Well, except for some commoners who immediately started murmuring to themselves. His name meant nothing to some nobles. No family crest. No famous clan. Just a quiet young man with no armor, no visible weapon, and robes more suited for a walk through a garden than a duel. But he didn't seem nervous. He moved with the same calm grace he'd shown since the start, shoulders relaxed, eyes steady, as if what he was about to do was routine. The silence cracked slightly when Leonard Vale stood. This time, it was the nobles who reacted. Whispers surged like a tide. Leonard Vale. 25 years old. The upper limit for participation. He descended from the Vale branch of the royal family, distant blood of the current queen herself. A noble with power, resources, and more importantly, a bloodline. The White Leopard lineage. It granted enhanced agility, explosive strength, and mana sensitivity far beyond the norm. Leonard wasn't some ordinary noble. Leonard didn't walk to the stage. Each step was measured, elegant. His white hair caught the wind, and even without armor, the silver-trimmed uniform he wore gleamed with quiet dominance. A few of the commoners didn't know who he was, but most nobles did. Michael, meanwhile, made no attempt to mask his indifference. He wasn't dismissive, simply unaffected. That in itself made several nobles scoff. It was arrogance, some thought. Foolish pride. And yet, those who had heard of his actions yesterday, those who had paid attention, watched with narrowed eyes. They thought he was at the advanced stage. Probably peak. At his age, he had to be a freak. But such existence was not impossible. As such, thanks to their ignorance, the general belief remained unchanged. He was powerful, yes, but within reason. Someone like that had the right to be arrogant. And Leonard had the right to put such arrogance in its place. He stepped onto the stage, letting his aura pulse slightly, a restrained pressure, like a spring held just tight enough to remind you it was there. Michael met him at the center, and the two locked eyes. Leonard smiled faintly, lips curving in a way that was both friendly and predatory. Michael simply stood. No tension. As if the battle hadn't begun yet. As if it never would. Then the woman in blue robes lifted her hand. The moment the word left the official's lips, Leonard moved. There was no hesitation. No testing the waters. No drawn-out build-up. He was arrogant, yes, but his pride wasn't foolish. This was a chance. A rare chance. Even he knew the Duke's competition wasn't tailored for him. It was meant for other people. However, he had no intention of falling before them without giving everything he had. That meant securing victory now, against this Mike Noor, whose exploits yesterday had drawn quiet conversations and hidden reports. Before facing whoever the competition was designed for, Leonard planned to eliminate all variables. Michael was one of those. Which is why he didn't hold back. His body glowed faintly as he activated his bloodline. White streaks traced his limbs, glowing lines like tribal runes etched into skin, and his pupils narrowed into feline slits. A thin sheen of silver shimmered across his arms and neck, hair whipping back from the surge of energy. The White Leopard had awakened. In a burst of speed that made air crack, Leonard vanished. A second later, he reappeared in front of Michael, fist drawn back, aimed straight at his chest with terrifying precision. But just as it was about to land, Leonard's eyes widened. Michael had moved. He hadn't blocked. He hadn't countered. He had simply tilted. A slight shift, almost lazy, and Leonard's fist grazed the edge of his robe instead of his ribs. The momentum carried Leonard past him. Michael took a step back, calm as a drifting cloud. Leonard landed lightly and spun, his face now serious. That shouldn't have been dodged. The gap in their distance closed again, this time with a flurry of strikes, fast, clean, and relentless. Short kicks. Leonard's movements were sharp and feral, combining martial refinement with beast-like aggression. But Michael kept evading. Not with desperation. Not with effort. With grace. Each time Leonard struck, Michael would shift, sidestep, or lean, never more than he needed to, always just enough. From the stands, it looked like a light show, blurs of white and silver, broken only by a flicker of movement as Michael avoided each blow like he already knew where it would land. And all the while, Michael watched. Not coldly. Not with disdain, but with curiosity. As if Leonard Vale was a fascinating new toy. At first, Leonard didn't think much of it. Leonard pressed harder. He poured more of his bloodline into his movements, pushing his legs past their comfort, accelerating his reflexes. His body blurred as he launched another combination, a rising knee, a twisting elbow, a clawing palm toward Michael's throat. Michael didn't blink. He simply leaned again, letting the wind of the blow pass through his collar. Leonard's fist crashed against air. The white leopard noble began to falter. Leonard's chest tightened. His muscles trembled, not from exhaustion, but from something worse. It crept up slowly, like cold water climbing his spine. A question echoed louder with each missed strike. Am I really this weak? Or is he just, no, Leonard hissed under his breath, forcing the thought down. I'm not done. He prepared to lunge again. That's enough. The voice wasn't loud. It didn't echo. But it was final. Leonard's body stopped. His pupils shrank, the blood in his veins recoiling. A strange pressure fell upon him like a mountain, slamming him down to the ground before he even realized he'd moved. His knees hit the arena floor. Then his back. Then darkness. He didn't even feel the fall. The last thing Leonard heard was the crack of air shifting, and then, nothing. From the stands, silence fell once more. The match hadn't ended with a strike. It had ended with a single word. Leonard Vale, heir of the Vale line, bearer of the white leopard bloodline, had been outclassed. At first, no one spoke. The silence that followed Leonard's collapse wasn't the usual kind, the kind that came with shock or awe. No, this was the other kind. The kind that made the hairs on the back of every neck rise. The kind that thickened the air, as if the arena itself didn't know how to process what it had just witnessed. Then came the gasps. Soft at first. Then sharper. Then full-on murmurs, building like a tide of stunned confusion. But oddly enough, it wasn't the commoners who reacted first. It was the nobles. The ones who thought Leonard Vale would put the upstart in his place. Their eyes were wide. Some leaned forward. Others gripped their seats unconsciously. One or two stood without realizing. They'd seen the initial clash. They knew Leonard's strength. And now, they had no explanation. Next were the hunters and adventurers. They weren't nobles. They weren't rich. But they were fighters. They understood power. They recognized it the moment Leonard activated his bloodline. They saw the strength in his steps, the force behind his strikes, the terrifying burst of momentum that could shatter boulders. And they'd felt what it meant when someone entered that state. When Leonard had drawn on the white leopard bloodline, he hadn't just gotten faster and stronger. No, he had briefly stepped beyond the advanced stage and into the grand tier, a state of power known only to a handful in the entire kingdom. It wasn't true grand tier, of course. More of a bloodline-induced simulation. A fake grand tier, as some called it. But fake or not, the power was real. With it, Leonard should have been invincible in this trial. He shouldn't have met a match. And worse, he had been crushed. No wounds. No visible injuries. Not a single blow exchanged. He had simply been told to fall. And he did. The officials in blue robes didn't speak. They didn't need to. They too had recognized what had happened. They hadn't seen a clever trick. Not sleight of hand. Not hidden technique. They had seen suppression. That was the only word that fit. Michael hadn't fought Leonard. He had suppressed him. A being who stepped into the grand tier, if only briefly, had been rendered powerless without a scratch on him. The female official clenched her quill so tightly the feather bent at an odd angle. Her lips were pressed into a thin line, eyes narrowed at the boy on stage. Beside her, the older male official just leaned back and let out a long, slow breath. "Grand tier," he muttered, voice hoarse. The woman finally spoke, voice low. But he didn't need to. Another moment passed. Then he added, "And if that's what he does without trying, then we weren't just sent a freak. We were sent a monster." Back in the stands, even Yuga blinked slowly, watching Michael with unreadable eyes. He didn't clap. He didn't smile. But for the first time since the competition began, he looked interested. Ren, sitting beside him, let out a quiet whistle and muttered under his breath, "Well, I'll be damned." And on the platform, Michael just stood there, as if nothing had happened. Like it had all gone exactly as expected. Michael didn't move for a while. He stood there calmly, as if waiting for the officials to call the result, even though the outcome was clear to everyone. Leonard Vale hadn't just been defeated, he had been rendered inert. Reduced to a collapsed figure lying on the stage like an offering to something beyond understanding. Eventually, Michael turned and walked off the platform, his pace unhurried. But behind that serene gait, his mind was anything but still. Should I have ended it sooner? It was a thought that had crossed his mind multiple times throughout the match. Honestly, he could have ended it the moment Leonard activated his bloodline. But he hadn't moved. And there was a reason for that. Truth be told, Michael had been conflicted since the beginning of the trial. Not about winning, that much was inevitable. But how to win. Disqualification on technicalities. Sudden violations. Mysterious injuries or accusations. He was overthinking it. He felt he was. But it didn't stop him. And truly, Michael was indeed overthinking it. Nobody was going to stop his fair win. At least, not until now. Before this battle, the Duke hadn't perceived him as a threat. The nobles saw him as a strange, maybe overpowered advanced stage freak, but still within the lines of the trial. Had he gone aggressive yesterday and shown his true power unnecessarily, the situation today would have been different. There was also something else. That was the second reason the battle lasted longer than it needed to. Michael had sensed it the moment Leonard activated his bloodline. The way the mana flowed, the shift in his presence, the subtle but distinct pressure, it was familiar. Not identical to his own, but resembling. Leonard had a bloodline. Just like him. That had caught Michael's attention. It had been almost 2 months since his awakening. He wasn't a novice anymore. He knew some things now. He knew his bloodline wasn't ordinary. Not when it allowed him to overwhelm even beasts ranked above him. Not with the perks that came with it or the way Teacher Brian had been envious of his opportunity. He was a high Homa. A race with power far beyond the ordinary. He'd classified his bloodline as extraordinary rank. Leonard's, by comparison. Rare rank, at best. It was strong, no doubt. But that was where it ended. Michael couldn't use himself as a reference. That wasn't fair, as he was an awakener. But he could use Spartan. Spartan would have destroyed Leonard. So Michael's conclusion was fairly accurate. Of course, it could also be that Leonard was the one unable to show the true potential of his bloodline. Michael exhaled softly as he returned to his seat. His expression was still calm, but his thoughts were clearer than ever. Ren leaned forward the moment Michael sat down beside him. He stared at his friend, or perhaps stranger, with an unreadable expression, eyes squinting slightly as if trying to peer through fog. Michael didn't look at him. He sat with the same steady calm he always wore, gazing out at the arena where the officials were already preparing for the next match. But Ren couldn't hold back. "Be honest," he said, voice low but sharp. "Are you the king's bastard?" Michael's gaze didn't waver. Ren blinked, then added, "Or the duke's. Or, I don't know, some ancient clan's secret heir." Still nothing. Michael didn't frown, didn't shift. He just breathed. Ren sighed loudly and slumped back into his seat. Of course you won't answer. Michael didn't smile. But the corner of his mouth did twitch. That was all Ren got. And somehow, it was enough. He turned his attention back to the arena. You know, he muttered, I was planning to feel good if I advanced today. Proud even. But now I feel like I've been sparring with a sleeping dragon and didn't realize it. Michael didn't respond to that either. He just kept watching. 8 rounds remained. Of the remaining participants, 2 were nobles. The rest were commoners. Ren kept his mouth shut as the next match was called. The nobles still in line had watched the earlier battles with great care. However, no one cared about the nobles. The crowd barely reacted. After Leonard's collapse, everything else felt small. The last 2 did advance, though. Michael's attention turned to the commoners. 7 of them. A few of them fought like they had nothing to lose. 3 commoners advanced. Only 3. The others, even those who won their matches, were deemed unqualified. The standard had been set. Intermediate rank at least. All eyes turned toward the blue-robed officials. The woman stood, parchment in hand, her expression unreadable. She didn't speak immediately. Instead, she slowly scanned the crowd, then the stage, before finally raising her voice. With the end of this trial, she began, we now have our final tally. Her voice was crisp, carrying through the stands with perfect clarity. Out of the 178 participants, only 69 have qualified for the next stage. A few murmurs rippled among the noble families. Relief for some, disappointment for others. Ren folded his arms and leaned back in his seat. Michael's expression didn't shift. His gaze was already turning inward. The woman rolled up the parchment, nodded once to her fellow official, and sat back down. Those names will be posted shortly, she added. Tomorrow, the final stage will commence. And it will be public. And just like that, the second trial was over. 69 would move forward. Ren scratched the back of his head. You know, it's weird. I'm nervous. Ren chuckled bitterly. I don't even know if I'm scared of you or scared of whatever else they're hiding in this trial. That comment earned the slightest turn of Michael's head. Ren pressed on. Because let's be honest. There were nobles today who didn't show up yesterday. A few familiar family crests showed up last minute. And you know what that means. Michael finally looked at him. Ren nodded. Tomorrow's going to be worse. Michael didn't nod. Didn't shake his head either. He simply turned back toward the now empty stage. Tomorrow would be different. Michael could feel it. Not from anything concrete. Just a quiet certainty. There were stronger nobles waiting. Possibly hidden participants. People who had probably been chosen even before the competition started. There was no way the Duke would place treasures out like a saint. Michael knew it in his bones. The real trial begins tomorrow. If it was only the people here now, this competition would have already ended in his favor. Ren rose from his seat with a groan, stretching his limbs. Well, I'm getting sleep. I need all the strength I can muster tomorrow. Assuming no one dies from nerves. He hesitated, then added, you should sleep too, dragon. I'd hate to lose you to insomnia before the real war starts. Michael didn't reply, but his lips twitched. A twitch that almost passed for a smile. Ren walked off, shaking his head. Michael remained seated for a few more moments, watching the horizon darken. The sun was setting. Tomorrow. Surprises awaited. Should I have fried or roasted potatoes? Or both? The next day, the capital came alive like a beast roused from slumber. Dawn had barely touched the horizon when the streets of the capital began to swell. Merchant stalls rolled open with practiced efficiency, banners were raised, and the scent of roasting meats and spice-soaked bread filled the air. Today wasn't just any day. Today, the Duke's competition would finally open to the public. No more waiting behind closed doors. No more whispered rumors or second-hand tales of mysterious youths and shocking upsets. Today, the city would see. The people had waited long enough. For a while now, speculation had run rampant. Talk of monstrous commoners, fallen nobles, strange names like Mike Nor and Yuga, and the sword-wielding commoner who made a noble surrender. Whispers had become discussions. Discussions turned to debates. And debates, full-blown anticipation. But now, all that ended. Now, the stands would open wide. The arena's vast decks, reserved for the public, had been sealed during the first stages of the trial, available only to a small audience. But today, the stone gates parted, and the commoners poured in like floodwater. The noise was thunder. People with business who wanted to take advantage of the traffic had smiles on their faces that looked more intimidating than they should be. Vendors shouted for attention. A few bards stood atop crates, retelling embellished versions of the trials so far, most of them wrong, all of them dramatic. "Did you hear?" one woman gasped to another as they rushed to the arena gates. "A noble fell yesterday without even being touched. I swear. They said the boy just looked at him and the noble collapsed. That's not even fair." No one cared. Not the crowd. Because fairness had nothing to do with the show they'd come to see. This wasn't about honor or politics or family prestige. Not for them. This was spectacle. They wanted to see spells clash and weapons fly. It wasn't often commoners got to witness supernatural battle firsthand. Today they had front row seats to gods in the making. Even the nobles' side was more crowded than usual. Members of distant houses had arrived overnight, some in carriages, others by mounted rare beasts, still more through expensive teleportation slips. The stands filled with young lords and ladies, their retainers, and their endlessly gossiping attendants. Of course, not all eyes were on nobility. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. In fact, many weren't. To the common man, nobles were arrogant people with fancy clothes and thick wallets. What mattered was what they could do. And rumor had it, some of the strongest weren't nobles at all. People kept whispering one name in particular. No one knew where he came from. No records. No family. No known association with any guild, faction, or house. But yesterday, he had dropped a royal-blooded noble like a sack of potatoes without even lifting a hand. People wanted to see that. The butcher's son, the old carpenter with the crooked back, the wide-eyed little girl gripping her mother's sleeve, they didn't care about noble hierarchy. They wanted explosions. They wanted awe. And they were ready. The city's ends were packed, the streets jammed, and makeshift illusion viewing platforms had been erected in buildings or on buildings by mages who wanted to make money by offering views to those unable to enter the arena. The capital city hadn't been this festive for a long time. Even the sky seemed to approve, cloudless, deep blue, and bright with promise. At the arena gates, officials guided the crowds through runic checkpoints. Security had tripled. Guards stood tall in full ceremonial gear, more for intimidation than safety. Inside, the stands filled fast. Excitement buzzed like lightning caught in a net. Michael moved with purpose, slipping through the morning crowd. The cheers of the city rose around him, festive and chaotic, but they hardly reached his ears. He had other things to think about. Unlike the previous days, he wasn't dressed in casual robes or unassuming garb. Today, he was ready. Black armor clung to his lean frame, smooth, form-fitting plates of lightweight alloy reinforced with mana-treated fibers. Subtle arcs of green shimmered faintly along the lines, whispering to those with trained eyes that this wasn't simple gear. Behind his back, his spear was sheathed, the exposed part of the greenish-black metal humming softly as if a rare battle was close. His hair, long and dark, flowed freely behind him, brushing the top of his neck as he walked. And on his ears, small, almost unnoticeable, were the earrings. Siren's Echo. The same artifact that had saved him weeks ago during the corrupted monster ambush. Michael adjusted them absently. He didn't need to test them. He knew they worked. He looked the part now. When the trial ended yesterday, the officials had informed them that participants were to enter from a different path, one of the side tunnels near the base of the arena. Michael had paid attention. It was the same route, he suspected, they used to transport the monsters for the first trial. It was discreet. And more importantly, it was separated from the fanfare. That was fine by him. Michael felt a lot of eyes on him. The moment he stepped into the street in full gear, people looked. Even without recognition, even without a name, something about his presence demanded attention. His pale face and fair neck, exposed just enough beneath his collar, gleamed in the morning light. He looked too beautiful to be a fighter. Yet something primal beneath his skin warned the instincts of those who saw him, this one is dangerous. Michael blurred once, his body vanishing in a streak of speed, displacing air and silence in his wake. When he reappeared, it was behind one of the side walls of the arena, just before a guarded entrance. The guards at the door immediately reacted but stopped when Michael raised both his arms. Their hearts pounded in their chests. They only moved again when Michael tossed his number tag at one of them. They stepped aside. He was expected. Inside the tunnel, the air grew colder. Less sunlight reached this far back. Michael walked with slow, sure steps. He entered a large chamber, wide, circular, with worn combat marks on the walls. A waiting area for the finalists. Or whatever name the officials wanted to give it. He wasn't the first to arrive. A few other figures were already there, leaning on walls, sitting on crates, stretching, whispering to each other in low tones. He recognized them from yesterday. The quiet brawler who'd slammed his opponent into the ground with iron fists. The lean spear wielder who moved like water and had never spoken a word. Even Yuga was there, slouched near the wall like a dozing bear in winter, arms folded, head nodding slightly. They looked up when Michael entered. None of them spoke. But every single one watched. He nodded once in return and found an empty bench to sit on. Then frowned. Ren wasn't there. Michael scanned the chamber again just to be sure, but no. Not a glimpse of brown hair, or that casually sarcastic scowl. Maybe he's running late, Michael thought. Or maybe he didn't finish that thought. His mind drifted elsewhere. Today wasn't going to be simple. He could feel it. Yesterday, nobles who weren't present during the earlier stages had appeared. Not many, but enough to raise questions. If more had been held back for today. Michael closed his eyes. He was ready. In a modest room tucked behind one of the many inns crowding the southern edge of the capital, Ren Noah sat still on his bed. His back straight. His hands firm. His eyes locked on the wooden sword resting across his knees. The same sword that had never left his side since he was 5. The blade looked dull. Ordinary. Slightly chipped at the edge from overuse. Yet somehow, in the light filtering through the curtains, it gleamed with something. More. Ren didn't know what. But it was his. And soon, that blade would either elevate him, or see him fall. His fingers tightened slightly on the hilt. This is it, he muttered under his breath. The final trial. In a few hours, he'd be on that arena stage again. This time with the world watching. And he wasn't just fighting for a title or some prize. No. He was fighting for something that had haunted the Noah name for generations. Reputation. He was a Noah, and that meant something. The Noahs were nobles, yes. But the lowest kind. A dusty, backwater title handed out centuries ago to an ancestor. They were barons. The least of the least. And every generation, they tried, desperately, to claw their way up. To rise higher. To be seen. To be counted among the true nobles. The kind whose names earned respect in court, whose words meant something beyond the family lands. Ren had inherited that dream. He hadn't asked for it. But it was there. Quiet. Constant. Like pressure in his chest. And this competition. This was his chance. If he won, if he truly won, he wouldn't just earn a title higher than his father. He'd become a viscount. A step away from true nobility. Real nobility. And then there was her. The Duke's daughter. Ren didn't care about her. But if marrying her would pull the Noahs higher. If it would plant their bloodline into the heart of the capital's elite. Then yes. He wanted her. Ren closed his eyes and exhaled. But then another image flickered into his mind. One moved like the wind. The other struck like thunder. And both of them weren't even trying yet. Ren had seen it. Michael hadn't even unsheathed a blade. Yuga hadn't gotten serious. And that scared him. He wasn't the strongest here. He was the one with something to prove. Ren opened his eyes and slowly rose, strapping the wooden sword to his waist. I won't lose, he whispered. I can't lose. He stood there a moment longer, steadying his breath. Then, without looking back, he stepped out of the room, into the day that might define the rest of his life. Grand Mage Lien office. The old mage behind the desk had a frown on his face. The first in the last few days. He turned to look at his personal attendant who stood on the other side of the table. How many do you think they are? At least 30, my lord. Their strength. I'm not sure, but I heard someone came from the Empire. Duke Evermoon didn't say anything. I can't tell, my lord. But seeing as he accommodated all of them for days, it's telling something, my lord. That bastard. Mage Lien gritted his teeth. In a way, he was sort of overreacting if one considered he had no business in the Duke's personal business. Unfortunately, this business just happened to be his lifeline. Wasn't the competition because of that? At the very beginning, Mage Lien was at ease and didn't even bother keeping up with the details of the competition. With his understanding of Michael, he just couldn't see the youth losing. Unfortunately, things seemed to be taking a different turn. Follow me. Let's go pay a visit to that Duke's competition. Michael remained seated on the bench. His expression unreadable as more footsteps echoed through the corridor behind him. One after another, new figures entered the chamber. Some wore noble crests, trimmed coats of silk and leather armor stitched with house insignias. Others had no family symbols at all and only polished gear. More nobles. More commoners. Michael noted them all. A few gave curt nods in greeting, but most simply scanned the room and chose a corner. Tension thickened like fog. Among everyone present, one more caught his attention. She wasn't that young, she was at least approaching her mid-20s already. Her frame was slender but wiry. A long braid ran down her back, and her gaze was focused. Michael had seen her before, one of the few commoner females who had made it through the first round. And the only one who remained now. She also dressed as one would expect a female adventurer to dress. She didn't look around. Didn't glance at anyone. She just stood by a far wall, eyes closed, hands resting on the hilts of twin daggers crossed behind her waist. Michael watched her for another few seconds, then shifted his gaze. The murmur of whispers died as two familiar figures entered the waiting hall from the rear doors. The officials. The middle-aged man and woman, both clad, as always, in sharp, pristine shades of deep blue. Their robes swirled slightly as they moved. The woman's hair was tied in a tight knot, her expression calm but steely. The man walked with hands behind his back, a small roll of parchment clutched loosely in one palm. The room straightened on instinct. "Participants," the man began, his voice clear, "your moment has come." He didn't wait for applause. There wasn't any. "This is the final trial. From this point on, the eyes of the entire kingdom are on you." Michael felt the air shift. Even Yuga stirred slightly at those words. "There are lords, merchants, generals, guildmasters, and even foreign delegates watching today's events," the woman added, her voice as crisp as steel on ice. "This stage. It is a window. A chance." She gave the room a slow sweep of her eyes. "And for some of you, it may be the chance." Michael remained motionless, but he noticed several participants shift in their seats. One noble straightened. Another commoner clenched his jaw. "You are not just fighting for a title," the man said, pacing slowly in front of them. "The Duke's reward is great, yes. But even if you do not win, this stage offers more than you think." He stopped near a brazier and turned. "If you perform well, if you impress, there are people here with the power to offer sponsorship, positions, apprenticeships, favor." The woman nodded once. "So fight. Not just for victory, but to be seen." Michael's gaze wandered again. Some looked stunned. Especially the commoners. One burly axeman blinked rapidly, clearly having never imagined himself as someone who could attract a noble's favor. Another participant, a skinny youth with a jagged scar across his nose, seemed to perk up for the first time. But there were others, too. Like the female dagger user. She didn't move. She already knew. Michael leaned back slightly, his mind making quiet assessments. Of course, that's why some of the commoner girls participated. Not everyone came here to win. Some came to be seen. And one did. Only one passed. He didn't know her name. But that wasn't important. She had earned her spot. The male official checked the parchment in his hand and rolled it back up. "We begin shortly. Prepare yourselves." Then both turned, blue robes fluttering as they exited through the side passage. The room fell into silence again. But the air was different. Michael adjusted the spear resting beside him, eyes half-lidded as he reached down and tapped his earrings once. "It begins," he thought, and continued waiting. The silence didn't last. Moments after the blue-robed officials exited, a new presence swept into the room. He was dressed in red. A red-robed official. His eyes swept across the participants. "Listen up," he said, voice blunt and precise. "Before the final trial begins, you will be grouped." He raised a slim parchment and unfurled it with a flick of his wrist. "There will be 4 groups," he continued. "Group A through D. Each with a maximum of 25 participants." Michael's eyes narrowed slightly at that. 25. He did the math instantly. Yesterday, the results had shown 69 participants passed to the final trial. 4 groups of 25 would mean space for 100. That left 31 extra slots. If they were meant to be filled, that is. He wasn't the only one who noticed. A few heads turned. The quiet girl by the wall frowned slightly. Michael's thoughts raced. Are they padding the groups? Or are the true participants only now arriving? He couldn't be sure. But deep down, he felt it. Some of the real players had yet to appear. And this was just their curtain call. He barely finished that thought when the door at the far end opened again. And in walked a figure he immediately recognized. Ren was dressed all in leather armor, which made him look somewhat intimidating. If not for the weathered appearance of his armor, he would have looked a bit more noble. His wooden sword was strapped to his side. His face set in a kind of calm that was built on sheer willpower. He didn't walk over. Didn't speak. But from across the chamber, he nodded once at Michael. Michael returned the gesture. Then Ren moved to an open spot on the opposite end of the room, alone. Michael watched him for a moment longer, then shifted his gaze as the red-robed official began to read names aloud. The grouping process had begun. Group A, Yuga, the official called first. The hulking figure didn't react. Cassius Rel. A lanky noble nodded and stepped aside. Delamere, the official continued. The name belonged to the dagger girl. She stepped forward silently and moved to the left as instructed. Name after name was called. The groups filled slowly. Mike Knorr, the official called. Michael stood without a word. The red-robed official didn't even glance up. Group B, Michael walked to the right side of the chamber and found a quiet space. Ren's name came a few turns later. Ren Noah, the official said. Ren's expression didn't change, but Michael saw it. The flicker of tension. If they had been placed in the same group, they wouldn't face each other early. That was the logic. That possibility had just vanished. Ren exhaled through his nose and moved silently toward his assigned group. Michael's group was getting filled slowly. Some familiar faces. A few strangers. But neither Ren nor Yuga were among them. Michael felt no disappointment. No concern. Yuga didn't either. The bear-like commoner was already lounging in Group A, leaning against the wall like it was his personal tent. Ren's fingers tapped once on the hilt of his sword, not out of fear, but out of calculation. He'd wanted the odds tilted in his favor. Now the board was complicated. Michael returned to his corner and closed his eyes. However, he didn't have enough time to rest before the official clad in red robe spoke again. Look around. There are several entrances here. I'm not sure if some of you have figured out their purpose by now, but I'll say it. These entrances lead to the stage directly. Ahead is also a waiting room. Now, according to your group, you'll enter and wait for your name to be called to come on stage. Other people will also be joining you soon. Michael's eyes opened slowly at that last line. Other people will also be joining you soon. So it was true. He had suspected. The math didn't lie. But hearing it confirmed aloud, hearing the red-robed official say it so casually, like it wasn't about to change the entire dynamic of the trial, settled it. There were more participants. Ones who hadn't been through the first two trials. Hidden candidates. Probably handpicked. Michael said nothing. But his thoughts ran deeper now. How many? 100, and why hide them until now? Were they being kept in reserve? Were they the true heirs the Duke hoped to see succeed? It didn't matter. Not really. Michael rose from his position and followed the rest of Group B as they were motioned toward one of the side entrances. A tall corridor branched into a wide passage. At the end of it stood a reinforced steel door. It opened with a whisper, revealing a clean, simple waiting room with rows of stone benches. Michael stepped in, found a seat at the farthest bench from the door, and lowered himself calmly. Other members of his group filed in behind him. Michael sat in silence, leaning slightly forward with his elbows resting on his knees. His green-black spear stood upright beside him. He didn't have to wait long. Roughly 10 minutes passed before the atmosphere shifted again. The steel door creaked open, and footsteps echoed down the corridor outside. And not just one set. Several. The first to enter was a tall youth in deep crimson armor inlaid with silver filigree. A symbol Michael didn't recognize gleamed on his chest plate. His face was sharp, clean, and expressionless. Behind him came two others, equally well-dressed, equally polished. Then another. And another. By the time they all entered, there were 6 of them. 6 new figures. All dressed in armor far superior to anything the current nobles in Group B wore. Each of them moved like they belonged here. And maybe they did. Michael also didn't need to activate any skill to know they were strong. Stronger than most in the room. The room reacted accordingly. The nobles of Group B sat a little straighter, eyes sharpening as they exchanged subtle glances. Some stiffened. Others scowled. The commoners, on the other hand, mostly lowered their gazes. The unspoken truth was clear: these newcomers hadn't participated in the earlier trials. That meant they hadn't earned their spot like the rest. Yet. They stood here anyway. Just like the nobles yesterday. However, the difference was that the nobles of yesterday that were here today fought for it. These ones didn't. Exceptions to the rules. Candidates above the rules. Michael's eyes flicked over them one by one. He could already tell who the leaders were. The one in front, the tall one in crimson, and the one that gave off the strongest feeling. Silence stretched longer than it should have. Until someone broke it. Michael turned slightly. The speaker was a boy with jet black hair, neatly combed and held by a silver clasp. He stood slowly, stepping forward with arms crossed. "Who are you guys?" he said, tone calm but firm. Michael felt the question was unnecessary. These must be the true players of the competition. However, his thoughts soon changed. Wait. Why does it seem like they don't know themselves? Surely, anyone that could cheat their way into this final stage couldn't be normal. Such figures should have had enough prestige. But why did it look like they were outsiders? At first, Michael didn't immediately assume they were from outside the kingdom. Instead, his mind drifted toward a more grounded suspicion: do the other groups have newcomers too? But before he could finish that thought, the tension snapped. One of the newcomers scoffed and stepped forward, shorter than the leader in crimson but broader, with bronze skin and sharp, reptilian yellow eyes. His voice carried a mocking lilt. "You nobles of the Lionheart Kingdom are even more disappointing than the reports suggested." The room stilled. The noble who had spoken out earlier narrowed his eyes. "What did you just say?" "I said what you heard." The bronze-eyed youth sneered. "All pride. No bite. You think crawling through a few rounds of low-tier skirmishes makes you worthy? You've mistaken this arena for your backyard sparring court." Gasps spread across the room. Another of the newcomers chuckled lightly. "Don't be too hard on them, Rio. They've been swimming in this shallow pond for too long. Can't blame frogs for not knowing what a sea looks like." That did it. The room practically cracked in two, one half filled with nobles barely restraining themselves, the other half made of commoners who, while not loyal to any side, certainly didn't like being called frogs. Michael didn't move. The Lionheart noble stepped forward again. "Speak clearly. Who the hell are you people?" The youth in crimson finally smiled. And then, with deliberate arrogance, he answered, "We are from the Earth Dragon Kingdom." The moment the words landed, it was as if someone had dropped a bomb in the room. Even Michael's brows lifted a fraction. He heard the sharp inhalation of breath from at least half the participants. Earth Dragon Kingdom. Michael was no longer as ignorant as when he first entered this kingdom. Thanks to the gift Grand Mage Lien had provided, he had learned more in weeks than most locals would learn in a year. The Lionheart Kingdom didn't stand alone. It served under an empire. And within this empire, 3 kingdoms stood apart from the rest, so powerful that each could rival minor empires on their own. the Lionheart Kingdom, the Steel Kingdom, and the Earth Dragon Kingdom. They weren't just kingdoms. They were pillars, territorial giants that operated like empires within the empire. Michael had read that the Earth Dragon Kingdom was known for its martial supremacy. And more importantly, it was not on good terms with Lionheart. Decades of veiled hostility, territorial disputes, economic clashes, cultural disdain. They weren't openly at war, but neither were they allies. So why were Earth Dragon elites in a Lionheart competition? More specifically, why were they being allowed to participate in a trial where the winner earned not just a title, but the hand of the Duke's daughter? Michael's gaze sharpened. What are you trying to do, Duke Evermoon? This wasn't mere favoritism. One should remember the Duke was offering his daughter as a prize. However, this way, he was inviting wolves into the den. And Michael wasn't the only one thinking that. Even the commoners, though quiet, were visibly shaken. They weren't fools. They knew their place. Knew that outside this competition, they would return to serving the nobles, working their farms, or dying anonymously in monster-infested fields. But they had come here thinking they were competing against their own. Now they realized they were being pitted against outsiders who hadn't been part of any trial before now. And the nobles. They looked almost insulted. Because while the commoners could not do anything about it, the nobles could. And the noble from earlier did. "You're trespassing in our lands," he said coldly. "You don't belong." The crimson-armored leader raised a brow. "Then beat us and send us home." He smiled wider. "Or kneel and learn your place." The entire room burned with tension. Michael wasn't wrong. Group B wasn't the only group that received newcomers. Across the arena, in the other preparation chambers, a similar scene unfolded, but each with its own color. In Group A, where Yuga stood like an unmoving boulder near the back wall, the atmosphere hadn't grown hostile, but it had shifted. New entrants had arrived. And like those in Group B, they were clearly not part of the trials from the start. But these ones were different. Their leader was a man, tall and broad-shouldered, with iron-gray gauntlets and a steel crown etched into his chest plate. When asked who they were, he simply said, "We are from the Steel Kingdom." Unlike the Earth Dragon Kingdom, the Steel Kingdom was on friendly terms with Lionheart. They shared trade routes, some cultural exchanges, and even occasional joint military drills. They were allies. At least, on paper. But that didn't mean they were welcome. Everyone in the room knew that the moment they stepped in, the nature of the trial had changed. Yuga didn't speak. He didn't move. But his eyes opened fully for the first time since entering the room. He studied the steel warriors one by one. He gave a low grunt and closed his eyes again. Across the arena, in Group C, the tension was different. It was quiet in this room. Ren Noah stood along the left wall, arms folded, head lowered slightly. He had thought his nerves were steady. That he'd seen what the world could throw at him. He was wrong. The moment the newcomer arrived, the temperature dropped, not literally, but in sensation. One man entered the room. He wasn't dressed in ornate armor. Just a black cloak draped over dark robes, fastened with a single obsidian clasp. His face was youthful but carried an eerie weight to it, as if every step he took pressed the room deeper into silence. He didn't smile. Didn't glance at anyone. He just walked in and sat down. And the room let him. Because every noble, every commoner, even those who had strutted confidently before, now felt it. Not the advanced tier. Not the peak of it. Grand tier. The real thing. Ren's jaw clenched slightly. This wasn't like Leonard's fake ascension through a bloodline burst. No, this was a man who had walked into the grand stage. But what sent chills through the room wasn't just his presence. It was what he said. His voice was smooth, almost bored, but clear enough for all to hear. "I am Rue," he said, brushing a speck of dust from his cloak. "Ninth Prince of the Black Serpent Empire." He didn't elaborate. He didn't need to. The Black Serpent Empire wasn't just some far-off dominion. It was the Empire. The same one the Lionheart Kingdom served. And now, a prince of that empire sat among them. Rue didn't threaten. He didn't boast. He just said, "I hope you give me face," and leaned back in his seat like it didn't matter what happened next. But it did. Because every person in that room knew, this changed everything. He swallowed slowly, shifting just slightly on his feet. The wooden sword at his side suddenly felt a lot heavier. The arena had never looked this full in a long time. From the highest rafters to the lowest tiered stone benches, people were packed in like wheat before the harvest, shoulder to shoulder, elbow to elbow, every breath a shared echo in the mountainous Colosseum. Even nobles had filled their reserved balconies. Everything was prepared. Everything felt grand. And at the center of it all stood a single figure. The commentator. He was a man draped in flamboyant red and gold. His smile was wide. His stance theatrical. And when he raised his hand, the arena practically exploded in response. "Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready?" The cheers thundered like a mountain breaking. "Make some noise if you've been waiting for this." The response came like a tidal wave: screams, applause, stomps, and chants. Even in the noble balconies, restrained claps and murmurs of interest rippled among dukes, merchants, and foreign delegates. The commentator turned slowly in place, letting the crowd build before he threw his voice again. "This is the final trial of the Duke's Grand Competition. And this time, it's public. More cheers. More stomping. Children waved wooden swords." The commentator gestured toward the colossal illusion screen now hovering above the stage. "There are 100 participants in this final stage." He threw up one finger. 100 chosen. He paused for effect, then added, "But only one will walk away with the title, the reward, and the right to ascend into the Lionheart nobility." Gasps followed. Everyone already knew the prize, but hearing it out loud, it made it real. "And that's not all," he continued, voice rising again. "This trial will be played in 2 modes." The crowd went quiet for just a breath, hanging on his words. "The first." He spun dramatically. "A 4-team battle." There it was. Cheers erupted again. But some looked confused. The commentator didn't make them wait. The 100 participants have been divided into 4 teams. 25 warriors per team. Team A, Team B, Team C, Team D, and in this first round, the commentator continued, lowering his voice like a magician unveiling a secret, "It's not about who's strongest." The crowd leaned forward. "It's about who works best together." He snapped his fingers. Each team must eliminate the other teams. The last team standing will win the first phase. Gasps, then murmurs of surprise. But he wasn't done. The sound cut the growing confusion. "Once the team contest ends, we begin the true final trial." He paused. Let it simmer. Then roared, "The individual contest." The crowd exploded again. This is where all alliances vanish. All favors fall apart. It becomes every warrior for themselves. Above, nobles watched carefully, whispering among themselves. Some were here to scout. Some were here to bet. Just as the commentator's voice echoed through the Colosseum, wild and theatrical, back in Group B's preparation room, things were on the verge of exploding. Tension rippled like an unseen storm. The nobles of the Lionheart Kingdom were visibly bristling, some gripping sword hilts, others standing as if daring the newcomers to push them further. The commoners, though many furious, stayed seated. The newcomers from the Earth Dragon Kingdom remained smug, some chuckling under their breath, others silently scanning the room with thinly veiled contempt. A voice boomed from outside the waiting room. Anyone who raises a weapon here will be immediately disqualified. It was calm, but undeniable. A command that made the room stiffen like stone. You have little time, the voice continued. Make use of it preparing. Everyone froze. Michael recognized the voice. It was the older male official in blue. The very air changed with those words. Like the storm had been sucked out of the room, leaving behind only the faint whisper of restraint. Some nobles lowered their hands. Others turned away with snorts. The Earth Dragon warriors simply smirked, as if the fight hadn't even been worth considering. Michael remained still the whole time. His eyes, however, had narrowed slightly. Because just then, something on the far wall caught his attention. A portion of the wall, one he'd previously assumed to be decorative, lit up with a low hum. Lines of light raced across its surface, forming a perfect rectangular window of illusion magic. It shimmered briefly before stabilizing. Then it projected the arena above. It was the commentator, arms wide and grinning beneath the midday sun. Behind him, the crowd cheered like thunder. Michael leaned forward slightly as the man's voice filled the chamber. His words were flamboyant, but Michael paid attention to the substance. 100 participants. 4 groups. 25 per group. 2 phases of battle. First, a team contest. Then, an individual war. He tilted his head just slightly and began counting the members in his chamber. 25. Already complete. Michael's gaze shifted toward the Earth Dragon participants again. Some of them watched the illusion display with interest. Michael looked away and refocused on the screen. The commentator was still speaking. As we speak, the names of the first batch are being selected. At random. That caused murmurs across Group B's room. Michael exhaled silently. From the corner of his eye, he noticed some participants adjusting their armor, unsheathing and checking blades, performing breathing exercises. Others simply stared at the illusion screen, waiting for their name to be called. Michael didn't move. His hand rested lightly on the green-black spear by his side. It was quiet now in Group B. The earlier noise, the almost fight, the arrogance, it all felt like a distant thing. Now that the commentator had laid out the rules, reality had settled in. It was time. The crowd had barely calmed from its previous eruption when the commentator's voice boomed once more across the vast coliseum. All right. Now that everyone knows what's at stake, let's get down to it. He spun, arms outstretched, with a grin on his face. As I said earlier, we have 4 groups, A, B, C, and D. Each group has 25 participants, and the first round will be a group versus group contest. The crowd leaned in, both physically and metaphorically. The pairings for this phase are simple. A dramatic pause. Group A will face. Group C and Group B will go against Group D. Now, as you all know, each group has 25 members. He held up both hands, fingers splayed dramatically. 4-man squads will enter the battlefield in waves. That makes 6 full squads per team, and leaves 1 person in every group without a team. The crowd began to stir with realization. And what becomes of that lone warrior? The commentator grinned. They'll get an automatic advancement into the next stage. Back in Michael's chamber, tension spiked once more. 1 lucky person from each group wouldn't have to fight at all in this phase. The question was, who? The commentator clapped once. Let's begin with Group A. He pointed at a certain location. A youth in red robes was in the arena stand with 4 bowls in front of him. He then reached out to pick something from the first bowl on his left. It was a rolled-up paper. Delamere. The youth announced, making everyone aware of the choosing method. The youth in red robes continued. Second member of Team A, Lionel Hartright. Third, Yuzen Kerr. Fourth, Sir Ma of House Corwin, representing the Steel Kingdom. That name brought a sharp shift in tone. The atmosphere in the Colosseum was electric until confusion slowly began to spread like a fog over the roaring crowd. It started with a few furrowed brows. Then whispers. Then outright murmurs. Wait, did he say Steel Kingdom? Isn't that? Why are they allowed here? The noise began to swell, not with cheers this time, but with sharp, questioning voices. The commentator, sharp-eyed despite his flamboyant grin, noticed it almost immediately. He cleared his throat loudly and raised a hand toward the illusion screens above.